Did I really just transmigrate to this world, only to become some kind of human-shaped taser? I wanted to crush the heavens with a single punch, to ascend to the absolute peak of all power. All I did was drink a little too much at the graduation party, and when I woke up, I found myself in another world. Who would even believe this? Okay, reincarnation is reincarnation, but can I get a slightly better starting point? The world he had transmigrated into was called Blue Star. Its civilization and technological development weren't too different from his previous world, but this place had two things that defied all previous understanding: ferocious beasts and superpowers. Ferocious beasts were bloodthirsty and terrifying creatures, wreaking havoc across Blue Star. Superpowers, on the other hand, were the source of humanity's strength and their resistance against these monsters. According to the memories in his mind, his current body was still named Su Jingming, a 12th grade student at Zhongjing, number 2 high school. Aside from face, that was somewhat more striking than average. Everything else about him was as ordinary as could be. Even the superpower he awakened was just an E-rank ability, the weak electricity superpower. Su Jingming Mu, raising his right hand and snapping his fingers. Between his fingers, faint threads of blue electricity sparked and flickered. If this were his old world, that trick alone might have been enough to shock people into awe. But on Blue Star, it wasn't anything special. Superpowers on Blue Star were divided into categories: elemental, enhancement, mental, recovery, nature, and special. Everyone in this world awakened their superpower at the age of 16, becoming what they called superpower users. Superpowers weren't just categorized by type, but also by quality. According to Blue Star's evaluation system, superpowers were ranked into 9 grades: SS, 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 ABC, D, E, F. Most people could only awaken D or E rank abilities. Only a select few could ever hope to reach C or B rank. But those who awakened with an A rank power were truly considered blessed by the heavens, sought after by society, and granted elite status. As for SSS rank, or even SSS tier abilities, these were exceptionally rare existences, sometimes appearing only once every few years, or even decades. Currently, Su Jingming was sitting in his classroom, and a new lesson had just begun. Standing at the front was a middle-aged man, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 to 2, Section 5, Mr. Chun Fan. 12 years of study, all for today, the teacher said solemnly. The college entrance exams are just around the corner. Stay focused. Those of you taking the academic track, remember to double-check your pens, notebooks, and test supplies tonight. As for those of you on the martial track, make sure your combat gear and weapons are ready. I'll say this one last time. The military exams come with the very real risk of death. Anyone with a superpower rank below D tier should not take the martial track before 9 p.m. Tonight, you can still change your choice. If anyone wants to switch, come see me. As he spoke, the teacher's gaze fell on Su Jingming. Jingming smiled. Of course, he understood what the teacher meant. After all, among the students in Class 1 to 2, Section 5, he was the only one with an E-rank ability who still chose the martial track. Based on past data, most students who died during the martial exam had powers ranked D tier or lower, even though he only had an E-rank ability. Su Jingming's predecessor had stubbornly chosen the martial path, and Jingming wholeheartedly agreed with that decision, because choosing the martial track still gave him a chance to fight back, a chance to change his fate. But if he didn't even dare take that step, then he'd truly be nothing more than that, more than just an ordinary person. In the world Su Jingming now inhabited, universities were divided into 2 main types: academic universities, which focused on scholarly education, and superpower universities, which trained individuals in extraordinary combat and survival abilities. Accordingly, the National College Entrance Exam was also split into 2 formats: the academic exam and the martial exam. The academic exam was simple: sit in a room and write your answers. But the martial exam was a different beast entirely. Candidates had to don combat suits, wield real weapons, enter a designated test zone, and risk their lives fighting ferocious beasts. Their scores would be based on the number and level of beasts they managed to slay. Choosing between the academic or martial track was entirely up to each student. But there was an important distinction. Even after awakening a superpower, One was still only known as a newly awakened, not yet a true wielder of power. Only after a period of intense training could a person transition from a newly awakened into a true superpower user, someone capable of fighting ferocious beasts head-on. Superpower users were ranked from Tier 1 to Tier 9, with each tier further broken down into lower, middle, and upper stages. However, if one could earn admission to a superpower university and receive proper instruction from professional trainers, this process could be greatly accelerated. That was why the college entrance exam was such a pivotal moment. But before Su Jingming could even think about those future challenges, he had to deal with the present-day discrimination that came with having such a low-ranked ability. A male classmate walked up, his tone dripping with contempt. The teacher already said it clearly. And you still insist on taking the military entrance exam? You're a bottom-tier loser, stuck at rank E. You'll just tarnish our school's reputation, especially if you apply to a superpower university. You should just take the academic exams instead, then join a company after college, and live out your pitiful life as a desk jockey. At that moment, a girl's voice cut through the room. Huang Tian, stop bullying my friend. Huang Tian scowled, but didn't want to waste more time arguing. He said coldly, I'll show you all who the real top dog is. Tomorrow, during the exam, as he turned to leave, he threw one last cruel jab over his shoulder. You two better enjoy your last moments together. That loser is going to die during the test anyway. The girl, Lin Tianvin, looked at Jing Ming with concern. Don't listen to him, she said softly. Everyone has value. Even if you switch to the academic track and live in the city, that's still a good life. Jing Ming stayed silent. In this world, his parents had been killed by monsters, and he had been powerless to do anything about it. He never wanted to feel that helpless again. That night, Shu Jingming returned to the house. His parents had left him a small home and a little over 1 million yuan in death benefits. Beyond that, they had left him nothing else. So, when he walked through the front door, he was alone. But fortunately, in his previous life, Jingming had also been an orphan. He had long since grown used to the feeling of being alone. Besides, he now had something far more important to focus on. He needed to train not just to pass the exam, but to survive it, to defend against the threat of ferocious beasts. Every city was fortified with layers of protection, high-voltage electric grids, armed military units, and superpower task forces. But nothing was foolproof. From time to time, some cities fell to beast hordes. The casualties were massive. Su Jingming didn't want to stand helpless before such a disaster someday, but his E-rank power was drained. After only a few basic training moves, he had been practicing with a spear for 2 years, and yet his skill level was still beginner tier. However, the mortality rate for those below rank D was rapidly climbing. Year by year, wasn't this supposed to be a world with amazing transmigration perks? Where's my system? Come on, save me already. Su Jingming Mumbao Hao Ba. And just as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System activating. System successfully activated. Issuing beginner package. Beginner package issued successfully. Would you like to claim it now? Hearing the voice in his head, Su Jingming's eyes immediately widened, and his mouth dropped open in pure disbelief. The system? There's really a system? After the initial shock came a wave of ecstatic joy. As someone who had transmigrated, he knew full well what a system truly meant. It was the ultimate chance to change fate and climb to the very top. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Su Jingming didn't rush to claim the reward right away. Instead, he asked in his heart, what's in the beginner package? 200 ability points and an S-rank ability. Violet Sky, Divine Thunder. Su Jingming felt like a bolt of lightning had just struck his brain. His eyes lit up and his breathing grew rapid. He wasn't sure what ability points were just yet, but an S-rank ability, he knew exactly what that meant. It was one of the absolute rarest abilities on all of Blue Planet. In a major nation like Washa, it took 4 whole years for even one new S-rank ability user to appear. Those with S-rank abilities, as long as they didn't die prematurely, would inevitably rise to rule over an entire region, becoming an unmatched, unstoppable force. Still not daring to believe it, Su Jingming confirmed once more. System, as long as I receive the newbie gift, I will immediately have an S-class ability. The system replied, that's right, receiving an affirmative answer. Su Jingming's eyes lit up once again. An S-rank ability. The chance to change his destiny had finally arrived. Looking at the glowing blue virtual interface in his mind, Jingming no longer hesitated. He slammed the claim button. Beginner package claimed. 200 ability. Points have been added to your account. Activating S-rank ability. Violet Sky Divine Thunder. Progress. 10%, 20%, 30%. A deep rumble echoed out, as if infinite power was erupting from within Su Jingming's body. Suddenly, countless streaks of violet, blue lightning danced around him, radiating blinding light. His entire body transformed into a ball of pure lightning. The crackling sound of electricity rang out nonstop, and the surging thunder light exploded outward, like a raging tsunami, starting from the very spot where Su Jingming stood, swallowing the entire living room. The sofa, the TV, the coffee table, anything the lightning touched exploded into fragments. The thunderbolts even ignited raging flames, blasting through the windows and shooting out into the sky. Oh my God, the house across the street is on fire. Call the fire department. Isn't that the house of the... Wait, what? The explosion was so loud that it immediately caught the attention of the neighbors. Many panicked and called emergency services. But inside the house, Jingming was completely unaware. All he felt was a strange warmth surging through his body, as if he were overflowing with an indescribable force. 50%, 60%, 70%. The evolution process was still ongoing. And outside, perhaps due to the influence of the ability's evolution, the once sunny afternoon suddenly turned dark. Thunderclouds rolled in, casting shadows like nightfall, falling all at once. There was no rain, but thunder roared like drum beats from the heavens. Within the heavy clouds, streaks of violet lightning flashed like dragons, roaring across the sky. Why did the sky go dark all of a sudden? That lightning is insane. I feel some kind of overwhelming pressure. The strange weather. Zhang City was completely gripped by an unsettling unease, fearing the lightning-controlling beasts. Terrifying approach was imminent. The regional commander instantly issued a citywide alert. All units stationed in Zhang City go on full alert. 80%, 90%, 95%, 98%, 99%. And inside the room, Su Jingming's evolution process neared its dramatic completion. Suddenly, a colossal, purple bolt of lightning streaked down from the heavens, crashing straight through the window pane and striking directly into Su Jingming's body, like a dragon descending from the very heavens. At that very moment, the thunderclouds instantly dispersed, and brilliant sunlight returned to the land. Su Jingming had completed the evolution process. His ability had reached 100%. Synchronization. The lightning around Su Jingming's body slowly receded, like a powerful, retreating tide, gradually absorbing back into his form. After a long moment, Jingming slowly opened his eyes. A cold, purple spark flickered within his pupils. His ability had evolved successfully. Jingming's entire body was brimming with immense power. Instinctively, he raised his right hand with a single thought, and countless streaks of vibrant purple lightning burst forth around his outstretched arm. Unlike the weak, bluish-white sparks from before, these purple bolts carried a primal, violent, untamedora, the kind that made people shiver just from sensing its presence. This was the true might of an S-rank ability. Violet Sky Divine Thunder. A brilliant light flashed in Jingming's eyes. He could feel it clearly. If one of these lightning bolts struck a real person, it wouldn't just electrocute them. It would reduce them to mere ashes. However, this level of chaos might have been a bit excessive. With a wry smile, Su Jingming retracted the electric current surrounding him and scratched his head as he surveyed the devastated living room. Thankfully, he had noticed something was off during the mutation process and managed to restrain the power in time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just been the living room that got absolutely annihilated despite his complaints. Su Jingming, however, was secretly thrilled. After all, the more potent an ability, the greater its future potential, right? Then there were those 200 ability points from the starter package. What exactly could they be used for? As soon as that thought sparked in his mind, A system notification resonated in his head. Ability points can be earned by eliminating feral beasts. They can be used to level up your rank and enhance your skills. You can view your current points and upgrade options in the system interface. As soon as the system delivered its explanation, Su Jingming immediately grasped the concept. Ability points were just like EXP in games. Kill monsters to level up. It was a simple mechanic, but incredibly effective. A confident smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he immediately pulled up his status screen. Name, Su Jingming. Rank, Awakened. Ability, Violet Sky. Divine Thunder, S rank. Physique, 121. Spirit, 140 Hz. Skills, Spear Technique, Basic, Thunder Flash. Windbreaker, Basic. Ability points, 200. The interface was short, sweet, and straightforward, and the prominent plus signs clearly indicated which attributes could be upgraded. Looking at the status panel, it was abundantly clear that the 200 ability points could be spent, either to boost his core stats or enhance his skills. So, what will be the most optimal investment strategy? After a few seconds of deep contemplation, Su Jingming made his crucial decision. Tomorrow was the physical combat entrance exam, so he had to use these points efficiently to maximize his combat power. Physique and spirit were the most essential foundations. Whether it was using martial skills or controlling abilities, both attributes were critically important. With that thought firmly in mind, he split the 200 ability points evenly, 100 into physique and 100 into spirit. He then gave the command, System, allocate the points. As soon as he clicked the plus sign on the system panel, a surge of intense power, a sudden surge erupted within his body. Power surged through him like a mighty river, rushing through his veins with unstoppable might. Right after that, his thoughts sharpened, becoming laser-focused. Jingming then swung his arms, moving around to throw a few basic punches, just to feel the changes in his strength. He quickly realized his control over the Violet Heaven. Divine Thunder ability had also significantly improved. After all, supernatural abilities still stem from a person's physical and mental attributes. When these two stats increase, the power of one's abilities also grows stronger. Accordingly, clenching his fists and feeling the strength surging through his blood vessels, along with the violet thunder crackling, ready to be summoned in his hands, Jingming couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. His gaze then returned once more to the system panel. Physique, 141 strong. Spirit, 160 points. Both of his base stats had increased by 20 points, meaning that each ability point could be converted into 0.2 strength or 0.2 spirit points. The conversion rate was a bit low, but it was still a direct upgrade with no side effects. It was just a shame that the newbie gift pack only contained exactly 200 ability points. If there had been more, he could have gotten even stronger. But with his current strength, passing the university entrance exam for ability users will be a piece of cake. He didn't know where he ranked among the 700,000 applicants in Johnson Province, but he was confident he could make it into the top elite tier. After all, many of the students taking the martial science exam this year have been trained by professional instructors since childhood and possessed truly terrifying strength. As an orphan, Jingming couldn't compete in terms of education and resources, but he had something those geniuses could never possess: a genuine S-rank ability. Without a second thought about the exam, he decided to race to the martial training hall, eager to test out his newfound strength. Just then, a series of frantic knocks echoed through the room, loud and sudden. Before Jingming could even react, the door was blasted open with a bang. It slammed hard against the wall with a thunderous crash. A group of people in orange uniforms stormed in, carrying water hoses, as if ready to tackle a blazing inferno. But when they saw there was no fire at all, just a young man, standing calmly in the middle of the room, as if nothing had happened, the entire fire squad froze in confusion. They quickly apologized for breaking the door, explaining they'd received a report that a fire had broken out in this apartment. Facing the sudden appearance of the firefighters, Jingming quickly explained that he had a lightning-type ability and had accidentally triggered some unusual phenomena. while training, but everything was under control now. Once the team conducted a swift inspection of the apartment and confirmed there were no lingering hazards, they prepared to leave. One of them even offered to fix the door they'd kicked down just before leaving. The squad leader shot Jingming a glance and muttered under his breath, causing such a huge commotion just from training. These kids these days are really something else. With the fire squad gone, Jingming began preparing his gear to head to the training hall. Outside, a small crowd had gathered due to the incident. As soon as they saw him, someone walked over with concern. Xiaomei, everything okay with that fire earlier? I'm fine, Unchle Young. I got it under control. That's good. You look like you're about to go train again? Yes, sir. Just a bit more practice before the exam. Such dedication. The college entrance exam is tomorrow, and you're still heading out to train? Jingming stepped out of the residential complex, caught a bus, and then transferred to the subway. Eventually, he stopped before a sleek, modern high-rise building. To evolve from an awakened individual into a full-fledged ability user, training both physical and mental attributes was absolutely essential. Only through such rigorous training could one truly unleash the full power of their abilities. However, not every family could afford to construct a private training room for their children. That's why martial arts gyms, specializing in ability training and providing facilities, began rapidly appearing everywhere. Among them, the most prominent across the entire Great Sha Nation were the Thunderclap Martial Hall and the Violent Bear Martial Hall. These two major franchises, with branches in nearly every city nationwide. Besides these two renowned names, John City alone boasted over 100 privately owned martial halls of various sizes, but only the Thunderclap Martial Hall offered free access to high school students. For that reason, Jingming had always chosen Thunderclap as his preferred training ground. At the moment, the martial hall's entrance was teeming with people, ranging from awakened individuals carrying weapons to fully qualified ability users. As soon as he entered, Jingming headed straight to the third floor, his most frequented area, and right upon stepping into the lobby, he immediately spotted a familiar figure. It was a girl about 1.7 meters tall, with a beautiful, yet cold expression and an undeniable air of elegance. She wasn't carrying any weapons, just dressed in a simple, everyday outfit. Her long, slender legs were exposed beneath a blue skirt, so fair they almost dazzled the eyes. Around her stood a few stylishly dressed boys and girls, all exuding a haughty, superior presence. Clearly not ordinary people. Jingming smiled and greeted the girl. Sis Chi, you came to Thunderclap Martial Hall too? Tang Chi, his biological aunt's daughter. He was also a 12th grader just like him, only a few months older though. The relationship between the two had never been particularly close. Seeing Jingming there, Tang Chi paused for a moment, then nodded lightly. I'm just with some friends here. All right, I won't hold you up then. Feel free to do your own thing. Sis Chi, I'm off to the training room. After greeting her, Jingming didn't linger. He politely excused himself and headed straight for the training area. This calm and composed behavior left Tang Chi with a strange feeling. Her brows furrowed slightly. He seemed so different from before. Next to Tang Chi, a cute girl in a dress asked curiously, her big, clear eyes full of interest. Chi, who was that guy just now? He's kind of handsome. Dan Chi Zipli, while keeping her gaze on Jingming's fading figure. That's Jingming, my cousin. He's also in 12th grade, and he's taking the martial science exam tomorrow. Same as us? A boy nearby chuckled and teased. Doing your homework yet? Don't tell me you're already falling for him. Looking for a boyfriend? The girl named Xiao, he asked. You didn't even deny it. She casually admitted. So what if I am? Is that not allowed with a face like that? As long as his strength isn't terrible. There's nothing wrong with dating him. But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Tang Chi said as she shook her head, as if already predicting their reactions. Sure enough, when she added, his ability is only rank E. The sparkle in Xiao Yi's eyes immediately dimmed. By more than half, her tone also turned indifferent. Only rank E? What a shame. The young man who overheard this scoffed and looked in Jingming's direction with mockery. A rank E, and he dares to take the martial science exam? Now that takes guts. Tang Chi sighed softly. Being brave won't get you far with risks that high. It's probably better not to take the exam at all. All right, that's enough of that talk. Someone said we came to Thunderclap Martial Hall today. Yeah, just checking it out. I've been training at Violent Bear for all 3 years of high school. This is my first time visiting Thunderclap. A bit of relaxation before the exam really helps clear the mind. Good for both body and soul. With that, the group stopped discussing Jingming and shifted the conversation to other topics as they wandered around the martial hall. Elsewhere, Jingming had no idea that his departure had stirred up so much chatter. Behind his back, at this moment, he had already entered a private training room of just over 20 square meters. This was one of the solo training rooms provided by Thunderclap Martial Hall for individual practice. Normally, booking in advance was required to use this type of room, but today, since it wasn't crowded, Jingming was able to use one directly without registering. He took the long spear off his back and gripped it firmly in his hands. First, he wanted to test his peak physical strength without using any abilities. Weapons used by ability users were typically forged by companies specializing in high-grade weapon manufacturing. This particular spear was made from F-grade alloy, its body coated in a deep, dark sheen that exuded raw power. When he gave a slight shake, the shaft let out a low, metallic hum that echoed throughout the room. But that small shake made him pause. The spear feels lighter. No, it's not the weapon. It's me. His body had become stronger, making the weapon feel much lighter in his hands. Jingming frowned slightly. The college entrance exam was starting tomorrow, and right now, he didn't have enough money to switch to a heavier weapon. With no other choice, he'd have to use this one carefully. The long spear had been Jingming's weapon of choice since the age of 12. It had been almost 6 full years of training. Basic moves like thrusting, sweeping, striking, and slashing. He had already mastered them all effortlessly. Inside the room, his figure moved with fierce, breathtaking agility. Spear shadows flew, a blur like a black phantom. The very air trembled as his momentum surged powerfully. He was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. When he thrust the spear into the power measuring machine, a thunderous impact reverberated. As Jingming withdrew the spear, the metal target plate slowly, painstakingly began to return to its original shape. Simultaneously, a clear number flashed onto the nearby digital display. 321 cal. In this world, cal, short for caliber, was the standard unit used to measure attack power. Jingming felt a surge of pure excitement within him. Relying on pure physical strength alone, his attack power had nearly doubled compared to before. Ordinary people, or even regular ability users, could usually only output around 100 cal of destructive force. Before today, Jingming's unassisted strength was only about 140 cal. Then, with just a thought, Violet Heaven Divine Thunder was summoned. In that very instant, his entire body seemed to transform into a living thunder god. Dark purple lightning erupted all around him, crackling with fierce, intense arcs that echoed deafeningly throughout the room. Jingming raised his hand and casually pointed forward. A potent bolt of lightning shot forth, infused with violent, crackling energy, and struck the alloy target dead on. This time, the alloy plate dented inward significantly. It took nearly 7 or 8 agonizing full seconds to slowly, agonizingly recover its shape. At that moment, the smart display next to it blazed to life again, revealing a shocking number, 3,012 cal. Jingming couldn't help but take a sharp breath. An S-rank ability was truly terrifying. Its power was nearly 10 times greater than his physical strength alone. A typical beginner-level ability user could only output around 1,000 cal in total. But right now, even though he hadn't officially reached level 1, he was already showcasing power, on par with a mid-tier level 1 ability user. But 3,000 Gene still wasn't his absolute limit. Jingming took a deep, resolute breath, and in that very instant, the fierce violet lightning of the Violet Heaven, Divine Thunder, surged across the entire length of his spear. In his hand, a blinding flash, storm-piercing thrust. In that very moment, a brilliant arc of thunder erupted. Within the training room, the spear in his hand seemed to transform into a black, violet flood dragon, roaring as it tore through the air toward the reinforced alloy target on the wall. When the lightning finally dispersed, the alloy target embedded in the wall had been completely incinerated. A gaping, scorch hole had formed at its center, one that could no longer regenerate. A deafening boom, like a thunderclap, erupted, lightning crackled wildly, and the entire training room trembled violently, as if rocked by a sudden earthquake. The powerful shockwave rapidly spread, shaking the entire martial arts center. Even the floor beneath their feet rumbled slightly, followed by a piercing metallic impact that rang out with ear-piercing intensity. A startled male student blurted out that energy is way too strong for his level. He was already a C-rank mental type ability user, so he was extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. Xiaoyu furrowed her brows, looking puzzled. Isn't this floor supposed to be only for high school students? All the real powerhouses from John City's high schools, who've already awakened as full-fledged ability users, aren't they all training over at the Violent Bear Martial Hall? Could it be one of them dropped by to train here instead? Or maybe a high schooler just broke through and became an ability user? Let's go check it out. That sudden shockwave instantly sparked the group's intense curiosity. Tang Chi and her three friends quickly turned and made their way toward the source of the blast. They swiftly made their way down the corridor, only to round a corner and suddenly crash into Jing Ming. He was walking straight towards them from the opposite direction. Tang Chi was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated running into him a second time, but she quickly regained her composure and asked, "Heading home?" Jing Ming simply nodded. He explained he'd just wrapped up his training and wanted to head out early to squeeze in some last-minute preparations, even though she still found it completely foolish for an I-rank ability user like Jing Ming to even attempt the martial science exam. Tang Chi still offered him a bit of encouragement. She wished him good luck and reminded him to stay safe. Her group didn't linger any longer. They pressed on, determined to find the source of that earlier massive shockwave. There weren't many training rooms on this floor, so it didn't take long to pinpoint the one that had just been used. The very room Jing Ming had trained in. When they peered inside, all four of them froze in shock. Even Tang Chi, usually the calmest and most composed of the bunch, couldn't help but gape in utter disbelief. The entire room looked as if it had been utterly blown apart. Xiao Yi exclaimed, completely stunned. My God, even a memory medal was shattered. Just how powerful was that attack? Is there really any high school student in this city strong enough to do something like this? A young man nearby looked absolutely horrified from the lingering traces of energy. He said, I can still feel that wild, violent force. Whoever did this, if they're not at least a level 2 ability user, then they must be at the absolute peak of level 1. This guy probably just used the training room. Another commented, just to test their power. Another person chimed in decisively. That can't be a high school student. It's probably some rogue ability user who didn't follow the rules, wandered up to the 3rd floor, and then used the training room to test their strength. No high schooler in this city is that strong. Exactly. Someone else agreed. Peak level 1? Even a capital city might not have a talent like that. There's no way someone like that would actually show up in Zhong City. That's when Xiaoya suddenly had a wild thought. She reminded everyone present that Jingming had been there just moments ago. Could he possibly be the one responsible for all this? She wondered aloud. He's actually a genius, a hidden talent concealing his true strength, waiting for the college entrance exam tomorrow to finally make his name. Her idea was immediately shot down by the group of boys. They told her she'd been reading far too many online novels, specifically the pig pretending to be a tiger tropes. They couldn't believe she'd even entertained such a ridiculous thought for a second. After all, hiding one's true strength wasn't that simple. Besides, Jingming was merely an E-rank awakened. If he could even reach a power level of 300, that would already be considered incredibly lucky. The hallway had 2 exits leading outside, which explained why they hadn't seen who was responsible for the destruction. One of the young men then turned to a girl in the distance, Dan Ti, and asked what she thought about the whole situation. Dan Ti also considered that what they were saying could be true. At that very moment, she was inspecting the distinct marks left on the wall. She noticed the perfectly round hole in the wall and thought it looked like it had been made by a spear. She began to wonder if it really was Jimin who caused all this, and if that was the reason. He seemed so confident about taking the martial arts entrance exam. There were 3 high schools in the city. Among all the 12th grade students, there were about 3,000 in total. Excluding those taking the liberal arts exam, there were still roughly 1,400 students registered for the martial arts exam. to transport all 1,400 students to the exam site. The city had mobilized over 40 large buses. The college entrance exam was a major national event. One by one, the buses stopped at a large open field, and the students filed out. In the distance stood an area surrounded by steel fencing. Every year, on June 7th, it transformed into the official testing site for the martial arts portion of the National College Entrance Exam. The difficulty and danger of the test depended on the species and power levels of the beasts present. Among the rubble, faint silhouettes of dangerous beasts flickered in and out of view. Ferocious growls and roars echoed from deep within. "So that's our exam site?" Someone muttered in disbelief. "I think I just saw a one-horned rhino." "A one-horned rhino? No way." Another student gasped. "Don't tell me this year's test is that insane." As they caught sight of the beast, hiding among the ruins through the steel fencing, many students went pale. The sight of it made their spirits tremble, and some looked like they were on the verge of a breakdown. When one student saw how terrified the others looked, he scoffed and said irritably, "So what if it's a one-horned rhino? If you can't even handle a beast of that level, then even if you're lucky enough to get into a special abilities university, you won't accomplish anything." The voice suddenly rang out from the middle of the crowd, overpowering all the murmurs and chatter. It came from a young man, dressed in a light blue combat uniform, looking like a swordsman from ancient times. With a long sword in hand, several students turned around angrily, ready to argue back until they saw who it was. Instantly, they fell silent, awkward, and unwilling to say another word. Seeing this, Jingming became curious. He turned to the tall male student beside him, who had a shield and a saber strapped to his back, and asked, "Who's that guy? He talks pretty arrogantly." The tall student, named Luo Jia, had a C-rank enhancement ability, with a specialty in body enlargement. He replied, "That's Chu Mingyang from First High School." It was said that Chu Mingyang was the top student at First High. He possessed a B-rank elemental wind ability, and his power had already broken through the unranked, leveling up his stage to nearly 1. Jingming was utterly shocked to learn that the arrogant youth was none other than Chu Mingyang, the very person predicted to be this year's top scorer. He couldn't help but wonder, between the two of them, who would ultimately prove stronger. Just then, a stern-faced man in military uniform bellowed for everyone to gather and stand silent. With just a single, piercing sweep of his gaze, the entire field, once buzzing with chatter, instantly fell silent. "I am Wang Haiyang, chief commander of this year's Zhong City Martial Arts College entrance exam," he announced. "Before the test begins, I need to go over some crucial reminders. The martial arts exam starts at 9 a.m. and concludes at 9 p.m., lasting a full 12 hours. The exam site is the ruined town right behind me. As with previous years, this area is divided into 3 distinct zones: the outer zone, the central zone, and the core zone. The outer zone contains unranked beasts. The central zone includes peak unranked beasts, as well as level 1 beasts. The core zone has nothing but level 1 beasts. And above, in core zone 1, you'll encounter high-tier, level 1 beasts, and even level 2 beasts. Killing different types of beasts will earn you corresponding points. The higher the beast's level and strength, the more points you'll earn upon defeating them. However, he continued with emphasis, you all must understand your own limits and choose an appropriate zone to operate in. The central zone is meant only for top-performing students. You should stay within safe zones to avoid unnecessary casualties. The corners of Jingming's lips curled into a confident smile. If it had been before, he would have only dared to take on beasts in the outer zone, but now, not only was he confident enough to step into the core zone, he was even ready to challenge core zone 1. Alright, we'll now begin distributing supplies. Everyone, head to your class's designated area to collect your gear. Each examinee then received a backpack containing 3 essential items. A smartwatch. It records every beast you kill and its type, keeping a tally of your points. Plus, there's a digital map of the ruined town for easy navigation. You also get 3 energy bars that instantly restore your stamina when eaten, and a safety sphere, a glowing green ball that, once activated, generates a high voltage electric barrier around the user. Standard beasts can't penetrate it. As the teacher handed Jingming his gear, he reminded him with genuine concern. Remember, once you activate the safety sphere, your exam is automatically over. I really want to stress this. Your life is the most important thing. Don't act recklessly out there. Jingming smiled, sincerely thanking him for his concern. For the martial arts entrance exam, students were actually allowed to form teams. Of course, any points earned from defeating beasts in a group would be evenly split among all members, making it far less efficient than fighting solo. Because of that, even students who initially planned to go solo began frantically seeking teammates. Jingming, you're not in a group yet, right? Why not join ours? Our team is missing an offensive support, and your lightning ability would fill that gap perfectly. The one who spoke was a beautiful girl, with a gentle smile on her face. Her name was Lin Qinyun, class president of Class 5, a kind and helpful person, known for always lending a hand to others. Seeing her try to invite Jingming, several students from her group couldn't help but speak up. If you want to play the good person, at least pick the right time. This is the martial arts entrance exam. Each team is limited to 5 members. And if we bring in someone weak like Jingming, we'll never score high. You're going back on what we agreed on. Who would have thought he'd even dare register for the martial exam? Either way, I don't want it dragging us down. Internal disagreements quickly flared within the group. Witnessing all this, Jingming politely declined the invitation. It's fine, he stated, I'll go in alone. Both Lu Jia and Lin Qinyun looked at him with concern. Are you serious? Lu Jia asked. Just be careful, all right? Lin Qinyun looked like she wanted to keep persuading him, but when she met Jingming's resolute gaze, she could only sigh and turn away, disappointed. Well, at least he knows his place. A few members in her group muttered in relief. Since Lin Qinyun was the team leader, they hadn't wanted to openly oppose her. Still, letting an E rank like Jingming join the team would have definitely dragged down their average score. Jingming, however, was confident that with his current power, he could achieve a high score all on his own. The gate leading into the ruined town was pulled open by soldiers. Wang Haiyang stepped up to the platform once more and announced, the 2037 Zhang City Martial Arts Entrance Exam officially begins. Examinees enter the test site. As soon as the words left his mouth, over 1,400 examinees sprang into action. The exam started. This time I've got to stand out. My goal is Zhang and Ability University. With expectations and dreams in their hearts, the students, clad in combat gear and wielding various weapons, swarmed into the ruined town like a massive wave of locusts. Amidst this boiling atmosphere, Jingming also drew his spear and charged forward with the crowd. The ruined town resembled a gaping maw, swallowing all the students whole. The once bustling field outside was quickly emptied. All the surveillance cameras within the town were activated, along with UAVs filming from above, preparing to broadcast the exam live. In the Great Sha Nation, martial arts were held in the highest regard. Every year, the martial entrance exam was broadcast live. Nationwide, these combat scenes weren't just monitored by the Education Bureau, not only for school principals and homeroom teachers, but also presented to 10th and 11th grade students in schools across the country. Though this ruined town was once just a humble village, under John City's jurisdiction, its area was vast, with over 1,400 students entering. It only felt crowded near the entrance, but once deeper inside, they dispersed, like a single drop of water falling into the sea. Jingming picked a direction and moved forward, spear in hand, activating the smartwatch on his wrists. Immediately, a translucent blue screen appeared in front of him with a prompt. Please verify your identity on the smartwatch. Unfazed, Jingming placed his left thumb on the screen. Verifying. Fingerprint verification complete. Candidate, Jingming, grade 12, class 5, Zhong City number 2 high school. Examining the ID. In the upper right corner of the interface, 2 small display boxes popped up. One showed Jingming's current score, and the other displayed the Zhong City Martial Arts Exam Leaderboard. Rank 1, Chu Mingyang. 7 points already. So fast. No wonder he's first highest top student. Jingming thought. He's already killed a beast. Looks like it's time for me to get moving too. On the digital map, Jingming's current location appeared as a white dot. Near the edge, he was still far from the central zone. All right, I'll head straight for it. He adjusted his direction and sprinted toward the red zone on the map. He hadn't gone far when he spotted a student lying motionless on the ground. As he approached, he realized the student was seriously injured. The safety sphere hadn't even been activated in time. This was exactly the kind of tragedy his teacher had warned him about. A chill ran down Jingming's spine. If I didn't have an S-rank ability, mine might have been the same, he thought grimly. He quickly contacted the support personnel. Though concern gnawed at him, Jingming didn't hesitate to aid the injured student. Yet, Jingming harbored no regrets about entering this perilous exam. He knew that, after all, opportunity and danger were two sides of the same coin. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence. Footsteps echoed sharply from directly behind him, instantly seizing Jingming's attention. He spun around to find a beast cloaked in sleek, jet-black fur. Its eyes glowed with a pale, amber-orange hue, were it not for its blood-stained claws and menacing, razor-sharp fangs. It might almost be mistaken for a beautiful creature. A shadow cat, he realized. They're incredibly fast, boasting razor-sharp claws and teeth, and a bite force that could crush with over 1,000 kilograms of pressure. Countless examinees had tragically fallen to these shadow cats. Jingming instantly understood. He had walked directly into its trap. He quickly identified the monster before him. It was a species notoriously common throughout the wilderness. But common, of course, didn't imply that a shadow cat would be an easy opponent. Quite the opposite, their widespread presence only proved their terrifying adaptability to any environment. The moment it sighted a human, the shadow cat let loose a bloodthirsty roar, then bounded forward on all fours, charging straight for Jingming. The fresh scent of potential prey only heightened its ravenous hunger, urging it to surge forward with even greater speed. Typically, awakeners encountering a monster for the very first time will be gripped by sheer panic. However, despite this being Jingming's very first true confrontation with a shadow cat, his expression remained remarkably calm. The shadow cat closed the distance, nearing 3 meters from him, then launched itself high into the air, claws fully outstretched, aiming a vicious, downward strike directly at Jingming's head. If that devastating blow were to land, his head would explode like an overripe watermelon. Yet just as it lunged, Jingming swiftly sidestepped, easily evading the attack. He had meticulously studied the guidebooks, and with the system's enhanced stats boosting his abilities, his speed was now truly impressive. Enraged at having missed its prey, the shadow cat became even more furious, letting out an enraged growl, baring its razor-sharp fangs right at Jingming, its blood-red eyes fixed intensely on him. As it coiled, poised for its next attack, Jingming gripped his weapon, ready. Based on his knowledge, these monsters were classified as pressure beasts because they could emit a powerful oppressive aura that often overwhelmed Rookie Awakened, reducing their combat capabilities to less than 30%, or even rendering them completely incapable of fighting due to sheer fear. That's why, before the martial arts college entrance exam, wealthy families with connections would often hire professional ability users as bodyguards to escort their children into the wilderness, helping them acclimate to fighting monsters in advance. Jingming, of course, didn't have such resources. Before the exam, he'd assumed that if he ever truly encountered a monster, his body might instinctively seize up with fear. Yet when he faced the dark cat, he felt absolutely nothing in response to its savage aura. In fact, he was as calm as ever, precisely calculating the trajectory of the dark cat's leap. At the perfect moment, he thrust his spear straight into the creature's body. Bright red blood gushed forth, like water from a burst main artery. They said most awakened needed several battles to overcome the fear of facing such powerful creatures. But some people were simply born immune to that oppressive aura. It seemed he was one of those rare cases. With a sudden pull of his right arm, Jingming used the momentum to yank the spear free from the dark cat's neck. Thud! The creature's body hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The system score counter instantly updated. Successfully eliminated a level 0 dark cat, plus 3 ability points earned. Note: monsters are classified from level 1 to level 9. Creatures below level 1, they're just called level 0 monsters. If not for that system notification, he might have completely forgotten that killing monsters actually granted him ability points. Watching plus 3 points flash across his system panel, a surge of pure excitement welled up in his chest. This meant that in all his future battles, if he just racked up enough points, his strength could grow even further. Still, getting so few points from killing this cat was highly inefficient. He absolutely needed to reach the central area as quickly as possible. Jimin had no previous experience fighting monsters, and had initially planned to stay in the outskirts to familiarize himself with combat. But since he didn't feel any particularly strong reaction to a monster's aura, remaining in the outer zone no longer held much meaning. So he gripped his spear tightly and dashed with all his might toward the central area of the ruined town. Compared to Chu Min Duong, who possessed a wind-type ability, Jing Ming's speed wasn't considered particularly fast. However, along the way, he still managed to continuously take down monsters. Killed, level 0 monster, Iron Furred Boar, plus 5 ability points. Killed, level 0 monster, Dark Cat, plus 3 ability points. Killed, level 0 monster, One-Horned Rhino, and plus 6 ability points. In his battles against these monsters, Wei Min never once used his ability. He simply wanted to train his spear techniques and accumulate combat experience. After all, against these level 0 creatures, using his S-rank Violet Sky, Divine Thunder, would simply result in instant kills, offering absolutely no real training value. Moreover, the rarer the ability, the greater the energy consumption. His previous E-rank ability, Weak Lightning, could be maintained at full power for over 3 hours, but his current S-rank ability, Violet Sky Divine Thunder, would probably last less than an hour at full output. And it had to be remembered, the Martial Arts University entrance exam that lasted a grueling 12 hours. If he burned through his powers too soon, by the time he reached the core zone, facing mid to high level tier 1 monsters, he'd be left defenseless with no other attacks. That's why he had to hold back his abilities for now, saving them for the core area. What's more, after each brutal battle, Jing Ming could keenly feel himself improving. These escalating fights built upon one another, rapidly honing his combat, sense, and spear skills at a shocking pace. His spear technique in particular was growing smoother and incredibly more natural, to the point he could wield it freely at will, a sensation he had never experienced before. He suspected he had unknowingly achieved a breakthrough in spear mastery. On a cracked, ruined street, Jing Ming spotted a monster. It was as large as a small car, with a single blade-like horn on its head, thick, sturdy limbs, and dark brown skin. It radiated an undeniably ferocious aura. This was one of the monsters contestants least wanted to face, the One-Horned Rhino, and upon seeing Jing Ming, the monster charged forward like a German tank, smashing through everything in its path. Despite its massive size, its speed wasn't slow at all. As it closed in, Jing Ming stayed perfectly calm. He leapt into the air and, with pinpoint accuracy, flipped midair before driving his spear in a violent thrust straight into its brain, destroying the most vital part of its nervous system. The One-Horned Rhino died instantly, pulling his spear free. Some red and white matter oozed out along with it. For an average person suddenly facing such a scene, it would likely trigger immediate vomiting, especially if they had a weak stomach. But Wogunman's expression remained perfectly calm. He even opened his system panel right away. Name, Wogunman. Rank, Awakener. Ability, Violet Sky, Divine Thunder S. Physique, 141. Blood, energy, and spirit at a solid 160 HP. Skills, spear technique, now intermediate. Flashing lightning, gale break. Current ability points, 213. And just as he thought, his spear technique had finally broken through to intermediate. Jing Ming's eyes practically sparkled. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of pure admiration. Nothing beats actual combat. It truly was the ultimate way to drastically boost one's strength. This intermediate level, his spear technique already felt incredibly natural to wield. So what would it feel like if he pushed it even further? After only a brief moment of hesitation, Jing Ming couldn't resist the overwhelming temptation any longer. He immediately tapped the plus sign next to spear technique. In an instant, countless spear-related techniques surged directly into his mind, like an unstoppable tidal wave. This wasn't just some movie-style memory download, where you watch it once and forget it instantly. No, this felt exactly like the genuine result of personally training with a spear for decades through sheer sweat and blood. Once the memory transfer was complete, Jing Ming, who had once naively believed that spear technique itself wasn't as crucial as the two basic stats, physique and spirit, now realized just how incredibly wrong he had been. With his spear technique now upgraded to advanced, his thrusting speed had practically doubled. He had completely mastered every single skill related to the spear, no matter the opponent. He could find a way to effortlessly counter them. If only he had even more ability points. He truly wanted to witness firsthand just how terrifying a master level spear technique would truly be. Jingming decided to push even deeper into the central area, where the truly high-level monsters roamed. There, his ability point gains would be even faster. Just as he departed, several other examinees appeared at the far end of the opposite street. It was a group of 5, 1 girl and 4 boys. Leading them was Class 5's monitor, Lam Kindin, who had invited Jingming to join their team. Before the exam had even begun, Lam Kin Yin scanned her surroundings intently when she suddenly spotted a figure, one that looked strikingly like Jingming. The sight left her utterly surprised. When the others heard her mention this, they immediately assumed she was seeing things. They thought there was no way he could possibly be in this area. With his current strength, showing up here would be absolute suicide. Still, Lam Kin Yin couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Did I really mistake him for someone else? That person just now looks so much like him. I wonder how he's doing now. Captain, come take a look. This one-horned rhino. It looks like it hasn't been dead for long. A startled cry immediately drew Lam Kin Yin's attention. The group quickly rushed over, quickly surrounding the one-horned rhino's corpse, all chattering amongst themselves. The blood around its wounds hadn't even dried yet, meaning it had died within just the last few minutes. Its body bore many gruesome injuries, but the fatal wound was clearly on its head. Judging by the shape of the injury, it seemed to be a penetrating wound caused by a long, shafted weapon, something that looked a lot like a spear. Lam Kinyan was momentarily stunned. Do you think Jingming could have killed this one-horned rhino? I really did. Let's see someone who looked just like him earlier. Just one of the male students spoke up with a strange expression. The one-horned rhino, that is an extremely difficult monster to deal with. It's the kind of beast only C-rank awakeners can kill. Alone, are you saying that an E-rank awakener could take one down solo? Whether he did it or not, we can just check his ranking, right? Another male student immediately pulled up his smartwatch and quickly found Jingming's name on the leaderboard. Rank 46, Jingming, 256 points. John City number 2 high school. Jingming, rank 46. The hell? He made it into the top 50. Did I see that right? The boys were first completely frozen in shock, then cried out as if they'd seen a ghost. No way. What the hell? Since when could an E-rank awakener be this strong? I don't buy it. On the open ground, outside the ruined town, 10 massive projection screens were displaying live footage feeds, captured by military-grade drones, tracking the examinees currently ranked in the top 10. And beneath these giant displays were thousands of tiny screens with images from fixed cameras set up throughout the ruined town, only enlarged to the main display when necessary. Below the screens, in a temporary spectator stand, the leaders of the Education Bureau, along with principals and teachers from various schools, were commenting on the students in the rankings. Rank 1, Chu Minduong, 412 points. Looks like he's begun a massacre in the central area. His mobility skills are truly outstanding. His marching speed could easily rival those in the provincial capitals. Martial arts exams, no matter how you put it. Principal Liu is still the most impressive. Almost the entire top 10 are students from your school. Among them, a middle-aged man in a suit with short hair was the focus of conversation. This was Jung Van Shun, director of the Zhang City Education Bureau, who nodded in satisfaction. Chu Minduong is Zhang City's trump card. In this year's martial arts exam, he should be able to make it into the top 100 in all of Jiangnan province. He then looked toward Lu Han, the principals of high school number 1 and number 3, praising them for doing an excellent job, training such outstanding talents for the city. Then, turning to the principal of Zhang City High School, number 2, he told him to reflect and work harder, as the highest-ranked student from his school was only in 18th place. The principal of number 2, Duang Ju, lowered his head in embarrassment, promising to do better. It was worth noting that in previous years, his school had always dominated number 3 high school. But this year, the tables had completely turned. Duan Jiu scanned through the rankings for what felt like an eternity, only to realize that a mere 8 students from his school had cracked the top 50. The outcome of the martial arts exam directly determined the distribution of educational funding for each school. Due to this, Wang Jiao was intimately familiar with most of his school's top students. But the name Jingming was completely foreign to him, probably just some hidden talent from a regular class, he mused. I'll ask the homeroom teacher later. He didn't think much of it. After all, with countless students, it wasn't unusual for one or two to be hiding their true abilities. However, unlike the principal's casual indifference back in the classroom, the homeroom teacher of class 12, A5, at number 2 high school, Tran Pham, was absolutely stunned. He knew Jimin all too well. The boy was merely an E-rank ability user. How could he possibly have landed in the top 50? And even more astonishingly, he was currently the highest-ranked student in all of class 12, A5. It was absolutely unbelievable. Could he have been hiding his true power all this time? But no matter how well you hide it, an E-rank ability couldn't suddenly become S-rank. Then how had he managed to score so incredibly high? Tran Pham simply couldn't figure it out. The martial arts exam was all about real combat against terrifying monsters. There was absolutely no room for cheating whatsoever. Unfortunately, the main screen only displayed the top 10, while the thousands of fixed camera feeds below that were too dense and blurry to make out. Finding Jingming's footage in that chaotic mess was basically impossible. Inside the ruined town, after half an hour of relentless marching, Jingming finally entered the central area. Compared to the outskirts, the central area had far fewer monsters. Along the way, he could hear terrifying roars echoing in the distance. The air was thick, with a metallic stench of blood and a palpable aura of violence. Jingming gripped his spear firmly, a piece of nutrient bar clamped between his teeth, his combat boots crunching over an old rustica by the roadside. He moved ever vigilant, knowing that high-level monsters often possessed a keen intelligence and a fierce territorial instinct. A growl interrupted his deep thoughts. Then a low roar rang out, and a monster suddenly lunged from the rubble. Its shape was somewhat tiger-like, but its body was at least 5 times larger. Its fur, a striking mix of yellow and black, and most striking of all, with a bone blades protruding from its forelimbs. Sharp as knives, though clearly bone, they gleamed with a metallic sheen. Behind it, a whip-like tail lashed. A level 1 beast, Blade Claw Tiger. Jingming narrowed his eyes, like the cat he'd just faced. The Blade Claw Tiger was a fairly common monster. Looks like my luck isn't so bad. I just entered the central area and already found a level 1 beast. The corner of his lips lifted slightly. Perfect. Let's see what this intermediate spear technique I just learned can do. Jingming leveled his spear and charged straight at the tiger. At that moment, the massive tiger, its body as large as a tank, lunged straight at Su Jingming. Its sheer weight alone was enough to drive most candidates into despair. Never mind the razor-sharp claws on its paws and the bloodied fangs inside its gaping maw. And yet, there was no fear in Su Jingming's eyes. As the beast charged, his own movements seemed to slow down. He carefully observed, studying the tiger's trajectory with utmost focus. Then, with a burst of strength, he swung his spear in a wide arc, spinning it like a gigantic windmill, and met the oncoming claws with a powerful strike. The violent collision forced the tiger's attack to falter for an instant, as though stunned by the strength of the small human before it. Its paw twitched ever so slightly. The impact clearly stung. Su Jingming allowed himself a satisfied smirk. Bringing down this beast wasn't as tough as he'd initially thought. Perhaps only a tiger king-level monster could truly push him to exert more power. Be a good beast and die, he muttered, surging forward, utterly confident. To launch his own attack, the tiger let out a furious roar, enraged at being so belittled, and raised its massive forelegs to pounce on Su Jingming, but this was the exact opening he'd been waiting for. Jingming lowered his stance, his long spear thrusting straight into the tiger's belly. Blood gushed out as the weapon tore through thick fur and tough hide, even exposing its trembling internal organs. For any ordinary creature, such a wound would have been instantly fatal, but the tiger only roared, writhing in pain. Its feral eyes locked onto Su Jingming with a maddened gleam. The injury had awakened its deepest savage instincts. Wounded, it only grew more frenzied. It charged again with reckless abandon, truly worthy of being a level 1 monster. Its vitality was simply astonishing. Jingming hadn't expected a single strike to finish it, not without tapping into his special abilities. Still, the tiger's raw frenzy caught him by surprise. It barreled toward him once more, slashing again and again with all four claws. Each strike, as fierce as any apex predator of the feline family. Yet none of its attacks truly managed to endanger Su Jingming. He moved with blistering speed and precision, dodging each blow with effortless ease, though blood still poured from its grievous wounds. The beast fought on relentlessly. Jingming couldn't help but admire its sheer vitality. But to him, it was merely a wild animal thrashing in a hunter's trap. Once you're caught, no amount of struggle will save you. The end is still death, he thought coldly. Pulling back to create some distance, he steadied himself. He then focused all his strength into the spear, supercharging the weapon with his raw power. With a sudden, explosive strike, he brought it crashing down onto the tiger's skull. The supercharged blow was absolutely devastating. The sickening sound of bone shattering echoed, and the beast dropped lifeless right there. A system notification immediately flashed. You have slain a level 1 monster. Strength points, plus 14. Su Jingming's eyes widened in surprise. Killing a level 1 beast had rewarded him with nearly double the points, compared to those measly level 0 creatures. His gaze immediately lit up with excitement. That meant the stronger the monster, the greater the rewards would be. He needed to seize this golden opportunity, to hunt down as many as he possibly could, amassing even more ability points. Gripping his spear tightly, he sprinted toward the direction where the roars of monsters rumbled the loudest. He absolutely had to make the most of this chance. The ruins were clearly divided into 4 distinct zones: the outer perimeter, the center, the core, and the inner core. Most candidates barely possessed the strength to even linger on the outskirts. Only a select few dared to step into the center. As for the core, even the elite students of John Chung First High tread cautiously there. The martial arts exam would last for a full 12 hours. During this time, the principals of every school and the homeroom teachers of each class were required to remain present throughout. By now, Su Jingming's rapid climb through the rankings had drawn everyone's attention. "That's right, Teacher Tran," someone asked. "What's the deal with your student, Su Jingming? How come? I've never heard about someone like him in your class before." With so many candidates competing this year, the fact that he's managed to reach the top 50 is already incredible. "Teacher Tran, you really must be an outstanding instructor. I'll be suggesting that you give a speech at the end of year assembly. Come on, share your teaching methods with everyone." Surrounded by a crowd of curious colleagues, Teacher Tran felt utterly mortified. Even he couldn't understand why Su Jingming had suddenly become so powerful. Flustered, he tried to explain that his student's incredible success came entirely from his own sheer hard work, and that he really had little to do with it. Of course, his explanation was completely useless. Nobody cared. All eyes remained fixed on the rankings. Su Jingming had just shot up from rank 32 to an astonishing rank 25, holding a whopping 372 points. What shocked him most was that his score had skyrocketed by 44 points in a single update. What on earth is going on here? Why is Su Jingming's score rising so absurdly fast? Principal Zhao Yao furrowed his brows. As chief examiner, Zhang Wenshun mumbled calculations to himself. According to the scoring rules of the martial arts exam, killing a top-tier, level 0 monster grants about 6 to 8 points. Taking down a level 1, tier 2 monster gives about 14 to 16 points. And remember, the smartwatches that track kills have a 4-second delay, meaning for Su Jingming's score to shoot up by 44 points in an instant. Zhao Yao muttered in confusion, but Zhang Wenshun smiled faintly and finished the thought. That means within less than 4 seconds, he either slaughtered 5 top-tier, level 0 monsters, or 3 level 1, tier 2 monsters. Either case is enough to prove his terrifying strength. Perhaps he's not yet on par with Chu Mingye, or the very top candidates, but his combat ability is definitely on the level of the top 10. Zhang Wenqin turned, his expression puzzled. "Principal Zhao, why have I never once heard you mention such a student before?" Zhao Yao gave a strange smile. Truthfully, this student only exploded in ability during today's exam. As for his background, I'll need to speak with his homeroom teacher. With that, he pulled Teacher Tran Pham right out of the crowd and gestured for him to report. Facing John Wenquan's piercing gaze, Tran Pham grew visibly nervous, bowing slightly before speaking. Principal, Chief, to my knowledge, Su Jingming only awakened an E-rank ability. Idank. Principal Xiao Yao frowned deeply. Teacher Tran, are you certain you're not mistaken? Tran Pham gave a bitter smile. No, Principal, I'm not mistaken. Before the exam, I even advised him not to participate in the martial arts division at all. Honestly, even I've begun to doubt if there wasn't some error in his registration back when he first awakened. If it's true that he only has an E-rank ability, it can still perform like this, then he must have some kind of overwhelming talent. In another aspect, John Wenquan said in a thoughtful tone, unfortunately, since he hasn't broken into the top 10 yet, we can't watch his combat footage. Just wait. With his strength, he'll be in the top 10 very soon. We'll see everything then. As chief examiner, patience came naturally to him, but his words only deepened Principal Xiao Yao's unease. John shot them both a meaningful glance. When that time comes, we'll know exactly why his score keeps soaring, and if it turns out to be cheating. His voice trailed off ominously. Neither Principal Xiao Yao nor Teacher Tran Pham had any idea why Su Jingming had suddenly become so strong. But they both knew that, if it were proven to be cheating, they would not escape punishment either. Time crept by, as the martial arts rankings continued to shift. Amid the sea of names rising and falling, one in particular only kept climbing higher. In less than an hour, Su Jingming had already broken into the top 10. Duang Qi's eyes widened in shock when she saw his name. Her suspicion was now confirmed. It had been Su Jingming, who destroyed the training hall yesterday. Chu Mingyang saw the name Su Jingming flash on screen and was completely unfamiliar with it. He'd never heard of this person before in his life and wondered who this new contender was and just how powerful they could truly be. The moment Jingming broke into the top 10, his combat footage was immediately broadcast on the massive screen for all the teachers to meticulously observe. Right at that moment, he had just effortlessly taken down a level 1 Shadow Cat, bagging himself a cool 14 points. He couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. The sheer efficiency of hunting monsters in the central zone was absolutely excellent. Then, he noticed the drone camera hovering directly overhead, recording his every move. That could only mean one thing. He had officially broken into the top 10. This grueling exam was explicitly designed to test the true strength of all candidates. The higher your score, the more privileges you'd unlock. Su Jingming had absolutely no intention of hiding his power. Breaking into the top 10 was just the very beginning. Right after that, he quickly opened his personal status panel. Name, Su Jingming. Rank, Awakener. Ability, Violet Heaven. Divine Thunder. Physique, 141. Spirit, 160. Skills, Spearmanship Advanced, Wind and Thunderbreak Beginner. Ability points, 312. Su Jingming was utterly stunned. He already had over 300 ability points, yet his rank still hadn't budged. His brows furrowed. There were only two possibilities. First, the breakthrough from Awakener to a true ability user required an absolutely enormous amount of points, and 300 still wasn't nearly enough. Second, the evolution process had specific conditions. If those weren't met, even the system itself couldn't help him level up. To evolve from an Awakener into a true ability user, he had to learn the proper method of cultivating abilities. So that's it. Because I haven't learned it yet, I can't rank up, Su Jingming speculated silently. Still, with his current overwhelming strength, he was hardly any different from a true ability user. For now, the only thing he could do was continue enhancing his base attributes, or combat skills. After a moment of focused thought, Su Jingming swiftly distributed all his points. Physique plus 200. Spirit plus 112. Physique, 141. Spirit, 181 points. Spirit at 160 Hz. Spirit at 182 Hz. Instantly, a surge of power coursed through his body. His mind, now sharper and clearer than ever before. All the fatigue he had accumulated, from endless travel and relentless battles, vanished without a trace. In the ruined central zone, the air reeked of fresh blood, mingled with the pungent stench of wild beasts. 10 massive tigers circled the mangled carcass of a rhino, their piercing eyes constantly scanning their surroundings, as if standing vigilant guard. At the center, one tiger leisurely fed, clearly the alpha. Monsters generally fell into two categories: solitary hunters, or those that lived and hunted in packs. These tigers, undoubtedly, were the latter. For any ordinary candidate, encountering such a formidable pack meant only one viable option: retreat. But in Su Jingming's gaze, his black and white pupils glimmered with a blazing, unyielding battle intent. This was precisely what he craved. If he could wipe out this entire pack, he'd harvest a massive horde of ability points. Just as he prepared to make his decisive move, he sensed someone stealthily approaching. He turned sharply, his voice cold. "Who's there? Come out. I already noticed you." From the lingering shadows, Chu Mingyang emerged, a slight smile on his face. "Your perception is incredibly sharp. I didn't expect you to detect me so easily, and I certainly didn't expect that you'd actually make it into the top 10. Su Jingming was genuinely surprised. As far as he could recall, they had never once met. How did this man know his name? Was still smiling. Chu Mingyang then explained, "I know everyone strong enough to enter this central zone. When I saw a new name appear, I guessed you must be the rising star. Chu Jingming." At that, Chu Jingming understood how Chu Mingyang recognized him. Then, Chu Mingyang gestured toward the intimidating tigers ahead. "I'm here for that pack. The leader is a mid-level monster, and with 10 more level 1 tigers backing it up, there's no way a single person can take them all down alone. So, I suggest we work together. Shall we?" Jingming simply smiled, shaking his head. "No need. I alone am enough to wipe them all out." Jingming then leaped onto the broken-down bus, right in the middle of the road, and his sudden appearance immediately drew the attention of the tigers that were roaming the square. All, that is, except for the Tiger King in the center, which was still busy feasting. The other 9 tigers, who had been resting, all stood up at once, their eyes, now filled with vigilance and fury, locked onto the small human, who dared trespass into their territory. Yet despite their hostility, the beasts remained in place, showing no immediate signs of attacking. Jingming's gaze swept over the alert tigers, his mind perfectly calm. Everything was unfolding just as he had predicted. The Tiger King, being a higher-ranked monster, possessed a sliver of intelligence. It could command the lower-ranked tigers to fight in coordinated, if simple, formations. At that moment, the Tiger King let out a thunderous roar. The sound was a clear signal for the lower-ranked tigers to attack. Slowly, they began advancing toward the bus. Their pace wasn't fast, but as 9 colossal tigers, each the size of a car, gathered together, the aura they exuded was terrifying beyond words. Roar! A second bellow shook the air. At once, the 9 tigers, which had been closing in at a steady pace, scattered apart. Then, from multiple directions, they lunged simultaneously at Jingming. Hidden nearby, Zhou Mingyang's heart tightened as he watched the scene unfold. He wanted to see whether Jingming was truly a powerful fighter, or just a reckless fool about to throw his life away. Jingming twisted his wrist, his grip tightening on the long spear in his hands. The weapon spun rapidly, faster and faster, until it became a blur. Facing this onslaught, Jingming's eyes remained firm and resolute. The 2-meter-long spear in his hands spun fiercely, like the blades of a colossal windmill. The 5 tigers dove head first into the swirling death trap, completely caught off guard by what awaited them. The razor-sharp spearhead turned into a deadly meat grinder, ripping straight through their skulls. Blood exploded, spraying wildly in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Jingming lunged forward, his spear sweeping in lethal arcs. With pinpoint precision and a single fluid motion, he swiftly slashed open the throats of the remaining beasts. With the enhanced stats he'd gained along the way, he could now slaughter these creatures with nothing but the raw power of his body. Meanwhile, the system notifications chimed continuously. You gained plus 10 points for killing a rank 1 low-tier tiger. You gained plus 1. 5 points for killing a rank 1 mid-tier tiger. It was then that the Tiger King finally realized something was terribly wrong. The towering beast abruptly rose to its feet and began striding forward. As it passed by a wounded tiger, it crushed the pitiful creature beneath its paw without hesitation, as though enraged by the weakness of its kin. Seeing this, Jingming felt a twinge of regret at losing those points, along with a bitter reminder. His strength was still lacking. He couldn't claim every kill for himself. Now he stood alone, spear in hand, facing down the mighty Tiger King. In his clear, unwavering eyes, there was not a trace of fear. Only coldness remained and endless killing intent. Roar. Whether it was the sight of its fallen brethren or the defiance blazing in Jingming's gaze, the Tiger King erupted in a furious bellow that shook the very air. That roar unleashed a terrifying sound wave. The few glass windows, still intact, on the surrounding buildings, instantly shattered as if a bomb had just gone off. The shockwave made the ears of anyone nearby throb with pain. Even Zhou Mingyang had to retreat further back, his eyes full of caution. Jingming chose to go on the offensive, gripping his weapon tightly. He charged forward, facing the beast head-on. As Jingming closed in, the massive tiger immediately brought down its enormous paw. The crushing strike was deflected mid-air. Jingming masterfully redirected it with his weapon. Almost instantly, the beast whipped its tail around. The bone blade at its tip sliced fiercely through the air, aiming straight for Jingming. He intercepted the blow, just enough to slow its momentum. Then, using the tiger's tail as leverage, he vaulted himself high into the air. The Tiger King was utterly caught off guard by Jingming's incredible agility in that instant. Jingming brought his weapon, crashing down hard onto the creature's skull. The colossal head nearly caved in from the sheer, devastating force of the blow. Without a moment's hesitation, Jingming drove his spear down once more, piercing the Tiger King's head clean through, finally ending its monstrous life. The system immediately chimed, "Congratulations, plus 20 points awarded." In less than 2 minutes, the entire pack of tigers had been utterly wiped out. Zhou Mingyang stood frozen in absolute shock, his whole body stiff with disbelief. He hadn't expected Jingming to be this powerful. In his eyes now, Jingming was no longer a mere participant in this exam. He was a monster. Jingming looked down at the lifeless Tiger King at his feet and gave a faint shake of his head. Even with his physique enhanced by the system, he still couldn't quite gauge the full extent of his combat strength. He didn't know just how powerful he would become once the exam was over. But one thing he believed with absolute certainty: the stronger he got, the better it would be for him. With that conviction, he resolved to hunt down even more monsters. At that moment, Zhou Mingyang hurried out from his hiding spot and ran toward him. "Wait, how could you possibly take down a whole pack of monsters with nothing but a spear? Is your ability close combat fighter type?" But Jingming simply ignored his curiosity. Right now, his only concern was to make the absolute most of his time hunting monsters. He then vaulted onto a nearby building, ready to continue his journey, casually leaving Zhou Mingyang with a single, startling truth. His true ability was lightning control. This seemingly honest answer, however, only made Zhou Mingyang feel even more uneasy. He was utterly convinced Jingming was lying, because in the intense battle they just had, Jingming hadn't used a single skill related to lightning. Frantically, Zhou Mingyang pulled up the updated leaderboard. After all the monsters Jingming had just slain, he was terrified his own #1 spot might have been stolen. And indeed it had. Jingming was now ranked first, with a staggering 1,122 points, while Zhou Mingyang had slipped to second, with only 985 points. Meanwhile, back in the teacher's monitoring room, shockwaves were rippling through the stunned staff as they watched Jingming's unbelievable performance. None of them had ever expected an 18-year-old to wield a weapon with such absolute mastery. Director John Win-chun then confirmed to the others that Jingming was not cheating. He is a genuine talent. Congratulations. Principal Zhao, it looks like this year's top scorer in Zhansheng will belong to your second high school. Principal Zhao, brimming with barely contained excitement, responded, "Thank you, sir, but the exam isn't over yet. The results are still undecided." He thought, "Jingming, you truly are the biggest surprise of all. Finally, our second high school will have its moment to shine." 3 hours later, in the central zone, Zhou Mingyang walked with wary steps, his eyes meticulously scanning his surroundings. He couldn't understand what had happened here. Every single monster in the area seemed to have vanished. At this moment, however, he noticed a group of students walking directly toward him. These were the very students ranked in the top 10 of the exam. He asked why they were all moving together like this. A petite girl named Ming Di replied with a hint of annoyance, "Didn't you even check the scoreboard? Almost all the monsters in this entire area have already been completely wiped out by Jingming." That's why we had no choice but to group up. Otherwise, it'd just be a total snooze fest. Joming yang gasped inso impossible. How is that even possible? Every monster here is incredibly strong. If you don't believe me, then just open the ranking board and check his score. You'll understand, Tang Chi stated, as she walked up beside him and pulled up the leaderboard. 3,400 points. Upon seeing Jing Ming's terrifying score, Zhou Ming Yang's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Watching his reaction, Tang Chi sighed. Now you finally understand, don't you? Why we said Jing Ming annihilated all those monsters. Killing a low-tier level 1 monster usually gives around 14 to 16 points, while killing a mid-tier level 1 monster gives around 20 to 22 points, with 3,435 points. Even if you subtract the 700 plus points he earned in the Central Zone, he still has more than 2,500 points left. In other words, Jing Ming alone has slaughtered nearly 200 monsters in the Central Zone. Zhou Mingyang stood there, utterly dumbfounded by her words. Now he finally understood why. Jing Ming never wanted to cooperate in hunting monsters. He was afraid others would steal his kills, so that's what he'd been planning all along. At this point, Tang Chi explained that the three of them intended to go deeper into the core Central Zone to hunt stronger monsters. She asked if Zhou Mingyang wanted to join them. Feeling a surge of unease, Zhou Mingyang reminded them that the core Central Zone housed high-tier, level 1 monsters, and possibly even level 2 monsters. Entering that area would be extremely dangerous. But the confident girl simply replied, "We're well aware of the dangers we might face there. That's exactly why we teamed up in the first place. So, do you want to come with us or not?" Ruined Town, Central Zone. Jing Ming was sitting atop a mountain of monster corpses, so many that it was impossible to count them all. The sheer carnage on display, just how terrifying the previous battle truly was. He calmly ate the food he'd prepared earlier for the exam. By now, his provisions were almost entirely gone, a clear sign the exam was nearing its end. But Jing Ming wasn't ready to stop yet. He wanted to rack up even more points, and his next destination was the core Central Zone. To take down the level 2 monsters there, however, he would need to power up one more time. He opened his system interface. Rank, awakened. Ability, Violet Heaven Divine Lightning. Strength, 181. Spirit, 182. Hertz. Skills, Advanced Spear Technique, Beginner. Thunderbolt Gale Strike. Ability points, 2,413. That's 2,413 ability points. Jing Ming's eyes lit up instantly. This was everything he had accumulated since entering the Central Zone. So many points, it was truly astonishing. Without hesitation, he tapped the plus symbol next to Thunderbolt, Gale Strike, and spent 300 points to upgrade the combat skill straight to advanced level. Immediately, he felt the changes surging through his body. With this level of power, he was confident he could defeat even a level 2 beast. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming Yang's group was also heading deeper into the core Central Zone. Jing Ming did the same. The final phase of the exam had officially begun. Jing Ming was filled with curiosity. He wondered just what kind of level 2 monsters the organizers would unleash for the students to face. Not long after, Zhou Ming and the others had already reached the vicinity of the central core area. Standing on top of the building, they cast their gaze downward. When they saw the enormous bear moving below, everyone was filled with fear. They hadn't expected to encounter the Blood Berserk Bear. The moment they stepped into this area, among monsters, the Blood Berserk Bear was infamous as an extremely rare and incredibly formidable creature to face. Zhou Ming's expression turned grim. Beyond its terrifying strength, its incredibly thick, tightly interwoven fur covering its entire body was tougher than E-grade alloy. Even a missile couldn't easily penetrate it. If it were just an ordinary tier 2 monster, the 4 of them joining forces might still stand a chance for a while. But against this white bear's sheer power, just one strike from its iron pan-sized paw would instantly obliterate them all. There was simply no way to withstand it. Beside him, Yangqi was also filled with worry. She felt they should abandon their plan to enter the central core. On the open ground below, dozens of monsters were already swarming the area. Looking down, she thought, there's no need for the white bear to even act. If we set foot in the residential district, those high-tier level 1 monsters would rush at us and tear us apart. At most, the 4 of us together could handle 3 or 4 high-tier, level 1 monsters. She sighed, I'm out. Even if we fight to the death here, it's not worth the few points we'd gain. Zhou Ming's face was twisted with frustration as he cursed silently, wondering which twisted bastard could have designed an exam with monsters this terrifying. But at that very moment, a girl named Mandy suddenly pointed below and shouted, "Wait, everyone, there's someone down there." Then the name Su Jingming rang out, making everyone's steps halt in astonishment. They could hardly believe what they had just heard. In the distance below, a black shadow charged forward at incredible speed. It moved like a hunting cheetah, and in just a few seconds, it had rushed straight to the entrance of the residential district. All eyes instantly focused on the spot where Su Jingming had appeared. Ming Gudi's cheeks flushed as she praised how incredibly handsome Su Jingming was. Zhou Ming, however, scoffed coldly. What good is being handsome when you throw yourself into a monster horde like that? That's just a death wish. Roar, roar. Sure enough, Su Jingming's sudden appearance instantly plunged the monsters below into utter chaos. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen high-tier, level 1 monsters roared and charged straight for him. It's over. He's angered the entire horde. Meng Di cried out in utter panic. At first, Su Jingming was able to easily handle the few monsters that lunged at him, killing many with a single, effortless strike. But immediately after, as wave after wave of monsters swarmed in, he was quickly overwhelmed. Su Jingming's figure was completely swallowed by the ferocious horde. Shui Jingming, could he really have died just like that? Why was he so reckless? Zhou Ming frowned. At this distance, even if they wanted to save him, it would already be too late. By the time they rushed down, Shui Jingming would be dead beyond saving. Yang Qi, however, refused to give up. She decided she had to go down and see for herself what had become of Su Jingming. But the others immediately held her back, urging her to calm down. They argued that going down would be pointless. With that overwhelming number of monsters, they would only end up dying, the same way Su Jingming did. Yet Yang Qi still wouldn't give up. She revealed that Su Jingming was her cousin, and she couldn't just stand there and watch him die. But at that very moment, everyone's hearts suddenly jolted violently. A deep, majestic voice suddenly echoed right by their ears. Lightning. Immediately after, amidst the deafening rumble of thunder, a surge of violent shockwaves erupted ferociously at the very center of the monster horde. Boom! Every monster struck by the shockwave convulsed, as though struck by lightning. Their bodies shriveled char-black and were hurled backward. The once dense horde was instantly swept clean. A swath, as if messy pencil marks on paper, had been effortlessly wiped away by an eraser, leaving behind a vast, empty space. At the very center of that clearing, Su Jingming's tall, upright figure stood proudly, like a war god descending upon the world. Countless arcs of violet lightning crackled, coiling around his body as if cheering and welcoming the arrival of a sovereign. Su Jingming Sumai Fai Li, admitting to himself that his raw strength alone still wasn't enough to face higher-ranked monsters. He had to use his ability. Raising his left hand, his eyes gleamed with fascination as violet sparks danced at his fingertips. The might of an ability was tied to both its rank and its fundamental attributes. Indeed, an S-rank ability, so dominerink, so overwhelming. His gaze shifted forward. The dozen monsters that were left, half dead and twitching, had already drawn the attention of the Beast King. Here, the white bear, once lying prone, now reared up on its hind legs. It loomed 5 meters tall, 3 meters across, no different from a heavy tank. Imagine a hulking bank suddenly rearing apri. The sheer oppressive force of that vision was terrifying beyond measure. That was the scene Su Jingming now faced. The rare monster, the white bear. This year's martial arts examination was anything but easy, but with S-rank power. He believed he could handle it. Yet, under its oppressive aura, the remaining monsters, who had already been cowed by a Su Jingming's display, now went berserk. Su Jingming realized that once the battle with the bear began, the others would seize the opportunity to attack, which would be troublesome. He decided to clear out the lesser monsters first. Su Jingming's eyes suddenly turned razor-sharp. The lightning that had only been swirling around his body now surged inward at his command. His entire body quaked violently, as though injected with a powerful stimulant. In an instant, his once clear eyes were flooded with a violet glow of lightning. A terrifying power erupted through his limbs, coursing through his entire body. On his sharply defined face, Su Jingming's lips curled into a savage grin. The very next moment, Su Jingming shot forward, targeting the small monsters. Lightning flared, and his figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was right beside a high-tier level 1 tiger. A heartbeat later, the spear in his hand flashed like a bolt of lightning, tracing a violet-black arc through the air. Before the tiger could even react, the spear pierced straight through its heart, killing it instantly. One after another, the nearby monsters were struck down in the same way. Almost every thrust, every slash, meant another high-tier level 1 monster slain. This state he had entered was one of the fundamental applications of the lightning system, lightning infusion. By channeling lightning directly into his body, every cell was stimulated, causing his physique to undergo a dramatic surge. He could feel it clearly, the thunderous current, coursing through him like a raging river, amplifying his strength to an unbelievable degree. Of course, letting lightning rampage through the body was extremely dangerous. One slip, and his meridians could shatter. That was why this state couldn't last for long. But to wipe out these monsters, it was more than enough. When he appeared beside a high-tier, level 1 rhinoceros, the spear in his hand flashed like lightning, carving a violet-black arc through the air. Before the beast could even react, a thin line of blood appeared across its neck. A moment later, its massive head slid smoothly to the ground. Su Jingming's score points surged upward at an astonishing speed. Roar! Seeing the rhino slain right before its eyes, the white bear finally lost control. It let out a thunderous roar and charged straight at Su Jingming. Despite its colossal frame, the white bear was anything but slow. Its powerful limbs pounded the earth, and in the blink of an eye, it covered over 30 meters. The very next instant, the colossal punch slammed down where Su Jingming had just been standing. But if the white bear was fast, Su Jingming was even faster, empowered by the violet heaven divine lightning. He vanished from that spot in a flash. The bear spotted him nearby and bellowed again, charging once more, its bloodshot eyes blazing with fury. Perhaps this was the very first time a human dared to treat it with such contempt. Su Jingming, however, had no intention of clashing with the bear just yet. The level 1 monsters were still around. After all, evading its swipe, he soared into the air. In the next breath, he became a violet-black blur, weaving through the monster horde. Each strike of his lightning-wreathed black spear claimed another life. Eliminated. High-tier level 1 rhino, plus 15 ability points. Eliminated. High-tier level 1 shadow cat, plus 13 ability points. Eliminated. High-tier level 1 tiger, plus 14 ability points. The crisp system prompts rang endlessly in Su Jingming's mind. At the same time, the white bear's furious, yet powerless roars echoed through the central core. Its rage shook the very air as it failed, again and again to catch Su Jingming. But Su Jingming didn't stop. With a playful smile, he taunted, "What's wrong? Are you angry? Are you mad because I'm slaughtering your underlings?" Boosted by the violet heaven divine lightning, Su Jingming was as carefree as if he were walking a dog in the park, mocking the bear as he thinned the horde. Now, only one rhinoceros remained before him. He chuckled, saying he would play with the bear. After dealing with this last beast, the colossal monster seemed to realize its speed wasn't enough to keep chasing, was nothing but a mockery. Standing in the center of the plaza, its colossal, mountain-like form fixated on Su Jingming, its gaze burning with blood-red intensity. In a flash, almost instantly, just as Su Jingming materialized before the rhino, the colossal white bear appeared directly behind it. With a guttural, earth-shaking roar, its enormous paws slammed together from both sides, aiming to crush the very spot Su Jingming had occupied. Even Su Jingming was caught off guard. He hadn't anticipated the beast, predicting his precise movements. The bear's colossal palms crashed together, resulting in a deafening crack of bone and splattering flesh. The ensuing shockwave kicked up a furious storm of dust, completely blanketing the entire area. But the attack hadn't struck Su Jingming. Instead, the rhino's massive body had been utterly obliterated, crushed between the bear's devastating blows. Just then, in a blink, Su Jingming materialized in midair right behind the beast, his entire form wreathed in crackling arcs of violet lightning. With a confident smirk, he boldly declared, "Let's find out if your tough fur can truly withstand the might of my lightning." Jingming's resolute expression remained unwavering, as his left hand subtly clenched within the ethereal void, like a true thunder god, commanding dominion over all creation. Arcs of ferocious violet lightning, divine power from the heavens, began gathering rapidly around him, then converged into a single, blinding bolt of blazing purple lightning, crackling with raw energy. With overwhelming force, the purple lightning was then unleashed, surging forward relentlessly, striking the colossal bear directly on. En instant laté, a cataclysmique explosion érupted. Massive shock waves instantly rippled outward, expanding in relentless, concentric circles, making it incredibly difficult, even for the students observing from a safe distance, for them to simply remain standing. This terrifying, awe-inspiring scene was also captured by drones and instantly transmitted back to the monitoring room. The superintendent, the principal, and the other stunned teachers who were watching were all left absolutely gaping in pure shock. Was this truly Jing Ming's lightning-type ability? Principal Zhao Yao sharply drew in a cold, ragged breath. Next to him, Education Bureau Chief Zhang Wenqin's eyes were wide with utter disbelief. Principal Zhao, are you seriously telling me this is just an E-rank ability? Are you kidding me? Someone quickly exclaimed, eager to explain. Just from the explosive force of his power alone, he could wipe out an entire squad of high-level monsters in seconds, maybe even fight on par with a tier 2 boss. Even many A-rank ability users can't pull that off. Zhang Wenqin's face split into an excited grin. No matter what rank the boy's ability truly was, its sheer, destructive power would shake the entire nation the moment people witnessed it, back in the ruined town's central core. However, the Thunderbolt, powerful enough to kill a tier 1 high-class beast in an instant, only flickered across the bear's thick fur, other than making its face contort into an even more savage snarl. It hardly seemed injured at all. Jingmin immediately leapt back to maintain distance, his eyes narrowing in caution. As expected of a rare Tier 2 beast, its defense really is monstrous. Unlike ordinary tame beasts, this bear had never shed or cleansed its fur. Over time, its hair had naturally matted together, forming a natural armor like a coat of steel. That fur armor's hardness could rival even E-grade alloys. What made it worse? It didn't conduct electricity. With his current strength, Jingming couldn't possibly take it down in a single strike. After all, he had only just awakened his ability. It seems I'll have to break through its defenses first, he thought grimly. But the bear had no intention of sitting idle. Roar! Its earth-shaking bellow reverberated through the ruins, as its blood energy suddenly flared to life, solidifying into tangible, crimson flames that wrapped around its massive body. Like a raging super scion, its scarlet life force surged upward, in violent whirlwinds that clawed at the sky. In the next heartbeat, its hulking frame swelled even larger, muscles bulging, veins popping across its already fearsome face. The ground beneath its feet, it vibrated with the sheer energy pouring from it. Shattered concrete and loose stones rattled with every powerful pulse. Then, in less than a second, the beast coiled its massive legs beneath it. The ground collapsed, forming a deep crater under the immense pressure of its gigantic body, clad like a steel juggernaut, launched straight toward Jingmin. What the hell? Do you know what it feels like to have an entire tiger tank charging right at you? In that moment, Jingmin felt exactly that illusion. His face paled as he scrambled to dodge aside. The bear slammed down like a falling meteor onto the very spot he had been standing just a second ago. The already weathered concrete yard finally gave way, completely shattering into massive chunks, with the beast at its devastating center. Cracks spiderwebbed in every direction as dust clouds erupted into the air, billowing outward like a raging storm. Jingmin clicked his tongue in annoyance. So it's already triggering Berserk this early? This bear really has it out for me. When the dust finally cleared, the crimson, super scion-like form of the bear emerged once again. In Jingmin's sight, it immediately launched a flurry of relentless attacks. High-level or rare, beasts often possess skills similar to human combat techniques. Among them, Berserk was one of the most common. Research had shown that in a Berserk state, whatever little intelligence a beast originally had would be completely erased, turning it into nothing more than a killing machine that acted purely on instinct. At the same time, its physique and strength would be massively enhanced. Typically, a beast would only choose to enter Berserk when cornered, yet despite the ferocity of the onslaught, Jingmin easily dodged every strike. Instead of feeling pressured, he was exhilarated. Once he brought this beast down, his own power would increase tremendously. The strategy Jingmin chose was simple. Never face the bear head-on. His physique had already reached, scoring a massive 180 points. And after activating cell stimulation, his power skyrocketed even further, granting him truly terrifying strength. But the best option was still to use his speed and agility to strike. Lightning flashed. Jingming's figure vanished instantly. Long spear in hand, the bear instinctively sensed danger. But before it could even react, a sharp, searing pain erupted from its leg. A massive wound ripped open on its left thigh, edged with crackling purple lightning. Blood spurted like a crimson fountain, gushing from the torn artery. With an agonized roar, the beast slammed its enormous fist toward the tiny, human at its feet, compared to its towering 6-meter frame. Jingming's 6'1" figure was minuscule, but infinitely more agile. He had already retreated far out of reach. Boom, boom, boom. In its frenzy, the bear became a rampaging engine of destruction, smashing everything around it into heaps of mangles, monster corpses. At that exact moment, Jingming unleashed the Violet Heaven Divine Lightning, in full force. Countless arcs of violet thunder erupted from his body, raining down mercilessly upon the bear, already slower than Jingming to begin with. The beast was now crippled with wounded legs, making it even clumsier. Though stripped of intelligence and berserk, primal instinct still lingered. It knew lightning alone couldn't deliver a killing blow, so it hunched down, muscles straining as it braced for defense. Boom, boom, boom. For half a minute straight, the Violet Heaven Divine Lightning bombarded it, without pause. The bear's once gray-white fur was now scorched, black smoke curling off its char body, as the air filled with the stench of burnt hair, and ozone. Seeing the bear unable to move, Jingming believed he had already won. He hadn't expected that even the beast's terrifying defense couldn't endure his relentless lightning strikes for more than 2 minutes. At that instant, his figure flickered and reappeared, barely 3 meters in front of the bear, poised to deliver the finishing blow. But then, the bear lunged forward to attack, even at such close range. 3 meters? That was practically nothing. It could reach him with a single stride. Yet, just as it raised its massive leg, preparing to unleash its full fury on the tiny human, a look of horror suddenly flashed across its face. Its legs had gone completely numb, stubbornly refusing to obey its will. Did you truly believe that enduring my Violet Heaven Divine Lightning for 2 full minutes would leave you unscathed? Jingming shook his head lightly. He gripped his spear tightly and began his counterattack. His entire body became enveloped in radiant, violet lightning. Under the ancient aura of the Violet Heaven Divine Lightning, Jingming at that moment looked like a god descending to earth. At the tip of his spear, a crackling thunderbolt slowly condensed. Then, like a cannon shot, he drove it forward, straight into the bear's chest. Boom! The giant beast was instantly blown away. hurled hundreds of meters through the air before crashing into and utterly collapsing. A high-rise building finally coming to a halt. On its left chest, a massive, scorched crater gaped open. Its heart had been completely obliterated, leaving only stray arcs of purple lightning, flickering faintly in the void where it once beat. Zhang, you have slain a Tier 2 beast. Gain plus 24 ability points. Hearing the familiar system notification, Jingming steadied himself and exhaled deeply. It was finally over. That battle had nearly drained all of his current strength, though it lasted barely 2 minutes. The sheer intensity and constant mental strain had pushed him to his absolute limits. If it had dragged on any longer, he wasn't sure he could have endured. Luckily, the outcome was more than satisfying, and without a doubt, it was the most exhilarating fight he had ever experienced. Curious now, Jingming opened up his score panel, with every beast in the central zone wiped out by his hand. Just how high had his point climbed? At that very moment, the atmosphere inside the monitoring room erupted. Teachers and officials burst into cheers, their excitement overflowing. Jingming had secured first place with an astonishing 10,835 points. Over 10,000 points, not only breaking the city's record, but also smashing the all-time record of Joan, an entire province. Truly a genius among geniuses. Last year's highest score had only managed 8,000 points. Without question, he would be crowned provincial champion of Joan. And after checking his information panel and being surprised by the score he had just earned, Jingming still wasn't ready to stop. There was still a little time left before the exam ended, so he decided to stay in the central zone and kill more monsters. His gaze swept past the lifeless corpse of the bear. Without pausing, Jingming slung the nearly broken black obsidian spear across his back and continued heading toward the central area. On top of a building, Zhou, Main, and the others were still shaken by Jingming's performance. The bear is dead. Look over there. Jingming's leaving. He's heading toward the central area. With such a high score, why not in the test early? The central area, as expected of the provincial top scorer, even after killing a Tier 2 monster. He isn't letting his guard down. He actually wants to head back to the central area to wipe out monsters. Zhou Main snapped back to his senses, slapping his thigh with a loud smack. It's over. I don't know if Jingming will end up as the top scorer, but I do know this. If we don't get to the central area fast, then, with only an hour left, we might not even score a single point. That's right. Damn it. With Jingming's speed, don't tell me. He's planning to sweep the entire central zone clean. Hurry, move it. Ha 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 ha. If that's the case, I'm heading there first. The group immediately reacted, no longer wasting time, just thinking, and rushed downstairs, weapons in hand. Zhou Main, no longer caring about his teammates, directly activated his wind ability, granting him the fastest movement speed in the group. As the martial exam entered its final stage, many candidates had already been eliminated, activating their safety spheres and returning early to the plaza. The announcement sounded 3 times in a row before stopping. The Martial Academy exam of 2037 has ended. Any further monster kills will not be counted. Inside the exam grounds, every candidate who heard the notification carried different emotions, some sighing, some full of regret. As they began heading back, the exam was over. Jingming pulled his spear out from the body of a monster and allowed a soft sigh. What a pity, he mused. Looks like there won't be another chance to slaughter freely and rack up ability points like this again. He then hefted the spear onto his shoulder and walked toward the exit. The martial exam was over, and waiting for him ahead was an entirely new future. Time passed, and most candidates had returned to the open field. Only a handful remained deep inside the ruined town. Not surprisingly, Jingming was among them, but no one was in a rush to leave. They wanted to stay to personally witness what the one who scored over 10,000 points actually looked like. Chi, is he really your cousin? Among the students from number 1 high school, Xiaoya, who used to look down on Jingming, back at the Thunder Martial Dojo, now had eyes shining brightly as she turned to ask Tang Chi, Heavens, that's the 3rd time you've asked me. Fine, I believe you now. Xiaoya quickly nodded, then practically latched onto Tang Chi's arm, shaking it coquettishly. Bestie, please, just give me your cousin's contact info. Won't you, huh? Yesterday, you said you weren't interested. Why the sudden change? Tang Chi teased with a smirk. Yesterday was different. Yesterday, he was just an E-rank ability user. Today, he's Zhongchang's #1. His identity had changed, so treatment would naturally not change as well. At that very moment, a loud shout suddenly erupted. Jingming is out of the exam grounds. In an instant, the entire open field fell completely silent. Every single gaze, including Tang Qi's and Xiaoya's, snapped toward the gate of the ruined town. A tall figure then stepped out from the dim light. It was Jingming. He wore a black battle uniform, stained with blood, his face calm and composed, and a spear, more than 2 meters long, was strapped across his back. Applause erupted as everyone rushed to congratulate him. Again and again, a bald student patted Jingming on the shoulder. He said with a smile, if it weren't for him, that you would have been first for sure. This time, Jingming didn't look the least bit upset. He admitted to himself internally that his strength was still too far behind and was satisfied with his result. As Jingming walked toward the buses, the principal was already waiting for him. He congratulated him, then introduced Director Zhong Wenshun. The principal explained that Jingming didn't need to take the bus, as the director wanted to personally drive him home. Realizing that he had now become the absolute center of everyone's attention, Jingming knew if he went back by bus, he would be endlessly disturbed. He decided to accept the offer. Jingming, have you thought about which ability academy you want to attend? Inside the car, the scenery outside the window quickly receded. Sitting in the back seat was Jingming, and right beside him sat Director Zhong Wenshun. Not yet, Jingming said, shaking his head, and it was the absolute truth. Ever since transmigrating into this world, all he focused on was rapidly increasing his strength and scoring as many points as possible. He had never seriously considered which school he would attend. The director, however, was even more excited than he was. With your amazing performance, you could get into any university in the entire country. In fact, even the top 3 ability universities would accept you. You know those 3, don't you? Jingming gave a slight nod. In the Great Sha Nation, there were 3 schools that had held the top 3 positions for many years straight. Chang'an Ability University, located in the capital of Great Sha, directly managed by the government. Graduates could immediately enter the administrative system and become guardians of the nation. Madu Ability University, situated in the prosperous port city, offering elite training programs and countless outstanding clubs. It was perfect for those who sought ultimate power. Jincheng Ability University, with a history of more than 200 years, overflowing with educational resources. Even their lowest-ranked instructors were at least level 6 ability users. Among thousands of universities across the nation, these 3 stood at the very top, known collectively as the 3 Supreme Academies. They were the holy lands of study that countless candidates dreamed of entering. Jingming tilted his head slightly, his expression doubtful. As far as I know, awakened ability users need specific cultivation methods in order to truly master their powers. So what exactly are those methods? Director Zhong Wenshun smiled as he explained. The top ability cultivation methods are, for the most part, exclusive to those 3 academies. Most importantly, they provide many different ability training systems. If someone cultivates on their own, normally it takes 3 to 4 years to become an ability user. But with the right cultivation methods, it could take only half a year. And with your results this time, you've already qualified to obtain one of these special methods. Once the national rankings are released, the top 10 academies in the country will definitely throw countless offers at you just to win you over. I understand. Thank you, sir. Jingming nodded in response. By the time Jingming returned home, it was already 11:23 at night. Exhausted, he decided to shower before heading to bed. Warm water poured down from the shower head, washing away the sweat and dust from his bare body. Oh, that feels so good. After 12 hours of fighting yesterday, sweat had soaked Jingming's body until his skin felt sticky and uncomfortable. Now, as streams of warm water cascaded over his skin, his spirit instantly felt refreshed. Immediately after, Jingming opened his system panel. Name, Jingming. Rank, awakened. Ability, violet sky, divine thunder. Physique, 183. Blood chi spirit, 185. Skills, advanced spearmanship, advanced lightning breakthrough. Ability points, 2,534. In the Martial Academy exam, aside from his impressive record, the greatest harvest was this enormous amount of ability points, 2,534 points. That should be enough to last me for quite a while. After I enter university, ability points were incredibly precious. In the wilderness, there was no way to accumulate them this quickly. Only through the Martial Academy exam could he gain so much. Jingming wondered if there would be hunting tournaments against ferocious beasts after entering an ability university. If there were, he would definitely be the first to join. Just then, the front door creaked open. Apparently, he had been so exhausted last night that he forgot to lock it. Standing just outside were two figures, one in her 30s, the other roughly his age. Tall, with striking, delicate features, bearing a strong resemblance to the older woman, but with a noticeably colder temperament. It was none other than his youngest aunt, Shu Qingyuan, and his cousin, Tang Chi. The two pushed the door open, and an incredibly awkward scene unfolded. Jingming stood right there, with nothing but a towel wrapped around his waist. He was utterly mortified, while Tang Chi blushed furiously in embarrassment. Jingming instantly bolted back into his room to get dressed. A short while later, the three of them sat awkwardly in the living room. Back when his parents had passed away, his aunt had always been there for him, caring for him with immense devotion. Now, seeing the worry in her eyes, Jingming felt a warmth spread through his chest. Noticing he was safe, Shu Qingyuan let out a sigh of relief before asking quite seriously, "I came today to ask about your results from yesterday's Martial Academy exam. Ever since I heard you were applying for the exam, I've been very worried, but now I finally feel more at ease." "Didn't Tang Chi tell you already?" Jingming asked, a little surprised. "Tang Chi Jukas fly." I thought it would be better if Jingming himself delivered the good news. "I see." Jingming scratched his nose awkwardly, then said, "Auntie, I actually did pretty well this time. I scored over 10,000 points. That number was absolutely earth-shattering." Shu Qingyuan's eyes went wide as saucers. Stunned on the spot, she hadn't even swallowed the sip of water in her mouth before spitting it out in pure shock. Very quickly, however, she reacted instinctively. She chose not to believe it. Her brows furrowed. "Xiaoming, don't joke around. Tell me your real score." "Mom, Jingming isn't joking," Tang Chi said with a wide grin. "He actually scored over 10,000. No, precisely 11,000. 124 points. Su Qingyuan burst into tears, flinging her arms around Jingming. Overwhelmed with sheer joy, she knew their family finally had a true successor, and Jingming's parents would be bursting with pride. At the Madu Ability University admissions office, several people were gathered around a large table, all staring at an image of Jingming, projected onto the big screen. A young woman began her report. "This is Jingming, 18 years old, awakened as an E-rank lightning user. If this result is real, then we must recruit him," someone said. Another voice, filled with doubt, countered, "Impossible. Based on talent and theory, he could never have achieved this result." Arguments immediately erupted. "Judging by the battle footage we just saw, absolutely not. There's no way this is E-rank. His ability has to be at least A-rank, maybe even S-rank." They refused to believe that such a powerful individual could have come from a small city like Zhancheng. The first thought in their minds was that some kind of fraud must have occurred. At that moment, the young woman slammed her palm against the table, in anger demanding silence. "Enough. Stop arguing. As of now, Jingming is classified as an S-rank rookie recruit. He must be brought into our academy. I'll personally go to Zhancheng to investigate." Time quickly flew by, and finally, the results of the college entrance exam were announced. Jingming had become the top scorer of Johnson Province. After reading the notification message, Jingming was so overwhelmed with excitement that he shouted, "I did it! With this first-place position, my life from now on will completely change." This news absolutely lit up social media. A flood of articles with shocking headlines appeared, and countless groups and online forums erupted, with debates and curiosity about Jingming's identity. Journalists went wild collecting information about him, and the more they dug, the more shocked they became. and awakened with a measly E-level ability. But even without an advanced ability, every word in those reports could send shivers down anyone's spine. The headlines of these articles were incredibly eye-catching, and the moment they hit the internet, they instantly racked up a huge number of clicks and views, especially among netizens in Jiangmen province. Comments poured in nonstop. Beneath these articles, isn't the provincial top scorer usually a high-level Tier 1 ability user? How can Awakened do it? An Awakened with only an E-level ability became the provincial top scorer? If that's true, I'll eat dirt right here. You up there, wait for me. I'm going to dig up the video of his exam right now. The most common reaction to this news was outright doubt. Some extreme individuals even started yelling in the comments, claiming that this year's martial arts college entrance exam had been completely rigged. They even said Jingming was just some useless son of a powerful official who had been forced into the top scorer's position. At this moment, number 2 high school also held a press conference, both to promote their educational achievements and to quell the swirling online suspicions. The person presiding over the conference was none other than the principal, Zhao Yao. The very first question he received was about the suspicions spreading online. Many people believed that Jingming, becoming the top scorer of Jiangnan province, was an act of blatant fraud, and fraud in the martial arts college entrance exam was an extremely serious matter. People demanded the truth. In response, Principal Zhao Yao announced to everyone present that videos of Jingming's performance during the exam had already been uploaded to the school's website and that anyone could go there to verify it for themselves. As for those who had malicious intent and were ready to attack Jingming, the moment they watched the videos, they were utterly dumbstruck. They couldn't help but gasp in shock. Whoa. Just one spear strike, piercing right through the skull of a Tier 1. A one-horned rhinoceros? That's insane. This strength, it's even stronger than most Tier 1 ability users, isn't it? It looks like some kind of strength enhancement ability. But wait, he's just an Awakened. How can his enhancement be this strong? Damn it, he's not even a strength system user. He's from the lightning system. And you're telling me this kind of destructive power is only an E-level ability? Shameless media, making up crap just for traffic, with no bottom line. As soon as the videos were released, the voices of doubt surrounding Jingming quickly vanished. Being the first student from Zhangcheng to achieve the honor of provincial top scorer, his contributions were truly worthy of praise. Of course, credit also had to be given to the training provided by the school and the Education Bureau. They announced that Jingming would be rewarded with a huge prize, 1 million in cash, along with a set of ability training methods. At the same time, the city government declared that they would also grant Jingming 1 million in cash and present him with a luxurious villa in the city. By now, the reporters no longer doubted Jingming's abilities. They hurriedly snapped photos for their reports. Rewarding the provincial top scorer had long been a tradition in every province. Although Zhongzheng was far poorer compared to capital cities like Ning'an, it could still afford to provide such benefits. At this moment, a beautiful woman appeared at the press conference. She stepped out of a luxury car. Surrounded by bodyguards, she argued that, while Principal Zhao Yao had released videos of Jingming's martial arts exam, they did not prove that Jingming hadn't used performance-enhancing drugs. The most important thing now, she claimed her goal was to test Jingming's true superpower level. Just then, Principal Zhao Yao asked a nearby teacher, "Why hasn't Jingmin shown up yet?" The teacher quickly explained that he had already contacted Jingmin, who was currently training and would arrive shortly. Hearing this, Zhao Yao praised him. The martial arts exam is already over, yet he's still training diligently, truly fitting for our provincial top scorer, hard-working and relentless. Principal Zhao Yao was still being interviewed when he suddenly learned that admissions officers from the 3 top universities had all arrived. At first, he was shocked. Then, without hesitation, he stopped the interview and personally led the 3 representatives to the school's VIP reception room, where he served each of them a cup of hot tea. "Please, teachers, have a seat for a moment. Jingmin will be here in just over 10 minutes. As a Tier 2 ability user and the principal of a major high school, Zhao Yao was considered a well-known figure in Jiangcheng. Yet now, his posture was low and his attitude extremely respectful. He knew that these 3 were people he could never afford to offend. Even the faint aura of high-level ability users they unconsciously released made his heart tremble. What stood out most was the hostility between the three. When facing each other, their auras clashed like wild beasts, on the verge of tearing each other apart. They were all here to fight for the strongest students, to join their schools. So naturally, they didn't look kindly upon one another. "It's fine, Principal Zhao. Go ahead and take care of your business. We'll just wait here for a while," said Zhang Zhaoyue, the head of admissions at Modu Ability University, with a gentle smile as she waved her hand. After letting Zhao Yao leave, she turned to the other two and laughed softly. "It feels like ages since the three of us have gathered like this, hasn't it?" Inside the room, besides her, stood another man and a woman. They were Su Yin from Changing Ability University, a curvy woman with a strikingly beautiful face, and Wu Yuan from Gene City Ability University, a middle-aged man in a gray robe with long hair. Like Zhang Jiawei, they were all heads of admissions at their respective universities. "Professor John, there's no need for excessive pleasantries. We all know perfectly well why we're here today," Su Yin said bluntly, her fiery personality matching her figure. "Let me make it clear first. Jingming, our Changing Ability University, has already decided to take him." Wu Yuan from Gene City Ability University snorted coldly, refusing to back down. "Decided? You think you could just claim him like that? Let me tell you, that boy will definitely belong to Gene City Academy." Zhang Zhao sighed inwardly at the escalating tension. Because of the annual inter-school competitions, the rivalry among the three top universities for talented recruits was always fierce, especially at special admissions events. For provincial top scorers like this one, the atmosphere grew so tense that even fights between admissions teachers were not uncommon. Not long after, a sharp swish sound echoed as the sliding door of the reception room opened. A tall figure entered, a long spear strapped across his back. It was none other than Jingming. The moment he stepped into the reception room, all three pairs of eyes locked on him at once. Zhang Zhao carefully observed Jingmin and silently assessed him. The boy's body was powerful, and the spear strapped across his back bore signs of damage, clear evidence that it had been heavily used during the exam. What stood out even more was that Jingmin showed not the slightest trace of fear. When facing the pressure radiating from the three of them, his iron will remained unshaken. Right after, Principal Zhao Yao began delving into the backgrounds of the three guests. Jingming politely bowed to each of them, a respectful expression on his face. Even from their brief interaction, he faintly sensed the dangerous aura radiating from the trio before him. There was no need to ask. Their strength was at least here for. Zhang Zhao Yu was the first to speak, her tone calm and gentle. "Jingming, we've all seen the combat footage from your martial arts exam. Your actual combat ability is extraordinarily strong, truly astonishing. But I do have one question. The ability you displayed doesn't seem to match the weak E-level lightning power you registered when you first awakened. Could you tell us why? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer. We're just curious." Even Principal Zhao Yao, standing nearby, wore a curious expression at this very question. Jingming had already prepared an explanation. He calmly stated that before the martial arts exam, during training, he had been struck by lightning. After that incident, he realized his ability had become much stronger. Struck by natural lightning, leading to an ability mutation? It sounded plausible. Before arriving, the three teachers had already investigated the matter thoroughly and knew that the day before the exam, Jingming had indeed been struck by lightning. All three nodded slightly, accepting his explanation. Right after, Zhang Jiayue raised her right hand, as though conjured from thin air. A sleek, black, futuristic device appeared in her palm. "Jingming, you probably still don't know the exact classification of your mutated ability, do you? Conveniently, I brought a portable ability scanner with me. Why don't you give it a try?" Hearing this, Jingming nodded and stepped forward. He had only ever seen an ability scanner once before, at the age of 16, during his awakening ceremony. That machine had been enormous. It was nearly the size of a double-door refrigerator. He'd never seen such a compact version before, and he had absolutely no idea how to operate it. "You just need to activate your ability," Zhang Zhaoyu reminded him. At her words, Jingming took a deep breath and directly unleashed his purple heaven. Divine lightning in an instant. Violent, blinding purple lightning burst forth, wrapping around his entire body. And terrifying, too ferocious, All three instructors were simultaneously shaken. They could clearly feel the overwhelming, destructive force hidden within that lightning. Even with their formidable Tier 5 strength, they couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in front of such overwhelming power at that moment. The device in front of Jing Ming activated. A blue beam of light shot out from the machine, scanning Jing Ming from head to toe, along with the fierce lightning surrounding him. But before the scanner could provide any assessment, it shattered under Jing Ming's immense power. Principal Zhao Yao's eyes bulged wide, and he nearly cried out in shock. He had no idea what had just happened. The three instructors, though mentally prepared, still found their breathing turning heavy after witnessing the result with their own eyes. The machine's destruction meant only one thing. Jing Ming's ability was at least S rank. As expected, this time, we've truly bet on the right person. Zhang Jiaoyui smiled faintly, secretly making up her mind. No matter what, she had to recruit Jing Ming. Wu Yuan, the instructor from Gene City Ability University, immediately brightened, her eyes flashing as she became the first to speak. Jing Ming, as long as you choose Gene City Ability University, the moment you enroll, you'll be awarded a scholarship of 4 million, along with a full set of C-grade equipment. On top of that, for your entire 4 years at the university, every single cultivation method and combat technique you need will be provided completely free of charge. Is that all you've got? And you dare to brag? Su Yin raised her brows, her own eyes glowing, as she fixed them sharply on Jing Ming. Jing Ming, if you choose Qingjing Ability University, not only will we provide all cultivation methods and combat techniques, but we'll also grant you an admission scholarship of 6 million, along with every piece of equipment you'll ever need throughout your 4 years of study. Finally, it was Zhang Jiuyu's turn. After a brief pause to think, she spoke slowly. Our school also boasts a full range of cultivation methods and combat techniques. However, we won't offer scholarships or equipment. Instead, every year, we will grant you a share of S-grade cultivation resources. S-grade cultivation resources? What's that? Jing Ming was slightly taken aback, but Su Yin and Wu Yuan instantly glanced at each other, both their eyes filled with shock. Jing Ming might not understand, but how could they not? The so-called S-grade cultivation resources were treasures beyond measure, things that couldn't even be valued in money, even for Tier 5 ability users like themselves. Such resources still held enormous power. At this moment, Zhang Jiaoyu explained to Jing Ming, "Do you know about dragon-type fierce beasts?" Hearing her question, Jing Ming nodded. Fierce beasts come in many species, some weak, some unimaginably strong. Certain creatures were born with extraordinary might, their forms resembling the legendary dragon race. And so, they were classified as dragon-type beasts. The moment they're born, they're already Tier 4 or Tier 5. When fully grown, they could reach Tier 7 or even Tier -8. Zhang Jiaoyu smiled faintly. Good. Among our S-grade resources, there's one called Dragon Blood, drawn from a Tier -8 dragon beast. Just a single drop can strengthen the body to rival that of a dragon beast itself. And the S-grade resources our school provides are all of this level, equal to Dragon Blood. Get this, even Su Yin found herself tempted by the lavish benefits Jing Ming was offered. The Magic City University truly flaunted its wealth. Wu Yuan, however, was utterly indignant. She believed S-grade resources should only be reserved for the most outstanding students. How could they possibly give such a thing to a freshman? That was nothing but blatant, unfair competition. All right, now it's time for you to make your decision. Zhao AI stated with unwavering resolve. Among the 3 top-tier universities, which will you choose? The 3 instructors all simultaneously bore down on Jing Ming, awaiting his answer. Facing their intense stares, Jing Ming fell silent for a moment before finally uttering his choice. I choose the Magic City Ability University because ability points could only be acquired by hunting fierce beasts. What he truly cared about most was the pure combat training capabilities of the top universities. His choice left the other 2 professors more than a little disappointed. At that moment, Jing Ming gave a respectful, deep bow. My deepest thanks for your appreciation and concern that both of you have extended to me. Right on cue, Zhao AI pulled out a large, lavish, ornate invitation card, adorned with a fierce tiger's head pattern from her spatial ring, then presented it to Jing Ming. Thank you for choosing Modu University. We eagerly anticipate your enrollment. This is your admission letter from Modu, Awakened Ability University. Usually, freshmen register on September 1st, but because your case is truly special, you can report even earlier. We'll arrange private, exclusive accommodations for you. Jingming was quite surprised by this news and immediately inquired if he could gain early access to the library to pre-read cultivation methods and combat techniques well in advance. Zhao AI, beaming, happily agreed. She explained that Modu University's library could even set aside a private study room for him, ensuring no one would ever disturb him. And here's my contact information. Once you arrive in Modu, just reach out to me. Hearing this, Jingming was overjoyed, holding the admission letter in his hands. He could hardly contain his excitement. He wanted nothing more than to set off immediately to register for school not long after. Jingming set out for the city of Modu. Seeing him off was the family of Shu Qingyuan, the only relatives he had in this world. Shui Qingyuan couldn't hold back her tears as she watched Jingming grow into such a strong young man. Her husband, Wang Dao Lin, gently consoled her. This time, Xiao Ming is going to spread his wings and soar. You mustn't worry too much. Then he turned to Tang Chi-ya. That's right, Chi-Chi. You should be filling out your own college applications. Soon, shouldn't you? Since Jingming chose Modu Awakened Ability University, you should also pick a school nearby. That way the two of you can look after each other. Don't you think that makes sense? Yes, I understand. Father, mother. Tang Chi replied, a little flustered. After all, entrance scores in a big city like Modu were extremely high. The scene shifted to a high-speed train. There were still 6 hours left until arrival. During the ride, Jingming decided to review his newly acquired cultivation method. Among all the rewards he had received from the college entrance exams, the most valuable was undoubtedly this book, The Oceanic Domain Cultivation Method. Just like awakened abilities, cultivation methods were divided into 4 ranks: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. The higher the rank, the faster one could cultivate. The book in Jingming's hands was an intermediate level cultivation method. With his current spirit power of 180, it would take him only half a day to fully memorize the entire contents. According to the records in the book, there existed a special kind of energy between heaven and earth. By following the method outlined within, Jingming could sense this mysterious energy. On his very first day, at the same time, a plus sign appeared next to his level on the system status panel, signaling that he could level up. But Jingming decided not to upgrade. Yet, the book clearly stated, from the awakening stage to advancing as an awakened ability user, if one used a higher grade cultivation method for the breakthrough, the results would be far superior. Once he officially enrolled, Jingming would have the chance to access supreme level cultivation methods. Naturally, he wasn't about to waste such a precious opportunity on a mere intermediate manual. After leaving the train station, Jingming hailed a taxi to the university. The moment he stepped out of the car, he was stunned. The university gate stretched nearly 100 meters wide. He couldn't help but wonder how magnificent the campus inside must be. He didn't have to wait long. As soon as he passed through the gate, Professor Zhao AI drove up to him. Welcome, student Jingming. Here, to register? Get in. I'll take you to complete your enrollment procedures. First, the campus was vast beyond imagination. The university even boasted its own dedicated bus routes for students to get around. Noticing Jingming's eyes darting around in awe, Professor John chuckled. What do you think? Our university is impressive, isn't it? The entire campus spans 40,000 mu, about 26 square kilometers. On average, each student is allocated 2,600 square meters. Visitors often say you couldn't walk the entire place in a single day. Jimin felt that seeing it with his own eyes was far better than hearing it described 100 times. Before long, he had finished the registration process and received his student ID card, along with a multifunctional access card. All with just a swipe, he could freely come and go from the dorms. But when he was finally led to his assigned residence, Jingming was utterly dumbfounded. Back in his old world, before his transmigration, he'd studied all the way up to the doctoral level. Yet, he'd never seen dormitories quite like these. There were 4-person rooms, single rooms, even double rooms with a living area, but those were typically reserved for PhD candidates. Here, however, they actually used luxurious villas As student dormitories, Professor Zhang introduced cheerfully. At our university, every student has their own villa. The level of luxury depends on your entrance exam scores, with your ranking as the top scorer in the province. Your accommodation is, of course, among the very best. Over 800 square meters in total. But don't worry about being lonely. Each villa houses 2 students. It has 2 floors, one for each of you. Spacious yet comfortable. Walking inside, Jingming felt that a 2-person dorm was actually quite nice. At least it was better than living completely alone. Whether in his previous world or after transmigrating, he had always been an orphan. Truthfully, Jingming would have preferred a 4-person dorm, since the lively, warm atmosphere was far more appealing. After all the enrollment procedures were completed, the advisor continued. Now, I'll explain the special rules of our university. There are 2 main points, the credit system and the personal mentor system. First, the credit system at Modu Awakened Ability University. Credits mean everything. Meals, equipment purchases, even exchanging for rare materials. All require credits. Each credit is equivalent to 10,000 in cash. There are several ways to earn credits. The first is through the school's annual evaluations. For example, Professor Zhang explained, you, student Jingming, upon admission, you've been evaluated at grade S. That means this year you'll receive 100 credits. As she spoke, Professor Zhang clapped her hands and called out Eva. Instantly, a mysterious orb floated right up to her side, and a voice chimed out, current credits for student Jingming, 100 points. Professor John explained with a smile, this is the artificial intelligence system, installed in every single dorm room. Her name is Eva. The true Eva is the university's top-tier AI. What you see here is merely a clone. But even as a clone, it meets level 4 AI standards, fully capable of assisting you with every aspect of daily life. Jingming was absolutely astonished by this revelation. Just a clone, yet already level 4, the AI technology on this planet far surpassed anything from his previous world. The second point you must keep in mind, Professor John continued, is the personal mentor system. Every student may choose a professor they admire to become their personal disciple, studying directly under their guidance. Of course, the professor must accept you as well. The mentors here are all high-ranking ability users, nearly every single one of them, possessing self-created combat techniques and secret cultivation methods. Such knowledge is never shared publicly. Only accepted disciples can learn them. At Modi University, in the Thunder Department alone, there are 4 mentors in total. Among them, there's one in particular I'd like to introduce you to. She paused for emphasis. Dean Young Genshin of the Weaponry Institute. He is 52 years old, a level 7 or higher ability user, with mastery over wind and fire, and also an A- rank lightning ability. He is proficient in Thunderclap Fist, and skilled with various weapons, swords, spears, great blades, but his greatest specialty is the spear. His title is the Thunder Spear. Once, he ventured alone into the wilderness and fought an 8th-ranked beast, the Earthquake Beetle. The battle lasted 3 full days and nights, and in the end, he personally slew the monster with his spear. She added that besides him, there were 3 other mentors, 2 hailed from the Elemental Institute, and another from the Weaponry Institute, who specialized in longswords. Ultimately, the choice was his. For Jingming, the decision was simple. Dean Yang Genshin. After all, he too possessed lightning powers and favored the spear as his weapon. The next day, it took Jingming over 20 minutes to reach the faculty villa district. Compared to the student dorms, the living environment here was on an entirely different level. The villas were nestled against the mountains, with a wide artificial lake at the center. Picturesque scenery filled the grounds. Arched bridges, overflowing streams, artificial hills, and cascading waterfalls. Jingming walked straight to the gate and was about to press the doorbell when a male voice, tinged with amusement, sounded behind him. Here, to seek apprenticeship? Are you turning around? Jingming turned to see a young man in white, standing about 5 meters behind and to his left. The youth had delicate features, short hair, and a gentle smile on his face. Hearing this, Jingming frowned slightly, choosing not to answer. Seeing Jingming's indifference, the The young man didn't mind and continued, smiling as he spoke. Normally, anyone who comes looking for Teacher Yang, apart from his current disciples, can only be here to seek apprenticeship. As for my teacher's students, I practically know all of them by face, and you're not one of them. So, that means you must be here to become his disciple. Jingming nodded in confirmation. He wasn't surprised that the other party guessed his intention. The young man went on, in the past years, the special admissions students were at least senior level 1, if not intermediate level 1. I didn't expect that this year's candidate would be someone who's only just awakened. I'm Tan Ming Yang, a third-year student at the Weapon Academy. He introduced himself, then asked, "And you, what's your name?" Jing Ming, a first-year student. I just enrolled today. Already looking to find a master? On your very first day? That's pretty quick. Usually, freshmen. Wait until after the freshman grand competition. Before seeking a teacher. Freshman grand competition? Jingming frowned slightly. Zhang Jiyu hadn't mentioned this earlier. Seeing his confusion, Tan Ming Yang simply explained. It's a tradition at the Magic Capital University. Of supernatural abilities, usually 3 or 4 days. After all the freshmen have enrolled. The competition is held at that time. Most of the professors come to watch. Those who stand out in the freshman grand competition. They're often courted by different academies. And sometimes even taken as direct disciples. By professors themselves, of course. However, since you're a special admission student, you don't have to wait. For the freshman grand competition. To seek an apprenticeship. Tan Ming Yang acknowledged Jing Ming's approach. Still, he didn't say out loud that even for special admission students, the odds of being accepted by the dean right away, were slim, about the same as winning the lottery. More often than not, it was a wasted effort. Thank you for the guidance, Jing Ming said gratefully. Then, with curiosity, he asked, "Are you also here to seek an apprenticeship?" Under the Yang? That's right. Dan Ming Yang nodded. I've come here several times in the past 6 months, but I've never met the standards required for acceptance. I was already about to give up, but deep down I just couldn't let it go. Just then, the villa doors suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man, dressed like a butler, appeared. "Welcome, gentlemen. Teacher Yang has been waiting inside for you. Please follow me." The smile on his face was warm, like a spring breeze. For Jingming, this was his very first time here, so nothing seemed out of the ordinary. However, Tan Ming Yang was quite taken aback. This wasn't his first visit, you see. The butler had always been polite, of course, but never this enthusiastic before. Even more surprisingly, the butler added that Teacher Yang was already waiting inside. Filled with these doubts, both Tan Ming Yang and Jing Ming followed him deeper into the villa. The butler then ushered them into the living room. The instant they stepped inside, Jing Ming's eyes landed on 2 figures in the center of the room. Sitting to the right was a young man who looked to be around Tan Ming Yang's age. His features were decidedly unremarkable, the kind of face you'd never look twice at. If he vanished into a crowd, standing right beside the young man, stood a formidable middle-aged man in a sharp gray suit. He possessed a truly powerful build, and in his eyes, a sharp, lightning-like glint flickered. The moment their eyes locked, Jing Ming felt like he was being stared down by a high-level dragon beast, drilling directly into his very soul. Every hair on his body immediately stood on end. He instantly knew this formidable man was Yang Jensen. Yang Jensen simply waved his hand, dismissing the butler with a glance, and then fixed his gaze directly on Jing Ming. A faint smile played on his lips as he began. "You must be Jing Ming, am I right? Zhong Zhaoyu has already filled me in about you. Now, let's make our way to the training room." No sooner had he said that, than he immediately stood and headed to the 2nd floor. Seeing this, Jing Ming quickly followed after him. Under Yang Jensen's direct lead, Jing Ming was led into the training room, and it was a truly spacious chamber, easily spanning over 100 square meters, with an imposing weapon rack along one wall, showcasing all kinds of formidable weapons. I've already reviewed the video of your martial arts university entrance exam. Your real combat strength is genuinely impressive, and your spear technique has reached an astonishing level. But before we get into anything else, I need to see your S-rank ability with my own 2 eyes. The legendary Violet Heaven Divine Lightning. Young Genshin's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he witnessed Jing Ming's S-rank lightning ability. The incredible Violet Heaven Divine Lightning. Without an ounce of hesitation, Jing Ming readily answered his call by unleashing his power directly, Crack, crack, hiss, hiss. Low thunder rumbled, as arcs of electricity danced wildly. Violet heaven divine, lightning surged forth, completely engulfing Jing Ming's body. The bluish-violet lightning pulsed with an ancient, primeval aura, mighty and profound. The moment it appeared, the entire training room was instantly flooded with a vast and majestic pressure that defied all description. This was the true might of an S-rank ability, the legendary Violet Heaven Divine Lightning. Young Genshin's eyes shone with pure fascination as he gazed upon the bluish, violet arcs surrounding Jingming. Although he himself also possessed a lightning-type ability and was a level 7 ability wielder, the fundamental difference between A rank and S rank was a gap that could hardly be bridged. If this child is willing to endure rigorous training, his future achievements will absolutely rival my own. After taking several deep breaths, young Genshin gradually calmed his excitement, his eyes fixed on Jingming. His expression solemn, he spoke. Jingming, I know why you've come here. With your ability and potential, becoming my disciple is naturally no problem at all. But there's something I must make clear first. I've spent half my life traveling across the world, made many friends, but also countless enemies. Once you become my disciple, you will inevitably be implicated. My enemies may even target you. I need to know whether you're willing to bear that risk. I'm willing, master. Without a trace of hesitation, Jingming bowed respectfully and formally acknowledged him as his master. Jingming understood well. No high-level ability wielder ever rose to greatness without facing storms of blood and savage battles, especially for a formidable warrior like young Genshin, known far and wide for his deadly prowess. He had already faced countless fierce beasts and the numerous enemies he'd already slain. If he couldn't handle even this level of danger, then at the Magic City's Ability University, he likely wouldn't find a teacher more fitting than his current master. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Young Genshin's voice boomed, echoing 3 times, unable to contain his overflowing excitement. From this day forward, you are officially my 32nd disciple, an S-rank awakened ability wielder. Such talent only emerged in the Great Sha Nation, only once every few years. As he finished speaking, the ring on young Genshin's right hand began to glow. Instantly, 2 mysterious manuals materialized in his grasp. This, he announced, this is a top-tier method for cultivating your ability, and this is a physical combat technique I personally forged. Jingming carefully accepted both manuals with both hands, his heart surging with uncontainable excitement. Combat techniques manifested in countless forms, some focused on swift movement, others on deadly blade arts. For example, the lightning gale break that Jingming had previously mastered. Compared to ordinary combat skills, these were exceedingly rare treasures. As for the ability cultivation method, there was no need for further explanation. This was one of the 3 supreme cultivation methods for ability refinement exclusively held by the university. And the body forging martial technique, the indestructible Thunder Body, was the crowning achievement of young Genshin himself. After rigorous evaluation by both the Thunder Martial Hall and the Violent Bear Martial Hall, it had been officially classified as an S-level martial technique. Young Genshin's voice remained calm and deliberate. Yet, when Jingming heard his words, his heart subtly trembled with awe. He hadn't expected to receive an S-rank martial technique. Just like the highly coveted ability rankings, combat techniques weren't all created equal. They had their own tiers. The higher the tier, the more challenging they were to master. But once achieved, their power was truly immeasurable. For most martial artists at level 6, just conceiving an A-rank combat technique would already be an incredible feat. But young Genshin had not only forged an S-rank technique, he'd crafted one of the most potent and intricate kinds imaginable. It was directly linked to the very mysteries of the human body. There was no denying it. His martial talent was terrifyingly extraordinary. Seeing Jingming's utter astonishment, young Genshin smiled and revealed, the indestructible Thunder Body is a technique only suitable for those with lightning abilities. It has 13 stages, and each breakthrough allows your body to experience a complete rebirth, shedding the old and forging the new. but even now, I've only managed to cultivate it to the 10th stage. The last 3 stages remain untested by anyone. Also, remember this. The indestructible thunder body can only be cultivated once you've reached ability user level 1. For now, you should train with the extreme ability tempering method. Once you break through, I will help you establish the foundation for cultivating the indestructible thunder body. Thank you, Master. Jingming bowed deeply, his gratitude profound. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, having a teacher truly made all the difference. If he had to rely solely on himself, he would never be able to devise such a meticulous training path. As Jingming departed, Yang Genshin's eyes shone brightly. The indestructible thunder body is the crystallization of all my insights into martial arts and lightning abilities. If one day I fail to step onto the summit of a martial saint, then Jingming will be my greatest hope of proving this technique's worth. If he can cultivate it to perfection, his body might truly reach a state of immortality and indestructibility. More than 10 minutes later, Jingming left the villa, his mind buzzing with his newfound gains. But right at the entrance, he ran straight into Tan Mingyang. Tan Mingyang had just come out, but this time, there wasn't a trace of a smile on his face. Only bitterness. Clearly, his attempt at apprenticeship had utterly failed. Seeing this, Jingming showed genuine concern. Brother Tan, what happened? Tan Mingyang answered gloomily. Don't even mention it. Did you see that man in the main hall just now? That was Senior Brother Liu, the head disciple of the dean himself. For me to be accepted as a disciple, I had to defeat him, while he was only using 1/10 of his strength. But up till now, I still can't do it. I'm afraid I'll never pass that trial in my life. Anyway, I suppose you were rejected too, right? It's not easy to get him to take you in as a student. Want me to share some of my experience? Jingming shook his head lightly. No need. I've already been accepted. Tan Mingyang's eyes nearly bulged out in shock. He knew very well that, before the freshman grand tournament, the deans would never easily take disciples. And yet, something like this had just happened. Could it be he's really the principal's son? But looking at his appearance, it doesn't seem like it. Watching that figure gradually disappear into the distance, Tan Mingyang, after countless failures, once again sank into an endless whirlpool of self-doubt. Meanwhile, Jingming returned to the villa and went straight up to the second-floor training room. Compared to Teacher Yang's training hall, this room was smaller, only about 80 square meters, but it was more than enough for daily training. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Jingming opened up the extreme ability tempering method and began to study it. Compared to the intermediate ocean region ability cultivation method, this technique was indeed far more profound. It took him a full 4 hours to fully comprehend it. As expected of a top-tier cultivation method, the amount of spiritual energy I can sense is far greater than with an intermediate method. A hint of joy flashed across Jingming's face as he opened his eyes. The fact that he could already sense spiritual energy meant his cultivation path was absolutely correct. Next, he didn't need to train slowly, step by step. He could directly allocate points to break through. At his mental command, a pale blue system interface surfaced within his consciousness. Allocate points. Without the slightest hesitation, Jimin tapped the plus beside his rank. In that instant, spiritual energy from the air surged madly into his body, following the circulation method of extreme ability. Tempering, it automatically coursed through him, relentlessly strengthening his ability, physique and spirit. Only when he shattered some unseen barrier did the flood finally calm. Rank, Awakener. Low tier, level 1 ability user. I broke through. Clenching his fists, Jimin could clearly feel the power in his body had more than doubled compared to before. More importantly, his ability had also been strengthened. Violet Heaven Divine Lightning. With a low shout, accompanied by sharp, crackling arcs, bluish-violet lightning flared around his body. Compared to before the breakthrough, these thunderbolts were obviously larger, their color deeper and more profound. If I ran into that bear from the entrance exam now, I wouldn't even need a spear. Just these lightning bolts alone would be enough to kill it. No wonder every ability user longed to obtain a high-level cultivation method. Normally, using such a method to break through would only increase one's physique and spirit by about 30 to 40 points. But this time, his increase was nearly a full 100. The difference was staggering. This breakthrough had only cost him 300 ability points. With so many left over, he needed to save the rest for later, especially for training battle techniques. That way, he could guarantee, having accumulated enough points, he could now acquire the undying lightning body. For instance, it was even more critical than cultivation methods. Truly, an S-rank battle technique. Its offensive power was absolutely overwhelming, but the terrifying cost was a massive drain on ability energy. He had no idea how long it would take before he could fully grasp and master it. The next morning, after washing up and tidying himself, Jingming once again sought out teacher Yang Jinxin. When Yang Jinxin heard he'd already broken through into an ability user, he couldn't help but be stunned. So fast. In his 20-plus years of teaching at the Metropolitan Ability University, he had witnessed countless prodigies, but even the most gifted students usually needed a significant amount of time to move from awakener to ability user. Yet Jingming, barely 24 hours after receiving the manuals, had already broken through. Jingming smiled humbly. Perhaps the accumulation was already there, so it just erupted now. It's just a quick breakthrough, nothing worth bragging about. Besides practicing your undying lightning body, even just laying the foundation is already going to be extremely difficult. Oh, this foundation laying required the blood of a thunder-type beast to serve as a guiding medium, combined with one's own lightning ability to temper the body, fortifying bones and tendons. Its initial strength truly mattered, but the durability of the undying lightning body in the future depended entirely on the quality of the thunder beast blood used at the start. In that case, today we'll forge the foundation of your everlasting lightning body. What I prepared for you is the essence blood of a high tier, level 10 thunder beast, the storm giant bear. With a flick of his finger, the light from Yang Jinshin's ring flared. High-level beast blood is incredibly hard to obtain. Originally, I had prepared the blood of a level 7 storm bear I personally slew, but when I heard from John Xiaoyang, you're only allowed to claim one S-rank resource once a year, I decided to combine both, and even approached the dean to request a sulfur monosulfide rank resource instead. What is that, you ask? It's the blood of a level -8 thunderstorm dragon. A transparent glass vial immediately materialized in his hand. Its volume was roughly 800 milliliters, and inside, the bright red blood rippled faintly, with mesmerizing flashes of silver lightning within. Staring at the vial of essence blood, Jingming felt an electrifying rush of excitement. He knew just how incredibly valuable this was. He hadn't expected young Genshin and the dean to favor him this much. Deep inside, he made a solemn vow. When I become truly powerful, I will repay this kindness 100-fold. I'm glad you think that way. Let's begin. Take off your outer robe and sit cross-legged. Obeying, Jingming removed his jacket, revealing his broad shoulders and lean, solid muscles before sitting cross-legged on the floor. Almost immediately, he felt a chill snake down his spine, followed by sharp stabs of pain, piercing straight into his very bones. As young Genshin began pouring the beast blood over his back, the burning sting wasn't overwhelming, but it felt as if something were drilling directly into his marrow, forcing his brow to furrow. To me, as a high-level ability user, this ritual is nothing. But to you, as a low-level ability user, it's akin to poison. Just touching it on your skin is enough to cause searing pain. Young Genshin explained it as he carefully spread the essence blood across Jingming's back. Over 10 minutes later, the vial was emptied. Jingming's bare back now glowed with a radiant silver sheen. Next, I'll use the true firestorm lightning to help you forge the foundation of the undying lightning body. In essence, this process is about fusing the Thunder Beast's essence blood into your bloodstream. But how much you can ultimately absorb, everything hinges entirely on your own ability. Young Genshin drew in a deep, steadying breath. Then he growled, "True firestorm lightning, pure scarlet lightning, countless times more powerful than Jingming's own. Violet heaven, divine lightning erupted from young Genshin's body. Thunder roared, shaking the very air, and the temperature in the training hall soared, as if it had become a blazing furnace. This process will last for about 4 to 5 days. It will be excruciatingly painful, and you must grit your teeth and endure. Most importantly, you cannot lose consciousness. If you pass out, the essence blood's absorption will be severely diminished. As his words faded, the blazing scarlet lightning crashed down, engulfing Jingming entirely. Each bolt was potent enough to annihilate him, if it struck wrong, but with the precise control of a 7th tier, superior ability user. Young Genshin naturally kept everything under control. One by one, threads of true firestorm lightning carried the thunderstorm dragon's essence blood into Jingming's body, relentlessly refining his veins, his meridians, even his very bones. For Jingming, however, the ordeal was like being gnawed by tens of thousands of ants, pain that seared into his marrow. Yet he clenched his jaw, refusing to faint, silently enduring. 5 days later, at Villa number 23. Uncle Fu, it's already the 5th day, and Master still isn't finished? Lu Main, one of Yang Jinshuan's other disciples, sat on the couch and asked the butler beside him. This was the 3rd time he had come by. In the past few days, this new junior brother of mine has lasted longer than I expected. He muttered, feeling uneasy as he thought. Back then, I only managed to hold out for 2 days, and all I used was the blood essence of a grade 7, lower rank beast. Junior brother's performance truly lives up to the grade 8 dragon beast blood essence, not to mention combined with an S-rank lightning ability. I'm really starting to look forward to his immortal lightning body. Just then, a roar like that of a dragon-type savage beast echoed through the villa. The sound carried both majesty and ferocity. Just hearing it was enough to make one feel as though a dreadful dragon was roaring right before their very eyes. As junior brother finally completed his foundation, that aura, it's just like a peak-tier beast, sending chills down my spine. Lu Ming hurried upstairs. The moment he stepped into the training room, he was struck by a terrifying pressure. It felt as if a high-ranked beast was bearing down on him. The oppressive force made him shiver, his heartbeat pounding wildly. And then he saw the source of it. At the center of the training room stood Jingming, completely different from his usual, humble and gentle demeanor. His entire being now radiated a violent, dominating yoha. His once clear eyes were now blood red, his upper body bare, muscles taut, with veins bulging beneath his skin, as if influenced by their master's frenzy. The violet-blue lightning arcs dancing around him had also turned savage, flashing and crackling wildly. The entire training room was shrouded in flickering lightning, each pulse flaring with Jingming's every breath. His gaze locked onto Lu Ming, like that of a predator eyeing its prey. In the next instant, he lunged forward at terrifying speed, launching an attack, catching Lu Ming completely off guard. Jingming snapped out of it. A loud shout rang out, and Jingming's movements halted. His head throbbed painfully as he turned toward Yang Genshin and asked, "Master, what happened to me just now? Why did I feel such an overwhelming urge to destroy everything rather than worrying?" Yang Genshin looked at Ijilaradet. He explained what you just experienced. This was caused by the lightning dragon beast's blood essence. That's been affecting your mind. Lightning-type beasts are notoriously ferocious, and since your fusion rate is so high, such side effects are only natural. But don't you worry. As long as you keep your motion steady, nothing will go wrong, and as your strength grows, these side effects will gradually fade away. Hearing this, Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. Then I can rest easy. I never want my emotions to control me and end up doing something I regret. Young Genshin checked his condition again, his face brimming with excitement. You should be overjoyed. This fusion was almost perfect. Your absorption rate hit 98%. Out of the 20-plus disciples I've trained in the immortal lightning body, the highest rate anyone has ever reached was 92%. You've broken a record that stood for years. At this, Lu Ming also smiled warmly and congratulated him. Congratulations, junior brother. Anyone who can successfully establish the foundation for the immortal lightning body is bound to have a smooth cultivation path ahead. Young Genshin then added, "This is your senior brother, Lu Ming. He possesses a peak Tier 3 ability. If you ever encounter difficulties in your training, you can go to him for guidance." At that moment, Jingming politely greeted him, and Lu Ming responded with a smile. "I haven't prepared a gift for you yet, so as a meeting gift, I'll transfer you some accumulated credits. Lu Ming's temperament was gentle, and he always did what he said, seeing that Master didn't stop him. In fact, young Genshin even gave a slight nod. Jingming quickly reported his student ID number. Moments later, his phone buzzed with a notification. His student account had just increased by 200 credits. So many. Staring at the message, Jingming froze for a second. 200 credits. That was equivalent to 2 million for me. It's just 200 credits. Nothing much at all. Lu Ming waved it off casually. Young Genshin let out a hearty chuckle. Senior brothers must always look out for their juniors. When the day comes that you have younger disciples of your own, you'll also need to prepare welcome gifts just like these. Yes, Master. I understand. Jingming nodded, showing he had truly taken a lesson to heart. With a wave of his hand, young Genshin's brows revealed a faint trace of fatigue. You just successfully established your foundation, and you haven't eaten or drunk anything at all for the past 5 days. Go back and rest well. Return tomorrow. I'll have you follow Senior Brother Lu to learn fist and spear techniques. Not daring to disturb him any further, Jingming respectfully took his leave and exited the villa. Jingming's villa was located in the student dormitory, District Number 3, House Number 32. When he arrived at the front door, he immediately noticed something unusual. The door, which he had locked tightly before leaving, was now standing wide open. It looked like his roommate had already moved in. Jingming smiled and walked straight into the villa. Sure enough, in the first floor living room, a male student was lounging casually on the sofa, playing video games. The moment the boy heard someone enter, he quickly snapped his head around. Seeing Jingming walk in, his eyes lit up instantly. He jumped to his feet, hurried over, and enthusiastically extended his right hand. You must be my roommate, right? Nice to meet you. I am Liu Ventao. Glad to know you likewise. My name is Su Jingming. Su Jingming. You mean the top scorer of Jiangnan Province? Wen Tao's face openly showed his surprise. The reaction left Jingming feeling a little puzzled. You know me? Of course I do, Wen Tao exclaimed as he enthusiastically circled around Jingming. I am. Jingming asked curiously. My nickname is the Walking Encyclopedia. How about all the inside info on this year's freshman? Normally, I wouldn't have even checked your file, but your performance was just too eye-catching, so I picked up some details. The champion of Jiangnan Province. I can't believe I get to share a room with you. Oh, right, you're actually from Porjon, from Cheng'an, and during the entrance exam, you only just awakened your ability, but your ability doesn't match your rank at all. Lu Wentao was naturally outgoing and a breeze to talk to. Even though they just met, he was already slinging an arm over Jingming's shoulder, firing off one question after another. Far from being annoyed, Jingming felt the corners of his lips curve upward. After all, he had always hated loneliness. In this life or the last. In my previous life, I grew up in an orphanage. No one ever adopted me. I never felt what it was like to belong anywhere. Only when I went to school did I finally have friends around me. The happiest time of my life was during college, chatting and gaming with friends every day. Then I went on to get my master's and PhD. Who would have thought that after one drunken night? At my graduation party, I'd wake up in this world instead. Even after crossing over, I was still an orphan. But now, at least I have a roommate. Maybe I won't be so lonely anymore. Through their conversation, Jingming also learned that Lu Wentao was from Zhao Province. He ranked in the top 20 there, possessed an A- ranked psychic ability, and had chosen the martial Dao major. One day, I'll definitely become a military commander, Wen Tao said with pride, leading millions of soldiers to wipe out every savage beast on Blue Star. After chatting for a while, Jingming noticed it was nearing noon. He stood up. All right, we've talked enough. I'm heading to the martial hall for a bit. The martial hall? Can I come with you? I've never been to the school's martial hall before. Before long, the two of them arrived at the martial hall. Lu Wentao couldn't stop looking around in awe. So this is the Thunder Martial Hall of Modu Ability University. Wow, it's packed inside. Loud chatter filled the air. I finally mastered a level 4 technique. Blazing Sunfire. Oomph. So what if you mastered it? You still can't break through my metallic skin. You're all nothing. The moment I triple my size, a single slap will be enough to flatten you against that wall. Eva led the two, beginning her explanation. This is the public martial arts arena. The main hall can easily accommodate up to 300 people, training simultaneously. All the walls are forged from a grade 4 alloy, combined with memory metal, so there's no need to worry about any abilities or techniques causing damage. She also mentioned, if you prefer, you can also pick a private training room. But Jingming felt the atmosphere here was perfectly fine. The floor beneath their feet trembled from the sheer force of the training, causing Lu Wentao to mutter under his breath. Good grief, are these people trying to outdo each other? It's so noisy. You sure do talk a lot, Eva. What are those pillars for? Eva quickly explained. That's the Power Challenge ranking. There are 5 lists, one for each level of ability user, from level 1 to level 5. Would either of you like to give it a try? If you make it into the top 3,000, you'll be rewarded with 50 contribution points. Just top 3,000 for a reward? Sounds easy enough. The whole school only has around 4,000 students anyway. Anyway, let me try first, Wentao said eagerly. He strode straight into the center of the hall. Eva reminded him, all you need to do is swipe your student card on the pillar to start the challenge. But remember, you can't use abilities or combat techniques. It has to be pure physical strength. Wentao nodded, then swiped his student card at the sensor. On the first pillar, hello, Lu Wentao, student number 203,700,1,256. Beginning Power Challenge. Everyone, please cheer for him. The announcement completely startled Lu Wentao. It was much louder than he expected, and immediately drew everyone's attention. Someone's challenging? Haha. Judging by his aura, he's only mid-level. Rank 1, definitely a freshman. This will be fun to watch. Laughter and teasing glances spread across the hall. Right in the center, Lu Wentao froze. He hadn't expected it to be so public, but now there was no backing out. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all his strength and unleashed his strongest punch at the target plate. Boom, a deep thud echoed as the plate shook violently. Exhaling slowly, Lu Wentao felt satisfied with the punch. Breaking into the top 3,000 shouldn't be a problem then. The announcer's voice rang out, excited at first, then turning somewhat disappointed. Power level 476 kilograms. Unfortunately, your rank is over 100,000. Lu Wentao's face went blank. What? Didn't the whole school only have a little over 4,000 students? He quickly realized the rankings included not just current students, but alumni from previous years as well. No wonder everyone was watching me like that. They were waiting for a joke. Sure enough, laughter broke out. Over 100,000, that's hilarious. When I was a freshman, I didn't score that low. Look at him, face red as a monkey. Definitely a newbie. Jimin walked over to encourage him. Don't mind them, your psychic ability user. Physical strength isn't your forte anyway. Wentao gave a sheepish laugh. Thanks for the consolation. How about you give it a try? You'll definitely be stronger than me. Jingming nodded with interest. He wanted to test his strength as well. Go for it, the honor of our dorm is on. The line went out, cheered when Jingming swiped his card. The announcer's voice rang out again, hello. Jingming, student number 203,701,204. Beginning Power Challenge. Everyone please cheer for him. Another challenger, huh? He looks even weaker than the last guy. Just a low-level rank 1? I'd be shocked if he even hits 400 kilograms. Wait, that name sounds awfully familiar. As expected, the spectators weren't exactly optimistic about Jingming, but he wasn't fazed in the slightest. He took a deep breath, circulating every ounce of blood and chi through his body to its limit as his stance straightened. His waist powered the movement. His body twisted, driving his arm. His fist shot forward like an arrow loose from a bow, blurring into a mere shadow, and savagely smashed against the target plate. The deafening crash was like a war hammer striking steel, resounding through the entire hall. Punching power, 4,589 kilograms. The pinnacle of raw strength. Congratulations, you've just broken the record. The resounding announcement echoed throughout the grand hall. Because of Jingming's appearance, every single name on the ranking board rippled like waves, shifting downward one after another. Rank 1, Jingming. Punching power, 4,589 kilograms. Rank 2, Leon. Punching power, 4,321 kilograms. Rank 3, Chunde. Punching power, 4,122 kilograms. This sudden turn of events left those who planned to ridicule Jingming feeling as though their throats were clamped shut, completely silenced. What? The punching power record was just broken. More than 4,500 kilograms. And the one who did it was just a level 1 novice. A single punch like that could crush a body into paste. Yet it came from freshmen. It had to be known. The Thunder Martial Hall had been established ever since the founding of Madu University of Supernatural Abilities. The 5 ranking pillars on the 3rd floor of the hall recorded the punching strength out of over 100,000 students. Anyone who snagged a spot in the top 1,000 on any list was strong enough to lead an entire generation. Back in their year, it had been over 10 years since anyone had shattered the record on the first pillar. And now, the one who did it was just a new student. Countless people immediately whipped out their phones to record this historic moment. Hearing the commotion around him, Lu Wentao was so incredibly excited that Jimin had shattered the record that he declared from now on he'd follow him like a loyal little brother. Jingming only smiled and shook his head. No need to exaggerate like that. In truth, even he hadn't expected this outcome at first. He thought he could maybe hit around 3,500 kilograms at most. He hadn't imagined it would surpass that by over 1,000. Looks like this cultivation method really suits me. The boost in strength is instantly obvious. Jingming nodded to himself, then turned to Eva beside him. Breaking a record comes with credit rewards too, right? Eva confirmed that because Jingming had set a new record, he would be awarded 400 credits. The news filled Jingming with joy. His student account now held over 700 credits. Excited, he asked, "If I break the record again later, will I get more credits?" Unfortunately, Eva shook her head. Within the same tier, you could only claim the reward the very first time you broke a record. However, Jingming could still challenge the other pillars and earn new rewards there. The refusal left him a little disappointed. After all, his true strength was still far from the peak of level 1, and he was certain he'd shatter the level 1 records many more times in the future. But the other 4 pillars were for levels 2 through 5. He could always smash those later. The atmosphere in the hall had significantly lightened by now, and soon girls all around started walking up to him with bright smiles, asking, "First time here, huh? Come on, let me show you how to use the equipment." "Hey there, little bro. I'm Wang Jia, a junior here. Just call me Jia. Freshman. Our club is always looking for new members. Want to join us? We got tons of pretty girls surrounded on all sides." Jingming felt utterly overwhelmed by it all. He had no choice but to immediately flee the scene, at the same time asking Eva to arrange a private training room for him. Meanwhile, inside the teacher's villa, Lu Ming scrolled through a trending post on the school forum and chuckled, "Master, that our 4th junior brother. That is the hottest topic on the forums right now. One punch, over 4,500 kilos, breaking a record on his very first test, with a physique that strong that it's honestly unbelievable." Hearing that, young Genshin was absolutely delighted, though he feigned a playful reproach, not even resting properly, and already running off to the gym to break records. Lu Ming couldn't help but vividly recall the past. Back then, he too had once taken on that very challenge. At that time, he was already at the peak of level 1 and had cultivated the Thunder Immortal Body technique. Even so, his punching strength that had only reached about 3,500 kilograms. Compared to Jingming now, that the gap was more than just a single level. Inside a certain villa, a young man stared intensely at the image of Jingming on his phone, with eyes full of pure hatred. "Jingming, so you've come to Madu as well? This time, that I will reclaim all the glory that should have been mine. You robbed me of my chance. To become Johnny's #1 prodigy. You made me a laughing stock back in Ningen. This time, I swear, I'll take back every single shred of honor that belongs to me." After stepping into his private training room, Jingming began a grueling series of tests. He focused purely on physical strength. The results then showed that, after mastering the Thunder Immortal Body, his physical power had reached a level that could only be described as utterly terrifying. His skin and flesh now boasted a defensive power equivalent to E-grade alloy, practically impervious to blades and spears in any conventional sense. He even tried to inflict a small wound on his skin, but in just a few breaths, it closed up automatically. Astonishing defense and unbelievable regeneration. This truly lived up to its S-rank body forging combat art reputation. At that moment, Lu Wentao hurried in. "Big bro Jing, the news of you breaking the record is blowing up all over the school forum. Tons of people are commenting, saying they want to challenge you." Jingming was taken aback. He hadn't expected the competitive atmosphere at Madu University to be this intense. Of course, it was also possible that many of these challengers just wanted to step on him to boost their own reputation. But Jingming had little interest in that kind of duel. I'm heading to the martial arts library. You head back to the dorm by yourself. Madu University of Supernatural Abilities had two major libraries. One was the regular library, filled with books on history and culture. The other was the combat technique library, which stored countless combat skills and supernatural training methods from every discipline. Naturally, Jingming went to the latter. As one of the most important places in the university, the combat technique library had been built on a truly grand scale, towering like a small mountain. The rumors were true. The entire library was under the control of the vice principal, who possessed a spatial type ability. If anything abnormal happened, the whole library could instantly detach from this dimension and exist independently. Swiping his student card at the entrance, ripples appeared in the space before him. Jingming stepped straight through. The first floor was a vast hall. At its center was a single reception desk. As soon as Jingming entered, the staff member behind the desk stood up with a warm smile. Welcome, student Jingming, holder of S-level clearance, to the Combat Technique Library. May I assist you with anything? Jingming was slightly surprised. You know who I am. Even though he had just broken the record, it wasn't to the point where he should be famous enough for library staff to recognize him at first sight. The staff member's gentle smile carried not only friendliness, but also a hint of respect. Any student with S-level clearance can freely access all the combat techniques in this library. The moment you swiped your card at the gate, I received a notification for a level 4 superhuman to show such courtesy toward a mere level 1. Might have sounded absurd to others, but for her, it was perfectly natural. After all, S-level clearance represented limitless potential. As long as he didn't die young, his future would almost certainly place him among the ranks of supernatural grandmasters. So that's how it works? Jingming nodded. He said he wanted to browse the lightning type, combat technique, and asked which floor he needed to go to. The female staff member patiently explained. Combat techniques ranked B and below can be found in the public reading rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. But for techniques ranked B and above, since they're extremely precious, they're stored under strict security. You'll need to go to the 4th floor reading room to choose them through the online system first, and then you'll be issued the original manual for study. Jingming nodded again. All right, I'll head to the reading room first. Since he had the opportunity, he certainly wasn't going to waste. Stuck with low-rank techniques. Very well. Reading room 403 on the 4th floor is now unlocked for your access. Just swipe your student ID on the sensor of the door to enter. He swiped his card. The door immediately opened. Inside, an AI version of Eva was already there. Once you've finished selecting your combat techniques through the online system, Eva informed him, "We'll send you the original manuals. Because techniques at rank B and above are extremely rare, please handle them with the utmost care while reading." I understand, Jingming replied immediately. Show me all lightning-type combat techniques. Rank B and above. Understood. The small projection orb nodded with surprisingly human-like mannerisms. Instantly, a cascade of 3D holographic screens appeared, densely listing technique names, along with short descriptions. 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Domain, rank SSS, centered on lightning energy, creates a massive thunderstorm domain with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Note, requires lightning-type ability rank B or above. User must be level 5 or higher to cultivate. Wrath of Heavenly Thunder, rank SSS, unleashes lightning bolts like divine punishment, with immeasurable destructive power. Note, requires lightning-type ability rank B or above. User must be level 4 or higher to cultivate. Beyond these were numerous sulfur, monosulfide, rank technique, and even more SSS rank ones. Unbelievable. The school library has this many priceless arts, and I can view them all for free. Unfortunately, his cultivation was limited by both ability and level. For now, Jingming could only study A-rank combat techniques. A-rank techniques were divided into categories: offensive, defensive, movement, supportive, and body forging. Their sheer number was like the stars in the sky. Thankfully, one of his teachers, had already prepared a recommended list for him. Otherwise, choosing alone would have been overwhelming. A good teacher truly saved you so much time and effort. Without one, simply finding a set of suitable techniques could be utterly exhausting. Combat techniques are often categorized into various types, but when ingeniously combined, they're like chaining devastating combos in a fighting game, creating relentless control sequences. Without proper guidance, however, trying to piece together a balanced set all on your own was incredibly draining. Pick the wrong one, and by the time you even realized, it would already be far too late. After more than half an hour of intense consideration, Jingming finally pinpointed 4 devastating techniques: Thunder Feign, Lightning Spear Barrage, Thunder Shadow, and Prison of Thunder. And all 4 were formidable A-rank combat arts. Their detailed descriptions immediately appeared. Thunder Feign concentrates lightning energy and releases it as a fang-shaped bolt to strike the enemy. Lightning Spear Barrage. The spear is enveloped in crackling lightning, thrust repeatedly at the opponent's vital points. During the relentless assault, lightning accumulates inside the enemy's body and detonates at the end of the technique. Thunder Shadow bursts forth with thunderous energy, propelling the user forward over a set distance. Prison of Thunder gathers lightning to form a devastating cage of thunder, binding the enemy firmly in place. Among them, Thunder Feign was a potent ranged attack. Lightning Spear Barrage was a high-power melee assault. Thunder Shadow was a swift movement technique. And Prison of Thunder was a crucial area control ability. When combined with the Thunder Immortal Body, Jingming would become virtually unstoppable. Jingming nodded, a look of deep satisfaction on his face, and immediately hit confirm. System confirmation. You have selected 4 A-rank martial arts. The average time to reach basic proficiency in each art is approximately 6 months. It is recommended to combine them with some lower rank techniques for a more balanced approach. No need. This is enough. Not long after, the staff swiftly brought over 4 martial arts manuals, respectfully setting them down before promptly departing. 4 A-rank battle techniques. Staring at the towering stack of books before him, Jingming was overwhelmed by a surge of raw emotion. On the market, C to B-rank martial arts skills would set you back hundreds of thousands, if not millions. But A-rank techniques, even if they existed, they were utterly priceless. You simply couldn't buy or sell them. Yet here he was, getting 4 original manuals all at once. Truly extravagant. After a sigh of pure wonder, Jingming eagerly flipped through each of the 4 manuals. As expected of A-rank battle techniques, their contents were profoundly intricate and deep. The methods for channeling one's ability and blood energy were mysteriously complex beyond belief. No wonder A-rank martial arts could only truly be learned from the original texts. Copies simply couldn't capture their true essence. Time began to fly by as Jingming poured his full attention into intense study. He marveled at how the ways of harnessing raw ability and power felt so ingenious, so utterly unreal. It was almost too incredible to believe. 4 hours later, Jingming closed the last manual and let out a long, satisfied breath. He had already grasped the general essence of all 4 powerful techniques. For ordinary people, the next step would involve endless, grueling practice before they could truly hope to master them. But Jingming was anything but ordinary. He immediately pulled up his system panel and began allocating points without hesitation. Consumed 200 ability points. Thunder Fang, basic level. Consumed 200 ability points. Lightning Spear Barrage, basic level. Consumed 200 ability points. Shadow Thunder, basic level. Consumed 200 ability points. Lightning Prison, basic level. In that instant, every difficult concept within the 4 battle techniques became astonishingly crystal clear to him, as if he had practiced them tens of thousands of times over. Current information: 11 Jingming. Rank: Beginner Tier 1. Low grade ability: Divine Lightning Temple. Rank S stats: Vitality 391. Spirit 289. Skills: Thunder Fang basic. Lightning Spear Barrage A rank basic, shadow, thunder. Lightning prison, basic, thunderclap. Advanced body, refining martial art. Immortal lightning body, initial stage. Remaining ability points, 1,434. With so many new techniques in hand, I wonder, who will be the first to face my A-rank thunder arts? The corners of Jingming's lips curled into a smile, filled with both anticipation and malice. Leaving the library, Jingming returned to the student villa. As he passed through the first-floor living room, Lu Wintao jumped up from the sofa. Brother Ming, someone just came by to inform us that tomorrow morning, at 9 o'clock, there will be a freshman welcoming ceremony at training ground number 1. Also, they've created a group chat for the new students. You should join too, got it? Jingming pulled out his phone and scanned the code to join the group. At this moment, Lu Wintao curiously asked, Brother Ming, what level of combat skills did you choose? Jingming replied that he had only chosen 4 A-level combat skills, all belonging to the lightning element. The answer left Lu Wintao dumbstruck, marveling in his heart, is this some kind of privilege? 4 A-level skills at once. In his opinion, most students would need until sophomore or even junior year to learn them all. As expected, geniuses never follow the normal path. Unconsciously, Lu Wintao raised his thumb in admiration. Then, he asked curiously if you can access A-level combat skills. Doesn't that mean you have A-level clearance? Not a bit, as Jingming replied casually, as he walked toward his room. At that, Lu Wintao leapt up shouting, S-level, how is that possible at our school? Even the top scorers from other provinces only get A-level clearance. How could you possibly have S-level privileges? Don't tell me you're not actually an E-rank, just as the online rumors claim. But in truth, you're an S-rank special ability user. Jingming offered a faint smile. Looks like you've uncovered yet another one of my secrets. Lu Wintao felt both shocked and utterly honored to be living alongside Jingming. Jingming is definitely someone worth investing in. Early, starting right now, I'll be his most loyal fan, cheering him on. Jingming stepped into the training room. In his hands, he held a gray-white spear, measuring nearly 2 meters long. The F-rank black spear he'd once used had been almost utterly destroyed. During the entrance exam, this gray-white spear was just a basic practice weapon provided by the training room itself. Its durability didn't even reach F rank, and it was so pitifully light, only 20 kilograms. Still, for now, he had no choice but to wield it temporarily. Fortunately, this time was only for testing combat skills, not an actual fight. Eva, open the school's trading market. Search the spear category. Affirmative. In an instant, a series of holographic screens appeared in the air. Numerous spears of varying ranks were listed, from F rank to E rank and even D rank, with adjustable length and weight. Of course, the higher the rank and heavier the weapon, the more expensive it became. Jingming quickly filled out the specifications on the form and purchased an E-rank spear, a full combat armor set, and combat boots, spending a total of 237 credits. He had 382 credits remaining. The system promptly confirmed the order. Purchase successful. Weapons and combat gear will be delivered tomorrow morning. Please prepare to receive them. Jingming frowned slightly. Too few credits left. I'll need to find a way to earn more, quickly. After his shopping spree, he resumed training, holding the flimsy spear in his hand. Jingming spoke with renewed excitement. Until the new spear arrives. Looks like I'll be relying on you for now. Tonight, let's practice those 4 A-level combat skills I just learned. The next day, at the freshman assembly, Shanghai Supernatural University boasted 4 impressive stadiums, and today's main event was being held at Stadium number 1. When the two of them entered, the field was already absolutely packed with people, since most students hadn't yet been assigned to any academies or classes. Most still weren't familiar with each other, and they mostly stuck to small groups of 2 or 3. But the moment Jingming stepped in, many students instantly recognized him. Look over there. That's Jingming. He's the one who shattered the school record yesterday, and he's also the provincial Jiaonan champion. His strength is absolutely incredible. At first, I totally thought he'd be some bulky musclehead, but I never expected him to be so incredibly handsome. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, loud and completely out of place. Jingming, I am Lei Zhu, and I challenge you. Right after that sudden outburst, a young man, nearly 1.8 meters tall, With a well-proportioned, athletic build, exuding a dangerous aura, he stepped forward. Everyone around immediately recognized him. It was Lei Zhu, a student from Ning'an No. 1 High School in Jiangmen Province, and also the runner-up in the provincial martial arts exam, with an impressive score of over 9,300. Yet just as he and his family were preparing a celebratory banquet, Jingming unexpectedly appeared, achieving a staggering total score of over 11,000, and instantly snatching away the title of Jiangmen's provincial champion. From the crowd's hushed whispers, Jingming quickly understood the true reason behind this unexpected confrontation. Still, he had absolutely no intention of accepting. He simply shook his head and refused. "Sorry, I'm simply not interested." But Lei Zhu wasn't about to let it go so easily. He stepped closer to Jingming and whispered, "Don't be so quick to refuse. If I remember correctly, your aunt runs a flower and landscaping business, doesn't she? What a coincidence. My family just happens to be her biggest client, and for what I'm aware, she currently owes a pretty massive shipment. If that payment doesn't come through on time, your aunt's family could be in for some trouble." "You're threatening me?" Jingming's eyes instantly narrowed, his prior calmness vanishing, replaced by raw, unbridled fury. That one look sent a violent jolt through Lei Jio's heart. It felt like the highest-ranked predator had locked onto him. His hair practically stood on end, and he instinctively leaped back to a different spot, far away from Jingming. Even so, he forced himself to remain composed and stated, "I wouldn't call that a threat, just a reminder." Jingming took a deep breath. In his clear, black and white eyes a cold, killing intent. "Time and place?" Lei Zhu hurriedly replied, 7 days from now, at high noon. Battle platform number 3. Jingming simply nodded. "I hope you won't regret this when the time comes." The crowd immediately erupted into a buzz of chatter. Rank 1 versus Rank 2 in just 7 days. Now that's a fight worth watching. Better reserve your seats early before it gets packed. Just then, a teacher walked onto the stage and began to speak. "First of all, welcome to all of you who chose Shanghai Supernatural University. Today's freshman assembly is not the official opening ceremony. The purpose of gathering you all here is to answer your questions and guide you on how to use the school's resources. The official freshman orientation will begin at 9 a.m. The main content will be similar to what Yang already mentioned, things like the academic credit system, the personal advisor program, and much more, but with greater detail. You will also be using the VR immersion chambers to battle in holographic simulations, with your rankings determined by the number of stages you clear. Everyone should strive for higher rankings, as the rewards are extremely valuable." Jingming felt himself growing weary and drowsy. Finally, it's over. After over an hour of chatter, the sole highlight was the VR simulation chamber. I'll definitely have to give that a shot when I get the chance. But in the next few days, I need to receive training guidance from Lu Ming and my advisor first. Once the assembly concluded, Jingming headed to teacher Yang Jinshin's villa, where Lu Ming was already waiting. Every morning, Lu Ming would instruct Jingming in fist techniques, and in the afternoons, Yang Jinshin would instruct him in spear techniques. Time flew by, and 7 days vanished in a flash. Jingming was still training diligently at the teacher's villa. As usual, when Lu Ming suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "You've had a breakthrough." Jingming didn't bother hiding it. He smiled and nodded. Last night, he had used the system to level up. He had deliberately waited a few days before spending 386 ability points to advance from low-level 1 to mid-level 1. The system's upgrades were based on his existing training foundation. If he was only slightly short of the requirements for breakthrough, then fewer ability points would be consumed. That's precisely why he trained so diligently daily. "I recall, you have a duel scheduled with another freshman. At noon today?" Lu Ming asked, shifting his tone. Jingming nodded. "Yeah, at noon, battle platform number 3. Lu Ming patted Jingming on the shoulder. "Good. After we finish training, I'll go with you. I'll stand there and hold a 3-minute moment of silence for your opponent. Honestly, I really want to see for myself just how terrifying you are when you go all out." 11:42 a.m. Shanghai Supernatural University. At battle platform number 3, Lei Zhu was already waiting, brimming with confidence by now. Many students had gathered to watch, most of them freshmen as well. With just over a month until the freshman tournament, they were eager to get an early glimpse at the raw strength of the province's top-ranked student. "Hold on, I checked the details. Jingming only ranked first because he tested in a rural area. I'm betting Lei Zhu takes this. Not so sure about that. After all, Jingming just shattered our school's punching force record. Recently? Huh. What's a mere punching record worth? In the end, battles between ability users still hinge on their true abilities. It's Jingming. The cheers cut through the chatter, and all eyes snapped toward the entrance. A tall, commanding figure walked in. There was no denying it. Jingming's presence was absolutely overwhelming. Standing at 1.89 meters, dressed in a sleek black combat uniform, he looked tall and powerfully built, yet not in the least bit clumsy. His face was sharp and rugged, his black and white eyes bright and unwavering. On his back hung a massive black spear. A junior of mine with this kind of aura, once he starts competing and making achievements, I wonder how many girls will end up swooning over him. Lei Zhu's gaze toward Jingming grew strange. As his opponent, he sharply sensed that Jingming's rank had risen. But fortunately, Lei Zhu had made other preparations. Watching Jingming approach, Lei Zhu stood up and called out, "Jingming, just fighting to determine the winner or loser is boring. How about we add a wager?" "What kind of wager?" Jingming raised an eyebrow. "All of your credits." On Lei Zhu's handsome face flickered a hint of malice. "Of course, I'll put up my own credits and money to match. Whoever wins takes it all." Jingming turned his gaze toward instructor Chu Yan, a female ability user with a B rank, light healing ability, who was in charge of supervising the arena. Fights between ability users were extremely dangerous. A single mistake could lead to severe injury, or even death. To prevent casualties, support-type healers were always on standby at the dueling grounds. Seeing Qian made no move to forbid the wager, Jingming naturally had no reason to refuse. And so, Jingming immediately transferred all 370 credits he had to her. Lei Zhu, in turn, transferred 50 credits and 3.2 million yuan. The freshman in the stands gasped in astonishment. A wager worth 3.7 million. Damn, that's heavy. Neither of them are messing around. With stakes like that, the fight's going to be even more intense. After confirming the transaction, Chu Yin raised her voice. "Both of you, onto the platform before we begin. Let me remind you once more. The moment one side admits defeat or loses consciousness, the other is absolutely forbidden from continuing to attack. If you violate this, I will stop the match immediately, and you will face the school's heaviest punishment. Do you both understand?" "Understood." Jingming and Lei Zhu answered in unison. "Good. Prepare. Begin." The moment the countdown ended, Lei Zhu let out a low roar. Sam Aaron Hellfire. Boom! Flames. White, raging flames erupted outward, with Lei Zhu as the center. This was an A- rank fire ability, combined with his high-level rank 1 strength. The heat was terrifying, sending the surrounding temperature soaring. In the stands, freshmen in the front rows felt the scorching heat licking at their faces, and quickly scrambled backward in alarm. "Jingming, the glory you stole from me. I'll take it all back today." Blazing flame slash. Lightzubelot, his entire body erupting in fire as he stomped forward, crossing over 9 meters in a single stride, instantly appearing before Jingming. A heavy great blade, wreathed in white fire, came crashing down with a piercing howl of wind. His combat technique chain was flawless. Close the distance, then strike in one fierce slash. At that instant, a sharp crackle of electricity filled the air. Blue-violet lightning flashes. A shout of divine thunder erupts around Jingming, forming a shell-like barrier that completely keeps the hellfire at bay. Immediately after, the black spear in his hand sweeps upward, easily blocking the fiery strike. He blocked it. He actually blocked it with just an ordinary spear move. No way. That's insane. What kind of strength is this? The freshman's eyes go wide in shock. Impossible. On stage, Lei Zhu's face is drained of all confidence. But the only reply he gets is Jingming's calm, cold voice. "There's nothing impossible about it. You're just too weak." Boom! The explosive sound echoes as Lei Zhu's body bends backward into a C shape. His waist is slammed by a colossal force. It was Jingming's spear shaft, swung casually in a sweeping motion. Jingming's attack was simple, yet the speed was so fast that Lei Zhu couldn't react in time. Blood sprays from his mouth as his body is flung out like a cannonball, slammed heavily into the alloy steel wires. at the edge of the arena before crashing to the ground with a sickening thud, his face smeared with blood. The moment Lei Jio falls, the stands erupt in commotion from beginning to end. Jingming had seemingly only used 2 moves. Wasn't Lei Jio said to be stronger than Jingming? How could he be defeated so quickly? For most of the freshmen here, if they had to face just those 2 attacks, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand them. The only conclusion was that Jingming's strength had far surpassed Lei Jio's. On the viewing platform, Luo Ming looks utterly bored. He knew perfectly well that Jingming hadn't even unleashed 10% of his true power, yet he was still able to crush his opponent. On the stage, teacher Chu Yin, who was serving as referee, was also slightly stunned by the scene. She hadn't expected Jingming's strength to be so much greater than Lei Jio's. The winner of this match is... Just as she was about to declare Jingming the victor, a faint voice rose from the edge of the stage, where Lei sprawled on the ground. "Teacher, I haven't conceded yet. The match isn't over," he declared. He pulled a blood-red pill from his chest pocket and prepared to swallow it whole. "A blood-burst pill? Are you trying to kill yourself?" Shu Yan's expression twisted as she urgently shouted, "This is just a sparring match, not a place for you to gamble with your life." The crowd once again erupted into an uproar. In the wilderness, countless rare herbs could be found, many of which could be refined into powerful pills. The blood-burst pill was one such item, especially designed for ability users who wanted to fight recklessly. Once consumed, it could multiply a user's power several times over. But the side effects were severe. At the very least, 1 or 2 months of being bedridden. Many people cried out to stop him, reminding him that the freshman tournament would begin in just a month. "No, it's fine. Whatever the consequences, I'll bear them myself," Leiswa muttered hoarsely. The blood-burst pill was his ultimate trump card, something he had prepared, specifically for facing Wang Jingming. Normally, he would never use it unless he was utterly desperate, but Jingming's strength had far exceeded his expectations. If he didn't use it now, he had no other options left. Some students argued that taking a pill during a duel was nothing short of cheating. Even if Leiswa won, it shouldn't be recognized as a legitimate victory, and they demanded that the teacher stop the match. But the teachers explained that, since this was an unofficial sparring duel, there were no strict restrictions. Weapons, armor, pills, all were permitted. If Wang Jingming had pills of his own, he was free to use them as well. Leiswa let out a low growl and swallowed the blood-burst pill in one gulp. Instantly, his aura surged. His strength skyrocketed as he tore through 2 minor realms, one after another. Though this victory was far from glorious, a win is still a win. It's certainly better than an outright loss. The outcome was significantly improved, but what truly startled Chu Yun was Jingming's reaction. On stage, Jingming showed absolutely no sign of panic. Instead, his eyes blazed with light, erupting with fighting spirit. His battle intent burned hotter and hotter. Not bad. That spirit isn't bad at all. But what she didn't realize was that Jingming wasn't just showing willpower. He was actually thrilled. Finally, this fight wouldn't feel like an adult bullying a child anymore. Sensing its master's emotions, the purple sky, divine thunder, wrapped around Jingming's body grew excited as well. Arcs of lightning bursting out one after another, with sharp, crackling sounds that echoed throughout the arena. The very next moment, his figure flickered and vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already less than a meter away from Leijio. Lightning Shadow. That was an A-rank movement battle skill, allowing the user to instantly dash in any direction, within a certain range. With Jingming's current strength, its explosive range reached up to 20 meters. So fast, way too fast. Leijio's pupils contracted as he instinctively swung his blade to block the incoming strike. At the same time, Jingming thrust his spear in a counterattack. This time, Leijio finally managed to see Jingming's movements. Clenching his teeth, Leijio poured all his strength into the clash, yet instantly regretted it. Spear and blade collided, a piercing, metallic screech ringing out, sharp enough to split eardrums. A massive force reverberated back at him. The impact so great, it sent waves of pain through his body. He couldn't even properly grip his weapon, as his entire body was violently thrown backward, stumbling back 3 or 4 steps in a row. What the hell are you? Lei Jio's eyes widened in terror as he stared at Jingming, even though his strength had already skyrocketed by 3 or 4 times. After consuming the bloodburst pill, he was still utterly crushed in a direct power clash. No, I can't fight him head on. The thought flashed across his mind. Lei Jio quickly pulled back, widening the distance by over 10 meters. Before launching a ranged ability attack, blazing flame burst, the flames around his body condensed into basketball-sized fireballs, one after another, hurling straight toward Jingming. This was a B-rank fire element battle skill. Each fireball carried explosive might. If struck, one would, at the very least, be gravely injured, and at worst, reduced to ashes. Yet, against the protection of the purple sky, divine thunder, those fireballs couldn't even scratch Jingming with a casual wave of his hand. Every single one was blown apart mid-air. Lei Jio cursed under his breath, grinding his teeth. Damn it. Just what level is his lightning ability to be this monstrous? Still, there are more than 10 minutes left. I still have a chance. He had no intention of giving up, forcing his mind to steady. He prepared to search for another opening. Lei Jio continued to hurl, wave after wave of blazing fireballs, toward Jingming. At that moment, Jingming's deep voice resounded. Lightning spear. He raised his left hand, and a dazzling, purple-blue lightning spear condensed in midair. With a powerful throw, the spear shot forward at a speed like true lightning. In the blink of an eye, it reached within 5 meters of Lei Jio. Not good. He has ranged attacks too. Lei Jio hastily dodged to the side, though he narrowly avoided a fatal strike. The lightning spear still grazed his flank, leaving behind a charred, gaping wound. Even worse, the purple, blue electricity embedded itself deep within the injury, surging with agony like 1,000 ants, gnawing his flesh, nearly making him faint on the spot. Before he could even catch his breath, that deep voice thundered again. Lightning prison. Jingming pointed his spear forward, and countless arcs of purple, blue thunder roared from above, like a storm of birdsong, now turned to lightning, crashing down to form a colossal cage of lightning that sealed Lei Jio inside. A control-type battle skill. Lei Jio's face instantly went pale. Control techniques were notoriously difficult to break. Even if one tried to force their way out, the price would be severe. Staring at the terrifying arcs of thunder surrounding him, Lei Jio realized that, if he dared to charge through recklessly, the one to suffer grievous injury would undoubtedly be himself. Gritting his teeth, Lei Jio mimicked Jingming, gathering all of the strange flames around his body and forming a dense shield of blazing fire. Let's see how long your thunder prison can last. Lei Jio was confident this defense was enough to hold back his opponent. But at that very moment, Jingming moved. With a single lightning shadow, he crossed over 10 meters in an instant, appearing right before Lei Jio. This fire shield doesn't look too bad. Jingming's eyes narrowed slightly, the black spear in his hand, over 2.5 meters long, wrapped in blinding purple-blue lightning. But I want to see just how many strikes it can withstand. Chain lightning spear. The pitch-black spear split into countless afterimages, thrusting again and again, each strike bursting with dazzling arcs of lightning. In just a blink, the fire shield shattered apart. Impossible. Lei Jio screamed in despair as the lightning wrap, spear point, grew larger and larger in his pupils. He knew it for certain. If that strike landed, he was staring down instant death. The instinct to survive flared within him. I surrender. I surrender. That scorching spear tip, hot as molten steel itself, stopped barely an inch from his head, just as he thought he'd escaped death. The spear twisted suddenly and drove straight into his right shoulder. Instead, it pierced clean through his shoulder. His collarbone shattered, blood spraying violently, as pain so intense surged through him. It nearly made him pass out on the spot. Meanwhile, Jingming withdrew his spear, his stern face still calm, his eyes unwavering, though the fight seemed drawn out. In truth, from a moment he counterattacked with lightning spear, to the moment he fully suppressed Lei Jio. Less than 40 seconds had passed by the time the crowd could even react. Lei Jio had already admitted defeat aloud. The winner of the match, Jingming, on the stands, the freshman who had finally snapped out of shock, erupted into excited chatter, voices buzzing with praise at Jingming's nearly flawless chain of techniques. Those battle skills he used were insane. All of them at least B rank. 4 B rank techniques in a row. So powerful. My strongest skill is only C rank compared to them. Lu Ming muttered under his breath with irritation. Not B rank, all A rank. 4 A rank battle skills, each executed with perfect mastery. Who in their right mind even dares to choose techniques like that? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lei Zhu gave a bitter smile. Jingming, thank you for sparing my life in this match. I admit total defeat. The credits and the money are all yours. As for your aunt's matter, I'll deliver everything on time. Moments later, the teacher announced 50 credits and 3.2 million have been transferred into Jingming's student account. Lu went out rushed over immediately, his eyes sparkling. Brother Jingming, you're amazing. You've totally struck it rich. Want to head to the shopping center and relax? But Jingming turned down the offer. He said he still needed to train diligently. From a distance, Lu Ming called out, go ahead. You need to balance rest with training. Otherwise, you'll burn yourself out. Hearing that, Jingming nodded happily and agreed. Afterward, he and Lu Wentao headed out, and returned to the dormitory. There, Lu Wentao told him that as long as Jingming showed up on time, he'd take care of arranging the schedule. He declared proudly that was a program no one could afford to miss. After entering university, arranged by Lu Wentao, the two of them were now sitting in the cafeteria of the Magic City Ability University. In front of Jingming was a table, piled high with all kinds of delicious food. While grabbing another plateful, Lu Wentao excitedly said, Brother Main, your popularity has skyrocketed this time. I posted an invitation for a school exchange event on the university forum. Guess how many people signed up? Jingming was a bit surprised, and hadn't even reacted yet when Lu Wentao grinned proudly and continued. Over 100 people. I had to pick just one pair out of them. It nearly made my eyes pop out. Jingming's expression shifted from surprise to curiosity. He hadn't expected Lu Wentao to recruit exchange partners this way, and even less expected over 100 people to sign up. And now he was genuinely curious who Lu Wentao had finally chosen. But Lu Wentao just smiled mysteriously. That's a secret for now. You'll meet them soon. I promise you'll be very satisfied. Not long after, two girls appeared. Both were stunningly beautiful, and stood out immediately in the crowd. As soon as Lu Wentao spotted them, he waved enthusiastically for them to come over. One girl had a graceful figure and a bright, cheerful face. She wore a floral dress, and her long, fair legs were so eye-catching it was hard to look away. The other girl was even more striking. Her clear eyes shone like water. Her petite nose was perfectly sculpted. Her silky black hair was tied up with a vibrant red ribbon, revealing her slender, porcelain neck. She was dressed simply, in a white t-shirt and light blue jeans, but her figure was so flawless that even these plain clothes looked absolutely captivating on her. The girl with glasses was the first to speak up. Good evening to you too. My name is Sa Dong Xia, and I'm the one you invited. Her friend followed up with a bright smile. And I'm Tong Su Yen, her roommate. Lu Wentao quickly introduced them in more detail. Sa Dong Xia is an A- rank, beast enhancement type ability user, and Tong Shuyan is a level 1, high-tier natural type user, specializing in light abilities. She's also the top scorer from Sichuan province. In our year, Jingming smiled and replied politely, Nice to meet you both. I am Su Jingmin. Upon hearing the name, Tong Su Yan's eyes widened in surprise and utter excitement. Su Jingming, so you're that Su Jingming. How about a sparring match sometime? You pick the time and place. Sa Dong Xia immediately cut in. Hey Shuyun, you're such a battle maniac. We just met, and you're already challenging him? We're here for an exchange event, remember? Tong Shuyan looked a bit puzzled. Wait, this is the exchange event? I thought we were coming here to duel with other elite students. Hearing that, Jingming finally understood what was going on. Smiling, he gestured for the two girls to sit down. It was clear that Lu Wentao hadn't explained things properly at all. Lu Wentao scratched his head awkwardly and chimed in, right? Today's supposed to be a casual outing. Let's eat first, then we can go hang out at the Ehai Commercial District. The Ehai Commercial District, located in the very heart of Magic City, was one of the largest shopping centers in the entire country. It sold everything from luxury goods, dedicated to specialized gear and potions for ability users. This was a first for all four of them, and they were completely awestruck by the sheer vastness and opulence of the place. Fashion boutiques overflowed with trendy outfits, making the girls' eyes sparkle with pure excitement. Jingming, on the other hand, found himself drawn to the equipment stores. Rows upon rows of combat gear, weapons, and healing potions. Everything far more comprehensive than what he'd seen. In Jinzhong City, he desperately wanted to buy something, but after thinking about it, he decided his current gear was still good enough. So, he held himself back. Later, the group decided to wander around and try the various snacks inside the shopping mall. Before long, Jingming and Lu Wentao found themselves acting as porters, carrying bags for the two girls. In just half an hour, the two had bought enough clothes to total several million yuan. Jingming couldn't help but think. Despite Tang Shiyun's simple outfit, she was clearly a hidden rich girl. Brother Jingming, you have no idea. She doesn't just have money. Her family background is also incredibly formidable. They hadn't spoken for long when Sa Dongxia waved and called out, "Hey, handsome, could you please help with this last bag?" Time flew by amidst laughter and conversation. For hours later, they finally headed back to the university. Jingming and Lu Wentao walked with Su Yan and Sa Dongxia to the dormitory gate. "We're here. Thank you both. It's nothing. We'll get going. Goodbye." "Goodbye," Jingming replied with a slight smile, then turned to head back to his dorm with Lu Wentao. But just then, Tang Shuyan called out after him, "Wait, Jingming, I was serious about what I said earlier. One day, I'll definitely come challenge you for a spar." Jingming was surprised, but then he replied cheerfully, "No problem. I'll be waiting." Upon getting Jingming's agreement, Tang Shiyun's face slowly turned red. She wasn't usually one to go out with boys. Because of her special ability, her senses were extremely sharp. She could always sense the hidden gazes and desires in the gazes of others. But Wang Jingming's gaze was different. Within his gaze, she only felt admiration and a deep appreciation for beauty, without a single trace of impurity. Sa Dongxia began teasing Shuyin. "Since the start of the school year, I've never seen you so kind to any guy, except for Wang Jingming. Bringing you to this party was a brilliant decision." Tang Shuyin smiled and replied, "Jingming is a truly special person. He approached me with no ill intentions. Most men, when they look at me, only pay attention to my looks. But Wang Jingming is different. All in all, he's a truly exceptional person." Upon hearing these words, Sa Dongxia just smiled, thinking to herself, "It seems our little Miss Tong has developed a crush." Meanwhile, Jingming and Lu Wentao were slowly making their way back to the dormitory. Lu Wentao exclaimed happily, "Going out like this, once in a while, is truly refreshing." Jingming nodded in agreement. Indeed, this evening had helped him truly relax after countless stressful days of training. But tomorrow, it's back to the grind. 15 days later, Jingming had continued to train relentlessly. He was now primed to level up once more. He immediately commanded the system, allocate points. Supernatural ability points began to deduct rapidly. Supernatural ability points, minus 456 points. Level 1 mid-tier advances to level 1 high-tier. Supernatural ability points, minus 354 points. Indestructible Thunder Body. Level 1 advances to Indestructible Thunder Body. Level 2, Suddenly, a massive aura érupted, making the entire training room visibly tremble. Power surged through Wang Jingming's body, and fierce purple-blue lightning arcs flashed around him, creating an utterly fearsome presence. The level up, as usual, raised his overall strength by yet another notch. The second level of the body tempering technique continued to fortify his bones and muscles. According to the ancient texts, reaching the third level would unlock a powerful special state, the extreme lightning state. It could push his strength and speed to their absolute limits. For a short time, unfortunately, my supernatural ability points were almost gone. Checking the system panel again, he saw he had only 242 supernatural ability points left. He then used another 178 points to upgrade his chain lightning spear skill from beginner to intermediate. In the end, a mere 62 points remained. Almost all his supernatural ability points were gone. Jimin knew it was time to ask his teacher for permission to head to the wilderness, to hunt monsters and replenish his points. Not long after, the training room door was forcefully flung open by Yang Zhenxuan. He spoke in an astonished tone, Jingming, you broke through again. Jingming replied politely. I was just about to report it to you, sir. I broke through last night. In addition, my thunder body has also reached the 2nd level. Hearing these words, Yang Jinchuan's expression froze. He knew very well that breaking through, in both cultivation level and body tempering, were incredibly difficult feats. Yet, Jingming spoke of them as if they were as easy as drinking water, an S-rank ability, and such diligent training on top of that. How could he not succeed? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke up. I told you, this junior brother is a real monster. It took me half a year just to break through from level 1 mid-tier to level 1 high-tier. He never expected that. Just 1 month after becoming a disciple, Jingming would achieve it. Yang Jinchuan clapped him firmly on the shoulder, his face beaming. Leveling up is important, but actual combat can't be neglected. Go have a match with your senior brother Lu. Let me see how much stronger you've become. After your breakthrough, Jingming and Lu Ming quickly complied. Lu Ming hands Jingming a weapon. Lu Ming declared he'd suppress his power to level 2, a low tier, and urged Jingming to go all out. Yes, senior, Jingming replied gravely. This marked his first time sparring with Lu Ming. Naturally, he wouldn't hold back an inch. The two gripped their long spears tightly, poised in the center of the training ground, ready to begin. 3, 2, 1, begin. The instant the command was given, lightning flashed, and both combatants vanished from their positions. Simultaneously, both unleashed the lightning shadow, an air-rank lightning system combat skill. In the very next instant, a deafening clash echoed as 2 long spears, one black, one blue, collided violently in the center of the field. Their powers were so evenly matched that electric sparks flew in all directions. Such strength, despite being prepared, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel astonished. Jingming's strength was on par with his own, perhaps even slightly superior. Jingming, on the other hand, only felt his blood boil in his heart. For the first time ever, since mastering the indestructible Thunder Body, he had found a truly worthy opponent. Lightning Prison. Purple-blue lightning erupted, forming an electric cage, enveloping Lu Ming. Immediately after, the chain lightning spear struck. The long spear transformed into a blurring black shadow, flickering with lightning, continuously thrusting forward. Not bad, but I'm no rookie Lazu, Lu Ming shouted, jade-shattering true lightning boom. Pillars of brilliant white lightning, like heavenly punishment, erupted from his very body, tearing apart the lightning prison and deftly dodging the lightning spear. The two fought fiercely, thunder and lightning, crackling throughout the entire field. 20 minutes later, the battle concluded. Jingming was utterly drained of power. Senior brother, my lightning power is depleted. I admit defeat. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. No, I only won because I simply possess more supernatural energy. That doesn't count as your loss. Even with his power capped at level 2, the sheer, accumulated supernatural energy of a peak level 3 individual was still far greater than Jingming's. Theater Yang Ginshin Uproachet, clapping and nodding in praise. Not bad at all. A truly excellent match. Jingming's performance really exceeded my expectations. He had initially thought Lu Ming would win easily, but he never expected them to be so evenly matched. Lu Ming even had to resort to a strategy of attrition to secure the victory. At this point, Lu Ming smiled and asked, "Do you know what level your power has reached?" Jingming asked curiously, "What level?" "Unbeatable within level 2. This answer surprised Jingming. At that moment, Yang Jinchuan said to the two of them, "That's it for today's combat training. Everyone take a rest. This fruit can dispel fatigue. But remember, it should only be eaten after training." Just then, Jingming stepped forward and spoke seriously. "Teacher, I have a request. I want to leave the academy for a while, to make a trip to the wilderness." Hearing that, Yang Genshin was slightly surprised. He asked how long Jingming planned to be gone. Jingming replied that he would be away for about a month and would return before the freshman examination began. Yang Genshin's expression flickered with astonishment. He hadn't expected Jingming to be gone for so long. He knew well that the wilderness was nothing like the simulated battlefields used in entrance exams. There, no army stood guard, and monsters roamed everywhere. Unpredictable and deadly. One small mistake could mean running into a high-level beast, and surviving for over a month in such a place was incredibly dangerous. After a moment of silent thought, Yang Genshin placed a firm hand on Jingming's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "All right then, if you made up your mind, go. But remember, if things start looking bad, retreat immediately. Every true powerhouse must experience the trials that lie between life and death. If this is the path you've chosen, I won't stop you." Hearing his teacher's approval, Jingming bowed deeply in a show of respect. "Thank you, master." Young Genshin nodded, then posed a question. "Which wilderness region are you heading to?" "The outskirts of the primal zone," Jingming replied, and the teacher nodded slightly. "That's acceptable. It's not too far from Mudo. The strongest monsters there are only around. Tier 4 or 5, relatively safer than other regions. Later, I'll have Lu Ming that share some real combat experience with you. As for me, that I'll prepare a weapon that truly suits your hand." As he spoke, Yang Jinshan took out a carefully wrapped package. Jingming's eyes widened in surprise. "What's that?" The scene then shifted to Jingming's dorm room. He had just finished packing his belongings. Eva, he ordered his AI assistant, opened the school mission system. The interface lit up, displaying a flood of missions. Collect monster materials, gather rare spirit herbs, capture escaped criminals, and even large-scale combat operations. Looking through the list, Jingming thought to himself, according to the upperclassmen, before leaving school, it's best to take on a few outdoor missions, not to earn extra points, but these high-reward ones, that they're all close combat missions. They're practically throwing students into the fire. He sighed softly, typical of Mudo Superpower University. No wonder people say the academy's best. That students aren't on campus. They're out there in the wild. After a moment of thought, Jingming selected 1 Class A mission, and 3 Class B missions. Once all the preparations were complete, he wasted no time and set off immediately. As he left, Eva's gentle voice echoed in his ear. "Good luck, Jingming." Not long after, Jingming arrived at Primal City, the supply outpost for the wilderness region. The moment he stepped into the main gate, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. "Beast Hunting Team needs 1 more. Looking for a Class C combatant. Anyone in Exploration Mission Group B? Short 1 member. Who's joining?" Looking at the rows of buildings stretching across the horizon, Jingming offered a faint smile. He had finally reached the primal supply outpost. Inside, the place hummed with life, even busier than the bustling streets outside. The moment he stepped inside, a young woman in a vibrant red dress approached. Her face lit up with a professional smile. "Welcome, sir. How can I assist you today?" Jingming, in turn, handed her his student ID. "I'd like to register as an adventurer." He had done his research before arriving here. Entering the untamed wilderness requires an officially recognized adventurer ID, valid nationwide. The young woman took the card. She glanced at it, and her eyes widened in shock. "You're a student from Mudu Superpower University." She could barely believe it. A first-year student, wanting to brave the wilderness? It's far too dangerous. The registration process would take some time, so the receptionist suggested Jingming wait in the lounge for a moment. As he waited, the crowd outside suddenly erupted in noise. "It's Goddess Zhang Shuai. Oh my god, my goddess is even more beautiful in person. No wonder she's a student from Muda University. She gives off such a powerful aura." Following everyone's gaze, a young woman entered gracefully. It was Zhang Shuai, a second-year student from Mudu Superpower University. Behind her, a small crew trailed, loaded with cameras and recording equipment. The crowd immediately erupted in excited whispers. "Looks like she's heading into the wilderness to film another video." "Yeah, her videos are all professionally shot. Top quality. I haven't missed a single one. I heard she has over 10 million followers online now. More like 15 million. If she were my girlfriend, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life." Watching from afar, Jingming mused to himself. "So, she's from Muda too, huh? Her looks are at least on par with Tong Shuyan's." Before long, the receptionist returned, smiling as she handed him a card. "This is your adventure license, along with a smart satellite wristwatch. It contains a detailed wilderness map that marks out monster zones and their corresponding danger levels." As she explained the features, a man wearing a dark coat stood quietly in the corner of the hall, watching them when the receptionist left. The man approached with a seemingly friendly smile. "Hey kid, first time heading into the wilderness, huh? It's dangerous out there without recovery pills. Want to buy a few?" Jingming gave him a sideways glance and asked flatly how much. The man immediately pulled aside his coat, revealing several small bottles. Tier 1 recovery pills, 20,000 each. Tier 1 antidotes, 15,000. Tier 2 ones are better, but pricier. 40,000 and 30,000 apiece. Jimin appeared thoughtful. The price isn't too bad, he murmured, seeing that he'd taken the bait. The man grinned smugly, haha. My friend, you got a good eye. My pills are cheap and effective. Guaranteed satisfaction. But while Jingming's expression showed mild interest, inwardly, he was already on guard. He knew that a standard tier 1 pill usually cost at least 30 to 40,000. Selling them this cheap could only mean one thing. They were fake. This guy was clearly one of those scammers who preyed on inexperienced newcomers. When a man asked how many he wanted to buy, Jingming smirked coldly and said, "Looks like you've pulled this trick on quite a few rookies already, huh?" The man's face darkened immediately. He took a step forward, voice low and threatening. "So you saw through it from the start and decided to toy with me, good. Very good, you're the first one who's dared mess with me." Inside the supply station, just as the tension reached its peak, a sharp female voice cut through from behind. "Zhao Chunlin, still preying on fresh faces, I see." At the sound of his name, the man, Zhao Chunlin, whirled around, only to find a young woman, Wang Qian, glaring daggers at him. He shot her an irritated look before huffing and turning away. He muttered darkly, "Looks like you caught a lucky break today, kid. But mark my words, don't leave this supply station for the next few days, or you'll deeply regret it." The heated exchange quickly drew the attention of everyone nearby. A few people whispered among themselves, "That poor guy's a goner. Once Zhao Chunlin sets his sights on you, you're done for. That psycho is infamous for holding grudges. Besides, Zhao Chunlin is a mid-tier level 2, while that kid is just a high-tier level 1. How could he possibly compete?" Wang Xian approached Jingming, a slight frown on her face as she warned him. "Zhang Chunlin is the petty, vengeful type. For now, you'd better stay inside the supply station and avoid any trouble." Hearing that, Jingming nodded gratefully. "Thank you for the warning. But he scams people so blatantly, and no one does anything about it." Wang Qian sighed softly, replying in a low voice. "He's connected to the black market. No one dares to cross him. If you need supplies, just buy through the official channels. Don't deal with people like him. And remember, no matter what, don't leave this area." Watching her walk away, Jingming thought to himself, she really is a straightforward and kind person. Afterward, he went to the official counter and started purchasing everything he needed for his expedition. Healing potions, antidotes, berserk blood elixirs, and a variety of other support gear. Before long, he was fully prepared. Jingming left the supply station and started heading toward the wilderness. But the moment he stepped out of the gate, he spotted Zhao Chunlin waiting there, arms crossed, leaning casually against the wall, his eyes full of mockery. "Didn't believe me, huh?" Zhao Chunlin sneered. "I told you not to leave the supply station. And yet, here you are. So what? You think I'm nobody now?" Jingming frowned slightly. His tone calm, he asked, "What is it you want?" A cruel smile twisted Zhao's lips. "You embarrass me in front of everyone today. I'm gonna break both your legs. I'll make you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. That's the only way I'll feel better." From a distance, Wang Qian saw what was happening and gasped in alarm. "Oh no, he's been ambushed. I told him not to go out. Why is he so stubborn? I've got to help him." But her friend quickly grabbed her arm and whispered, "Wait, don't rush in. Let him take a little beating. It might teach him a lesson for next time." By now, Zhang Chunlin had activated his ability. His skin turned to gleaming metallic gray, his muscles bulging beneath a D-rank combat suit. He spoke with arrogant confidence. "If I can't even put a rookie like you in your place, I might as well quit this place altogether. With my metal skin ability and this D-class armor, you'll never break through my defense. If you want to walk away peacefully, pay me $1 million in compensation and kneel to apologize. Got that?" But before he could finish his sentence, Jingming suddenly snapped coldly. A flash of violet lightning crackling around him. Scram. Boom! A burst of thunder exploded outward. Lightning flashed. Zhao Chunlin didn't even have time to react before the surge of electricity slammed into him. His body convulsed violently as the current blasted him backward, sending him crashing into the ground. With a deafening thud, smoke and the acrid scent of burnt metal filled the air. The man, who had been so smug and threatening only moments ago, was now lying flat on the ground, defeated in an instant by Jingming's single strike. Zhao Chunlin felt as if a speeding, heavy truck had slammed straight into him. His whole body was sent flying backward. The ground beneath him cracked and shattered, leaving a trail of small craters, as he was thrown 8 or 9 meters through the air before finally screeching to a halt. His fate, dead or alive, was anyone's guess. And the one responsible for this chaos? He couldn't have cared less. Jingming didn't spare him a single glance. He just strode calmly onward, toward the entrance of the wilderness zone, as if nothing at all had happened. Jiao Chunlin's humiliating defeat instantly sent the entire plaza into an uproar. Holy crap, that was insane. One strike and he's down. When did he even move? I didn't see a thing. Jiao Chunlin really hit an iron wall this time. Over by the entrance of the supply station, Wang Qian's eyes went wide in shock. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. She had expected Jingming to lose miserably. Yet now, Jiao Chunlin was the one lying crushed on the ground. And what was even more terrifying was that, as a level 2 Esper herself, she hadn't even seen Jingming make his move. Behind her, Captain Yao Maxi spoke up. It was just a sweeping kick. Even so, she hadn't imagined that a simple sweeping kick could hold such devastating power. Jiao Chunlin's pelvis had been completely shattered. Even if he survived, he'd likely spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. As expected from someone from Motto University of Supernatural Powers, Yao Maxi said quietly, a faint glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. Strong and ruthless. They're all the same. Motto University of Supernatural Powers? Wang Qian asked, astonished. Captain, how do you know that? No. Yao Maxi replied slowly, that outfit he's wearing. I've seen it before. Only students from Motto University of Supernatural Powers are issued those. It's probably a custom piece from their arm division. That school's the only place that could produce monsters like him. Wang Qian nodded thoughtfully. Then she suggested eagerly, should we try to recruit him? Our team's still short one strong. Close combat fighter. Yao Maxi answered coolly. Did you forget? We agreed from the start. An all-female team. No men allowed. The other 2 girls nearby giggled teasingly. Wang Qian, sounds like you're interested in that guy. Well, he is pretty handsome. Another girl added with a smirk. I wouldn't mind if he joined us, if he wants to. By this time, Jingming had already reached the entrance to the wilderness zone. Everyone had to register before entering. Jingming swiped his card, and the system's mechanical voice quickly responded. Explorer identity confirmed. Entry to wilderness zone authorized. Compared to the martial testing grounds at the university, this place was far vaster, and the beasts here were far more savage and bloodthirsty. The moment Jingming stepped inside, he heard distant roars echoing through the wilds, though the roars came from far away. The sound was so powerful it made the very air tremble. It had to be at least a level 4 beast. The higher a beast's level, the greater its intelligence. A level 4 beast possessed the intellect of a 10-year-old child, enough to recognize territory and defend it. That roar was a clear warning. This is my domain. Any beast of equal rank that enters will be met with furious retaliation. The primal wilderness zone was divided into 2 major regions, the urban ruins and the mountain forests. Jingming opened a map on his smartwatch and studied it carefully. By comparison, the beasts in the urban ruins were slightly weaker, while the mountain forests teemed with far more vicious and violent creatures. That's why Jingming's target this time was the urban ruins. After checking the data, Jingming found that the Ping and County area ahead was mostly inhabited by level 2 beasts. There were very few level 1 beasts, and none of level 3 or 4. Moreover, this area was estimated to contain at least 500 beasts, the perfect hunting ground for his next mission. A sharp gleam flashed in Jingming's eyes. After confirming his route on the map, he launched forward like a powerful Black Panther. Along the way, Jingming moved with extreme caution, steering clear of zones where high-level beasts might lurk. It took him almost 3 hours to reach his destination. Before him lay a desolate city, eerily reminiscent of the testing grounds, used for college entrance trials, but far larger and infinitely more dangerous. Fierce, guttural roars echoed throughout the ruins, one after another, never ceasing. Unlike the tamed beasts of the examination arena, this was a paradise for monsters and a hell for mankind. Almost instantly, a shadow cat appeared, greeting Jingming with a pair of feral, glowing eyes. But Jingming showed no fear. In his eyes burned a blazing flame of battle intent. To him, this was exactly what he had come for. a challenge where his ability could truly awaken. Lately, perhaps due to the lingering negative emotions of the Thunder Dragon, Jingming's heart had been overflowing with killing intent. The more he suppressed it, the more violently it clawed at him. But this time, Jingming wasn't going to hold back. With that decision made, his body blurred, a flash of black lightning darting into the ruins. Ping'an County was vast, filled with countless beasts. Like a phantom of death, Jingming swept through the ruins, unleashing a mad massacre that painted the city in blood. 1 month later, in Ping'an County, four espers were walking down the cracked, ruined streets of the desolate city. Compared to other esper teams that regularly ventured into the wilderness, this group seemed unusually relaxed. Each of them carried weapons on their backs, but none looked particularly alert or cautious. "Captain," one of them complained, "what the hell's wrong with this place? We've been wandering around all day, and we haven't seen a single beast. The whole county's dead quiet. It's creepy like a ghost town." "You think I know?" The bald-headed captain snapped, sounding irritated. Another teammate frowned, confusion written all over his face. Ping'an County should have at least 500 or 600 beasts. Even if they relocated somewhere else, they couldn't have just vanished completely. The captain's face darkened. "We'll give it 2 more hours. If we still don't see a single beast, we're moving to a new area." Just then, a level 2 blade, claw, tiger burst from an alley, letting out a piercing roar that echoed through the ruins. It's a blade claw tiger for a team entirely of level 2 espers. And above, a single level 2 tiger was barely a threat. But after wandering the entire day, without seeing so much as a shadow of a beast, the sudden appearance of one made all their eyes light up, like starving wolves spotting prey. Finally, someone shouted. The bald captain grinned, raising his arm. "Everyone charge! Kill it! Boom!" A deafening explosion thundered across the area from a high-rise building in the distance. The next moment, a colossal lightning spear, glowing with a dazzling mix of blue and violet, streaked down like a missile. It plunged straight into the tiger knife hand. The crackling of electricity filled the air. The ground trembled, and arcs of lightning danced wildly in all directions. The tiger knife, hand's entire body was ripped apart by the electric blast, disintegrating into ashes in the blink of an eye. Dust billowed everywhere from the impact, and the nearby ability users were left completely stunned. One of them, trembling, muttered, What was that just now? Some kind of new laser weapon?" The bald man glanced toward the distant high-rise, his voice grave. "No, lasers are way faster. That looked more like some kind of high-level lightning type combat skill. Let's get out of here. Looks like this Ping'an County has already been taken over by a lightning-type powerhouse. That must have been a warning shot. No wonder we couldn't find any mutant beasts anywhere. They've probably all been wiped out by that powerhouse. That lightning spear just now was absolutely terrifying. Just seeing it made my legs practically give out. Let's go. Don't you dare piss him off. If we take another one of those spears head-on, we're toast." The group immediately turned tail and bolted out of Ping'an County, not daring to linger even a moment longer. On the rooftop of a towering building, in the middle of Ping'an County, Jingming calmly retracted his arm, still faintly crackling with blue-violet lightning. The corner of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. That lightning spear from just now, it had been his test shot, an experiment to gauge the power of Thunder Spear. After upgrading it to the advanced level, its range had increased dramatically, now exceeding a full kilometer. After a month of relentless effort, with over 8,000 energy points spent, Jingming had advanced from level 1 to level 2. His immortal Thunder Body had broken through to the 3rd layer, and many of his A-rank combat skills had reached intermediate mastery. In this whole world, who else but me could pull that off? He murmured, eyes gleaming with pride. All right, this area's been farmed clean. Time to pack up the loot, head back to the supply base, then push deeper into the wild zone. The next day, something strange appeared. At the entrance of the supply base, a massive black backpack was slowly moving toward the gate. What the hell is that? A walking backpack? Wait, did he carry an entire one-horned rhino back here? That's absolutely insane. Jingming ignored the curious stares around him. He only felt relieved that he'd bought a tactical backpack with enhanced load capacity. Otherwise, there was no way it could have held. Over 400 kilos of beast materials. Under countless astonished gazes, Jingming quietly stepped into the supply base building. He picked the shortest line, and after a short wait, it was finally his turn. The clerk greeted him with a warm smile. "Well, hello there, sir. What amazing materials have you brought in to sell today?" Jingming unshouldered his absolutely massive backpack, then casually dumped its entire contents onto the scale. The collection of materials was quite varied, but their total weight unbelievably surpassed 400 kilograms. "So what's all this worth?" he asked nonchalantly. He asked casually, but the clerk's eyes practically popped out, as she instantly noticed a few things. There were several high-grade materials mixed into the pile, and clearly flustered, she began to stammer, then quickly reached for the phone. "Please, just one moment, sir," she requested. "There's far too much here for me to handle alone. I'll definitely need to call for some assistance." Moments later, a group of 4 or 5 people emerged from a back room, walking with purpose. At their head was a middle-aged man, sharply dressed in a suit. "Hello there, I'm Zhao Yi," he greeted warmly, "head of materials acquisition for levels 6 and 7 of this very base." He introduced politely. "I'm Jingming," he simply replied. Shaking hands, "Mr. Jingming, you are quite impressive indeed. So incredibly young. Yet you've already hunted this many fearsome mutant beasts. Truly admirable. As for all these materials, I'll have my team begin the inventory count immediately. In the meantime," he continued, "would you care to sit down and enjoy a nice cup of tea?" Zhao Yi treated Jingming with the utmost enthusiasm, even going so far as to gift him a platinum membership card. With this exclusive card, he could enjoy a 5% discount on any and all purchases. Within the base, for powerful ability users, the supplied base always extended immense respect, especially for exceptional young talents like Jingming. He had already reached the upper echelon of Tier 2, and his potential was truly immeasurable. Therefore, it was absolutely crucial to build a solid relationship with him. Half an hour later, "Mr. Jingming, your materials have been fully evaluated," Zhao Yi announced, handing over the detailed report. "High-grade Tier 2 beast materials, 89 pieces. Mid-grade, 107 pieces. Low-grade, 221 pieces. Zhao Yi glanced at the overwhelming list and couldn't help but take a stunned, deep breath. Had this guy just completely wiped out an entire monster nest, or perhaps even more? The thought made his smile spread even warmer now. The total value adds up to 24,764,000. We'll round it up to a nice, even 25 million. How does that sound, Mr. Shu? Shu Jingming glanced at the list, then gave a nod. He hadn't expected them to round up so generously. Moments later, his bank app pinged with a notification. John Shao bank account ending in 7,043, 25 million. Credited. Current balance, 29,100, 23,400. From just over 4 million to nearly 30 million. Jingming could finally declare he'd struck it rich. Even with his usually calm demeanor, he couldn't help but feel his heart quicken slightly. "Manager Zhao, I'll take my leave now." "Of course, Mr. Shu. Take care," Zhao Yi replied with a warm, genuine smile. Just this one transaction alone had netted him nearly 100,000 in commission. Right then, Zhao Yi's phone began to ring. The caller ID flashed. Zhao Chunlin. The moment he picked up, Zhao Chunlin's furious voice exploded through the line. "Manager, he's back at the base. That bastard. He's the one who ruined me. You have to help me get revenge." "Zaha Yifronit. You mean that upper tier, level 1 kid you told me about before? How do you plan to get your revenge?" The man on the other end sat in a wheelchair, his face twisted with pure rage. At the mere mention of Jingming's name, Zhao Chunlin's eyes burned red with hatred. As he growled, "I want the Black Tiger squad to move. I'll make him wish he were dead." Zhao, he was silent for a moment, thinking it over. Finally, he nodded. "Fine, I'll let you borrow the Black Tiger squad. But after this, we're done. No more ties between us. Understood? Once it's done, I'll leave this city immediately." Zhao Chunlin snapped back, then hung up. Zhao, he couldn't shake a deep sense of unease. He couldn't explain why, but something about this just didn't feel right. Like a bad omen looming just out of sight. Still, he reassured himself that he was overthinking it. After all, the Black Tiger squad consisted of elite Tier 2 ability users, taking down a single Tier 1 kid. What could possibly go wrong? After fulfilling Zhao Chunlin's request, Zhao excitedly called the base's chief manager, Wang Shan, reporting that he had just discovered a very promising ability user named Jing Ming, who by himself had brought back more spoils than over a dozen teams combined. There was a brief moment of silence on the other end. Then, as soon as Wang Shan checked the system, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly ordered, "The person you mentioned is extremely important. If he returns, report to me immediately." Zaha Ifroze. He hadn't expected even Wang Shan to react so strongly. It seemed this person was far from ordinary. Luckily, he hadn't shown any disrespect earlier. Otherwise, the consequences might have been disastrous. On the top floor of the Primal Supply base, inside the chief manager's office, Wang Shan's eyes gleamed brightly as he stared at the data displayed on his computer screen. To think another disciple of young Genshin would come to my base through the Bay's internal database. He had already learned that Jing Ming was a student at Mado University of supernatural abilities. And not just that, he was a high-tier level 2 ability user, with talent surpassing even Luo Ming from before. What a monster someone like this must never be offended. Now, at that moment, Jing Ming had just left the commercial district inside the base. The space rings here sold for over 10 million credits, yet their capacity was barely the size of a suitcase. Jing Ming sighed at the outrageous price. Still, space rings were undeniably convenient. It was just a shame they were so far beyond his reach. I wonder how expensive one, large enough to store a spear, would be. As he walked, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID flashed Lu Wentao's name. He answered, calm as ever. A familiar voice immediately burst through the speaker. "Brother Jingming, I finally got through to you. Were you coming back to school? Probably in half a month." "What? Another half month? Then that bastard Li Chuji gets to strut around even longer. You have no idea. He's the top scorer from Qinghai province. He just enrolled and acts all high and mighty." On the other end, Lu Wentao kept rambling, detailing everything that had happened at school since Jingming's departure. But suddenly, Jingming stopped dead in his tracks. He had sensed someone tailing him. Still, he remained calm and continued walking forward. Meanwhile, the Black Tiger squad lay in ambush down a narrow alley. Zhao Chunlin gritted his teeth and barked, "That's your target. Break his arms and legs, then bring him to me." The members of the Black Tiger squad exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disdain. "Get ready. The target's about to enter the alley," their captain ordered sternly. From behind a nearby building, about 20 meters away, he turned to the woman on his team, Hoki, analyzed the target's strength. Hoki possessed a grade C psychic type ability. Her sensory perception was extremely sharp, and she had detected high-level beasts in the wilderness many times before, allowing her team to avoid disaster. Even though their target this time was supposedly just a high-tier, level 1 ability user, they were still careful in their preparations. One of the men scoffed, "Captain, you're being too cautious. It's just some kid at level 1. What danger could he possibly pose?" But right then, Hoki gasped softly. His aura, it's terrifyingly strong. What's wrong?" The captain frowned, suddenly uneasy. "See for yourselves." Hawkeye forced a smile, then shared her psychic vision with the entire team. The captain's expression instantly froze solid. Within this world of mental sight, every living being glowed with an aura, a direct reflection of their power level. From Jingming's tall figure, however, radiated a blinding, blazing light, dazzling like a miniature sun amidst a sea of faint, flickering lights. The entire Black Tiger squad was utterly stunned. That aura was 10 times stronger than high tier. Level 2. The captain's eyes widened in pure shock. He immediately barked an order. "Abort the mission. Fall back now." The intel was completely wrong. "We'll settle this with Zhao Chunlin later." Meanwhile, Jingming stood frozen stiff in the middle of the alley, completely clueless as to what was even going on. He couldn't understand why this group suddenly decided to retreat all on their own. The thunder spear in his hand was already raised and battle-ready. If they had attacked, he would have wiped them all out without a second thought. His gaze turned cold. Back at the supply base, he had already sensed Zhao Chunlin's presence. He hadn't expected the guy to have learned absolutely nothing from last time and still try to take revenge behind his back. Jingming decided that next time they met, he would make sure to take extra good care care of him. At that moment, on the Black Tiger squad side, their captain completely lost his mind. He threw a punch that sent Zhao Chunlin crashing to the ground. Zhao Chunlin clutched his face, staring blankly in utter confusion. The scarred captain glared down at him, his tone icy and seething with rage. You dare ask why? The target wasn't a high-rank Tier 1. It was a high-rank Tier 2. Your intel was a total disaster. Who else should I hit if not you? Zhao Chunlin's mouth hung open. His mind went completely blank. Tier 2. High rank? Impossible. It had only been a little over a month. How could that guy have advanced so fast? Regardless, the mission was officially over. The Black Tiger squad promptly withdrew, heading straight to Chief Jiayi's office to report. So fast, the target's already been handled on the 6th floor of the base. Inside the manager's office, Zhao Yi smiled, seeing the Black Tiger squad return. The captain, clearly irritated, replied, Manager Zhao, there's a serious problem with Zhao Chunlin's intel. The target wasn't a Tier 1 high rank, but a Tier 2 high rank, even worse. Based on our joint attack assessment and direct observation, his combat power is at least Tier 3. We had no choice but to abort the mission. Zhao Yi was stunned. A Tier 2 high rank, with power comparable to Tier 3? Zhao Chunlin, since when did you start provoking people like that? Do you even realize what kind of monster you're dealing with? A faint sense of dread crept into Zhao Yi's chest. He frowned deeply, then asked, Wait a minute, what's the name of this person? Zhao Chunlin try to mess with? The Black Tiger captain answered, We're not sure of his name, but he's easy to recognize. Around 6 feet, 3 inches tall, strong build, and he carries a long spear on his back. Zhao Yi's face instantly drained of color. Oh no, this is bad, really bad. His mind went blank. Could it be Jingming? Clinging to a shred of hope, Zhao Yi hurried to verify the information. After confirming it, he immediately contacted Wang Shun, the base's general manager. But the moment Wang Shun heard the report, his expression darkened like a thundercloud. The intimidating aura of a Tier 4 ability user erupted throughout the office, the air growing unbearably heavy. His eyes blazed as he roared. You sent people to assassinate Jingming. Do you have any idea what you've done? Being a seasoned man, Zhao Yi could tell something was seriously off. Wang Shun's reaction was far beyond what he'd expected. He stammered nervously, Manager Wang, isn't he just a Tier 2 high in rank? Is it truly worth getting this worked up? You blind fool. Wang Shun slammed the desk, growling through clenched teeth. He brought up a holographic display, and projected a data file into the air. Look closely. This is Jingming's file. Zai quickly scanned the glowing words in front of him. Jingming, top student of Jiangnan Province, freshman at Medu Supernatural University, 18 years old, high level 2. Zhao Yi was stunned. Only 18 years old and already high level 2. Zhao Yi was dumbstruck. 18 years old and already Tier 2 high rank. A high rank. I've never heard of anyone cultivating this fast. And wait, his personal mentor is Dean Young Genshin himself. At that moment, Zhao Yi realized he had made a colossal mistake. Wang Shun's voice was cold as ice as he asked, Do you understand now? A man like Yang Zhenshun, even if he raised this entire supply base to the ground, that the nation itself wouldn't dare say a word. Hearing that, Zhao Yi's face turned pale as a sheet. He knew the situation had gone completely off the rails. After hurriedly apologizing, and promising to make sure the base wouldn't suffer any repercussions, he ordered his men to drag Zhao Chunlin into Wang Shun's office to face punishment. Zhao Chunlin, now fully aware of how dire his situation was, trembled and begged for forgiveness. Zhao Yi placed a hand on top of his head, his tone slow and deliberate. It seems a few rounds of torture wouldn't even begin to cut it. The ringleader must be made an example of. If you want someone to blame, blame yourself for ramming head first, into the hardest steel plate imaginable. Then he squeezed hard with a sickening crack. Zhao Chunlin's head burst apart, blood splattering across the office. When it was over, Zhao Yi lowered his head, anxiously awaiting Wang Shun's judgment. Wang Shun's gaze was as frigid as a winter storm. His deep voice boomed, shaking the room. Do you truly believe that's enough? I've overlooked your shady dealings for years, but this time, your mistake is simply unforgivable. Every single person involved in this mess will face the harshest punishment. Not just you, but the entire Black Tiger squad. Erase every last trace of their connection. At his command, a squad of guards stormed in and dragged Zhao Yi away. Moments later, Wang Shun personally led a team straight toward the base's main hall. The mere sight of such an imposing figure instantly caused an absolute stir. Everyone assumed an incredibly important guest must be arriving. Among the bustling crowd was Wang Qian's team. Just then, someone beside her suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Wang Qian, look, isn't that the guy from Motto, University of Supernatural Abilities?" Following her friend's pointing finger, Wang Qian turned, and indeed, Jingming had just stepped into the magnificent grand hall. All eyes immediately locked onto him, captivated. Wasting no time, Wang Shun strode forward quickly and greeted him with profound respect. "Mr. Shu, you finally returned. I am the general manager of this base." Wang Qian stood there utterly in shock. So this was the very person the senior managers had come out to welcome. It turned out the student she met was far from ordinary. Bowing slightly, Wang Shun continued, "Regarding Zhao Chunlin's offense against you, that our base takes full and complete responsibility. He's already been executed on the spot, and everyone else involved has been detained. They'll spend the rest of their lives rotting in prison. As an apology, we've prepared a token of compensation." But Jingming was only slightly surprised. As expected of someone capable of holding such a position, like general manager, decisive and incredibly efficient, Wang Shun then produced a gleaming black card. "This is a black gold premium membership card for the base. You may stay in any residence here, free of charge, and you'll receive a minimum 0.20 discount on all purchases." He then presented a small, shimmering ring, plus the spatial ring, with a storage capacity of 1 cubic meter, is also part of our atonement gift. Jingming's eyes widened in delight as he held the glittering ring in his hand. It was exactly what he'd been looking for. Jingming looked at the ring, unable to hide his astonishment. People with spatial abilities were already extremely rare, but engraving spatial energy into a ring was an even more complex process, requiring countless precise steps. The larger the space, the higher the crafting value. A spatial ring with just 1 cubic meter of capacity could sell for at least 50 million. For Wang Shun to bring out something this valuable as an apology gift clearly showed his sincerity. "In that case, I accept it all," Jingming said with a faint smile, putting away both the black card and the ring. Seeing Jingming accept, Wang Shun let out a sigh of relief. The troublesome matter caused by Zhao Chunlin was finally resolved. Wang Shun laughed, trying to close the distance between them. As expected of teacher Yang's student, straightforward and fair. "Come to think of it, I also know your senior, Lu Meng. Seems like we're quite fated to meet." The two chatted for more than half an hour. If Jingming hadn't taken the initiative to end the conversation, Wang Shun could probably have gone talking all day. After leaving the reception room, Jingming went up to the 18th floor to book a room. At first, he planned to get a regular one as usual, but when the receptionist saw the black gold card in his hand, she was instantly startled and upgraded his booking to the most luxurious suite available. The suite was over 200 square meters, complete with a bedroom, bathroom, and entertainment room. Every detail of the interior was lavishly designed, every piece of furniture meticulously crafted. After a month of non-stop training, he finally got a proper day of rest. Catching his breath, Jingming settled onto the living room sofa, then curiously pulled out the spatial ring for a closer look. Before they parted, Wang Chun had told him, "If anything happens, just contact me directly. In this city, my name still carries some weight." Jingming realized this was the sheer power of connections. If he were just an ordinary Tier 2 Esper, there was no way he'd be treated with such deference. At first glance, the ring looked utterly ordinary, but he could distinctly sense the faint, telltale ripple of spatial energy. It was just like what he'd felt in the combat skill library back at Motto University of Espers. Using a spatial ring was surprisingly simple. All he had to do was imprint his spiritual mark onto it. Jingming's spiritual power at 972 was far higher than the average Tier 2 Espers. It didn't take him long to complete the imprint. In that instant, a cubic meter of empty space materialized within his consciousness. Jingming's eyes lit up. Finally, he owned something straight out of fantasy novel. He immediately started experimenting with its storage function. Just by touching an object, it could be stored away, and retrieving it only required a thought, other than its inability to store living creatures. It was incredibly convenient. After playing with it for a while, Jingming lost interest. He stowed away his healing meds, purified water, energy bars, cooking pot, and seasonings. Then, he took out his phone and called Yang Genshin. "You left the wilderness already?" Came his teacher's familiar voice from the other end. "Yes, just got out today. There's also something I'd like to report to you." Jingming knew well that receiving such an extravagant gift was largely thanks to his teacher's formidable reputation. So, he had to explain the situation clearly. After hearing everything, a cold snort came from the other side of the line. "They dare to send someone to kill my student, paying back with just a spatial ring? What a cheap price. If anything had happened to you, I'd have blown that entire supply base off the map." "All right," Professor Yang Genshin continued. "You said that Tier 2 Esper squad followed you all the way into an alley. Why did they give up in the end?" His tone was laced with suspicion and a hint of relief. Having spent years battling in the wilderness, Professor Yang Genshin knew mercenary teams like theirs would do anything for money. It was rare for them to suddenly back off. Jingming replied, "Perhaps they realized I'm high tier." "Tier 2? A brief silence fell on the line, followed by Yang Genshin's shocked voice. "What? You've already reached upper tier, Tier 2. "Yes, I just broke through a few days ago." After a few moments of silence, Professor Yang Genshin suddenly burst into loud laughter, his voice filled with excitement. "Good. Excellent. As expected of my student, your cultivation speed even surpasses mine. When you return to campus, I'll personally host a celebration banquet for you." Jingming chuckled, saying he'd be back before the new term began. For now, he wanted to train in the Tier 4 beast zone. Thanks to his lightning flash skill, those beasts wouldn't be able to catch him. He planned to use this opportunity to hone his combat experience. "This kid still sounds calm enough," Professor Yang Genshin said with a sigh of relief. "Just remember to stay cautious out there." "I understand, teacher." The two talked for a bit longer before hanging up. At his villa on the Mado University campus, Professor Yang Genshin's eyes still shimmered with disbelief. After decades of teaching, he had seen countless geniuses, but never one who could go from upper tier 1 to upper tier 2 in just a single month. People often said that the danger between life and death was the catalyst for strength, but in his disciple's case, this wasn't a catalyst at all. It was outright cheating. After finishing his report to Professor Yang Genshin, Jingming decided to head back into the wilderness. Once more, this time, his target was the deep mountain forest region within the primordial wilds, the forests that were home to mostly Tier 3 beasts. And with even some Tier 4s, this area proved far more dangerous. But the ability points you could earn would increase dramatically in return. In this area, the sounds of chirping birds and beastly roars eerily blended together. Unlike the ruined steel wastelands, this mountain forest was raw and utterly untamed, overgrown with tangled weeds and shrubs, with endless stretches of lush green trees as far as the eye could see. In the height of summer, the buzzing of cicadas mingled with the furious growls of predators, creating a strange, yet harmonious symphony of nature and danger. Crack! As soon as Jingming stepped on a dry branch, his expression instantly changed. He shifted to the side in a flash. The very next moment, a pale green wind blade slashed out from the bushes, slicing straight through where he had just been standing. Boom! 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 That sharp blade of wind sheared clean through 3 or 4 thick tree trunks before dissipating into the air. Roar! A beast covered in pale green fur, with razor-sharp eyes, emerged from the forest. It resembled a wolf, only several times larger, its entire body surrounded by a faint swirl of wind, making its sleek fur ripple continuously. This creature was known as a wind wolf. Jingming's eyes lit up. Once a beast reached Tier 3, it could begin to harness elemental energy, similar to a human Esper's ability. This wind wolf was a wind-type beast, living deep in the forest, and that slicing wind blade was its main attack skill. Judging by its aura, this one was a mid-tier Tier 3. Jingming wondered how many ability points he could earn. After taking it down, but just as he was about to strike, ready to claim his first kill of the trip, rustling sounds and human voices suddenly echoed out. From nearby, a group of 5 people emerged from the forest, all armed to the teeth. Among them, a man, carrying a large camera on his shoulder, and at the group's center walked a tall woman, with long silver hair cascading down her waist. Her tight combat suit perfectly showcased her graceful figure, making her instantly stand out from the crowd. Jingming immediately recognized her. It was none other than Zhang Suo Shuai, the famed online celebrity and internet goddess, whom he'd met just a month ago at the supply base. The group of espers seemed to utterly disregard Jing Ming's presence, chatting and laughing as if he wasn't even there. That wind wolf brims with potent wind energy. It's likely a mid-tier, tier 3 beast. One of them remarked, perfect material for Miss Zhang's next recording. Just like always, beat it half to death first. Then we'll handle the rest out here. The rule was clear. Whoever spotted a beast first had the right to hunt it. If another esper group tried to snatch it away, that was considered a blatant act of provocation. But this group clearly had no regard for Jingming at all. They continued talking and preparing to attack the wind wolf right in front of him. Seeing this, Jingming frowned, about to speak up, but Zhang Suo Shuai spoke first. Captain Wang, that beast was already claimed by someone else. Let's find another target. The middle-aged man leading the group smiled, half joking, half condescending. Miss Zhang, that's a mid-tier, tier 3 beast. If we leave it to a tier 2, upper-level kid like him, he'll be torn apart before he even gets a chance to leave. Miss Zhang's brows furrowed slightly, her tone turning cool. Captain Wang, I've told you before, I don't like using spoils claimed by others for my recording material. At her words, the man's expression instantly darkened, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes, though he quickly hid it with a polite smile. Since Miss Zhang insists, let's change the target. With that, the group quickly disappeared into the trees, leaving Jingming's sights. A conflict that was about to erupt had been calmly diffused. Jingming stroked his chin, murmuring to himself that Zhang Suo Shuai, her temperament, surprisingly, wasn't half bad. At least she knew how to be considerate of others. Of course, Jingming couldn't completely rule out the possibility that she was just meticulously maintaining her public image. After all, though, Zhang Suo Shuai was a notorious internet celebrity. Still, it seemed that her grip on the team wasn't exactly ironclad. From her tone and words, Jingming quickly deduced this group had likely snatched others' prey more than once before by the looks of it. What's more, and since Jingming was quite close to the middle-aged man, Jingming clearly caught the flicker of pure malice that crossed the man's face like a shadow the very moment Zhang Suoshui reprimanded him. With the group finally out of sight, the wind wolf, lurking behind the bushes, suddenly lunged out, letting out a furious roar. Its crimson eyes burned with an insatiable hunger for human flesh. It then charged straight at Jingming. Simultaneously, 2 pale green wind blades shot forth from its body. Well, you're even more impatient than I am, Jingming muttered, his speed and agility making dodging utterly effortless. A blinding flash of lightning split the air. In the blink of an eye, Jingming vanished from his very spot, only to reappear over 30 meters away, directly in front of the raging beast. This was Lightning Flash, an A- ranked combat skill he'd completely mastered. Now completely combined with his upper tier, tier 2 power, his strike range could now easily reach up to 54 meters. The Wind Wolf's eyes widened in pure panic, completely unable to form another wind blade. Before Jingming's spear erupted with crackling lightning, thunder exploded violently outward, blending with the wind's energy in a vicious burst. The wolf's steel-hard skull was pierced cleanly through, like a ripe melon bursting wide open. A mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Dane Wind Wolf, Tier 3, mid-level killed, ability points gained, +3. 0.434 points from 1 Tier 3 beast. Not bad, Jingming murmured, quite satisfied with his harvest. 7 days later, that afternoon, the summer sun blazed brilliantly in the cloudless sky. Deep within the mountain forest, a troop of 7 or 8 great strength apes prowled through the dense underbrush, their eyes darting, searching for prey. Suddenly, the alpha ape halted, sniffing the air suspiciously. It sensed danger and was about to roar a warning. But before it could, a violet-blue lightning spear shot out from the trees. The weapon tore through the air at blinding speed, impaling the alpha's head in an instant. A thunderous explosion followed, shaking the very ground. Bolts of lightning crackled violently, forming a massive, mushroom-shaped storm cloud above the upper tier. The Tier 3 great strength ape leader was blasted backward, its entire body charred and smoking. The rest of the troop roared in fury. Then, from the shadows of the forest, a man emerged, a long, dark gold spear in hand. His entire body was wrapped in crackling lightning. He looked like a thunder god, descending upon the mortal world. One lightning strike, and it's still alive? Guess those apes really are tough, Jingming said, shaking his head at the half-dead leader. But first, let's clear out the small ones. Lightning Prison, a cage of thunder, with a 20-meter radius materialized, surrounding both him and the apes. One ape tried to escape, but the moment it touched the lightning barrier, its fur burned black, and it stumbled back in terror. No one's getting out. Jingming's eyes flashed with power, as his figure blurred into a streak of lightning, diving straight into the center of the horde. Lightning Flash, Thunderstorm Gale, Break Chain Lightning Spear. Each move chained perfectly into the next spear. Shadows filled the air. Thunder roared like a stormy sea. His power now, with spear mastery at the Grandmaster level and multiple A-rank combat techniques, was utterly overwhelming the great strength. 8-pack creatures that even the most expert teams dreaded facing fell one after another in less than 6 minutes. Every single one of them now lay motionless, scattered across the forest floor. Jingming stood tall in the middle of the clearing, letting out a long, deliberate breath. Around him, beast corpses lay scattered everywhere, their blood soaking the once green grass. He then opened his system interface and quickly glanced at the numbers. Another 200 ability points gained. Jingming nodded, a flicker of satisfaction. Clearly, hunting monsters in the mountains was proving far more efficient than scavenging through the city ruins. In just 7 days, he had already accumulated over 3,000 ability points. Beep, beep. Just then, the smartwatch on his wrist vibrated. He glanced down, spotting a white dot flashing on the map, a distress signal. This was the most crucial function of the watches, distributed by supply stations to all ability users. When someone activated their distress signal, their position would instantly appear within a 2-kilometer radius, allowing others to decide whether to rescue or ignore them. Most ability users, upon receiving such a signal, would first approach and assess the situation before making a choice. Not far away, deep within a dense forest, a slender figure, an agile girl, darted swiftly between towering trees. Her long silver hair streamed behind her as she leapt, each powerful jump covering 7 or 8 meters at a time. But despite her impressive agility, worry was clearly etched on her delicate face. Every few seconds, she glanced nervously over her shoulder. A few hundred meters behind her, something massive was crashing relentlessly through the forest. Trees snapped and fell one after another as the creature barreled forward with terrifying speed. On John Suzu's beautiful face, tension was written plainly all over. Earlier that morning, she and her team of bodyguards had been filming a monster hunting video to upload online when unexpectedly a level 4 beast struck. A creature had suddenly burst out from the forest. The entire team was thrown into utter chaos. She only managed to survive because the monster's attention wasn't on her. After her narrow escape, she tried circling back, hoping to find her bodyguards, only to accidentally awaken another terrifying beast, hiding within a nearby cave. A level 3 Earth Armor Dragon. In this world, you see, any monster with dragon in its name was notoriously ferocious and nearly impossible to take down. This Earth Armor Dragon was absolutely no exception. Even though it was only a low-tier level 3, its combat strength easily surpassed many high-tier. Level 3S. Worse yet, Zhang Xuaxuai herself was only level 2. Even if she popped a bloodburst pill, her power would barely reach level 3. In other words, she couldn't win, and she couldn't outrun it either. Her only hope now was that someone nearby had spotted her distress signal and would rush to help. But deep down, she knew the chances of rescue were incredibly slim. The enraged roar of the Earth Armored Dragon grew louder and disturbingly closer. While leaping through the branches, Zhang Xuaxuai suddenly spotted an open meadow ahead. Her face instantly drained of color. In the forest, the creature's massive body was at least hindered by the trees. But if they reached open ground, it would have a clear, unimpeded path, and she'd be caught in mere seconds. Still, hesitation meant certain death. She bit her lip hard and leapt down onto the grassy field, sprinting forward with every ounce of her strength. Only seconds later, the beast's thunderous bellow erupted again, much closer than before. She glanced back, her pupils shrinking in terror. Bursting from the tree line was a colossal monster, resembling a gigantic armored scorpion, easily as tall as a 4-story building, charging straight toward her. "This is it. I'm done for," she whispered, despair flooding her face. But at that very moment, a dazzling streak of electric light flashed through the air. A tall figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Spear in hand, he stood between her and the charging Earth Armored Dragon. Zhang Xuaxuai froze instantly. Then her eyes widened in shocked recognition. It was him, the young man she'd met just a week ago. Zhang Xuaxuai froze, a realization dawning on her. The person standing right in front of her, that was indeed the young man from a week ago, but his rank was only level 2. High tier. Her expression instantly soured. She screamed in panic. "Run! That's a level 3, low-tier Earth Armored Dragon. You can't possibly beat it." However, the young man in front of her seemed utterly oblivious. He simply stood there, unmoving. Why won't he listen? Zhang Xuaxuai stomped her foot in utter frustration. It didn't matter if she died here, but she couldn't drag an innocent person down with her. With that thought, she mustered every ounce of her courage. She stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Jingming, and shouted, "Run! I'll hold it off." She dashed straight toward the Earth Armored Dragon, ready to fight it with everything she had. But the moment the monster unleashed its roar, the sheer force of that sound froze her in her tracks. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She couldn't even move another step forward. Then suddenly, a deafening boom, like thunder, exploded from behind her. Jingming's entire body was wrapped in a terrifying surge of crackling lightning. His right hand clenched around a surging purple bolt of electricity, drawn directly from the air itself. A powerful voice, as if descending from the heavens themselves, roared out Thunder Spear. In an instant, the violet-blue lightning surrounding him converged rapidly, forming a spear made entirely of raw thunder and light. The spear was hurled with blinding speed, piercing straight into the massive eye of the Earth Armored Dragon. The monster let out a shriek of agony, thrashing wildly as if it wanted to crush the fool who dared challenge it. But a heartbeat later, the lightning spear, lodged deep in its eye, exploded with a violent force. Boom! The very ground trembled as wild arcs of electricity danced madly through the air. Blood and a milky fluid splattered everywhere as the colossal creature finally collapsed, right before Zhang Xuaxuai. What? The Earth Armored Dragon was killed just like that. Zhang Xuaxuai's eyes widened in utter disbelief at the unbelievable sight before her. Everything had happened so fast, even though the creature's eye was, indeed, its undeniable weak point. Almost no one could ever hope to strike it. It constantly guarded itself, and its speed was absolutely terrifying. Just a slight, almost imperceptible movement was enough to dodge any fatal blow. Yet that young man's thunder spear had been so blindingly fast. The monster didn't even have time to react. Such power. That's utterly insane. The explosion earlier definitely wasn't her imagination. But how could someone who was only level 2, high tier, be this strong? At that very moment, Jingming's system voice rang out in his mind. You have slain a level 3, low tier Earth Armored Dragon. gained 36 ability points. Hearing the notification, Jingming raised an eyebrow just slightly. As expected of a monster with dragon in its name, the rewards are even higher than a level 3 high-tier beast. He then turned toward her. You okay? He asked. John Swashwai blushed slightly. Aki, I'm fine. My legs are just a little weak. Thank you for saving me. Jingming smiled faintly. It's nothing. Anyone else in my place would have done the same. Saying that, he reached out a hand to help her stand. John Suashwai looked at him and smiled softly. My name is John Suashwai. You saved my life. I don't know how I can ever repay you. If there's ever anything you need in the future, just tell me. Jingming chuckled. No need for anything serious. But if possible, could I get a signed photo of you? That would be great. He said it because he knew Lu Wentao. His friend was a huge fan of Zhang Xinshui, always dreaming about getting her autograph. John Swashway blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected such a simple request. She thought he might ask for something much harder. I don't have any photos with me right now, she said with a gentle smile. But once we're back at the supply station, I'll sign one for you then. Sun Tzu. How Shuai suddenly pointed to the school emblem, engraved on Jingming's weapon, and asked in surprise, You're from Moto University of Supernatural Abilities. Jingming nodded, that's right. It was a gift from my mentor. You recognize this spear? Zhong Suo Shuai smiled. Of course. It's quite famous for ability users at level 1 or 2. It's far too heavy, but once you reach level 3 or higher, you usually switch to grade C weapons or above. That's what makes this spear so unique. She tucked a strand of her silver hair behind her ear and said cheerfully, let me introduce myself properly. I am John Suashve Safemov, Class 3 Ice Element Division. Elemental Academy, nice to meet you, senior. Deep down she couldn't help but think, that's strange. I've never heard his name mentioned around campus. Before, he must be one of those overly modest types. Jingming was momentarily taken aback when she called him senior, but after a brief thought, he found it reasonable at Moda University. Most students didn't reach level 2, high tier, until their junior year anyway. Seeing how she admired him, Jingming decided it was harmless to let her misunderstanding slide. So he smiled and said, nice to meet you too. Hearing him say that made Zhong Suashue visibly brighten. Her smile bloomed like sunlight. Senior Jingming, you're incredible. That Earth Armor Dragon may have only been level 3 and low tier, but its power wasn't far from a high-tier beast, and you took it down in a single, devastating strike. That's insane. They chatted for a while longer before Jingming mentioned he had to leave. Seeing that, Zhang Suo Shuai quickly spoke up, her voice tinged with a hint of hesitation. You're leaving already? Would it be okay if I came along with you for a bit? I got separated from my security team, and if I run into another high-level monster alone, I probably won't make it back. Jingming frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll take you as far as the city ruins. From there, you should be able to find your way back safely. Thank you so much, Zhang Suo Shuai said, with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower. Then, curiosity sparked in her eyes. All right, do you want to check out the Earth Armor Dragon's nest? I'm sure there's something valuable inside. Otherwise, that thing wouldn't have been chasing me so crazily. Her reasoning made perfect sense, so Jingming nodded in agreement. As they walked, Zhong Suo Shuai chatted nonstop. The female version of Lu Wentao, really? So, Senior Jingming, which academy are you from? The Weaponry Academy, Jingming replied simply. Zhong Suo Shuai's eyes lit up. Oh, I know that one. Your dean is Young Genshin, right? I heard he's terrifying. People even call him King Yamiyang. Is that true? Jingming only smiled faintly. He's my teacher. Zhong Suo Shuai froze, her face turning crimson. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Her flustered expression caught Jingming off guard. Online, Zhang Suo Shuai was known for her confident, decisive demeanor. One strike, one kill, combined with her long, silver hair and ice element abilities. She was the very image of a cold, powerful goddess. But right now, she was just an adorably awkward girl, chattering nonstop. Compared to Lu Wentao, Jingming found her talkative nature surprisingly pleasant, especially when the speaker was such a stunning beauty. After trekking through the dense forest, for about 5 minutes, a massive cave entrance, easily 3 or 4 stories tall, burst into view. Zhong Suhao Shuai pointed ahead, ecstatic. Senior Jingming, that's it. That's the cave. Before they could step inside, Jingming cautioned her, be careful. There could still be danger lurking. Stay right behind me. As soon as they stepped inside, Zhong Suhao Shuai caught a sweet, delicate scent. Looking down at the ground, both of them froze, utterly astonished. The place was covered with grade B white spirit herb, grade B blazing bloom, grade C sleep root, nothing but rare medicinal herbs. Zhong Suhao Shuai was about to say something when her eyes suddenly widened and she blurted out, "It's D Ling Spring, grade S. Oh my god, this is a sacred healing elixir that can restore nearly all injuries for ability users below level 4. Seeing Jing Ming still look a bit skeptical, she hurried to explain, "I'm not wrong. D-Ling Spring seeps into the surrounding plants and mutates them into miraculous herbs. That unique fragrance is unmistakable. Trust me, I have a level 2 apothecary certificate." Hearing that, Jing Ming praised her. "You're a top student too. I've heard a level 2 apothecary certificate is incredibly hard to get." Zhong Suhao Shuai smiled brightly at the compliment. "You flatter me, senior. Jing Ming and this D-Ling Spring should yield at least 5 portions of grade S healing extract. All of this is yours." Jing Ming shook his head and smiled. "No need. I'll take 4 portions. You take 1. As for the strange flowers and herbs around here, we'll split them evenly." Hearing that, Zhong Suhao Shuai gave a small, admiring smile. She respected Jing Ming even more, strong and fair-minded. Just then, footsteps sounded at the cave mouth. A man's voice called out, "Captain, there isn't a single monster in this cave. There shouldn't be anything valuable either." But Captain Wong replied in a low voice, "Hold on. From the traces around here, this could very well be the lair of a level 3 Earth Armor Dragon. Dragon nests usually mean untold treasures." The moment she heard voices, Zhong Suhao Shuai immediately recognized them. It was the protection team she had hired, outwardly, but inside, she was filled with dread. "This is bad. If they find the grade S Ling Spring, even though they're supposed to be my bodyguards, things could get extremely messy." Seeing Zhong Suhao Shuai, Captain Wong smiled and said, "Miss Zhong, we've been searching everywhere for you. We didn't expect to find you out here." Someone else in the team also recognized Jing Ming. "Isn't this the guy we met before?" Son Suao Sui quickly explained. "He's a schoolmate of mine. We ran into each other on the road and chatted for a bit. Oh, there are a lot of precious herbs further in. Why don't we all split them? Everyone gets a share." Captain Wong chuckled. "Is that so? Well then, thank you, Miss Zhong." But at that very moment, another team member squinted and said, "Captain, something's wrong. That pool over there. It looks like the grade S Ling Spring, the ultimate healing elixir." The moment the words grade S were spoken, greed instantly lit up their eyes. Son Suao Swipe Banik Dingworthy. It's over. Just mentioning a grade S resource completely changed the atmosphere. Now, a chilling, murderous aura began to emanate from Captain Wong. His face went cold, and his voice dropped. "Looks like the two of you haven't been entirely honest with us, have you?" Sensing the immediate danger, Sun Suao Sui grabbed Jing Ming's hand and stammered, "Then just take the Ling Spring and all the herbs. It's yours. Let's go." "Okay," but after tugging at him for a moment, she realized Jing Ming had no intention of leaving. She whispered urgently, "Senior Jing Ming, they're all peak level 3 ability users. We can't fight them." Jing Ming replied calmly, "Peak level 3, huh? I don't think I'm any weaker than them. Besides, even if we handed everything over, do you really think it'd spare us?" Captain Wong let out a booming laugh. "This kid talks big, but he's not wrong. Miss Zhong is a famous streamer. If she just posts a few complaints in one confessional article, our careers would be finished." He smiled coldly, his eyes brimming with killing intent. "Killing them both, right here, will be the best choice." Zhong Sushio's entire body turned ice cold. Once the enemy decided to seize the entire Earth Spirit Spring, there was no way they'd let a witness leave alive. She blamed herself for all of this. She couldn't, under any circumstances, allow Jing Min to be dragged into it. Her decision was made. She would swallow the bloodburst pill to hold them back, giving Jing Min a chance to escape. A dark crimson pill appeared between her fingers. Without hesitation, she tilted her head back and swallowed it. Boom! A violent shock wave erupted. Zhong Sushio's beautiful face flushed crimson as her level 3 ability, Aura, burst forth in full force. At the same time, an icy chill spread throughout the cavern. The temperature plummeted sharply. Within seconds, it dropped below -10 degrees. Frost formed along the cave walls, and even the Earth Spirit Spring began to freeze over with a thin layer of ice. Zhong, go kill her boyfriend. Zhong Sushio is mine. The rest of you, guard the entrance. Got it, one of the men growled, baring his teeth in a vicious grin, as he strode quickly toward Jingmin. Meanwhile, Captain Wong advanced slowly toward Zhong Sushio. Miss Zhong, he sneered, I'm sorry, but this is where you die. As he spoke, a disgusting smile spread across his face. Two sharp fangs extended from his mouth. His muscles bulged, and grayish-yellow fur sprouted across his skin. Beast-type enhancement ability, rank C, Tiger Blade. Warrior. In this beast form, his strength and endurance soared. He had once slaughtered countless ability users, and feral beasts alike with this very power. Captain, don't kill her too fast. One of the men at the cave entrance cackled nastily. We still want to have some fun. Not with that fine body of hers. Relax, Captain Wong purred, licking his lips, his eyes flashing with lewd intent. A woman like this, I wouldn't dream of ending it too soon. Jean Suarez's face turned bone white with despair. They had split their forces, one group chasing after Jingming, while the rest blocked every possible exit. No matter what she did, escape was now utterly impossible. Her heart twisted with a surge of guilt. If I hadn't brought him here, Jingmin wouldn't have to die here with me. She bit her lip, her eyes brimming with regret. But just then, creakum, a thunderclap exploded through the cave, followed by a bone-chilling scream. Chu Yung, what the hell are you doing? You can't even handle a level 2 ability user. Captain Wong frowned and whipped his head around, and his pupils instantly constricted in shock. Before him, the tip of Jingming's spear had pierced clean through Chu Zhang's chest, lifting him into the air as blood sprayed everywhere. Captain, Chu Dang Ga Pet weakly. Then his head fell forward, lifeless. Jingming pulled the spear free, and the corpse dropped to the ground, like a puppet with its strings cut. He said coldly, looks like your comrade wasn't that strong. After all, the entire squad froze, stunned. The kill had happened so blindingly fast that, by the time they even processed what was going on, every man was glaring furiously at Jingming. Yet, none dared move from their post, guarding the cave entrance. Chu Zhong might have only been mid-level 3. Captain Wong thought grimly, but killing him that easily? This man is dangerous. Taking a deep breath, he lunged forward with a furious roar. Then you can die with him. Tiger Fong Slash. A roar like a tiger's echoed through the cavern. As his blade came crashing down, it tore through the very air. But Jingming merely raised an eyebrow. Lightning flared beneath his feet, and in the next instant he vanished. His body, now a thunder shadow, transformed into a scorching streak of lightning that ripped across the cave. Captain Wong's strike slammed into the rocky wall, instead carving out a crater more than 3 meters deep. As chunks of debris rained down around him, Jingming glanced around, a slight frown on his face. In terms of raw, physical strength, Captain Wong definitely surpassed him. However, as long as he had Thunder Shadow, escaping, even while carrying Zhang Suashui, was entirely possible. But Jingming didn't want to just flee. He wanted all of the Earth Spirit, spring, and the spiritual herbs growing around it. He drew in a deep breath, the corners of his lips curling upward. In that case, he said coldly, I'll just have to wipe you all out. Lightning Extremist Mode. Activate. Boom, boom, boom. Before everyone's horrified eyes, countless arcs of violet, blue lightning exploded outward from Jingming's body. In an instant, the entire cave transformed into a raging storm of thunder and crackling lightning bolts. Thunder roared without end, and primal energy surged through the air. Each lightning strike blasted the ground and walls apart, sending rock fragments flying everywhere. What terrified them even more was that, amid the raging thunderstorm, Jingming's power was still climbing higher and higher. His body began to grow larger, his combat suit shredding apart under the surging force. What emerged was a muscular, sculpted form, a living statue of power and fury. Before Captain Wong and his men now stood a towering figure over 2 meters tall, his entire body wrapped in blue-violet lightning, his aura fierce and ancient, like a primeval thunder dragon reborn. When the world is that? Is he even human? Captain Wong stammered, his voice trembling with fear. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the colossal figure, walking relentlessly toward him through the raging storm. A suffocating sense of impending doom closed in around him. This was the S-rank physical refinement Thunderstar Undying Body. In this awakened state, not only did it supercharge Jingming's physical strength, but also unleashed the bestial essence within the blood he had absorbed and assimilated. Jingming could clearly feel the boundless energy, surging and coursing through every fiber of his being, in a primal, violent emotion rising from deep within. He could tell his physical power had swelled to at least 3 or 4 times stronger than ever before. So, it's just some kind of special transformation trick? Captain Wong snarled defiantly, though the raw fear in his eyes betrayed his bravado. Still, he tried to rally his waning courage, raising his blade once more with desperate resolve to unleash another devastating combat technique. But before he could even twitch a muscle, Jingming was already gone from sight. His speed was so utterly overwhelming that even Captain Wong, a seasoned warrior, could only catch a fleeting flicker of motion, a mere faint afterimage. His instinct screamed, "Not good." He reflexively raised his sturdy round shield in front of his chest, shouting confidently, "Don't even bother. No attack below level 4 can pierce this shield." But the moment Jingming's spear struck it, boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the cavern. Captain Wong's eyes widened in utter disbelief as an enormous, bone-shattering force surged through the shield, far beyond anything he could possibly withstand. The shield shattered instantly, exploding into fragments, and before he could even register what happened, the sheer impact hurled him violently backward, as if he'd been struck by a speeding freight train. He slammed into the cave wall with a sickening, echoing crash, leaving behind a truly massive, gaping crater, cracks spiderwebbed outward from the impact point, crawling across the rock's surface like veins of shattered glass. Jingming slowly withdrew his spear, its tip still glowing. A faint, almost imperceptible smile forming on his lips. Impressive reflexes, he stated calmly, a hint of admiration. That's the raw instinct of a seasoned ability user, one forged through countless life or death battles. If you were just an average level 3, you wouldn't have even had time to blink before I ran you through, you bastard. Captain Wong's subordinates roared, flame. Demon Palm, seeing their leader in grave danger, 3 immediately launched a furious attack. A massive fireball roared straight for Jingming, heat waves distorting the very air around it. But Jingming didn't even flinch. He calmly raised his left hand, and a shimmering net of pure lightning materialized behind him, completely intercepting the incoming fireball. The blazing sphere burst apart, dissipating harmlessly against the lightning barrier. My flame demon palm. How? How is that even possible? The vice captain gasped in utter disbelief. That was his proudest B-rank combat technique, a skill he perfected after decades of grueling training. Yet, it couldn't even scratch the enemy's lightning net. At that very moment, Jingming grabbed Captain Wong by the collar and brutally dragged him across the ground. The man's face was covered in blood, eyes wide with terror. "Don't, please don't kill me," he begged. "I'll give you the entire Earth Spirit Spring, and I've got billions in personal savings. It's all yours, just spare me." Jingming's expression didn't waver. Too late for that. The azure dragon pupils in his eyes glowed, cold and merciless. He clenched his left hand. Bang! Captain Wong's head exploded like a watermelon, spraying blood and brain matter everywhere. The stench of blood quickly filled the entire cavern, heavy and suffocating. Am I dreaming? Beside him, Zhong Suiju's eyes widened in disbelief. Jingming stood there like a god of thunder incarnate. She had hired this team to venture into the desert. Each expedition cost 6 million. Every member was among the strongest in Tier 3, especially Captain Wong, who stood at the very peak of Tier 3, nearly invincible among his rank. And yet, now his head had been blown apart by Jingming, without even a chance to resist. But Jingming's true power was only at Tier 2 high stage. This whole thing was utterly preposterous, Zhang Suashui muttered under her breath. In more than a year, at the Shanghai Supernatural University, she'd never once heard of a student pulling off such a feat. She also realized Jingming was in a peculiar, heightened state, one that was terrifyingly powerful, even surpassing an A- rank ability. Could it be? He's an S rank. Blood splattered everywhere, a metallic stench filling the cave. The 3 remaining members went pale with horror. their voices trembling as they screamed, "Monster!" The oppressive aura, radiating from the ancient Thunder Dragon's bloodline, coupled with the captain's exploding head, had completely shattered their will to fight. Watching the trembling vice-captain, Jing Ming smirked, "Monster? Compared to you butchers, I'm still more human than any of you." Then a cruel smile crept across his face and into his heart. "Next, it's your turn." Sensing immediate danger, the three survivors immediately swallowed blood-burst pills, forcibly boosting their strength. They knew it clearly. If Jing Ming didn't die today, they would fall among them. The vice-captain possessed a Tier 3 high-grade fire ability. The tall, thin man was merely a healer, with almost no combat power, and the remaining woman shared the same beast-type ability as their fallen captain. The three of them together were a decent fighting unit under normal circumstances, but before Jing Ming in this state, even after consuming blood-burst pills, they were crushed without mercy. The battle was over in just over 10 minutes. The tip of Jing Ming's spear slid out from the chest of the last man standing. His violet, blue dragon pupils swept across the battlefield, cold, emotionless. The towering dragon form body slowly shrank back, returning to his human height of 1.89 meters. The vertical pupils glowing with violet lightning. His powerful form reverted to normal. The arcs of electricity that had danced across his skin dispersed into the air. While this state was incredibly powerful, the energy drain it caused was absolutely monstrous. A clear hint of fatigue washed over his face. Maintaining that transformation for just over 10 minutes had cost him more stamina than battling a raging beast for 2 or 3 hours straight. "Zhang Suo Shuai, are you alright?" How Shuai stepped closer, her voice filled with concern. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "No, just a bit worn out," Jing Ming replied calmly, waving his hand. "Let's collect the Earth Spirit Spring and all the rare herbs growing around it. We'll rest for a bit, then we can head out." Thank goodness, Jing Ming. Suo Shuai let out a breath of relief as she gazed upon the crystal-clear spring, completely untouched by any blood. The spirit spring was enveloped by luminous, glowing flowers, radiating a gentle light. Jing Ming nodded, taking several jade flasks from his spatial ring, and walked to the very edge of the spring. As an S-grade spiritual resource, the Earth Spirit Spring was incredibly precious. If even a single trace of blood or impurity mixed in, it could no longer be properly refined. Its medicinal potency would instantly plummet. That was precisely why, during the fierce fight, Jing Ming had deliberately kept his distance from this crucial area. Together, they began filling the flasks, gradually draining the spring. After meticulously filling 5.5 bottles, Jing Ming's lips curved subtly upward. He handed one full bottle and a half-filled one to Zhang Suo Shuai. "This part's yours." Zhang Suo Shuai was caught off guard, her eyes brightening as she accepted them, her voice soft with gratitude. "Thank you." But just as she reached out to take them, the effects of the blood-burst pill abruptly wore off. Her strength vanished completely, all at once. With a faint gasp, Zhang Suo Shuai's body gave out, and she began to collapse to the ground. Zhang Suo Shuai suddenly let out a soft cry and collapsed directly into Jing Ming's arms. The intimate position made her face flush bright red. Her entire body felt drained and utterly powerless. Even her spiritual energy refused to circulate correctly. She couldn't even summon her clothes from her spatial ring. How incredibly embarrassing. She thought frantically to herself. If Jing Ming misunderstands this, what am I going to do? But in the very next moment, Jing Ming gently picked her up and calmly stated, "The bloodburst pill has potent side effects. I'll take you somewhere to rest first." Zhang Suo Shuai could feel her heart pounding wildly against her chest. "Why is my heart beating so fast? Is it because it's my first time being held this close by a man?" He carried her to a quiet, safe corner, then gently set her down. "Rest here for a bit. I'll go collect the remaining spirit herbs." After speaking, he even took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders, watching his back slowly disappear into the distance. Zhang Suo Shuai smiled faintly. "Brother Jing Ming really is such a thoughtful and gentle person," she mused. Meanwhile, Jing Ming walked over to Captain Wang's motionless body and retrieved his storage rings. Inside were a few bundles of cash, some spirit herbs, a few beast materials, and several C-rank combat manuals. Jingming frowned slightly. He hadn't expected the man to be this poor. He hoped he could someday trade his 1 cubic meter storage rings for a pair with twice the capacity. Carrying around his long spear everywhere was honestly a bit inconvenient. While Jingming was sorting through the herbs, Zhong Suhao Shuai's weak voice came from behind him. Brother Jingming, the Earth Spirit Spring can ease the side effects of the bloodburst pill. Just let me drink a little. Not too much, just a small sip. Hearing that, Jingming immediately collected a small amount of the spring water and gently fed it to her. After swallowing, Zhong Suhao Shuai let out a soft sigh and smiled. I feel much better now, but to fully recover, I'll probably need 3 or 4 more hours. Seeing that it truly worked, Jingming was slightly surprised. It was his first time learning that the side effects of the bloodburst pill could be neutralized as expected. An S-grade Earth Spirit Spring really is miraculous. He glanced toward the cave entrance. The sky outside was already dimming. 3 or 4 hours, it'll be dark by then. He said we should rest here for the night. This place is relatively safe anyway. At those words, John Suizu's face turned scarlet once more. The thought of being alone with him in a dark cave made her extremely nervous, and a flood of inappropriate thoughts crept into her mind. Seeing her suddenly quiet, Jingming frowned slightly. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Startled, Zhang Suao Shuai quickly lowered her head and mumbled, and nothing okay. Time passed, and dawn finally broke the next morning. Zhang Suao Shuai had fully recovered. She stretched lazily, took a deep breath of the crisp forest air, and smiled. The air here is amazing. If it weren't for the beasts, I could stay here for a month. But when her eyes landed on Jingming, her heart fluttered again. What was I even thinking last night? Brother Jingming isn't that kind of person. So why do I feel a bit disappointed? Just then Jingming spoke up. Let's go, I'll escort you to the edge of the forest. His words caught her off guard, and she nodded awkwardly, a little flustered. The two set off together toward the temporary camp. However, they hadn't gone far before Jingming suddenly stopped and raised a hand signaling Zhang Shuai to halt. A split second later, a massive tiger, covered in blazing red flames, leapt over their heads. Zhang Shuai gasped in horror as her eyes widened. That's a level 5 flame tiger. But what surprised the two of them the most was that the tiger didn't even spare them a glance. He just let out a roar and bolted away. Seeing that, Jingming frowned slightly, muttering to himself, "Did it not even see us?" Meanwhile, Zhong Suhao Shuai looked puzzled and whispered, "Brother Jingming, the way that beast was running, it looked like it was running away, didn't it?" As she turned her head toward the direction where the blazing flame tiger had fled, she froze solid. A horde of enormous rats was charging toward them, surging like a black tidal wave. Zhong Suhao Shuai's face went pale. It's the flesh-eating rats. They may only be tier 1 beasts, but once they gather in swarms, even a tier 6 powerhouse caught in the middle would have no chance of survival. No wonder that tier 5 tiger ran away. Seeing her still standing in shock, Jingming quickly grabbed her hand and shouted, "Run! We have to get out of here now." The two of them sprinted forward, but the horde of rats had already locked onto them as their next prey. While running, Zhong Suhao Shuai's voice trembled. The flesh-eating rats have incredible stamina. They can sprint at full speed, 4, 5, or 6 hours straight, without resting. Brother Jingming, can we really escape from them? Jingming thought for a moment. As long as we make it back to the supply base, we'll be safe, but it's at least 90 kilometers away. We'll have to find a way to move faster. This spear is too heavy. Maybe I should leave it behind? Don't. Zhong Suhao Shuai immediately protested. Brother Jingming, my space ring is big enough. Let me store it for you. Without waiting for a reply, she quickly stored Jingming's spear inside her ring. Instantly, Jingming felt much lighter. That's better, but even holding hands like this is too slow. Without another word, he crouched down and lifted Zhong Suhao Shuai onto his back. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Hang on tight." The sudden closeness made Zhong Suhao Shuai's body stiffen in embarrassment. But before she could react, Jingming's power erupted in full force. Lightning crackled around him as he activated his extreme speed mode, shooting forward like a living bolt of thunder. Within moments, they burst out of the forest and raced toward the supply base. But as soon as they entered the perimeter, Jingming's eyes widened in horror. Even the base had been overrun by the flesh-eating rats. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. The worst possible thing has happened. He gritted his teeth and instantly triggered his lightning overdrive. His entire body erupted in blinding arcs of electricity. There's no other way. We'll have to fight our way through this. John Swashway, hold on tight. I'm going to push my speed to the limit. With that shout, Jingming blasted forward like a streak of lightning, activating his Thunder Shadow acceleration. As he sped through the swarm, the system in his mind chimed repeatedly. Killed 1 tier, 1 lower class, flesh-eating rat, plus 2 ability points. Killed 1 tier, 1 mid-class, flesh-eating rat, plus 3 ability points. Meanwhile, back at the main base, the defense forces were already scrambling to activate the protective systems. Director, a staff member reported urgently. Based on preliminary scans, the scale of the swarm is massive. We estimate at least 300,000 flesh-eating rats. Upon hearing that, Wang Lei, the person in charge, grew visibly uneasy. The ecosystem around the source spring region has taken a severe hit this time, he said grimly. It's going to take months for it to recover. A subordinate beside him nodded in regret. The most unfortunate ones are the ability users, who went deep into the wilderness. Most of them probably won't make it back. Wang Lei fell silent, his eyes clouded with worry. What concerned him the most was Jingming. Inwardly, he could only pray. Let's hope that kid hasn't gone too deep into the danger zone. Otherwise, unless his master, Yang Jinshuan, steps in himself, no one will be able to save him. Just then, a panic shout ripped through the defense line. Look over there. What in the world is that? Oh my God, it's lightning. Don't tell me that's some kind of thunder beast. The terrifying sight before them sent a chill down everyone's spine. Massive bolts of lightning erupted across the sky, intertwining like a furious electrical storm. Seeing this, Wang Lei immediately roared an order. Do not panic. Conduct an immediate threat assessment on that beast. Squad 1, permission to open fire. In the very next instant, the defensive turrets unleashed a deafening, thunderous barrage. The roar of artillery ripped through the air, shaking the entire base to its core. But even with that dense barrage of cannon fire raining down, that swirling mass of lightning didn't slow down in the slightest. It kept surging forward at a terrifying breakneck speed, roughly 80 meters per second, heading straight for the base. Interception failed. It's 500 meters out. Red alert. Prepare for impact. Just as that blinding storm of lightning was about to smash into the defense line, a figure suddenly blasted into the sky, wrapped in dazzling, crackling arcs of electricity. It was Jingming, carrying Zhong Su Hao Shui on his back. In a flash, they landed, right in the heart of the defensive formation. The thunderous noise faded. The smoke and dust dispersed. The soldiers stared in utter disbelief. What the hell? Oh my God, it's a person. I thought that was some terrifying thunder beast. His aura is insane. Wait a minute, the one on his back. Doesn't she look incredibly familiar? Is that the goddess? Jingming finally deactivated his lightning state, gasping for breath. Finally, we made it back to the supply base. We're safe. Son Suao Suainadith, a relieved smile blooming on her lips. That was way too close. If it weren't for you, Brother Jingming, I'd be dead for sure. Realizing who it was, Wang Lei rushed over, his voice trembling with emotion. Jingming, it's really you. You actually made it through that rat horde. Do you need any help? Jingming waved a tired hand. I've been running for over 40 minutes, nonstop from the mountain range, just to get here. I am absolutely drained. Just give me a room so I can rest. Hearing that, Wang Lei was utterly speechless. The mountain range was over 90 kilometers away. Even a tier 4 ability user wouldn't likely have survived that kind of run, yet this kid did. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lei quickly barked, "Prepare a room for him right now. Someone help him to his quarters." But Zhang Suo Shui stepped forward, smiling softly. "No need," she said. "I can help Brother Jingming myself." Just then, the people around them finally got a clear look. Wait a second, isn't that Zhong Su Ao Shui beside him? No mistake, that's the goddess Zhong. Oh my god, this guy is so damn lucky. No way. My goddess just got taken by another man. My heart can't take this shock. No one knew how much time had passed, but eventually, Jingming slowly opened his eyes in the room. The crushing fatigue in his body had completely faded. The moment he woke, Zhang Suiju's eyes lit up. Brother Jingming, you're awake. Do you know? You've been sleeping for 2 whole days and nights. I almost used source spring water to force you awake. Jingming rubbed his head. Sitting up 2 days and 2 nights? I didn't expect I was that tired. What's the situation out in the wilderness now? Zhang Suizu's expression turned serious. The rat swarm still hasn't retreated. The entire wilderness region is under lockdown. Even if they scatter later on, no other beasts will dare approach the area anytime soon. Jingming nodded slightly. That's fine. The new semester is about to start anyway. I suppose it's time for me to head back to the academy. Hearing that, Zhang Suizu's eyes sparkled with joy. That's great. I was planning to go back too. Let's travel together then. As if something suddenly clicked, she pulled an item from her space ring and, smiling shyly, oh right, here's that signed photo you asked for. I've already prepared it. In the photo, Zhong Suo Shuai was dressed in a daring, cool outfit that exuded both confidence and allure. Gazing at Zhong Suo Shuai's beautiful face and perfectly sculpted figure, the photo captured her flawlessly. Even Jingming was utterly stunned when he saw it. Blushing slightly, Jingming said, I can help you with the signature on this one. The previous photo doesn't seem quite appropriate. Do you have a more, normal one? Upon hearing that, Zhong Suo Shuai instantly felt her face flush with embarrassment. Oh, so you meant for a friend? Sorry, I completely misunderstood. She thought, wishing the ground would just swallow her whole. Oh my god, how utterly mortifying. She had even thought he was interested in her. Quickly, she fumbled for another photo and handed it to him, saying, here's a new one for you. Please return the previous one to me. But Jingming asked, his voice low, that one, can I keep it myself? Hearing that, Zhong Suo Shuai immediately beamed and responded, of course you can. Jingming hurriedly changed the topic. I've been asleep for 2 days straight, so I still have a ton of things to handle. Bruce, I need to book a high-speed train ticket to head back. However, Zhong Suo Shuai interjected, no need to book. I'll drive there. You could just ride with me. The scene shifted. The two of them were now in Zhong Suo Shuai's car, heading back to campus. Inside the car, Jingming marveled, wow, she really is a legendary goddess. Not only immensely influential, but she also owns $1 million, globally limited supercar. I've never experienced an AI, self-driving system like this before. Zhong Suo Shuai chuckled happily. It's only a level 5 AI, but making it drive autonomously is too easy. Before long, they arrived at the campus gates. The moment they stepped out of the car, someone whispered, their gaze fixed on Jingming. Oh my gosh, he's so incredibly handsome. He's so tall, so strong, and he gives off such an intense. Antimidati. What a shame. It seems he already has a girlfriend. And he's that handsome too. As they walked across campus, Jingming glanced around and sighed. Finally, I'm back. My abilities have changed so much. Over the past month and a half, it feels like the world has been completely flipped upside down. Zhang Suo Shuai then asked, which dorm are you in? Jingming answered, dorm 3. She replied, I'm in dorm 2. Let's part ways here. If you ever need anything at all, just let me know. Jingming waved back, all right, I'll definitely trouble you if the opportunity arises. But before they could truly part ways, Zhang Suo Shuai suddenly leaned in right to his face. The very next moment, she planted a firm kiss right on his cheek. Then, she quickly dashed away. Consider that a little gift for saving my life. See you next time. Jingming, dumbfounded, held his cheek. He definitely hadn't expected that kind of kiss. Not long after, they both returned to their respective dorms. Once she had washed her face, Zhang Suo Shuai immediately opened up her laptop, determined to dig up information about Jingming. She knew that someone with such tremendous strength couldn't possibly be anonymous for long. After what felt like half a day of intense searching, she mostly found news about record-breaking. New students, always about the strongest student in history. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why was all the news constantly focused on new students? Finally, she uncovered Jingming's detailed profile. Staring at the information on the screen, Zhang Suo Shui felt a surge of irritation. So, Jingming is just a second-year, high-level freshman, and all this time, I've been calling him senior? What a trickster. I'll show him next time. Meanwhile, Jingming gazed at the impressive pile of items before him. With immense satisfaction, Fire Flame Flower, Fire Wolf Skin, all the required quest items finally collected, plus a bonus of 2 space rings, and over 25 million in his bank account. He then glanced at his attribute board. Jingming sighed, what a shame. If only it weren't for those mutated rats. I could have racked up even more anomaly points. Still, 3,700 anomaly points. That should be enough to learn 2 S-rank combat skills. Just then, Lu Wentao came rushing over, heavily panting. Jingming, you're finally back. Why didn't you give me a heads up? I heard there was a rat surge over there, so I was really worried about you. Hearing his concern, Jingming nodded. Yeah, there was a rat surge, all right, but the military has already handled it. Before he could finish, Lu Wentao's eyes widened. Wait, that aura, Jingming, you've broken through to level 2. Jingming smiled, clarifying. More precisely, it's level 2. High rank. I've faced life and death situations a few times, and luck was on my side. Not only did I escape, I also seized the opportunity to break through. Hearing that, Lu Wentao exclaimed in awe. As expected of you, Jingming, you really can't judge someone's strength just by looking at them. To gain power, even under such life-threatening circumstances. It almost makes me want to go try it myself, seeing that he actually seemed serious. Jingming immediately stopped him. No, I'm a special case. The wilderness is extremely dangerous. If you want to go, you should at least wait until you reach level 2 yourself. But Lu Wentao just laughed. I am kidding. I'm not going to wilderness right now. Oh, by the way, while you were gone, San Tawei came looking for you several times. When you're free, get in touch with her. Jingming nodded. All right, I'll deal with my tasks first. Then I'll find her. Oh, I also brought you a gift. As soon as Lu Wentao received the photo, he yelled in shock, oh my god, the goddess Yang's autograph. It's really signed. The scene shifted. Jingming had arrived at the combat skill exchange area. Completing 4 missions had earned him 871 credit points. It really was a fast way to gain credits. Eva, help me filter all S-rank lightning combat skills. Immediately, she complied. A dazzling series of S-rank combat skills appeared before him. Lightning Calamity said, S-rank, Thunder Sprint Fist, S-rank, Lightning Prison Realm, S-rank. Gazing at the list, Jingming pondered to himself. Even at a top academy like Mado, the Academy of Supernatural Abilities, there are only about 20 S-rank lightning combat skills. But here, S-rank skills will directly impact my combat strength. So I need to choose very carefully. With that thought firm in his mind, he meticulously examined each skill's description. After a while, he selected 2 formidable combat skills. Evenly Thunder Technique and Prison of Lightning Revelation. One focused on long-range magic, the other on defense. Truly a perfect balance of offense and defense skills. Magic and close combat. Other people might only specialize in one path. But Jingming was different. He had a system that allowed him to learn all types. Points could be added to level up any skill. However, when he flipped to the description of the Evenly Thunder Technique, Jingming discovered something utterly shocking. It was the mandatory prerequisite for the Academy's only SSS rank. Lightning Combat Skill, 10,000 Calamity, Evenly Thunder Conduit. Indeed, its depth was staggering, even more difficult than the S rank. Immortal Lightning Body. Jingming frowned. Why is this skill so complicated? It feels even more headache-inducing than staying up all night, reading foreign language research papers. Back in my previous life, time flew. 6 hours later, Jingming was utterly exhausted, slumped over his desk. He finally had a basic understanding, an initial awareness. He decided to leave the rest to the system. Deep Blue, add points for me. Jingming waved his hand, and violet lightning continuously surged from his body, filling the entire room with brilliant purple sparks. A moment later, his eyes landed on the ability board. Jingming's eyes went wide with shock. Oh, for heaven's sake, leveling up an S-rank combat skill to its primary stage demands a whopping 1,600 anomaly points. The points I painstakingly gathered out in the wilderness are barely enough to learn even 2 combat skills. Just as he considered his options and was about to activate his anomaly power, Eva immediately reminded him, Master, It's already 1 a.m. Please manage your time wisely. Additionally, please be reminded that anomaly powers must not be used inside the library. Hearing that, Jingming mused to himself. So it's really that late already, huh? Learning Prison of Lightning Revelation will take even more time than I thought. Better to save it for another day. Meanwhile, across campus, Tom Soo-yun was jogging through the night. As she ran, she thought to herself, for the past month and a half, I've been training late every single day. My strength has increased so much, to the point that even I'm surprised. When Jingming returns, I'll challenge him, so he knows who the real number 1 freshman is. Just then, her gaze shot upward. She saw a dark shadow streaking across the night sky. Tom Soo-yun immediately recognized it. The white-red-black featherhawk, a dangerous beast known for relying on its incredible speed and camouflaging fur to hunt prey, even within the city limits. Judging by its speed, it must be level 3. That would be incredibly difficult to deal with. While she was still deep in thought, a thunderous boom suddenly echoed through the sky. She looked up in utter shock. Why is there thunder when there aren't any clouds? In the very next instant, a violet bolt of lightning struck the white-red, black-feathered hawk in a blinding flash. The level 3 beast was utterly obliterated by that single strike. Tom Soo-yun was left utterly stunned by the scene. It vanished instantly, just like that. Could it be a lightning-type anomaly in action? At this distance, the user must be right here on campus. She had no idea if it was a student or even a teacher. Meanwhile, Jingming had ventured into a forest area. Faint violet electricity still shimmered around him, just like the bolt he'd unleashed in the library earlier. Feeling the sheer power course through him, Jingming smiled. That was just a casual test, and the raw power is already this incredible. An S-rank combat skill. The Heavenly Thunder technique truly is astonishing. Only moments earlier, the system had pinged him. You have slain a Tier 3 mid-stage. White Ring, Black Feathered Eagle. Ability points plus 3.4. Upon seeing this, Su Jingming let out a sigh of pure amazement. The Thunder Sky art was even more potent than he'd ever imagined. It had utterly obliterated the beast. And even more importantly, the spell's destructive range spanned nearly 1,000 meters. But just as Su Jingming prepared to leave, someone in the distance was stealthily observing him. So that's the famous freshman, Su Jingming. Interesting. Time, as it always does, passed quickly. The very next morning, as soon as Su Jingming stepped out, Lu Wentao instantly greeted him. Brother Meng, heading out this early? Upon hearing that, Su Jingming gan li zip li, the freshman tournament is only a few days away. I'm planning to pay another visit to the Battle Technique Library. Lu Wentao was absolutely stunned. He just returned from the Wild Zone, and he's already back to training again. Brother Meng isn't human. No. After breakfast, I'm training too. But the very moment Su Jingming stepped out of the dorm building, someone suddenly called out from behind him. Student Su, thank goodness you returned safely from the Wild Zone. It was Tong Shuyun. Catching sight of her outfit, Su Jingming inquired, Student Tong, what exactly are you dressed like this for? With a determined gaze, Tong Shuyun answered, Student Su, you still remember you promised to spar with me, don't you? Upon hearing her desire to spar, Su Jingming confirmed once more, are you certain you want to spar with me? Seeing his condescending attitude, Tong Shuyun grew annoyed. What's that supposed to mean? I'm the top scorer of Sichuan province, you know? Don't underestimate me. Shou Jingming merely turned away. All right. We'll find some time to spar later. But the very next second, Tang Shuin grabbed his hand. Why wait? We can spar right now. Let's just head to the training room. On the second floor of your dorm. Shou Jingming was utterly speechless. What a direct, decisive personality. Truly a force from Sichuan. But is sparring with me really that exciting to her? Meanwhile, Tang Shuin was secretly thrilled. I wonder what face Shou Jingming will make when he sees I've advanced to Tier 2. Moments later, the two arrived at the training room. On the second floor, Tang Shuin clasped her fists and boldly declared, Student Shou, I hope you won't lose too badly. Seeing her empty-handed, Shou Jingming remarked, if you're not using a weapon, there's no way you can beat me. But the very next second, Tang Shuin raised her hand. A weapon? Of course I have one. With that, she pulled a long polearm from her spatial ring. After twirling it a few times, she planted it beside her with a loud clang. Shou Jingming froze for a moment when he saw the Fangtian halberd, a girl using such a niche, unconventional weapon. Seriously? Tang Xuan then took her stance and declared, "Student Shou, get ready. This time, I'm going to defeat you completely." Their roommates, watching from outside, began cheering loudly, some shouting for Jingming, others for Xuan. At the same time, Shou Jingming noticed that Tang Xuan had already reached Tier 2, lower stage, so she broke through. No wonder she's so confident she can beat me. But I haven't been standing still either. Just as he released his ability, Dong Xia, watching from the side, was instantly stunned. She covered her mouth and gasped. Tier 2 upper stage. How is that even possible? Seeing this, Lu Wentao smirked proudly. I told you already. Your Xuan can't beat our brother. Meanwhile, Tang Xuan was also shocked to see that he had reached Tier 2 on the platform. She initially planned to overpower him, leveraging her higher level, but she never expected to be suppressed herself. We're both provincial top scorers. So how is your advancement speed this absurdly fast? When she remained silent, Su Jingming prompted, well, do you still want to continue? What surprised him was that Tang Xuan persisted. Anyway, let's continue, she said. Just don't hit too hard. Hearing this, Su Jingming Saiyin Wali, as expected of Sichuan province's top scorer, able to advance and retreat strategically. He extended a hand and declared, "Don't worry, I won't attack first. You can go all out." The very next moment, a bright white light ignited on Tang Xuan's palm. She looked at Su Jingming and smirked. Student Su, don't regret this later. Su Jingming immediately recognized it. Morning Radiance, a minus rank. Light ability, belonging to the same natural category as lightning. I wonder how powerful it truly is. The next second, Tang Xuan let out a sharp shout and unleashed Radiant Strike, a fierce halberd technique aimed at Su Jingming. Looking up, Su Jingming mused, is this a weapon-enhancing battle technique? First time I've seen something like this. After the enhancement, Tang Xuan gripped her Fangtian halberd and performed fiery light gravity slash. But the very move she took so much pride in was effortlessly blocked by Su Jingming. With a single swing that forced her back, Su Jingming Ganli Plies. Your strength is still a bit lacking, but using a light ability to draw out flames is indeed a solid battle technique. On the sidelines, Lu Wentao shouted, beautiful. Brother Meng, he thought to himself, this battle technique of Tang Xuan's has defeated countless people in Sichuan province. Yet Brother Meng blocked it like it was nothing. After her attack failed, Tang Xuan grew heated and shouted again. As soon as she spoke, she unleashed blazing light gale slash, thrusting wildly at Su Jingming. But Su Jingming calmly parried every single strike. He didn't even break a sweat. No. Your halberd speed is far too slow, and your strength just isn't enough. You still need a lot more practice. Moments later, Tang Xuan was already drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Finally, she gasped, I'm exhausted. Let's stop. Blazing light gale slash isn't a low-rank battle technique. With Morning Radiance, I can unleash over 100 strikes in just a few seconds. Yet you countered everything without even using a battle technique. The mastery of your spear technique. It's far beyond just advanced, isn't it? Su Jingming not that. You guessed right. My spear mastery is at the master level. Tang Xuan nearly jumped. What did you say? At your age, I've trained with my halberd every day since I was 10 full years, and I only reached the advanced level. You really are a monster. S-rank ability plus freakish cultivation, talent, and comprehension. How is anyone supposed to surpass you? Whatever. I admit defeat. I can't beat you. Seeing her give up, Su Jingming smiled and asked, not going to try your other battle techniques? But Tang Xuan shook her head. Your level is higher, your mental power is stronger, and you have an S-rank ability. My spells can't break through your defense anyway. Thanks for being my sparring partner. Student Su, how about I treat you to lunch? Since Su Jingming agreed, she immediately said, great. See you at noon. Once she left, Lu Wentao walked over and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Meng, you're insane. You really are the strongest among all the provincial top scorers. Hearing this, Su Jingming smiled lightly. It's all right. Tang Xian's strength isn't bad either. Her level is rising pretty fast. But Lu Wentao told him, Tang Xian isn't that weak. Only you, Brother Ming, would think so. You don't know, do you? She's the great-granddaughter of Tong Dao Yun, the S-rank light ability grandmaster, who even appears in history textbooks. The one who reached tier -8. Hearing the name, Tong Dao Yuan, Su Jingming's face filled with shock. That powerhouse from 80 years ago. I remember there was an entire chapter in the book dedicated to him. Lu Wentao continued in Sichuan province. Grandmaster Tong Dao Yuan, the S-rank light ability legend. Everyone knows him, and Tong Shu Yun is his most beloved descendant. So of course, she levels up fast. Hearing all this, Su Jingming nodded. No wonder. She kept buying everything during the last mixer, and even had a spatial ring, large enough to store a 2-meter Feng Tian halberd. Her background really is something else. I'm heading off. Gotta continue studying battle techniques. Scene shift. Su Jingming arrived at the battle technique library. Again, a layer of purple armor appeared around his body, condensing the nether lightning armor. It consumes 1/5 of my ability points and lasts for half an hour. Not only can it reduce impact by 90%, but it also counterattacks automatically. Basically, a living thorns armor. Nice, very nice. For hours later, let's see how many points I've got left. After upgrading nether lightning armor, only a bit over 700 ability points remained. When I get the chance, I'll head to the Yangchuan local wild zone to replenish. Starting today, full preparation for the freshman tournament. Time skip to September 1st, tournament day. Upon arriving, Su Jingming looked at the two girls, surprised. Your weapons really aren't like those of ordinary girls. But to Dong Xia replied, haven't you heard? The weirder the weapon, the faster you win. This time my goal is the top 50, the Tong Shuin declared. My goal is actually a bit higher than Shura's. I'm aiming for second place. Su Jingming was confused. Wait, what? You're not planning on fighting me again? Tong Shuin shot him a quick glare. I mean, I can't beat you anyway, so why would I put myself through that torture? Just then, Lu Wentao announced to the group, someone else just reached tier 2. It's Qinghai's top scorer, Li Qingzi. That dude is seriously tough. But Tong Shuin's interest was piqued. I'd really like to see just how strong he actually is. Suddenly, dude Dong Xiao pointed straight ahead. Look, it's the tournament arena. The group stepped onto the freshman tournament field. Number 3, up in the spectators' stands. A voice called out, Zhang Qiushin. Didn't expect you to show any interest in the freshman tournament. I thought you weren't into these kinds of matches. But Zhang Suishui simply replied, because someone I'm interested in is participating, that's why. The girl next to her quickly asked, who is it? A boy or a girl? Tell me where. But just as she finished asking, Zhang Suishu's eyes suddenly lit up as she gazed intently into the distance. A boy, and he's here. The moment Su Jingming stepped into the arena, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. This stage is enormous. Lu Wentao exclaimed, good grief, I know this school has plenty of land, but isn't this a bit too much? But Tong Shuin calmly explained, my teacher actually told me before, the freshman tournament kicks off with a 100-man melee, so the stage has to be huge. Hearing that, Su Jingming's expression instantly brightened. A 100-man battle. Now, this freshman tournament sounds genuinely interesting. Glancing at the grandstands packed with students, Lu Wentao quickly noticed something. Many leaders from the biggest clubs were actually present. Even the 2 presidents of the academy's top clubs. Could it be that all this commotion is actually aimed at Jingming? Noticing how excited he was, Jingming couldn't help but ask, surprise clubs? Our school has clubs too? This university is exclusively for those with special abilities. Lu Wentao just smiled. He wasn't surprised at all. That Jingming wasn't aware of the school's clubs. After all, Jingming only ever cared about leveling up. He explained that Mado University boasted numerous clubs, just like any other university, but their operations were vastly different from typical basketball or badminton clubs. The clubs here at their university were made up of individuals with powerful supernatural abilities. They often organized hunting expeditions into the wilderness to take down monsters. Every month, they also dished out cultivation resources to their members. Even after graduation, members could easily transfer to a higher-ranking guild and become official members of that organization. As he said this, a flicker of confusion crossed Lu Wentao's eyes. Senior brother, Lu Ming is the vice president of the Ashes Guild. It's strange. Today is such an important day for you all. So why didn't he come? Jing Ming felt a pang of unease. Ever since he returned to school, he hadn't been able to get a hold of Lu Ming. He couldn't reach out to Yang Jinshin either. Only heard he'd gone to the southwest. Jing Ming didn't know if something had happened to him. Meanwhile, in the hallway, President Wei of the Ashes Guild slowly strode into the gymnasium. Someone hurriedly approached him, saying, "President, I heard the situation at the Southwest Front is extremely tense right now. Thank you for taking the time to return to school at a moment like this. However, you can leave the new member recruitment to us. You don't need to personally supervise." Wei believed there was nothing more important than this. His sole reason for returning was one goal: to recruit Lu Jingming into the guild at all costs. Just as he stepped out of the hallway, his expression subtly shifted when he saw Wu Yuan from the Starfall Society. Why is he here too? His first thought was that Wu Yuan also intended to recruit Jingming. At that moment, Wu Yuan also noticed Wei's arrival. Suddenly, an excited voice boomed from the stands. "The deans have arrived. The exam's probably about to begin." At the same moment, whoosh, a faint buzzing sound echoed out as all the freshmen simultaneously looked up. Above the grandstand, space itself seemed to rip open, forming a shimmering rift, a doorway to another dimension. A graceful woman stepped out from within it, dressed in a deep crimson, ancient-style long gown. A captivating beauty mark rested at the corner of her eye, and she walked barefoot, effortlessly through the air. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, yet carried an indescribable, icy majesty. The student crowd erupted instantly. That's spatial power, right? Amazing. Who is she? She must be an incredibly important figure. Luong quickly explained, "That's a space-type ability. She's the vice principal, the one who guards the combat arts library." Among the crowd, Jing Ming's heart trembled lightly when he learned her true identity. He never expected the vice principal would look this young, judging by her appearance. She seemed only 25 or 26. Tang Shuyan quickly added, "Ability users have strong bodies and age slowly. Judging someone's real age by appearance isn't accurate. But even so, she's definitely not over 40. The woman in red hovered gracefully in the air, her long robes fluttering, her hair drifting with the wind. She spoke in a cold, clear voice. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lang Shuang, one of the 3 vice principals of the academy. I am responsible for guarding the combat arts library. Since the principal is currently away from school, and the other 2 vice principals are handling important matters, this year's opening ceremony will be conducted by me. First of all, welcome to Motto University of Supernatural Abilities. This year's freshman class consists of 10,024 students, including state champions from 6 provinces. A rank abilities, 56 students. B rank, 832 students. A staggering 135 students are C and D rank. Additionally, we even have one incredibly rare S-rank ability user." As Jingming heard this, he felt Vice Principal Lang Shuang's gaze briefly sweep over him. The student forums had already broken the news earlier that this year's freshman class included an S-ranker, so no one was particularly shocked. Lang Shuang then continued, "To help you all grow stronger, each academic year, the school distributes resources based on your strength evaluation. From D to S, there are a total of 5 tiers, and each tier receives different amounts of resources. Both the freshman tournament and the year-end assessment can change your evaluation." She paused for a moment, then continued, "In addition to free resources, the school also offers special resources that require meeting certain conditions. For example, the combat power rankings consist of 4 lists, from Tier 1 to Tier 4. As long as you rank high on any of these lists, you can receive a large amount of resources. Also, you should all understand the importance of academic credits. 1 credit is equivalent to 10,000 Dahua Yuan. Within this school, only academic credits are recognized. Money is not. Credits can be earned through missions or climbing the combat power rankings. For detailed information after class placement, you can consult your advisors. Among the freshmen, someone murmured in astonishment. Evaluations? Credits? Kumba Motto is seriously competitive. Someone else whispered softly, maybe they should remove some of this for fairness. Fairness? Floating in midair. Lang Shuang seemed to have heard that remark. Her aura instantly erupted. Her long hair billowed. Her red gown whipped violently. The entire training ground fell dead silent. When did I ever say motto was fair? We are the nation's top university. Every year, the country invests enormous resources into motto, not to train a bunch of ordinary level 1 or level 2 ability users. Instead, to cultivate those with the potential to become top-tier powerhouses. The birth of a powerhouse must inevitably be forged through intense competition. Whether it's credits, combat techniques, or cultivation resources, you must fight for them. Seize them. Fairness is the safe zone of the weak. Motto has never been fair. The strong take everything. That is the true law. The freshmen fell into stunned silence. The brutal competitive system of motto far exceeded what many had imagined. But there were also quite a few whose eyes showed no fear at all. Instead, a blazing fighting spirit ignited within them. Jingming was one of them. This competitive system. It seems I really did choose the right university. Jingming couldn't help but nod in inward appreciation. In short, at our school, it's best not to hide your strength. The stronger you are, the more resources the school will give you. The introduction to the school system ends here. Next, I'll explain the upcoming freshman competition. Hearing Lan Shuang reach the crucial part, every freshman immediately focused. This year's freshman tournament consists of 2 phases. The first phase is a 100-person free-for-all. Your battleground is the arena behind you. During the battle, the AI, EVA, will record how many opponents each of you defeats. In the end, the 5 students with the highest number of defeats will advance to Phase 2. Phase 1 has a total of 10 rounds, selecting 50 students to enter Round 2. Rankings will be determined by total defeats across all rounds. After the overall rankings are set, each person will have 3 chances to challenge another. If you win the challenge, you will directly take that person's rank. She continued, as for the rewards for this year's freshman tournament, they are arranged as follows. First place, 1 10 cubic meter spatial ring, 1 set of A-rank cultivation resources, 1,000 academic credits. Second place, 1 A-rank battle suit, 1 set of B-rank cultivation resources, 900 academic credits. Third place gets a B-rank battle suit, plus a set of B-rank cultivation resources, 800 academic credits. These are just the rewards for the top 3. I won't go into detail for the rest of the ranks. Upon hearing the rewards, the freshmen erupted in a frenzy of excitement. A 10 cubic meter spatial ring, you could sell that for an absolute fortune. Idiot, you can't just buy something like that with money. Now that I think about it, that ring was probably personally crafted by the vice principal using her spatial ability, right? Maybe it even still has her sin inside. Additionally, this freshman tournament will also determine your evaluation tier. Top 50, you're granted A-rank clearance. Ranks 50 to 200, that's B- rank clearance. Ranks 200 to 500, C- rank clearance. Everyone else will get D- rank Adlicht. That's all from me. The opening ceremony is now concluded. I wish all of you great success and excellent results in the freshman tournament. Dean Sun, I'll leave the rest to you. Very well. The Dean of the Elemental Institute, Sun Qing Shuai, lightly nodded and stepped forward. The fiery red figure, belonging to Vice Principal Lang Shuang, stepped into the void and utterly vanished. Sun Qing Shuai was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She swept her gaze across the grand hall, then spoke. I hereby declare the freshman competition officially open. Let me remind you once more. Those who perform exceptionally well in the tournament will be chosen as disciples by the instructors themselves. So all of you must truly give it your absolute best. The freshmen, preparing for their exams, immediately began whispering excitedly among themselves. Looks like we're really going to have to use our full strength. I hope any teacher, notices me. If I can just get chosen by one of the deans, my future will be unbelievably bright. At that moment, AI Eva broadcasted. Round 1 consists of 10 matches. Students will now be assigned into the first round. Those selected, please step onto the arena. More than 100 fully equipped freshmen strode onto the massive stage. Lu Wentao seemed a little surprised. Li Qiji is also competing in round 1. Jingming followed his gaze to see a youth standing in the arena. With long black hair, a tall, muscular build, a massive, blood-red greatsword hung from his back. Sensing their gaze, Li Qiji turned around, and the moment he saw Jingming, he curled his lips into an arrogant grin, even dragging a thumb across his neck. In a throat-cutting gesture, this guy, Jingming, raised an eyebrow. Earlier, when Lu Wentao mentioned his arrogance, and full of himself, Jingming hadn't quite believed it. Now, seeing him, his arrogance truly knew no bounds. Standing beside him, Lu Wentao almost burst out laughing. Well, isn't that just perfect? Of all the people he could have provoked, he just had to provoke the last person. He'd better hope he doesn't cry later, after getting utterly thrashed by brother Jingming. Before the competition officially began, Dean Sun emphasized once more, you don't have to worry about hitting too hard or causing any fatalities. Eva, our top-tier artificial intelligence, monitors the arena at all times. The moment a life-threatening situation arises, she will immediately generate a protective barrier. Additionally, we have a professional medical team, the Dean of the Support Institute, and a minus-rank healing ability user is also present. As long as your head isn't completely chopped off, you can be saved. After giving the final reminders, Dean Sun waved her hand. Eva, get ready to begin. Yes, activating the energy barrier. Students in the arena, prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1, begin. The instant the word begin echoed out, every freshman on the stage erupted with aura, unleashing their abilities. Students who had looked perfectly ordinary suddenly transformed the moment their powers flared. To get into Mado University of supernatural abilities, every one of them was a prodigy of their province. Naturally, their explosive strength was astonishing. But amidst the bustling crowd, one figure blazed the brightest. It was Li Qiji, the top scorer from Qinghai province. He was like a wolf unleashed among a flock of chickens, absolutely dazzling and overwhelming on the arena. With every single strike he delivered, a freshman was instantly knocked out. The students in the stands were utterly stunned by this unfolding scene. Who is that guy with the chiseled jaw? He's actually broken through to level 2. It seems he's Li Qiji, the provincial top scorer from Qinghai. His power was overwhelmingly dominant. The first round of the chaotic battle, involving over 100 participants, concluded in less than 30 minutes. Li Qiji, the top scorer from Qinghai province, ultimately defeated 36 people in a row and successfully advanced to the second stage of the competition. Stepping down from the arena, Li Qiji didn't forget to glance at Jingming. 36 people, Jingming. As an S-rank awakened ability user, I wonder if you can surpass my record. In your first round, this guy is beyond saving. Lu sighed helplessly, stepping aside. I've seen people looking for trouble before, but never anyone seeking death so thoroughly. As for Jingming, in the face of such blatant bragging, he simply remained indifferent. In his eyes, Li Qiji's behavior was no different from that of a child. Up in the stands, a member of the Starfall Society spoke up. President, Li Qiji has broken through to level 2. Should we put him on the priority recruitment list? No need. President Wu Yuan shook his head with a faint smile. Jingming is still our main target. Oh, does the president have inside information? Not exactly. I saw it with my own eyes, Wu Yuan replied, shaking his head without further explanation. The first round of the freshman tournament concluded, and the drawing for the second round began. The AI system, EVA, started selecting participants for round 2. More than 100 pillars of light descended upon the crowd of freshmen. Sure enough, Jingming's name was called, and he was among them. From his group of 4, he was the sole one chosen. What a stroke of luck. It was his turn this early in round 2. Jingming simply smiled and confidently stepped onto the arena. Brother Jingming, go for it. Tong Shu Yun and Dong Xia cheered him on, enthusiastically screaming, Brother Jingming, show that Li Qiji what real power looks like. Lu Wenyao shouted excitedly. Jingming nodded, joining the others on the arena. When the other students saw Jingming appear, their expressions instantly crumbled into despair. Oh God, it's Jingming. Why are we so unlucky? Why do we have to end up in the same bracket as him? It's over. One promotion slot is as good as gone. We can only fight for the remaining 4. As they grumbled, they all backed away from Jingming, leaving a 50-meter radius of empty space around him. Seeing this, Jingming couldn't help but inwardly chuckle. You think you're safe just by standing far away? How naive. Meanwhile, in the VIP stands, he's got the presidents, deans, and professors all fixed their gaze on Jingming. Is that the new student Dean Yang mentioned? Yes, that's him. The S-rank, lightning-type user. Awakened with Violet Heaven, the divine lightning. I heard he had only awakened before enrolling, and yet in just over a month, he reached upper-level rank 1. That speed is absolutely insane indeed. If the gap beforehand hadn't been too large, he might have reached level 2 already. What? How did his rank increase so fast? One instructor almost spat out his tea in shock. He had assumed Jingming was already an official ability user before even entering the academy. Another teacher also readily agreed. In just over a month, that's terrifying growth. Dean's son clicked his tongue. Old Yang really pulled one over on us. To think he kept news like this completely hidden. His secrecy is truly impressive. While the faculty was still reeling in shock, the energy barrier on the arena suddenly activated. Eva's voice echoed. Participants of round 2, please prepare. 3, 2, 1, begin. Just like in the previous round, the moment the match began, the freshmen immediately unleashed their abilities. As expected, Jingming smirked, feeling the surge of abilities erupting around him. Compared to fighting beasts, I really do prefer fighting humans. He raised a hand. Violet Heaven. Define lightning boom. A deep, thunderous roar exploded outward. Violet blue lightning bursting forth with a primal, destructive at the same time, an overwhelming energy, far surpassing every other freshman in the arena, erupted from Jingming's body. The aura belonging to a level 2 advanced Esper exploded across the vast arena. The overwhelming pressure made the freshmen, who were still fighting, freeze in place. This was level 2 advanced. One freshman swallowed hard, instinctively turning toward the source of that aura, and saw Jingming standing there, a long spear in hand, his entire body wrapped in crackling lightning, like a thunder god descending to earth. It was Jingming. He was actually level 2 advanced. In that moment, every freshman in the arena was completely stunned. In the previous round, Li Siji, with just level 2 beginner strength, had already shocked everyone. Yet now, someone even more monstrous appeared. Some freshmen even started doubting life itself. Am I really participating in the freshman tournament? How are we the same age? How can he be so much stronger than me? Not only the freshmen, even the upperclassmen in the audience were petrified. Level 2 advanced. A freshman could be like this? Level 2 beginner was painful enough to accept. Now, there's a level 2 advanced too. What the hell? I'm a third year, and I just reached level 2 advanced. What have I even been doing for 3 years? In the Starfall Society section of the stands, the man who had spoken earlier was utterly shocked. Then, as if a thought suddenly struck him, he quickly spun around to President Wu. You, President, you knew all about this beforehand, didn't you, Wu? Wu Yong smiled, giving a slight nod. You could definitely say that. Now, do you finally see Jingming's true potential? Yes, Jingming will absolutely be our top recruitment target. After the freshman tournament, we'll proceed exactly according to plan. The man nodded, firm and resolute. In a quiet corner of the stands, Sun Tzu, Hao Shui gazed at the towering figure in the arena, her eyes lighting up. So it really was him. No, I should be calling him younger brother. That brat tricked me for so long. I must go find him afterward. Just thinking about meeting Jingming again made her lips curl into a beautiful, delighted smile. Level 2 advanced, staring at the spear-wielding figure in the arena. Li Qiji's face twisted into an extremely ugly grimace. Originally, he planned to use his level 2 beginner strength to crush Jingming, then use the glory of stepping on an S-grade expert to become famous across the entire academy. Maybe even demand the school elevate him to S-grade. But with the raw power Jingming was now showing, his dreams were completely shattered. However, the moment Li Qiji's gaze landed on a skinny figure in the arena, his eyes suddenly lit up. Jingming, if this were any other round, you'd definitely win. But that guy's in round 2 as well. Let's see how you survive later. He chuckled softly, as if the mere existence of that person meant Jingming would surely lose. Right then, a voice rang out across the arena. Everyone, Jingming is level 2 advanced, and he even has an S-grade ability. If we let him defeat us one by one, all of us will be eliminated, instead of waiting to die. Why don't we join forces and eliminate him first? It was a deep, magnetic voice, strangely persuasive, as if it peers straight into the mind. The day's freshmen suddenly snapped to attention. Their eyes instantly lit up. They immediately believed the suggestion was logical, and this strategy was their absolute best choice. Jingming's brow furrowed slightly. He could feel the strong, alluring pull of that voice. That person clearly wielded a mental type ability. The male voice boomed out again. There are 103 of us. Excluding Jingming, that's 102 people. Even if he's level 2 advanced. 102 versus 1 means we will win. My name is Shi Liang, an A-grade mental type esper. I've already gathered nearly 20 people for this. As long as the rest of you obey my commands, I guarantee we can defeat Jingming with the smallest price possible. You all must understand, defeating an S-grade esper, that is an opportunity that only comes once in a lifetime. Jingming noticed the freshman's eyes, all turning blood red with battle intent. As they stared at him, if they didn't fight, they'd be eliminated anyway. But if they fought, at least they had a chance. Shi Liang, tell us what to do. We'll follow your lead. Under Shi Liang's potent mental influence, every single freshman, except Jingming, had truly solidified into an alliance. On the spectator stands, the teachers were absolutely stunned. This kid's truly got some skill. He actually managed to unite all the freshmen, making them stand on the same side. This time, Jingming is in real trouble. He might actually get eliminated this round. Shi Liang is Dean Long's disciple, after all. Not bad at all. Originally, they thought that with Jingming's level 2 advanced strength, he would breeze right through the first round. No one expected such a sudden, shocking twist to happen. Halfway through, many teachers cast admiring glances at a middle-aged man named Long K, dean of the Tactical Combat Academy, and Shi Liang's mentor. Long K simply smiled. Little Shi Liang is just lucky, nothing more. Don't overestimate him. Luck is also a form of ability, but this time, Jingming is in serious trouble. An S-grade esper failing to pass the first round. The freshman tournament. This is going to be a legendary joke. Jingming let out a helpless sigh at the scene before him. If this arena were filled with 100 ferocious beasts, he could easily clear them out. But right now, he was facing over 100 espers. Reinforcement elemental, support mental, all kinds of abilities were on display. And they were all geniuses gathered from every region. With a lineup like this, defeating a level 2 advanced esper would be as easy as flipping a hand. Of course, Jingming wasn't your normal level 2 advanced esper. The result would depend entirely on who was truly stronger. As if sensing Jingming's gaze, Shi Liang raised his head and smiled confidently. Jingming, if you had located me and taken me down from the very first sentence I spoke, you might have been able to break this situation. But now that everyone is following my command, you have no chance left. One person facing 102? How exactly do you plan to turn this around? Jingming chuckled. Turn around? What makes you think I'm the one at a disadvantage? He gently pulled his dark cloud, Tempest's spear from the ground, and planted his side. His right hand clenched tightly. Skill activation, Thunder Spear. Endless blue-purple lightning surged into his palm, and a spear, formed entirely of thunder, began to materialize. Seeing Jingming starting to gather power for an attack, Shi Liang hurriedly shouted commands. Close-quarters fighters, move to the front. Long-range attackers, unleash your skills immediately. Support types, buff the attackers. In truth, the optimal strategy was to divide these 100 people into 5 squads, each with 20 members grouped by ability type, and then use a wave-based coordination strategy to continuously assault Jingming. But this was a hastily assembled formation. There was no way they could carry out such refined coordination. They could only rely on their ability types and charge all at once. This is it, our chance to defeat an S-grade esper. Ha ha ha, charge, charge. An S-grade esper? What's that even supposed to mean? Today's the day we bring you crashing down from your altar, apart from the dozen or so espers, shielding Shi Liang at the very center. Everyone else unleashed their attacks directly on Jingming. All at once, feeling completely secure, Surely Yao couldn't help but feel utterly smug. Jingming, I advise you to stop worrying about dealing with me. You should focus on surviving them first, protected by countless layers of defense. Surely Yao felt utterly invincible, his voice growing louder and more arrogant. Jingming merely smirked at those words. So what if there are a lot of you? Even all of them won't be enough to protect you. With a sudden, powerful swing of his right hand, he hurled the thunder spear forward. A deafening crack ripped through the arena. The thunder spear streaked forth like a bolt of pure lightning, ripping through the very air itself. Surely Yao hadn't even had time to fully react when the spear slammed into the stone wall protecting him. That supposedly impenetrable stone barrier, boasting it could withstand an S-grade attack, and even tougher than E-grade alloy itself, shattered instantly, crumbling like fragile paper. Stone fragments exploded outwards with brutal force. Several nearby espers were struck down, their heads split open, blood gushing out. But it wasn't over yet. The lightning, still coiling around the spear, suddenly surged with violent intensity. Blinding light burst forth from its core. No, it's going to detonate. Surely Yao's face twisted in absolute terror. If the initial impact alone was this terrifying, if it exploded, none of them would survive. Just as despair began to consume him, a transparent energy barrier suddenly shimmered into existence, enveloping everyone at the very same moment. The AI, EVA, blared warning. Warning. Unstoppable energy source detected. Automatic energy shield activated. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. At that precise moment, the thunder spear detonated. A colossal lightning column erupted in the arena. Its ferocious energy violently shook the very ground. What in the world is that? Oh my God, can a mushroom cloud even appear in this arena? Surely how? They couldn't have all died right then, could they? Eva's voice echoed in his ear, regretfully stating, "You have been eliminated from the tournament." By Jingming. Surely Hao was completely stunned. Just one combat technique, one thunder spear, and Jingming had wiped out his entire team. The power was absurdly terrifying. Regret flooded him. If only he'd known earlier, he never would have provoked Jingming. With his own abilities, he could have easily advanced to the next round. But now, before defeating a single opponent, he was already completely eliminated. It was far too late. Don't worry about me. Keep attacking. Surely Hao shouted. Even though his group had been eliminated, there were still over 80 freshmen left on the arena. Still a formidable force. Moreover, after all this time, the long-range attackers had finished charging their abilities. The other students, immediately under Li Hao's mental influence, turned and attacked Jingming. Simultaneously, a flurry of elemental attacks erupted. The assaults completely engulfed Jingming's figure. Surely Hao yelled out, thinking coldly, "Even if I'm eliminated, I'll drag you down with me." But at that moment, from the midst of fire and lightning, a deep voice echoed, "No matter how many ants there are, they cannot kill a dragon. Your efforts will forever be meaningless." Crack, crack, lightning erupted violently before the horrified eyes of Li Hao and the freshman. Jingming's entire body was enveloped in blue. Purple electricity. Lightning surged around him, forming a dense electrical grid. All elemental attacks, fire, lightning, wind, were blocked outside. Then it slowly spread to envelop all the students nearby. Surely Hao's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe that, merely using basic ability control, Jingming could nullify all elemental attacks. How is this possible? If he had unleashed a powerful combat skill to block them, he might have reluctantly accepted his fate. But this was the raw power of an S-grade Esper. Surely Hao was overcome by a profound sense of helplessness. Even if he rallied all the remaining Espers, they would still be nothing more than tiny ants in Jingming's eyes. Jingming's terrifying display completely stunned both the teachers and the audience. In the stands, what kind of lightning is that? All the other elemental attacks are completely useless. Is this truly the power of an S-grade Esper? It was utterly absurd. Over 100 people attacking one person, and they couldn't even generate a hint of pressure. Is the Thunder Spear skill really that powerful? I knew it. Nothing bad will happen to him. John Suezu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She was so lost in the moment, she didn't even notice that she had called him by the wrong name. Having already witnessed Jingming's full, peak power, She naturally assumed the freshmen could pose some threat, but clearly they couldn't. Not only did Zhang Shuai think this, but Tang Shuyun, watching from outside the arena, harbored the exact same thought. She crossed her arms, observing Jingming emerge from the literal sea of fire and lightning. A faint, graceful smile played upon her lips. To think, they believed they could defeat Jingming with that level of skill? How utterly naive. Meanwhile, up in the stands, the teachers were absolutely floored. The raw power of his thunder spear was beyond belief. The skill clearly demonstrated at least advanced level mastery. When Jingming hurled the spear, it generated shockwaves. Its instantaneous speed was at least twice the speed of sound. The sheer physical strength propelling it was overwhelming. His control over lightning-type abilities was utterly flawless. The lightning web, though deceptively simple, had no gaps whatsoever, clearly the result of relentless practice. Even though these were all seasoned, high-level espers, with extensive experience, just a single spear throw and a simple lightning web attack was enough for them to truly grasp. That Jingming was far stronger than they had ever dared to imagine. It was a pity Lao Yang wasn't present. Otherwise, they could have grilled him for crucial information about Jingming. Usually, Dean Yang Jin Tian taught Jingming one-on-one. Other teachers knew just one fact. He was an S-grade awakened esper, but that was all they knew. Not even his advanced level 2 strength had only been revealed this very day. Even with Li Hao screaming to continue the assault, Jingming is absolutely terrifying, ensure Li Hao's sudden elimination, instantly nullifying his hypnotic abilities, created an incredibly strange scene in the arena. 80 against 1, but not a single soul dared to advance. No one dares to move? Fine, then I'll do it myself. Jingming's eyes flashed. Lightning surged across his body, and he vanished from sight. The moment he reappeared, a freshman was already sent flying by a punch, blood gushing from his mouth. Too fast. I didn't even see him move. We can't split up. He'll just pick us off one by one. We need to cooperate. A freshman immediately reacted, deciding to work together. The elemental espers unleashed their powerful long-range skills, while close combat fighters charged in. Now this is interesting. Jingming grinned in excitement and surged forward, a web of lightning surrounding him, completely blocking all incoming ranged attacks. The other espers' close combat weapons were swept aside by a single long spear. Steel and thunder clashed, roaring through the arena. Anyone who tried to engage Jingming in melee, whether using combat techniques or normal strikes, was violently thrown back by the immense recoil. Wrong angle. Too slow. Too weak. No. Just too weak. Far too weak. Jingming wasn't even using his combat skills. Even his purple devouring thunder was only ever used to block ranged attacks. Yet, thanks to his body, enhanced by Thunder Body Immortal Tier 3, combined with his master-level spear techniques, not a single freshman could withstand even 2 strikes, even with supporting espers continuously buffing them, and even while under debuff effects. The outcome was the same, all resolved in under a minute. Jingming had absolutely decimated the entire arena. His 260-kilogram long spear slammed into the ground, making it tremble ever so slightly. Jingming glanced around. Aside from him, the hundreds of freshmen were utterly defeated, some severely injured and piled in heaps, while others were encased in EVA's emergency shields. All were in disarray. On his resolute face, a distinct trace of disappointment was clearly visible. Upon hearing Jingming's evaluation, the others displayed expressions of deep unwillingness. At that moment, their collective thought was, damn it, we got beaten up this badly, and he still calls us weak. That's just straight-up psychological destruction. Why do we have to be grouped with this monster? Immediately after, EVA directly announced that Phase 1 of Round 2 had concluded. The only person advancing to Round 2 was Jingming, with the incredible achievement of defeating 102 people. As for the remaining 4, who should have advanced? But right then, Sun Jing Tong interrupted EVA and declared, other than the one who already advanced, Jingming, the remaining contestants, would enter the 11th match and fight again to select 4 more individuals. Upon hearing this unexpected result, the entire audience erupted in loud discussion. Overwhelming. Absolutely overwhelming. This was truly the first time in the new student tournament that only a single person advanced to round 2. Everyone believed that with results like these, the clubs vying for Jingming would undoubtedly end up in fierce conflict. It was obvious to all that Jingming hadn't even used his full strength earlier. Yet in less than a minute, he had swept away over 100 people. Even the teachers couldn't help exclaiming, "It's been over 40 years since we've had a new student tournament, right?" The previous record was set by an S-rank talent with 87 defeats, and he took around 7 minutes. Judging from this, no one will ever break Jing Ming's new record. No one could understand how Yang Genshin managed to train someone like Jing Ming, whose spear technique had reached the level of a true master. Hearing the words master level, Dean Sun Jingtong was slightly shocked. She thought to herself, it looks like Jing Ming truly possesses extraordinary talent, especially on the path of weapon mastery. I originally wanted to try coaxing him into the Elemental Academy, but now there's no need to think about that. She smiled. With Jing Ming here, she felt there was nothing to worry about for the upcoming joint field study trip for the first-year students of the 3 universities. After stepping down from the platform, Tom Shuiyin and the others immediately waved and congratulated him excitedly. Lu Wentao spoke with enthusiasm. Brother Jingming, you should have seen Li Qiji's face right after you took down Shi Liang. His face turned the color of pig liver. He looked absolutely awful. Hearing that, Jingming glanced toward Li Qiji. He immediately recognized that the guy was just a paper tiger who only bullied the weak. But remembering the arrogant attitude Li Qiji had shown earlier, Jingming felt he couldn't just let it slide. Forget it. Later in Phase 2, I'll challenge him. I still have 3 challenge chances anyway. Then, Jingming fist-bumped Lu Wentao and said, I'm counting on you guys next. Lu Wentao instantly replied, don't worry, making the top 50 is easy. Tom Shuiyin also smiled confidently. No problem. I'm actually a little excited to go up there. In her heart, she thought, just watch later. I'll show you. Maybe I can't beat you, but I'm still the strongest freshman besides you. Round 3 quickly began. Lu Wentao defeated 9 people and ranked 4th. In round 6, Sa Dongxia defeated 12 people and ranked 3rd. When the match reached the 8th round, Tom Shuiyin immediately drew her Feng Tianhuai halberd, thinking to herself, finally, it's my turn. At that moment, every pair of eyes was drawn to the confident girl. The crowd erupted. Look, that's Tang Shuin, the top scorer from Sichuan province. Just look at her figure, her face. She's absolutely breathtaking. She wields a Feng Tianhuai as her weapon. Now, that is incredibly rare. I hereby declare her the new goddess of our school. The moment Eva announced the match began, Tang Shuin instantly activated her enhancement skill. Radiant Dust Shine then leapt straight into the crowd and entered full combat mode. Seeing her impressive posture, the others exclaimed, oh damn, another level 2. Thank goodness. Thank goodness it's only early stage. A level 2, not some freak like Jingming. But what difference does it make? We still can't beat her. Hearing this, Wu Yuhan told the members of his club, put Tang Shuin as our number 2 recruitment target. Move Li Siji down to number 3 for now. Immediately after, Tang Shuin began a full solo performance on the stage. First, Radiant Phoenix Dance, then Brilliant Halberd Arts, and she even unleashed her strongest skill. Halberd Art, Light Flame, Gravity Slash. Each wave of attacks took down an opponent. At this moment, she looked like a goddess of radiant battle, casting spells and using halberd techniques. At the same time, her momentum dazzling. The entire fight lasted less than 10 minutes. The moment her move landed, several people collapsed to the ground under the unbearable gravitational pressure. A moment later, Eva announced the champion of this round. Tang Shuin, number of opponents defeated, 45. Hearing the result, Tang Shuin contentedly put away her fawn, Tianhuai, and stepped down from the stage. Seeing Jingming, she cheerfully asked, so, my performance wasn't bad, right? Jingming replied, you were impressive. Your combination of light spells and close combat techniques is incredibly smooth. I'm looking forward to your performance in Phase 2. Time passed quickly, and 2 hours later, the tournament has officially kicked off Phase 2. It's a free challenge round, and each student gets 3 chances to actively challenge anyone they want. And get this, the challenge person cannot refuse. A quick note, freshmen outside the top 50 aren't allowed to challenge anyone within it. Bruce. Every match's outcome will be judged by Eva. The winner then gets to decide whether to swap rankings with their opponent right there and then. Li Qiji was secretly doing some quick calculations. The power gap between me and Jingming is just too massive. There's no way I can beat him. Maybe I should try challenging the second-ranked person, Dang Xuin. But just then, he heard Jingming's voice. Eva, I want to challenge the third-ranked person, Li Qiji. The moment those words left Jingming's mouth, Li Qiji's entire body just froze solid. He pointed at Jingming and yelled, "You're ranked first. Why are you challenging me?" Jingming calmly replied, "The rules never said the challenger had to be ranked lower. Besides, did you seriously think I let you mock me that easily?" Hearing that, the people gathered around immediately started whispering to each other. What's happening? Jingming is actively challenging Li Qiji. Do those two have some kind of beef? Someone who saw it earlier explained, "You weren't there earlier." Li Qiji even made a throat-slitting gesture to provoke Jingming. Damn, that guy's got some serious guts. No wonder Jingming challenged him first. At this moment, Eva made another announcement. Arena number 74 has been assigned for this match. Will both participants please proceed to the stage? Seeing that things had already gotten to this point, Li Qiji could only grit his teeth. He had no way to refuse. Fine, let's see just how strong an S-rank ability user like you really is. Once they stepped onto the stage, Eva announced, "Both sides prepare. 3, 2, 1, begin." The moment the words fell, Li Qiji instantly activated his A-rank ability, a beast-type enhancement ability, the Blood Rage Lion King. With a furious roar, he charged directly at Jingming. He yelled, "You forced me into this." Seeing this, Jingming replied with an icy stare. "I didn't force you. Your own arrogance brought this upon yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Jingming's body became a blur of lightning, vanishing from sight in the very next instant. He reappeared right behind Li Qiji, his long spear clutched tightly in hand. Spotting Jingming behind him, Li Qiji spun around instantly and unleashed his Lion Berserk slash. He cursed, "You're looking for death. A lightning-type ability user dares to fight me in close combat." But the moment their weapons clashed, Li Qiji was suddenly blasted backward by an overwhelming force. His hand, still gripping the blade, trembled uncontrollably from the sheer shock. He stared wide-eyed at Jingming, fear surging through his chest. His strength, it's greater than mine. I clearly activated an enhancement ability. How is a lightning type's physical strength still higher than mine? But before he could even regain his composure, Jingming had already unleashed a surge of violet lightning. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a sharp shout, "Purple sky, divine thunder." The violet bolt struck Li Qiji directly. The intense pain made him scream hysterically. From the stands, the crowd gasped. "Oh my god, how much does it hurt to scream like that?" Even Li Qiji, a level 2 enhancement type ability user, can't withstand it. What terrified them most was that Jingming was deliberately controlling the power of his lightning so that Eva wouldn't declare Li Qiji defeated. Yet he was torturing him, watching the battlefield crackle with arcs of lightning. Every freshman had the same thought. Never provoke Jingming. When Li Qiji finally collapsed, Eva declared, "Winner of this match." Jingming mused to himself, "What a pity. I wanted to torment him more." But over 10 seconds of that kind of agony should be more than enough for him to remember forever. Hopefully, he learns to ditch that arrogance, keep that attitude, and he's bound to suffer sooner or later. Meanwhile, the moment Li Qiji snapped back to reality, he exhaled in immense relief. "I'm still alive." For a moment, I genuinely thought I was a goner. Watching Jingming casually walk away, he felt an even greater wave of relief. He's finally gone. But suddenly, Tong Shiyun dramatically raised her Fong Tian Wahi high and loudly declared, "EVA, I want to challenge the third-ranked participant." Upon hearing this, Li Qiji genuinely wished he could drop dead right then and there. The subsequent match between Tong Shuyun and Li Qiji concluded incredibly fast. Li Qiji was once again blasted clean off the stage after a resounding boom as he crashed to the ground. EVA then announced the winner, Tong Shuyun. Meanwhile, Li Qiji lay there, unable to even move. He had to be carted away on a stretcher by the medical staff. Stepping off the stage, Tong Shuyun happily dashed up to Jingming and asked, "So, did you see how utterly I crushed him?" Jingming smiled, offering his praise, declaring her performance truly excellent. The two even shared a perfectly synchronized fist bump afterward. Witnessing this, the surrounding students immediately started buzzing with gossip. Something's definitely fishy here. Those two absolutely have something going on. Wait, our school's goddess already has a partner. No way. Damn it all. Jingming moved that quickly. The semester hasn't even officially begun yet. Shush. Keep your voices down. I don't want to end up getting pulverized like Li Qiji. Time flew by, and 4 hours later, Sun Qingshui declared that time was officially up, and the freshman tournament had officially reached its conclusion. She then unveiled the highly anticipated final rankings. First place, Jingming. Second place, Tong Shuyun. Third place, Li Qiji. Saw Dongxiao landed in 26th place, while Lu Wentao ultimately finished at rank 39. After the results were announced, Sun Qingshui instructed all new students to log into the school's website and select their preferred academies. Tong Shuyun, curious, want to know which class Jingming had been assigned. Jingming replied, "I'm in the Weapon Academy, Year 1, Class 2. What about you?" "I'm in the Elemental Academy, Year 1, Class 3. Seeing the natural way they chatted, saw Dongxia and Lu Wentao instantly started teasing. "Oh, look at that. She's already calling him Jingming so sweetly. Today it's Jingming. Tomorrow it'll be Honey. Just you wait." After that, Sun Qingshui announced that the opening ceremony and the freshman tournament were now officially concluded. The new students, who performed exceptionally tonight, would receive messages from instructors later. At that moment, the teachers were also happily discussing among themselves. The freshman class this year is way stronger than last year's, absolutely. Especially the first place student, Jingming. Give him 1 or 2 years, and he'll crush every student in the entire school. The clubs are going to fight tooth and nail, trying to recruit him. Finally, it's over. Come on, let's go grab a meal, Jingming said with a smile to Tong Shuyun and the others as they joined the crowd, heading toward the stadium exit. Tong Shuyun winked playfully. "All right then, let the newly crowned champion treat us." And Jingming laughed. "No problem. When we get to the restaurant, just order whatever you want." "Huh? Brother Jingming is treating? Then we definitely have to drink." A few glasses later, Lu Wentao and Sa Dongxia said with bright smiles, "Let's go." Still heading to Chinya residence? Since the last time Jingming ate there with Tong's son, he's been obsessed with the food. Just then, Wu Yuan walked over. "Student Shu, please wait a moment. You're Jingming?" He looked at the newcomer, puzzled. The young man exuded an undeniably powerful aura. Yet, Jingming couldn't quite place the face. The tall, slender young man offered a smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wu Yuan, president of the Starfall Club. I'd like to personally invite you to join our club. Of course, given that you're currently the only S-rank freshman, we want to truly show our sincerity. If you join, you can immediately assume the vice president position. And every semester, you'll also receive 100 additional credit points and a full set of B-rank resources." Nearby freshmen, overhearing this, stopped dead and immediately sported looks of pure envy. "Holy crap, Vice President, I'm so jealous. We have to pay membership fees just to join a club. And even then, we'd probably just be errand runners for months. The gap is absolutely insane. And Starfall is the absolute strongest club in school. With that title on your record, you can definitely get into an elite guild after graduation." But right at that moment, a voice rang out. "Only a vice president, Wu Yuan. Your Starfall Club is really stingy." Oh, Wu Yuan looked toward the group approaching from afar. Leading them was Weeha, president of the Ashen Club. "Then, what conditions can your Ashen Club offer?" "Of course, better ones than yours," Weeha replied calmly. Then he turned to Jingming. "Jingming, if you join our Ashen Club, you can directly hold the position of acting president. When I graduate, the Ashen Club will be entirely yours. As for resources, anything Starfall has, Ashen has as well. You don't need to worry about that." The offer instantly sent the onlookers into an absolute uproar. Holy crap, acting president, Ashen Club is really going all out. If Jingming accepts, he might. That'll become the youngest president in the club's history. Many were both envious and utterly full of longing. Some even thinking, if only I were Jingming, I'd agree on the spot. Wu Yuan's heart immediately sank. Acting president, that position truly was better than anything he could offer. In fact, he simply couldn't offer anything like that. Behind the Starfall Club stood the formidable Starfall Guild. Its true successors for future presidencies were meticulously arranged years in advance. He possessed no authority to make such a decision. It was absolutely impossible for Starfall to operate like Ashen, where the president could simply hand over their position immediately after graduation. Meanwhile, after patiently listening to both sides' offers, Jingming slowly began, Vice President, Acting President, I truly need some time to think. I can only give you an answer in a few days' time. His mind drifted back to his previous life, where he joined the student council and even served as its president. As a result, those endless responsibilities had consumed nearly all his personal time. This life, he utterly refused to repeat that mistake. All right, here's my personal contact information, he said, seemingly having predicted the answer. He handed his contact information to Jingming. Wu Yuan from Starfall immediately stepped up as well, exchanging contact details before making their departure. Both of them also extended invitations to Tang Shuyan, Lu Wentao, and saw Dong Xia to join their clubs. Although the three were only offered normal member positions with no special benefits, still, top 50 freshmen were still prime recruitment targets for major clubs. The three didn't give an immediate answer, saying they'd think about it. Just when Jingming let out a sigh of relief, thinking, finally, they're gone. Tang Shuyun looked off into the distance and said, it doesn't look like we're leaving just yet. The very next second, a veritable swarm of people rushed over, surrounding Jingming, business cards clutched in hand. Student, join our club. Our club is mostly girls. Come join us. Our club offers the best career prospects. We're even backed by a major corporation. A while later, everyone was panting, faces flushed, as if they'd just run a marathon. Finally, we made it out. Come on, let's head to Chinyu residence. But just then, a lone figure slowly approached. Her long, silvery white hair draped elegantly down to her waist, paired with slender, pale legs peeking out from beneath a short black skirt. So captivating, everyone just had to steal a second glance. John Swashwai smiled brightly. Long time no see, Junior. Realizing she'd recognized him from his freshman year, Jingming nervously scratched his cheek. Hi, Senior John. And this is Tang Shuoyan. Tang Shuoyan's expression immediately shifted to confusion. Jingming then introduced her. This is Senior John Swashwai. I met her during my last adventure in the Primal Wilderness Zone. John Swashwai chimed in politely. Hello everyone, I'm a second-year student from Class 3 of the Elemental Academy. At this exact moment, Lu Wentao was practically speechless with excitement. Inside his head, he was practically screaming. As expected of brother Jingming, other people go to the Primal Wilderness Zone, and most can't even make it back alive. But he not only survived, he even returned having met a top-tier goddess like her. Hello, Senior John. I'm Tang Shuoyan, Jingming's classmate. Hearing that, John Swashwai glanced at Tang Shuoyan and literally froze for a second. She was genuinely stunned by Tang Shuoyan's breathtaking beauty. In her mind, she couldn't help but think, she's gorgeous. Not only does she have a breathtakingly beautiful face, but her figure is insanely attractive, perfect curves, and as a social media influencer, with tens of millions of followers, John Swashwai had always been confident in her looks and her body, but in front of Tang Shuoyan, she suddenly couldn't find even a shred of confidence. She even felt an absurd impulse to lean closer to her. But immediately, she snapped out of it, shaking her head rapidly. Lean closer? What am I thinking? That's terrifying. Don't tell me this girl swings both ways. Seeing John Swashwai standing frozen, without saying anything, Tang Shuoyan asked in confusion, Are you okay? Then she smiled and offered, We're about to go eat, Senior John. Would you like to join us? In the blink of an eye, the group had already arrived at Chinyu residence. Cheers to the end of the freshman ceremony. Bottoms up during the meal. John Swashwai kept holding Jingming's arm and saying, Let's raise a glass. Witnessing this, Tom Soo-yin wasn't giving up. Jingming, let's have a glass too. As this whole scene played out, Lu Wentao leaned closer to Dong Xia, whispering urgently, "Oh, this is not good. I think they both like brother Jingming. Quick, we need to retreat from this battlefield." As soon as he said that, he immediately stood up. "Brother Jingming, Senior Zhang, and Tang Shu-yun are all yours. Dong Xia and I suddenly have something urgent to do. We're heading out, bye." Jingming watched them, utterly helpless. What in the world is wrong with these two? Why they run so fast? As expected, drinking always causes so much chaos. Just then, Zhong Suo Shui leaned against his chest. Her voice soft, she whispered, "Jingming, I can't really walk anymore. Could you help me?" Tom Shu-yun immediately chimed in after Jingming. "I can't walk either. You have to help me back too." Jingming blinked. "Are you two seriously fine?" Both girls answered in perfect unison, "Sure. All right then, I'll send you both back." People always say, drunk women are the hardest to deal with. Today, Jingming finally experienced that firsthand. Helplessly, he found himself supporting a girl on each side. As he left Qingyao residence, as they walked out, someone even recognized them. "Isn't that Goddess Jung? Damn, that guy's way too lucky. I'm seriously jealous, just like that." After sending both of them back, Jingming returned to his dorm. The moment he opened the door, he saw a woman sitting on the living room sofa. When she saw him enter, she stood up immediately. "Hello there. I'm your class advisor, Miss Suyu. I brought your freshman ceremony rewards. This safe opens with your fingerprint. Later, I'll send you the class group code. Be sure to join it. If you need anything on campus, just message me, and I'll help you. I still have to notify the others, so I'll head out first." As soon as she left, Lu Wentao suddenly appeared right in front of Jingming. Like a gust of wind, brother Jingming. "So, did Tong Shui-yin and Senior Zhong explode into conflict?" Jingming looked confused. "Conflict? Why would there be conflict? Nothing happened. I just helped them back to their dorms and returned. No conflict? They got along that well?" Lu Wentao's eyes widened. The plot did not unfold the way he imagined. He sighed dramatically. As expected of brother Jingming, for things to stay peaceful, it must mean you handled both of them perfectly. Meanwhile, Jingming ignored all of that. He was focused on opening the reward box. Beep. Authorization approved. Jingming thought, "Let's see what fun stuff came in the rewards this time." After he placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner, the safe let out a soft click and popped open. Revealed inside were two items, a ring and a pill. The ring boasted an exquisite design. Its appearance shimmered with a noble platinum sheen. The pill was roughly marble-sized, giving off a faint, almost imperceptible medicinal fragrance. These two items? The coveted rewards. For his first-place finish in the freshman competition, a spatial ring boasting a 10 cubic meter capacity, and an A- rank cultivation resource. Jinmin eagerly picked up the ring, and immediately imprinted his spiritual mark upon it. As expected, he sensed a full 10 cubic meter space within it. At last, he wouldn't need to run around every day, lugging heavy weapons on his back anymore. A faint glow pulsed from the ring. The spear in Jingming's hand gradually shrank and instantly vanished into the spatial ring. To be honest, brother Jingming, you're starting to look like quite the wealthy bachelor already. Lu Wentao chuckled, though a hint of jealousy tinged his tone, as his gaze lingered on the three rings. On Jingming's right hand, even as a freshman ranking in the top 50, he still received a reward, but it was only a measly 400 academic points. Compared to Jingming, the freshman champion, his prize simply couldn't even begin to compare. "Yeah, I guess I've got a few too many rings now. I'll swing by the equipment district tomorrow and see if they'll take some of these off my hands." Jingming already possessed two spatial rings, each a mere 1 cubic meter. Now, with this larger one, the smaller ones were naturally obsolete. He planned to sell them for some extra cash. Just then, Jingming frowned slightly, picking up the pill. There was no instruction sheet explaining its effects. Logically, the school shouldn't make such a glaring mistake. Hearing Jingming's complaint, Lu Wentao immediately chimed in, identifying pills. "Easy, Eva. Come out." Lu Wentao summoned and ordered. Eva, analyze this pill. Understood. A faint blue light emanated from Eva's 3D projection, enveloping the pill completely. It didn't take long for the results to appear. This is a grade 5 mind condensation pill. It's produced by Modu Ability University's Department of Pharmacology. It's effective for ability users below level 5 and can only be taken once. After consumption, it significantly enhances spiritual power. It's rated as an A- rank cultivation resource. Eva can analyze pills too. Jingming asked, surprised. Lu Wentao chuckled and explained, I only found out after buying pills from the school's website. And it's not just pills. Eva can identify beast materials, rare herbs, and all kinds of precious resources. That makes sense. It's an advanced AI, so it should have functions like that. Jingming nodded. He felt it was a pity that such a high-end AI like Eva was exclusive to Modu Ability University. Otherwise, he'd definitely buy one for himself. Then he'd never have to memorize the characteristics of all those heavenly treasures again. He could just rely on the AI to identify them. Lu Wentao, guess there must be similar AI models on the market. When we have time, we can check the school website and search for them. After confirming that everything in the safe was in order, Jingming carried it upstairs to the villa's second-floor training room. He planned to take the grade 5 mind condensation pill right away. Before taking the pill, Jingming deliberately glanced over his system. Attributes: physical body 1321, vitality spirit 987. Physical body and spirit were the two fundamental stats of an ability user. If two ability users possess the same ability, the one with stronger base attributes could maintain their ability longer and unleash greater power. And these major attributes, aside from ordinary training, could only be increased through leveling up, taking pills, using rare natural treasures, or consuming special medicinal ingredients. The only problem was that each rank of an ability user had its own genetic lock. There's a maximum attribute threshold. You see, once you hit this cap, though, you can't push your stats any higher unless you break through to the next rank, no matter how intensely you train. Jingming only just stumbled upon this secret, thanks to his system, by the way. What's more, as he leveled up the amount of base attributes he could convert from ability points, also took a hit. When he first got the system, one ability point could turn into 0.2 attribute points. But after hitting rank 2, one ability point could only be converted into a measly 0.1 attribute points. Ouch. Jingming figured entering rank 2 made his body and spirit just too powerful, making further improvement much tougher than in rank 1. He hoped this pill would deliver a pleasant surprise. With that thought in mind, Jingming quickly popped the pill into his mouth. Not long after swallowing it down, he felt his thoughts become remarkably clearer. Instinctively, he yanked open his system panel. Physical body, 1321. Vitality spirit, 1037. His spiritual power shot up by 50 points, pushing him well past the 1,000 mark. And get this, he'd save himself a whopping 500 ability points. Jingming's eyes lit up just a little, because he trained the S-rank body forging technique, Thunderstorm Undying Body. His physical body was always tougher than his spirit. He was totally satisfied with this gain, feeling his body absolutely brimming with energy. Jingming decided to train up a bit before hitting the hay. The next morning, bright and early, after smashing through his usual training routine, he headed straight to Moda's equipment department. Since his two 1 cubic meter spatial rings weren't actually made by Modu Ability University, the equipment department wouldn't recycle them for academic points. They'd only buy them with Daxia currency. Each ring went for 35 million, so the pair totaled 70 million. By the time he strolled out of the equipment department, the balance in his bank card had already soared past 100 million. Whoa, finally, I've saved enough for my little goal, Jingming thought, a wave of emotion washing over him. Ability users truly rake in cash ridiculously easily. Just like the equipment department, the alchemist department was also housed in its own dedicated building. Jingming grabbed a queue number and settled in to wait. It was only 10 in the morning. Still quite early, but there were already 30 or 40 people here. On this floor, they had only called number 14. He was number 43. He'd probably be waiting for over an hour. He frowned slightly. He hadn't expected it to be this crowded. Of course, he could wander around the other floors, but at most, that would kill a few dozen minutes. He decided to look for an empty seat. But before he could even sit down, a surprised voice called out beside him, Jingming, you're here too? The voice sounded familiar. Jingming turned toward the sound, and just as he expected, Jiangsu Haoshui was standing not far away. Seeing her, A faintly teasing expression appeared on his usually firm, serious face. Didn't think I'd run into you here. Have you sobered up yet? I sobered up a long time ago. Zhang Suizu's fair cheeks turned a delicate pink, clearly remembering how stubbornly she'd insisted he support her home. The previous night, that firm, solid arm of his, she could still feel it vividly. She hesitated for a moment, then curiously asked, right? Are you here to sell the medicinal herbs found in the cave? Jingming replied that he had come with two intentions. First, to sell medicinal materials, and second, if he could find an alchemist who could help him refine pills or process the materials, the efficiency would be much higher. The moment she heard that, Zhang Suizu's eyes lit up. You're looking for an alchemist? Can't you see someone excellent and breathtakingly beautiful standing right nearby? She cleared her throat and puffed out her chest a little. She looked as if she wanted a tattoo, "I'm the alchemist," directly on her face. Jingming simply raised a brow. But aren't you just an amateur? Who said I'm an amateur? Son suao soy pretested immediately. I'll have you know, I'm a certified rank 2 alchemist. Making a few rank 2 pills is a piece of cake for me. She continued, besides, I'm not planning on going back into the wilderness to film anymore. I want to devote myself fully to the path of alchemy. That news genuinely surprised Jingming. The two of them walked to a quiet corner and sat down to talk. The atmosphere slowly grew a bit heavy, and Zhang Suizu's expression dimmed slightly. After a while, Jingming asked, "You're really not going to film videos, hunting beasts anymore?" Sitting beside him, Zhong Suao Shui sighed. After what happened last time, I realized the wilderness probably isn't suitable for me. Of course, I'll still keep making videos, but they'll be more like daily life content. Things like pill refining and medicinal preparations. Changing your video style, won't you lose a huge chunk of your fan base? Jingming asked thoughtfully. Of course. A complicated look appeared on Zhang Suho's beautiful face. Hey, I'm an orphan. My parents died during a beast attack on the city when I was barely over 10 years old. Getting into Modu ability university was only possible because I awakened a minus rank ice ability and because I worked extremely hard. After entering university with no family to support me, my financial situation was honestly terrible. It was pure luck that I uploaded a beast hunting video. That's what made me popular, enough to get sponsorships from armor and weapon brands. The income wasn't bad, but the truth is, I never liked staying in the wilderness for long, and I definitely didn't enjoy interacting with those hired squads of ability. User bodyguards. What I actually enjoy is spending time alone, diving deep into alchemy texts and mastering pill refinement, and reflecting on what happened in the wilderness made me realize just how truly weak I still am. Even with an entire team of bodyguards at my side, things still spiraled completely out of control. If I keep filming beast hunting content, something like that could easily happen all over again. She paused. It took me several days of serious thought before I finally made this decision. Then, good luck. I hope your new persona works out well. Jingming encouraged her sincerely. After that, a question popped into his mind. Wait, I remember you're an ice-type ability user. You can still become an alchemist? But I thought, only fire-type ability users could take that path. As far as Jingming understood, alchemists needed fire. Zhang Suo Shui had already shaken off the heaviness in her emotions. She smiled brightly and explained, "You really don't know much about alchemists, do you? As long as you have a cauldron or a proper furnace, you can convert any energy-based ability into flame. The stronger your ability, the hotter the flame. Even your lightning ability could be used for refining medicine." So that's how it works. Jingming finally understood. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a wooden box from his spatial ring. "All the medicinal materials I have are in here. Take whatever you can use for pill refining. You really want me to help?" Zhang Swashway blinked in surprise, but quickly recovered, beaming brightly. "If you trust me that much, then I won't hold back. I'll deliver the finished pills to you in a week." Just as Jingming was about to return to the villa, his phone rang. It was Professor Yang Genshin. "We're back. Can you come over now?" "Yes, sir. I'll head there right away." Teacher's Villa District, house number 23. Inside the villa's living room, besides Professor Yang Genshin and Lu Ming, there were also a man and a woman. These two people were Zuowei and Dong. Zuowei smiled and said, "Even before you return to campus, I've already seen a ton of posts on the school forum, all talking about the incredible things Jingming has done. He's seriously impressive. I saw them too." Dong nodded with a smile. "Senior Lu Ming, is he really as strong as you said?" She looked at him curiously. You'll see in just a moment. He's going to absolutely shock you. Lu Ming replied, still seated in his wheelchair. But both his legs and right arm had already regenerated, though his face was still somewhat pale. Is that so? Then I'll have to observe him very carefully later. A strange gleam flashed through Dong Yu's beautiful eyes. Their senior-junior relationship had always been good. Her junior brother was definitely strong, but her senior might also be exaggerating a little. At least, that was the most reasonable assumption she could think of. 10 minutes later, Jingming stepped into the villa's living room. Teacher, he respectfully greeted Professor Yang Genshin, then noticed the unfamiliar man and woman. But the moment he saw Lu Ming in the wheelchair, his expression changed dramatically. Senior Lu Ming, what happened to you? Lu Ming sighed and explained. It was Wang Lin. He used the Ashen Guild as bait to lure monsters. The guild suffered heavy losses, and I was seriously injured. I fought that bastard, Wang Lin, and though I was injured, he got injured as well. Yang Genshin edut. That's why I couldn't attend the freshman examination. Hearing this, Jingming clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Damn it, a level 8 Grandmaster. Someone with power to move mountains and split seas. And he's that kind of scumbag. Jingming knew all too well that, at his current level, he couldn't possibly avenge Lu Ming. If he had been put in the same situation, he would likely have died. In this world, if you don't become strong, you'll only be controlled by those who are. Seeing the atmosphere darken, Yang Genshin put his hand on Jingming's shoulder. Jingming, don't dwell on that right now. Come here, I'll introduce you. This is your senior, Dongyu, and this is your senior sister, Dongyu, a second-year student. After his teacher's introduction, Jingming finally understood who the two strangers truly were. Cool and collected, Two-Way stood up, offering a gentle smile. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, junior brother. I've heard for quite a while now that our teacher had accepted a new student, but I was quite busy off campus throughout the summer break. I've only just returned yesterday, actually. All right then, this is my welcome gift for you. Two-Way presented him with a small wooden box. It's a grade 4 Origin energy pill. Once you take it, it'll significantly boost your absorption efficiency when you're cultivating your abilities. At the same time, Dongyu chuckled, adding, I didn't prepare much, unfortunately, so I'll just transfer 200 course credits your way. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister, Jingming said, politely accepting the gifts. Just then, Luo Ming piped up. Senior sister Dong was doubting me just a moment ago. Go on, tell her yourself, Jingming. Ever since you enrolled here, you've already mastered 4A rank. Lightning battle techniques, haven't you? Faced with Luo Ming's direct question, Jingming simply chuckled and nodded. Senior Luo Ming isn't wrong at all. Wait, seriously? That's real. Before Dong, you could even fully react. Two-Way exclaimed in utter shock, breaking through levels this quickly and mastering that many A-ranked battle techniques in such a short time. Can you possibly share some of your insights with your senior sister? As someone who had only just recently reached high tier, level 2, Dongyu understood all too well just how incredibly difficult breaking through was. But Jingming had not only caught up to her in rank, but the number of A-rank battle techniques he'd mastered was even greater than hers, despite enrolling a whole year after her. What more could she even say at that point? Jingming hesitated for a moment before responding. There's no special experience or trick, honestly. I was just born with good comprehension, I guess. I only need to watch a combat technique a few times to get it, to master it. It doesn't take me long to grasp things. Well, that's not something senior sister can just replicate. To hear junior brother say that really stings. Dongyu, feigning hurt, covered her face, pretending to be deeply wounded. Teacher Yang Genshin smiled, his gaze fixed on Jingming. I'm incredibly satisfied with your sharp learning ability and your undeniable hard work. I'll host a celebration banquet later on to congratulate you on securing first place. Even though I wasn't physically present yesterday, I heard from Director Sun last night all about your truly outstanding performance. It was nothing, really. They're just too weak. Jingming smiled, then asked, right, teacher? I'd like you to help me test a new combat technique. What combat technique? Senior brother Lu isn't able to move around much, so why not use me instead? No need to trouble the teacher, Two-Way exclaimed excitedly. Jingming blinked, looking a bit hesitant. The S-rank combat technique, Underworld Thunder Armor. The moment he uttered those words, the eyes of all 4 people in the room lit up with pure excitement. None of them had expected Jingming to actually want to test out En S-rank combat technique. Two-Way was only a 3rd order lower tier, There was no way he could break the defenses of Underworld Thunder Armor. Underworld Thunder Armor. En laissant combat technique. Two-way drew in a sharp breath. My apologies for interrupting. At the outdoor training field behind the villa, Yang Jinshuan and Jing Ming stood facing each other, while Two-way, Dong Yu, and Lu Meng sat to the side, observing. Lu Meng, still confined to his wheelchair. Hey, what do you all think? Did Junior Brother really learn an S-rank combat technique? Two-way couldn't help but ask. As a lightning element ability user himself, he had actually seen this combat technique before. In the combat technique library, Lu Ming said in a deep voice. Based on what I know about Jing Ming, he wouldn't lie. Two-way let out a sigh of admiration. All right, let's begin now. I finally understand now what Senior Brother meant by monster. The Underworld Thunder Armor. In the center of the training field, Jing Ming's eyes narrowed with focus. Blue-violet lightning surged across his entire body, condensing into a suit of pitch-black armor. Streams of thunder and arcs of crackling electricity danced across the armor's surface, like flowing liquid, as expected of an S-level combat technique. The Nether Prison Thunder Armor. Even Yang Genshin didn't expect his student to deliver such a massive surprise. Jingming, I'll test it first, using the intensity of a peak tier 3 ability user. Alto Gyeonginshin had immense confidence in Jingming's strength. He still didn't want to accidentally injure him. The Crimson Thunderbolts blasted straight into the Nether Prison Thunder Armor. Yet not even a scratch was left on the armor. The impact from such a powerful strike, after being reduced by 90% by the armor, reached Jingming's body, and it felt no different than a mild itch. Seeing this, Jingming spoke with excitement. Teacher, increase it a bit more. This isn't nearly strong enough. Yang Genshin laughed, just as thrilled. All right, I'll keep increasing my power. If you can't handle it, just say so. The Crimson Thunder roared again, still leaving no trace behind. Explosive booms echoed one after another. Every bolt of crimson lightning, each strong enough to kill Two-way or dong you outright, continuously struck Jing Ming's body. Finally, when Yang Genshin raised his ability output to 10 times the peak of Tier 3, Jing Ming's Nether Prison Thunder Armor could no longer endure it and exploded into pieces with an earth-shaking boom. Good, very good. Retracting all the lightning around him. Yang Genshin Laogid Lodli, the attack strength of a low-level Tier 4 ability user, is roughly equal to 10 times peak Tier 3. In other words, your Nether Prison Thunder Armor requires at least, to even break through a Tier 4 ability user, and one who wields an A- level ability, no less. Nearby, Two-way gasped, sucking in a sharp breath, trembling slightly. An S-level combat technique, combined with an S-level ability, how could he possibly reach such a terrifying level? Jingming was only an upper tier 2, yet he could leap across 2 major realms, and even withstand a tier 4's attacks. Such monstrous battle power was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. The combat technique test is complete. It's about time we went to lunch. In a great mood, young Genshin glanced at his watch. 11:32 a.m. The banquet he reserved at the hotel was set for noon. Perfect timing. But Jingming hurriedly said, "Wait, teacher, that wasn't my limit just now." "Not your limit." Young Genshin froze. Before he could even ask, boom, an aura several times stronger than before erupted from Jingming. His body shot upward, growing nearly 2 meters tall. His eyes turned into vertical blue-violet dragon pupils, and his hair turned snow white. Ancient, violent blue-violet thunder surged from him, spreading across the entire training field. This is the extreme thunder state. Young Genshin's expression instantly changed. Even Lu Ming and the 2 others widened their eyes in utter shock. The extreme thunder state, that meant Jing Ming's immortal thunder body, had already reached its 3rd stage. Holy shit, junior brother, you're this damn strong. Even the always calm Two-way couldn't stop himself from swearing. Senior sister Dongyu, on the other hand, felt a distinct wave of disappointment. Her own immortal thunder body was only at stage 2. Jingming not only mastered 4 A-level combat techniques and 1 S-level technique, but now he had entered the extreme thunder state as well. Was he even human at this point? No wonder. Your body could withstand attacks 10 times stronger. earlier. So, your immortal thunder body has already reached the third stage. Young Genshin laughed loudly as crimson lightning burst to life around him. Let's continue 12 times. Peak Tier 3. The blazing red thunder boomed again. 3 minutes later, after Jing Ming activated the extreme thunder state, his entire body underwent a complete upgrade. Only when Yang Genshin reached 20 times. Peak Tier 3. Did the Nether Prison Thunder armor finally break? And even then, just barely. Young Genshin was so excited that even his beard trembled. Amazing 20 times. That's equivalent to a mid-level Tier 4 attack. To break your defense, as expected of the immortal thunder body, forged with the sulfur mono-sulfide level. Thunder Dragon's essence blood. Jing Ming, for you to reach such a level, you've truly surpassed my expectations. Young Genshin stepped forward with a proud smile. Thank you, teacher. I just have slightly better talent. Jing Ming replied, though a little tired. He was happy. He finally understood the true extent of his defense. Young Genshin helped Jing Ming up. Normally, students have to rely on their teachers to guide them, step by step, when learning combat techniques. But you self-study first and only report back afterward. Out of all my students, you're the one I worry about the least. Let's go eat. I'm in a great mood today. So order whatever expensive dishes you like. After changing clothes, the group left the villa and got into Young Genshin's car, heading toward the Central Magic City Hotel. On the way, Jing Ming asked senior brother Lu. Both the Ashes Society and the Starfall Society sent me invitations. Which one do you think I should pick? Starfall. Lu Ming answered without hesitation. Toei was surprised. Senior brother Lu, I thought you'd want Jing Ming to join the Ashes Society. Lu Ming sighed and explained, if the Ashes Guild hadn't suffered heavy losses, of course, I'd want him to join us. But now, their very survival is uncertain. The Ashes Society on campus will definitely take a hit. Naturally, it can't compare to the Starfall Society and the powerful Starfall Guild backing them. Why join someone else's society? That when you can just establish your own? Young Genshin suddenly suggested to Jing Ming, you can just stay in another society for a year or two. Then, when you reach your junior or senior year, create your own society after graduation. It will become the foundation of the power you'll build. Jing Ming shook his head. Build a power base? Managing a society sounds like a huge hassle, and I'm not interested in all that hassle. Not having your own power is what's truly troublesome. Young Genshin spoke with the tone of someone who had lived through it all. When I was young, I thought the same thing. And what happened? I had to do everything myself. Jing Ming, remember this. Establishing a power of your own. That means having people who work for you, gather resources for you, so you can focus on training. When you reach the Grandmaster level, someday, you'll understand the pain of having to run all over the world, just for a few meager resources. Hearing this, Jing Ming was startled. He then thanked Young Genshin for his guidance. Jing Ming had his system. He didn't need resources to level up, but he still needed ability points, which required killing beasts himself. But if he had his own force, got to gather beasts for him to handle, wouldn't his ability point farming efficiency multiply several-fold? After the victory banquet with his teacher, senior brother, and senior sister, the very next day marked the official start of the freshman curriculum at the Magic City Ability University. The schedule for first-year students was absolutely packed. Classes ran almost every day from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The courses were incredibly diverse and rich in content. There were history classes explaining the origins of ferocious beasts and the recovery of primal energy. There were practical combat courses for weapon training. There was even an anatomy class detailing the weak points of various beasts and how to harvest materials from their bodies. Throughout his first week of freshman classes at the Weapon Academy, Jing Ming didn't skip a single lesson, listening attentively from start to finish. He even snuck into several classes at the Elemental Academy to learn even more. As expected of a top university, every lesson was excellently taught and highly engaging. For Jing Ming, everything was incredibly useful. For example, in the history class, discussing the origins of ferocious beasts, Jing Ming finally learned that a few hundred years ago, when primal energy first appeared on Blue Star. Wild animals mutated into ferocious beasts, and humans began awakening abilities. Deep underground, people also discovered numerous ruins belonging to an ancient civilization. Most of the advanced technology on Blue Star today was actually improved from artifacts excavated from those ruins. Even the ability detection devices used everywhere were based on ancient relic technology. The anatomy class on beast weak points also broadened his understanding. He realized that back when he roamed the wilderness, he had wasted a tremendous amount of effort killing beasts. If he had known each species' weak points and attacked precisely, he could have achieved a clean one-hit kill every time. During the elemental control class, Jingming stood beneath the lecture platform at the front of the hall. Blue-violet lightning crackled dangerously around him. Under his control, the lightning continuously shifted forms, at one moment transforming into a lifelike thunder serpent. Not bad. The Elemental Academy instructor nodded in approval. What a pity. If only you belonged to our Elemental Academy. The rich and practical lessons made him sigh in admiration. With training like this, ability users raised here were undoubtedly the elite. They were far superior to those who dropped out high school and fought to survive in the harsh wilderness. Every Thursday, right after his afternoon classes, he'd bolt straight into the wilderness and wouldn't be back until Monday. That meant 3 whole days each week to hunt fierce beasts and rack up ability points. A perfect equilibrium between his university training and dedicated system cultivation. New knowledge, new skills, and even new equipment vastly improved Jingming's combat prowess. In just 2 months, his strength had doubled, and he had amassed over 13,000 ability points. His only regret, however, was that no plus sign ever appeared next to his special ability. Logically, every other stat could be leveled up, so his special ability shouldn't be an exception. Jimin decided to instead focus on boosting his physical attributes for even more efficient combat. The very instant he distributed those points, he felt raw power surge violently through his body. Jingming firmly believed that one glorious day, his violet sky thunder would evolve into a sulfur, a monosulfide level ability. Right as class let out, Jingming immediately went to find Tong Shuyun. When she spotted him, Tong Shuyun's smile instantly brightened. Jingming, your proficiency in controlling lightning has shot up. Again, Jingming offered a faint smile. Oh, I've just made a little progress recently. A little? That's a full month of my grueling training. Easily, Tong Shuyun blurted out in utter disbelief. But she was long since accustomed to Jingming's monstrous growth, so she swiftly composed herself and smiled again. All right, in about a week or so, the annual freshman research training excursion is set to begin. An announcement should be out any day now. As the absolute top freshman, you'll certainly be assigned to Blue Capital, Ability University. Titan City, Ability University will also be bringing their freshmen to the very same location, with the 3 top schools all gathering there. There are bound to be some exchange competitions to truly test each school's freshman strength. Jimmy nodded. He heard the event was happening in a wilderness zone, so he'd definitely participate. The wilderness was the perfect place to rack up ability points. Of course, he wouldn't miss out. Besides, he also wanted to see if the freshmen from the other 2 top universities were truly as strong as the rumors claimed. 1 week later, on the first floor of Auditorium Building Number 2, in a magic capital, the top 50 freshmen who had been assigned to various academies and classes finally gathered again after receiving the notice. Lucio laughed, assuming he'd treat this training excursion as a chance to relax and enjoy himself, since Jingming would handle everything anyway. Tom Soo-yoon agreed with that sentiment, but added that, even without an S-level monster like Jingming, their university would still remain the top school for 4 consecutive years. But with Jingming here, pressure simply didn't exist at all. At that moment, whoosh, a faint sound resonated. Everyone looked up to see the space above the podium blur, then twist into a door. The door opened, and a woman in a pale blue robe, resembling ancient attire, stepped out barefoot, walking directly across the air. There was no mistaking her. Vice Principal Lang Shuang, Grandmaster of the Space System. The entire hall immediately grew tense. No one expected the Vice Principal herself to appear. Floating in the air Her long robes fluttered softly. Her gaze swept over every freshman in the hall. When she reached Jingming, she paused briefly before pulling her eyes away. Her clear yet distant voice echoed, "I will be presiding over today's meeting. This concerns the upcoming training and research excursion." Eva, open the map. Blue light shone down from the ceiling, gathering in midair and forming a miniature globe. The destination for this trip is Shannon City, in Qian Province. Longshuang fliegt Harvest. The globe zoomed in. We're headed straight for Daxia's southeastern region. More precisely, deep within the untamed mountain wilderness, an area known as Wild Zone Number 7. The map spun, shifting from bustling cities to endless mountains and forests. Lang Shuang ignored the crowd's reactions and continued. "For this trip, I will personally lead the team. Each academy will also send instructors. Additionally, this excursion is tied to the distribution of school resources. You will compete against the freshmen from the other two universities. The format is similar to the martial arts exam you previously took. Ranking will be based on the number and level of ferocious beasts you eliminate. The top 50 will contribute effective points. Rank 1 receives 34%. Rank 2 receives 23%. Rank 3 receives 19%. The remaining 47 participants share the last 24%, each getting 0.51%. In other words, the more students who enter the top 50, the more resources the school gets. But most importantly, first place alone holds more than 1/3 of all resources. If we take first place, we basically win outright." Her sharp gaze suddenly fixed on Jingming. "Jingming, as the top freshman, I'm assigning this task to you." "No problem, right?" "No problem." Jingming's calm, steady voice instantly put everyone at ease. Countless eyes in the auditorium turned toward him, filled with expectation. Lang Shuang nodded in satisfaction, then unexpectedly shifted her tone. "But I must warn you all in advance. According to the latest information, in preparation for this excursion, Blue Capital Ability University has brought in a helper, someone who possesses an S-level ability. There's an S-level ability user at Blue Capital University." "What? S-level?" "These years, aside from Brother Main, we haven't heard of any new S-level awakeners appearing in Daxia." As soon as Vice Principal Lang Shuang finished speaking, every freshman froze in shock. S-level abilities are incredibly rare, almost unheard of. There's no way one would just pop up out of thin air. But this S-level ability user isn't even from Daxia. He's an exchange student. Actually, Blue Capital University brought him over from India. Lane Shuang waved her hand. A holographic screen immediately flickered into view, displaying a tall young man with golden brown skin and distinctive Indian features. His name is Kiran Rao, possessing an S-level enhancement ability. He's already reached the low tier of level 3. When Jingming heard S-level, his expression shifted ever so slightly. But upon learning his opponent was only level 3, his eyes flashed with keen interest. As soon as Lane Shuang finished speaking, the entire group of freshmen was utterly stunned. "What? An S rank? Tier 3 lower stage? Did I hear that wrong? Or did the faculty misspeak?" A freshman reaching this level? Someone instinctively raised their hand and asked, "Vice Principal, are you sure it's Tier 3? Lower stage?" "Confirmed." This information was collected by EVA. Lane Shuang nodded lightly, then added, "But unlike all of you, he's already 20 years old." 20 years old? No wonder. That means he's had at least 2 extra years of cultivation. Compared to us, everyone immediately understood, though some still couldn't help but complain. Can someone who's 20 really be considered a freshman? Singjin, this superpower university isn't playing fair this time. Someone else quickly explained. The education system in India is different from ours. Over there, people usually enter university at 20. So this Kiran really is still a freshman. John Swashway glanced toward Jingming, only to find that his expression remained as calm as ever, as if an S rank Tier 3 opponent posed no threat to him at all. In fact, Jingming truly felt that way. So what if he's S rank? He's only one major realm higher than me. Fighting above my level is something I've been used to for a long, long time. Jingming's supreme confidence wasn't baseless. He currently wielded an arsenal of power. 3 S-rank combat techniques, for starters, coupled with a master-level spear art, and a whole set of highly proficient top-tier skills, even if his opponent proved unbelievably strong, making cross-realm combat an impossible feat. He could just spend more superpower points to elevate his own realm immediately. And get this, the ranking for this expedition was solely based on the number and tier of ferocious beasts slain. In this regard, Jingming was utterly confident he wouldn't lose to any freshman, not even S rank, tier 3-1. On the podium, seeing Jingming's unwavering composure, Vice Principal Lin Shuang nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the best freshman our university has ever produced, remaining so incredibly confident under such immense pressure, my decision to grant him S-rank resources was absolutely the right one. As a top-tier university inviting students from other countries to participate in the expedition wasn't exactly an honorable move. Yet, Singjin Superpower University still chose to do so for two critical reasons. First, because Jingming had created too much pressure. Second, because the resources at stake this time were extremely important. All three universities desperately wanted first place. In order to gain priority in resource allocation, it seemed highly likely that the others would end up sorely disappointed. All right, that's the general situation for this expedition. There are still 7 days left. Make good use of the time and prepare yourselves. With that, Lang Shuang's slender figure stepped barefoot into the gate of light and vanished. 7 days later, Zhong Suhao Shuai appeared at Jingming's villa. The spatial ring on her finger flashed, and 7 or 8 small porcelain bottles appeared on the table. Each bottle contained 20 pills, antidotes, healing pills, and superpower recovery pills. All of them, Zhong Suhao Shuai then meticulously introduced each type, asking, "You made all of these yourself?" Only then did Jingming finally noticed the faint dark circles beneath Zhong Suhao Shuai's eyes, as well as the palpable weariness she carried. You shouldn't be staying up so late working like this. If refining them is too much trouble, I could just buy these pills from elsewhere. Upon hearing Jingming's concern, Zhong Suhao Shuai lowered her head slightly. Her delicate fingers unconsciously played with a lock of her long hair. My class schedule hasn't been too demanding lately, so I had some free time to refine them, she said softly. No pills you can buy outside can even compare to these. I guarantee every single one is extremely effective. Also, I prepared 2 sets of each kind. As for the remaining portion, bring it to Tong Shuiyin for me tomorrow. Tong Shuiyin? Jingming asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Since when did you two get so close? He knew that during their last meeting, Sun Suao Sui and Tong Shuiyin had exchanged contact info, but he hadn't expected their relationship to progress so quickly. I'm not telling you. Zong Suhao Shuai lifted het chin proudly. She then continued, all right? This batch of pills wasn't refined for free. After this expedition is over, every medicinal herb you obtain belongs to me. After chatting for a while longer, Zhong Suhao Shuai bade Jingming farewell before leaving. She encouraged him to give it his all during the inter-university exchange expedition and reminded him repeatedly to pay close attention to his safety. When Zhong Suhao Shuai's slender figure disappeared beyond the villa doors, Jingming happily picked up the pill bottles. 8 bottles in total, 20 pills each. Every single one was second grade. To finish refining all of this within a single week, it would be absolutely impossible without staying up 3 or 4 nights straight. Jingming understood this perfectly well. These pills truly represented Zhong Suhao Shuai's deep affection for him. But right now, he was just far too busy. Every day was either grueling cultivation classes or daring ventures into the wilderness. He simply had no time for romance whatsoever. Ultimately, the reason was simple. Jingming still felt he was far too weak. Now was definitely not the time. Only after his strength increased even further would he consider such matters as these. Taking a deep, resolute breath, Jingming's gaze hardened once more. He stored the pills away into his spatial ring and walked away with a steady stride. Magic Capital Superpower University had a total of 10,024 freshmen this year. of whom 856 registered to participate in the inter-university exchange expedition at 9 o'clock in the morning on November 10th. All 856 participants gathered at Stadium Number 3. Since the exchange expedition would last about a month and a half, most freshmen, aside from wearing combat suits and hauling equipment, also dragged along suitcases filled with clothes. As for people like Jingming and Tang Shuyan, who possessed spatial rings, they naturally traveled light. Tang Shuyan looked around in confusion and asked, "Why did the school tell us to assemble at the stadium? Aren't we supposed to go to the high-speed rail station?" Lu Wentao, standing beside them, chuckled. "You didn't know that our exchange expedition uses an aircraft for transportation." "An aircraft? But there's no runway in a stadium." Even Jingming, who normally didn't care about such details, felt surprised. "There are more than 800 people. How can a plane carry all of us?" Just as he was wondering about this, Lu Wentao suddenly lifted his head skyward and exclaimed excitedly, "It's here!" Jingming instinctively looked up and immediately saw a truly shocking scene. In the distant sky, a gigantic, oval-shaped spacecraft descended majestically from the sea of clouds. The appearance of a spacecraft instantly threw the entire stadium into an uproar. "Holy crap, it's absolutely massive. That's what we're riding? That's just insane. So incredibly cool. Can we really control technology like this already?" Jingming had always believed he held Lamstar's technological prowess in high regard. Yet, standing before this colossal spacecraft, he couldn't help but feel utterly shaken. Lu Wentao excitedly explained, "This spacecraft was actually excavated from the ruins of an ancient civilization. I heard that even now, scientists still haven't managed to decipher its intricate anti-gravity system." The massive, black spacecraft slowly descended into the stadium, causing the very ground itself to tremble slightly. Immediately afterward, 8 massive hatch doors opened along the vessel's underside, and vertical stairways automatically extended downward, connecting directly to the ground below. Space flickered, and Vice Principal Lang Shuang's figure instantly appeared before the spacecraft. All freshmen board the ship. Her clear voice boomed across the entire stadium. The freshmen immediately began boarding the immense spacecraft. Jingming and the others merged into the surging flow of people and moved forward. Just over 10 minutes later, all faculty members and freshmen had successfully entered the spacecraft. In midair, Lien Shuang let out a sharp shout as the powerful aura of an 8th-rank Grandmaster burst forth. Without any reservation, her long hair fluttered wildly behind her as strange, ethereal spatial fluctuations enveloped the entire spacecraft. In the blink of an eye, the massive vessel turned hazy and completely illusory. Like a mirage, Lane Shuang exhaled softly. Her figure vanished from its spot and instantly reappeared inside the spacecraft. "EVA depart." There was a clear hint of fatigue in her voice. "Command received, Captain." EVA responded. The spacecraft activated. A rumble. The roar of the anti-gravity engines echoed as the colossal black spacecraft, carrying all the freshmen and instructors, slowly lifted into the air. Unlike its descent this time, the spacecraft, it seemed to exist in a different dimension, separate from the clouds and sky, causing no disturbance at all, as it silently streaked into the distance. Inside the spacecraft, Jingming was buzzing with excitement. He had never imagined that this world's technology level had already shattered so many limits of common understanding. He couldn't help but wonder, once his own realm reached a higher level, and if he could refine the essences of various ferocious beasts, would he be able to obtain some kind of flight ability? Cheyenne Province. The Shannon Supply Base was the only supply base, located right next to Demon Cavern Number 7. Unlike the primitive base, which was just a single building, this place was a vast complex of structures. After arriving, the base administrators, who had already been waiting, stepped forward to welcome them. "This way, please. We've prepared dormitory areas for students from each university. Magic Capital Superpower University will be staying in buildings 1 and 2. After checking in, students may arrange their luggage and equipment at their leisure. Each dormitory building has dining halls on the 1st, 3rd, and 6th floors. The dining halls operate 24 hours a day and are completely free. In addition, there's a large training ground nearby that can be used for warm-ups and practice." Jingming and the others entered Building 1. Lu Wentao and Dong Xia were assigned to the second and fourth floors, respectively. As for Jing Ming and Tong Shuyun, their rooms were both on the fifth floor and directly across from each other. Jing Ming stayed in room 504, while Tong Shuyun was in room 505. Being so close to Jing Ming made Tong Shuyun feel quite happy. Since Jing Ming possessed a spatial ring, there was no need for him to return to his room. Once their luggage was stowed, he said he wanted to check out the training facilities. A hint of mischief flashed across Tang Shuyun's pretty face. As she smiled, "I'll go with you." The massive training ground was located right beside Dormitory Building 6. As soon as Jing Ming and Tang Shuyun stepped inside, they saw quite a few students training in the public area on the first floor. Among them stood a tall young man with dark, golden brown skin. Every movement of his training triggered waves of cheers from the surrounding students. So, that's the S rank from Singjin University, Jing Ming thought. His appearance carried strong Indian features, allowing Jing Ming to recognize him instantly. That person was none other than Kiran Rao. Kiran Rao also seemed to sense the unusual gaze. He instinctively turned his head and immediately spotted Jing Ming standing not far away. That's Jing Ming from Mado University, of supernatural abilities. In the very next second, Kiran Rao ended his training. His figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Jing Ming. "Hello, I'm Kiran Rao from Singjin Superpower University. Very pleased to meet you." A friendly smile rested on his face. Kiran Rao's action immediately drew the attention of the other students. So that's Jing Ming, the #1 freshman of Magic Capital. They say he's already reached second tier upper stage. Looks like the rumors are true. That's impressive, and unlike Kiran Rao, Jing Ming is only 18, just like us. 18 years old, and already at second tier upper stage. That's suffocating. Isn't that the truth? If it weren't for Kiran Rao, we'd probably be crushed completely this time. Faced with Kiran Rao's initiative greeting, Jing Ming was a little surprised. He hadn't expected this foreigner to be quite so courteous. Moreover, he seemed to have lived in Great Shaw for some time. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to speak Chinese so flawlessly. Just then, Kiran Ryan spotted Tong Shuyun standing right beside Jing Ming, and his eyes immediately lit up. Without waiting for Jing Ming's response, he instantly changed targets and enthusiastically greeted her instead. "This beautiful young lady must be Tong Shuyun, correct? It's an absolute pleasure to meet you." Jing Ming's expression instantly darkened, and right after that, Kiran Rao even performed a Western-style gentleman's bow, then smoothly extended his hand, clearly intending to grasp Tong Shuyun's right hand and kiss the back of it. Tong Shuyun's brows furrowed slightly, and she was about to speak up to stop him, but Jing Ming's large hand moved even faster, directly intercepting Kiran Rao's hand. "Well, it seems you've picked up quite a bit of Western etiquette, student Kiran Rao, but not quite enough," Jing Ming said coldly. The gentle smile on his face had completely vanished. Kiran Rao froze for a moment. Then anger surged through him. He immediately activated his superpower, trying to pull his hand back. But Jing Ming exerted his strength as well, holding it firmly in place. From where the two stood, an immense pressure slowly spread outward. The surrounding students immediately retreated. Upon seeing this, something's wrong with the atmosphere. Are they confronting each other? Quick, call the instructors. We can't stop these two. Just then, Jing Ming narrowed his eyes, released his grip, then smiled with an air of triumph. "We're not very fond of these Western rituals, so you'd better adjust in the future." With that, he turned and left. Tong Shuyun obediently followed at his side, not sparing Kiran Rao even a single glance. From beginning to end, Kiran Rao kept his right hand raised, a deep red mark clearly imprinted on it. He muttered, "What terrifying grip strength. How does a lightning-type user like him?" He possessed such raw, brute force. As his eyes greedily swept over Tang Shuyun's slender back, a burning flicker of heat and greed ignited in his gaze. The Song family's genius young lady from Chuang province is truly stunning. I wonder what her connection is with that Jing Ming. If I can just conquer her, I'll never have to worry about cultivation resources. In the future, At this point, Tang Xuan thanked Jin Ming for helping her escape that awkward situation. She mentioned that the training hall's smell was utterly foul and proposed they both head to a private training room instead. After leaving the training center, Jin Ming didn't head back to the dorm for dinner. Instead, he found a cozy restaurant serving local specialties. Tang Xuan found the meal absolutely excellent. After eating, Jin Ming planned to stroll around the area. That's when he noticed a middle-aged man, wearing glasses, his face ablaze with almost fanatical fervor, repeatedly shouting to passersby on the street. A ferocious monster is about to destroy the world. The final cataclysm is coming. Only the supreme angel can save mankind. Join us. Become a part of us. Jin Ming and Tang Xuan frowned simultaneously, with ferocious beasts running rampant. Doomsday religions preaching apocalyptic prophecies had emerged all over the world. This man was clearly just another religious fanatic. Areas around demon caverns attracted all kinds of superpower users, creating highly mixed populations. Religious activity here was nothing unusual. Jin Ming shook his head and, with Tang Xuan, detoured around him and continued on their way. People like this were extreme in their preaching, but under normal circumstances, they weren't particularly dangerous. Just as he thought that, a piercing scream from a little girl suddenly echoed from behind them. Jin Ming reflexively whipped his head around and immediately saw the middle-aged man, seeming to have plunged into an emotional breakdown. Why wouldn't you ever believe me? That deranged look on his face absolutely terrified the little girl, a small family of 3, just as they stepped out of a restaurant, making her instantly burst into tears. Now I understand. I clearly see the price you've paid. It's still not high enough. You haven't felt true pain yet. The middle-aged man abruptly pulled a wicked dagger from his chest. His right arm instantly swelled, his face contorted into a ferocious grin. He lunged straight toward the little girl. Only by truly experiencing pain will you ever grasp the greatness of the angel. It all happened far too suddenly, even though superpower users were present among the surrounding crowd, who did notice what was happening. The distance was simply too great. They had no time to intervene. The girl's mother was clearly just an ordinary person, yet she reacted incredibly fast, instinctively stepping forward to shield her daughter. Just as the dagger was about to plunge into the mother's left chest, a low voice rang out, "You're seeking death." The instant the woman heard that voice, she saw the tip of a dark blue spear, wrapped in crackling lightning, thrust straight into the middle-aged man's head. The skull, normally hard as stone, was now as fragile as a watermelon. Exploding on the spot, deep crimson blood, mixed with unrecognizable fragments, splattered violently in all directions. The headless corpse staggered and collapsed to the ground. Fresh blood splattered outward, like spilled tomato sauce, and a thick, pungent stench of blood instantly spread throughout the area. Any ordinary person, suddenly confronted with such a gruesome scene, would surely feel uncomfortable enough to retch. Yet this mother merely turned slightly, tightly hugging her frightened little girl in her arms. "Don't cry. Don't cry. It's okay now. Everything's all right." The mother's expression suddenly turned, utterly bizarre, then shifted again, as she gazed at Jin Ming with profound gratitude. "Thank you so much. If you hadn't helped, I can't even imagine what would have happened. If anything had happened to Rin Run, our whole family wouldn't know how to go on. It was nothing, truly just a small thing," Jin Ming said, waving his hand dismissively. The spear in his grip shivered slightly, and the blood on its tip was instantly flung off, splashing onto the ground below. Afterward, he stored the weapon back into his spatial ring. Are the cultists in the Shannon Supply base always this savage? Jin Ming frowned. They actually dared to kill someone in public. Beside him, Tom Shuiyan had also recovered from the initial shock. She showed no reaction to the fallen corpse, only a hint of confusion on her face. "I've encountered this kind of cultist many times," she said. "Normally, they only spread their doctrine. It's very rare for them to take direct action." Her words made Jin Ming fall into thought. Was this incident merely a coincidence? Or did that man have accomplices? Jin Ming failed to notice that within the crowd, a man was secretly observing him with a strange gaze. After watching the situation for a while, the man quietly left, his face filled with tension. Soon after, the same man appeared in front of a secluded villa within the Shannon Supply base. Upon entering the living room, he knelt down behind a man in a gray robe. Lord Archbishop, he said respectfully, I found him. The one who killed our cultist is Jingming. From Motto Superpower University. The gray-robed man clasped both hands around a white, jade-like bone fragment, which floated silently in midair. At the center of the living room, he slowly asked, his low voice echoing in the room, has the intelligence been thoroughly verified? The middle-aged man replied respectfully, yes. Great Archbishop, the investigation is complete. An S-ranker from Otto. During the Marshall College entrance exam, he had only just awakened, yet in less than half a year, he's already reached upper second rank. A sharp glint flashed in the gray-robed man's eyes. If such a monster is allowed to grow, he'll become our greatest threat. His voice dripped with bloodthirsty, killing intent. Then, a small black device appeared in his hand. 1 month from now, our Destiny sect will officially announce its existence to humanity. When that time comes, let Jingming, along with that S-ranker from India, and all the elites of the 3 universities, become sacrifices for our sect. Additionally, divine blood will soon emerge within the demon caverns. This is the Divine Blood Guidance device. You're responsible for arranging manpower to retrieve it. Remember, do not act under the name of the Destiny sect. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man respectfully accepted the device and withdrew. The villa quickly returned to silence. Jingming and Tang Shuyan returned to the training room. It wasn't until 5 in the afternoon that they received a gathering notice. The assembly location was the plaza, in front of the Shannon Supply Base. In addition to the freshmen from Meadow Superpower University, the freshmen from Jinchuan Superpower University and Qingjin Superpower University had also all arrived. Standing at the front of the plaza, a cheerful man spoke. Dear students from the 3 universities, I'm Xu Peng, Vice Principal of Changing Superpower University. The competition, held during this field research expedition, will officially begin tomorrow at 9 a.m. After 1 month, score calculation will conclude. I hope that during this time, everyone actively hunts demon beasts. Today, we will distribute smart wristbands to all of you. All achievements and combat footage of demon beast eliminations will be recorded in these wristbands. If the wristband detects any form of cheating, once manually confirmed, the offender will face extremely severe punishment, as long as one made it into the top 1% of the overall rankings. Among the 3 universities, rewards would be granted, and the higher your ranking, the more generous the rewards would be. The top 3 could even freely choose one combat technique from a combined combat technique vaults of the 3 universities to study. What's more, this was a joint reward provided by all 3 universities. After securing a high rank, participants would also receive separate rewards from their respective universities. Naturally, the freshmen of Motto knew full well that, among these rewards, only Jingming truly had a chance of claiming them. Vice Principal Su Ping also announced that this competition allowed team formation. He hoped everyone would actively hunt and eliminate demon beasts, of course, based on their own strength. Alright, that's all for today. You may disperse. After the Vice Principal of Qingjing Superpower University announced the dismissal, the freshmen from the 3 universities not only failed to leave, but instead erupted into excited cheers and loud calls. A 5-person team from Qingjing Superpower University is missing 1 support type. Ability user. Requirements. High tier. Rank 1. Students from our university or others are welcome. 2-person elite team recruiting. Must possess absolute offensive abilities. A rank or above, of course. If an S rank wants to join me, I won't mind at all. In an instant, the entire plaza became extremely lively. Brother Jingming, our class 2, is preparing to form several exploration teams to operate in the outer perimeter of the demon caverns. Would you like to join us? At this moment, someone approached Jingming, eyes filled with anticipation. Jingming smiled and replied, I won't be joining, class leader. Alright, everyone from your own teams. This person was Dingdu, the class 2, class leader of Jingming's cohort. Tom Shuiyan gazed at Jingming, intrigued. Tomorrow, when we finally delve into the demon caverns, are you still planning to go it alone? Jingming simply nodded. My target is the central region of the demon caverns. Moving with others would only hinder my progress. Demon Cavern number 7 was intricately divided into multiple regions. The outermost area primarily housed demon beasts, ranging from rank 1 to rank 3. The central region, on the other hand, primarily contained demon beasts from rank 3 to rank 5. With Jing Ming's current formidable strength, he could, at most, handle low-tier rank for demon beasts. Even if he encountered a rank 5, he could still retreat safely. Naturally, entering the central region was perfectly suited for him. The central region of the demon caverns. A worried look clouded Tom Shuyan's beautiful face. She was absolutely certain that, if she entered the central region at her current level, she would definitely perish. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, a glimmer of hope in her voice. But going from the outer perimeter to the central region should take a day or two, right? During that time, could I go with you? Jing Ming raised an eyebrow slightly, thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Then tomorrow, when we set off, just ring my room's doorbell. Tom Xiaoyan's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled brightly, her already pretty face looking even more adorable. Just as Jing Ming was about to depart, a voice called out from behind him, Gidan Zhao, because Jing Ming was close to Tong Shuyan. Kiran Rao already regarded him as a romantic rival. With clear displeasure and undeniable arrogance, Kiran Rao addressed Jing Ming. The competition kicks off tomorrow. I'm truly looking forward to your performance. I truly hope you don't fall too far behind. Jing Ming merely raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, I'm the one hoping you don't fall too far behind. By me. Without waiting for Kiran Rao to say another word, Jing Ming spun around and headed off to prep his equipment. Watching Jing Ming walk away, Kiran Rao let out a cold snort. Still daring to talk so big, huh? Just wait until the competition ends in a month. He wondered if Jing Ming would still speak so boldly. A scene played out in his mind a month later. Jing Ming's total score, left far behind by his own. He muttered inwardly in his native tongue. And on top of that, I'll crush him completely, so that all of Great Shaw can see just how powerful an Indian S-rank truly is. Early the next morning, Jing Ming and Tong Shuyan arrived at the plaza, in front of the supply base's main building. Quite a few freshmen had already gathered there. Vice Principal Xu Ping greeted everyone and officially announced the start of the competition. Let's go. Squad, move out. Let's try to take down at least one. Rank 2 Demon Beast, the Demon Caverns. I'm coming. The freshmen on the plaza surged toward the entrance to the wilderness zone, scrambling over one another. Jing Ming and Tong Shuyan followed, the flow of people inside as well. Demon Cavern number 7 was in essence a mountainous forest region, similar to the primitive wilderness of Shiyuan. However, in terms of sheer area, it was more than 100 times larger. After entering the Demon Cavern, Jing Ming and Tong Shuyan headed straight toward the central region. The outermost area of the Demon Cavern was the region closest to humanity's main stronghold. Demon beasts with a certain level of intelligence generally did not operate here. After walking for more than an hour, they finally encountered their first group of rank 2 demon beasts. Deep in the forest, it was a pack of iron-furred pangolins, a total of more than 10. Each one was covered in jet black fur, roughly the size of a compact car. Their stiff fur bristled like menacing iron spikes. And get this, these hairs were even tougher than E-grade alloys. If a human ability user took a direct hit, their body would be pierced clean through. No doubt about it. The moment they spotted the human ability users, the iron-furred pangolins grew immediately agitated. They lowered their heads, letting out menacing growls. Naturally, Jing Ming wasn't about to miss an opportunity to rack up some ability points. Lightning crackled around his entire body as he gripped his dark blue long spear and charged headfirst into the pack. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing a mere human dare to attack them head-on, over 10 iron-furred pangolins instantly curled up, simultaneously transforming into enormous rolling wheels. In the very next instant, those massive wheels, covered in razor-sharp iron spikes, violently charged straight toward Jing Ming. Trees and rocks in their path were crushed to pieces by the terrifying kinetic force and their unyielding iron fur. Most ability users, when faced with this rolling attack, would instinctively choose to evade first. However, Jing Ming's expression didn't change in the slightest. As he gripped his spear, his charging speed even increased. His figure moved like an afterimage, expertly weaving through the pangolin pack. At the same time, the long spear in his hand continuously thrust out. Every strike precisely pierced the tiny heads that the iron-furred pangolins desperately tried to hide. In just a brief moment, 4 or 5 of them collapsed into pools of blood. Every single attack was aimed straight at a vital point. Tom Sheehan, watching from the side, sucked in a sharp breath, her beautiful eyes widening. She knew very well that the backs of iron-furred pangolins were extremely tough. Their weak points lay in their soft bellies and heads. However, when they curled up and rolled, their soft bellies were completely concealed, making them utterly impossible to attack. As for their heads, though exposed, a pangolin's head was incredibly small, and it was spinning at high speed. Even knowing their weak point, it was still almost impossible to hit. Yet, every single one of Jingming's attacks struck that weak point with absolute precision, without a single miss. Every hit was an instant kill. This wasn't merely the result of a high rank. It demanded an overwhelmingly terrifying level of combat intuition. Moreover, throughout the entire process, Jingming's ability energy consumption was almost negligible. He had, in fact, perfectly controlled every portion of energy within his body, without wasting even the slightest bit. Under Jingming's overwhelming suppression, in just a little over 10 seconds, all 12 rank 2 iron-furred pangolins were completely slaughtered. Fresh blood flowed out like small streams, pooling together and soaking into the ground, staining the surrounding lush green grass crimson. Killing 12 rank 2 iron-furred pangolins yielded a total of 276 ability points. At present, the system panel already showed approximately 12,000 ability points. Jingming hoped that over the course of this month, he could accumulate 30,000 ability points in order to upgrade his skill level to sulfur monosulfide rank. After that, Jingming took out an A-grade alloy dagger from his spatial ring, preparing to collect demon beast materials. "Let me help you," Tom Shuiyin said, stepping forward as well. She took out another dagger and crouched down beside Jingming. "Honestly, Brother Jingming, you're really very different from the lightning type ability users I've met before. Other lightning users tend to be extremely aggressive and flashy when using their abilities, but you're incredibly restrained. You use your abilities with extreme caution." Hearing this, Jingming merely smiled lightly and did not explain much in truth. He could have unleashed the purple heavens, divine thunder, to obliterate the entire pack of demon beasts in an instant. However, given the sheer destructive power of the purple heavens, divine thunder, using it against a group of mere rank 2 demon beasts would be no different than using a butcher's knife to slaughter chickens. Moreover, after being blasted by the purple heavens' divine thunder, the bodies of these rank 2 demon beasts, with their relatively weak defenses, would be utterly burned and carbonized. 8 or 9 out of 10 would be reduced to nothing but charred remains, making it impossible to collect any usable demon beast materials. That's why, against demon beasts below rank 3, he usually finished them off with weapons instead. It conserved ability energy and greatly increased killing efficiency. After all, only by sustaining oneself longer could one hunt more demon beasts. By this time, the sky had already turned the crimson hue of dusk. Jingming suggested that they find a place to rest for the night and continue their journey the next morning. Tang Sun happily agreed, opening the map. Jingming noticed that there was a lake nearby. In wilderness zones, water sources were always places that attracted large numbers of demon beasts. Jingming suggested that they hunt a few more demon beasts there before resting. With clear excitement, he led Tong Shu Yun toward the lake marked on the map. However, when they approached the water, both of them were deeply disappointed. There was indeed a clear, pristine lake, but not a single demon beast could be seen, drinking around it, hiding behind several tall trees. Jingming frowned slightly. What's going on? Near a water source, there shouldn't be a single demon beast. Just then, a rank 2 tiger, massive in size, emerged cautiously from the dense forest. On the opposite side, its eyes swept around as it carefully advanced toward the lake. With each cautious step, as it reached the shore, lowering its head, preparing to drink, whoosh, then whoosh whoosh. Dozens of razor-sharp water arrows suddenly erupted from the lake. The tiger couldn't even flinch. In a flash, its body was utterly riddled, dozens of gruesome, bleeding holes erupting everywhere. It let out one final, wretched roar before collapsing right there, its life force rapidly ebbing away. The once clear lake's surface churned with fury as a monstrous, gigantic crocodile, nearly the size of a compact car itself, emerged from a murky depths below. It lumbered onto the shore, its jaws, already dripping with blood, gaped open, and began to tear into the prey it had just slaughtered. Jimin instantly grasped the chilling reason why. No other demon beast dared to drink from this cursed lake. A truly terrifying, primitive, giant crocodile like this was lurking here all along. These primitive, giant crocodiles are formidable amphibious demon beasts, spending the majority of their existence beneath the waves. Their power typically ranges from rank 2 to a staggering rank 3. But this is a rank 4 demon beast. Tang Shuyun immediately sensed its potent aura, her expression twisting with instant alarm. A rank 4 demon beast. Here, in the outer perimeter of the demon caverns? Jingming, we must leave right now. Rank 4 demon beasts possess incredibly powerful perception abilities. We might have already been discovered. Thinking quickly, Tang Shuyun frantically grabbed Jingming's hand, intending to yank him away to safety. But surprisingly, she realized he remained firmly rooted to the spot. Jingming's expression remained utterly calm and composed. No need to rush, he stated calmly. A rank 4 demon beast might be powerful, but it's not something we can't handle. Jingming kept his casual demeanor as he raised a single hand high into the air, beginning to gather and condense his immense power. Massive arcs of crackling lightning immediately surged into existence as he spoke with an air of absolute, unwavering confidence. Just a tier 4 beast, something I faced all the time in the wilderness. I've already taken down quite a few like it. Hearing this, Tang Shuyun then asked, "Are you planning to use that exclusive combat technique Director Yang taught you?" Jingming shook his head with a slight smile. Although the Thunder Immortal Body technique my teacher taught me is incredibly powerful, using it against a mere tier 4 beast would honestly be a waste. I have a much better skill for dealing with this creature. An S-rank combat technique called Heavenly Thunder Art. Tang Shuyun blinked her large, clear eyes, looking somewhat puzzled. At that moment, Jingming gently closed his eyes, focusing all of his mental energy. He then mobilized the purple firmament, divine thunder within his body. Outside Jingming's body, arcs of lightning began to flicker erratically. At the same time, deep, muffled rolls of thunder suddenly echoed across the sky. Tang Shuyun still hadn't realized anything was wrong. She instinctively looked up and said, "Is it about to rain?" But she quickly noticed that although the sky, under the setting sun, was tinted with an orange-red glow, there wasn't a single dark cloud in sight. Just as she was feeling utterly confused, Jingming's deep voice suddenly rang out beside her ear. Heavenly Thunder Art. At that exact instant, the orange-red sky blazed with dazzling light. In the very next moment, under Tang Shuyun's horrified gaze, a blue-purple bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, carrying an apocalyptic pressure, as if it could annihilate the world itself, came crashing down, tearing through heaven and earth. Boom! The thunderclap was deafening, shaking the air violently as the lightning struck straight into the body of the gigantic crocodile. The tier 4 crocodile was covered, head to toe in thick, overlapping scales. These scales formed in natural armor, with incredible defensive strength. It was tough, comparable to C-grade alloy armor, and what's more, it was electrically insulated and heat-resistant. Yet, under the relentless assault of this lightning strike, that formidable armor crumbled like paper, pierced clean through in an instant, leaving the beast's massive body utterly charred black. Immediately after, the massive body was engulfed in a raging sea of lightning, before crashing heavily to the ground with a thunderous thud. Until its very last moment, it hadn't even managed to figure out where its enemy was, before dying completely. Then, the system notification blared. You have killed a tier 4, lower-ranked, primal, giant crocodile. Ability points plus 213. At the same time, Jingming noticed that his competition score had also increased by 10,000 points. Listening to the system's notification echoing in his mind, the corner of Jingming's mouth curled into a faint smile. Just as expected, the skill points gained from killing a Tier 4 beast are more than 5 times those from a Tier 3 beast. It seems the system is designed to force people to constantly push toward their limits. With that thought, Jingming turned and said, "The crocodile's dead. Let's go take a look." This wasn't the first time he had killed a Tier 4 beast, so Jingming's expression showed almost no emotional fluctuation as he took the lead toward the swamp. But Tong Sun was completely different. Seeing this scene for the first time, her worldview felt utterly overturned. It wasn't that she had never encountered geniuses before. She herself was one, but she had never seen anyone as monstrous as Jingming. To think that he could 2 full tiers, using only high tier rank 2 strength, to instantly kill a Tier 4 beast, and with a single blow, no one would believe it if this were told out loud. So this was his true strength. As they approached, she saw Jingming staring at the charred corpse with a look of regret. A crocodile's hide is its most valuable asset. What a shame it's utterly ruined. If the hide of a Tier 4 crocodile had been perfectly preserved, it could easily fetch 20 to 30 million. Tong Shuiyin just smiled, then replied, "Not just the hide. Every part of a Tier 4 beast is a treasure. Luckily, my spatial ring is quite spacious. I'll store the crocodile for now, and we'll get it back to you once we return to the supply base." "That works," Jingming nodded. With Jingming's consent, Tong Shuiyin extended her hand and placed it on the crocodile's corpse. The spatial ring on her finger gave off a faint flash of light, and the massive crocodile vanished instantly, having been stored away. Jingming then glanced at the map displayed on his wristwatch. Any nearby beasts should already be aware of how dangerous this water source is. Basically, none of them will dare come here to drink anymore. Staying here serves no purpose. Let's move on and find a cave to rest. Could we wait a bit before leaving? Tong Shuiyin hesitated as she looked toward the crystal clear pond, not far away. Her beautiful face flushed slightly as she spoke in a soft, almost timid voice. "Since there's water here, I'd like to wash up a little." Jingming instantly understood. In the wilderness, bathing was an extreme luxury. Most water sources teemed with large numbers of ferocious beasts, making them practically impossible to approach. Jingming nodded, then walked to the water's edge and carefully examined the pond. "Wait a moment. Let me confirm if there are any other beasts in the water." As soon as he finished speaking, Jingming unleashed his lightning ability directly into the pond. The purple firmament divine thunder instantly erupted. Blue-purple lightning flooded the entire body of water. The surface churned violently, aside from stirring up some weeds from the bottom and making the water slightly murky. Initially, nothing seemed to change. But then, just as the water began to settle, a vibrant, crimson hue suddenly bled up from the depths. In mere moments, the entire pond turned blood red, as if it had become a literal pool of blood. A heavy stench of blood instantly filled the air. Yet unlike ordinary blood, this scent carried a faint, strange, almost alluring fragrance. Jingming also sensed a powerful suction force emanating from the blood-red pond. Jingming's expression turned to shock. That pulling force felt like a primal craving from deep within his very being. It urged him to absorb the entire pond into his body. Nearby, deep within the dense forest, a group of 6 figures moved silently. All 6 wore black, hooded cloaks. The middle-aged man leading them held a black device in his arms, emitting a faint red glow, guiding their direction. "Bishop, whose divine blood are we retrieving this time?" one of them asked the man at the front. "The blood of an ancient dragon god." The middle-aged man replied calmly. "Dragon god blood again?" The speaker's face lit up with fanatic excitement. "Once we obtain this divine blood, our heavenly fate sect will gain another powerful divine blood bearer." "Shut your mouth." The middle-aged man barked coldly. "We are the divine blood sect. If I hear anyone call the sect by the wrong name again, kill without mercy." At that very moment, the faint light on the device in the man's hand suddenly flared violently, turning a vivid, blood-red hue. That dyed the entire gloomy forest around them in crimson. Seeing this, the leader said anxiously. The divine blood has emerged earlier than expected. Without time to consider the cause, he quickly examined the device and issued orders at once. The location isn't far from us, about 8 hours away. No rest tonight. Full speed ahead under the bishop's leadership. The group immediately tore through the dense forest. Tom Shuiyin also noticed the strange phenomenon and hurried over. What's going on? The water in the pond has turned blood red. I only swept the pond lightly with a purple firmament. Divine thunder, just now, and it suddenly changed like this. Jingming explained, clearly baffled. At the same time, sensing a growing, primal craving within his body, he blurted out, Su Yin, do you feel like this blood red water's drawing you in? Tom Shuiyin shook her head. Drawing me in? Not at all. However, according to the feedback from my A-rank ability, Dawnlight Radiance, this blood water contains an extremely dense Beast Dioha. Moreover, it feels very similar to that strange beast aura on your body. Jingming lowered his head, deep in thought. Similar to his own aura, he immediately recalled the essence blood of the Tier 8 Thunderstorm Tyrant Dragon in the sulfur monosulfide resource he had once absorbed. Could this also be dragon essence blood? Which was why his body was reacting. If that were the case, absorbing this blood water would certainly be beneficial rather than harmful. The hunger surging from his body grew more and more intense. Jingming could no longer hesitate. Su Yan, I'm going down to test it. If anything seems wrong, pull me out immediately. With that, Jingming stepped straight into the pond. The instant he entered, the entire pond seemed to boil. Streams of bright red blood. Water surged toward Jingming like gigantic, frenzied pythons. Jingming's body was like that of a traveler, parched for 10 days in the desert. Finally encountering a spring, he absorbed the blood water crazily. He felt incomparably comfortable, blissful even. He didn't even notice that. His consciousness was gradually becoming hazy. Around his body, blue, purple lightning crackled nonstop. A boundless torrent of blood water coiled tightly around him, eventually forming a gigantic blood cocoon, completely engulfing Jingming within. It all happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Tang Shuin could even react, only the enormous blood cocoon remained. At the edge of the pond, Jingming, Tom Shuyun, seeing no response from the cocoon, she frowned slightly in worry. It seemed Jingming had encountered a fortuitous opportunity of his own, and one that clearly couldn't be interrupted or moved. Shuyun gripped her weapon tightly, her gaze resolute as she stood silently on guard before the massive cocoon. The night passed swiftly. When the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone down, more than a dozen beast corpses were already piled up before Tang Shuin. Thank goodness. The strongest beast last night was only a lower tier. Rank 3, Tang Shuyun did not dare loosen her grip on the halberd. Still gripping with her right, she used her left hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Throughout the entire night, she had been maintaining an extremely high level of focus. In the darkness, she did not dare use her ability recklessly, because once Dawnlight Radiance was activated, the blinding light, like a miniature sun, would attract every beast in the area. She looked toward the pond and saw that the water's color had faded. Significantly, it seemed Jingming's absorption process was nearing its end. At that moment, 6 dark figures burst out from the forest, instantly putting Tom Su-Yun on edge. Seeing the state of the pond, the bishop immediately sensed that something was wrong. I've collected divine blood more than once or twice. Since when did divine blood take on a form like this? And that girl, she's the second-ranked freshman of Mado University. Why is she here, meanwhile? The moment Tom Shuiyin saw them, she hurriedly assumed a defensive stance. Who are these people judging by their attire? They don't look like students from the 3 major universities. She spoke cautiously, probing them. There are no beasts here. The water source has also been contaminated. If you're here for water, I suggest you go somewhere else. As soon as she finished speaking, a member of the Divine Blood sect roared. That is the supreme and exalted divine blood. How dare you describe it with the word contaminated? Forget about her. Take the blood cocoon behind her. First hearing this, Tom Shuyun inwardly cried out in alarm. These people are actually targeting that strange blood water. The leader is rank 4, and even the weakest among them is rank 3. Looks like I can only use that move. With that thought, Tom Shuyun immediately took out the necklace she always wore around her neck. In the next second, a layer of golden red energy shield erupted, enveloping both her entire body and the blood cocoon. A black, cloaked man swung his blade at the protective barrier, only to be blasted backwards several steps. By the violent rebound, he exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is this?" A guardian talisman from an ancient civilization ruin. The leader's eyes flashed with greed. This type of talisman was extremely rare, only found in ancient ruins, and could be used multiple times. Each activation could generate a protective barrier, capable of withstanding several lethal strikes from high-level ability users. It was without question a life-saving divine artifact. Now that you know what it is, why don't you get lost already? Are you planning to waste time here for nothing? Tom Shuiyin shouted coldly. Haha, as far as I know, guardian talismans all have a limited duration. We're not in a hurry anyway. Sitting here and waiting a little longer won't hurt. The bishop sneered with a mocking smile as he calmly settled onto the ground. His 5 subordinates followed suit, clearly ready to play the long game. Then wait all you want, Tom Shuiyin retorted, feigning indifference on the surface. But inside, her heart pounded with anxiety. Because he was right. This guardian talisman could last at most a little over an hour. Once it expired, it would demand 12 hours of cooldown before it could be used again. All Tom Shuiyin could do now was pray that Jing Ming would awaken within this final hour. However, things did not go as she hoped. More than an hour later, under the intense sunlight, the protective barrier dissipated, but Jing Ming still did not emerge from the blood cocoon. I told you, the bishop gloated. Every barrier has a time limit. The bishop's greedy smile widened as he led his 5 subordinates toward Tong Shuyan. I advise you to hand over the guardian talisman obediently. Otherwise, I guarantee your death will be an ugly one, facing the 6 enemies bearing down on her. Tom Shuyin's expression turned anxious. She pulled out a tier 3 pill from her spatial ring, a bloodburst pill. At the same time, her A-rank ability, Dawnlight Radiance, erupted across her body, pushed to its absolute limit. But just as Tom Shuiyin was preparing to stake her life in the final battle, a deep, domineering voice suddenly echoed from within the blood cocoon. Is that so? Then why do I feel that the ones who are going to die will be you? Along with those words, Jing Ming tore open the blood cocoon and strode out. With overwhelming force, a sudden sound rang out, instantly shattering the tense atmosphere. Jing Ming stepped out of the blood cocoon, his feet seeming to tread upon a crimson-red dragon. At this sight, the members of the Destiny sect all revealed looks of profound shock. There was actually someone inside the blood cocoon. When the leading bishop clearly saw the young man's face, his pupils instantly constricted. Jing Ming, one of the sect's most crucial targets, had suddenly appeared right here. What's more, compared to just 2 days ago, although Jing Ming's rank hadn't changed, the unsettling aura radiating from his body made even a level 4 ability user like him feel profoundly uneasy under normal circumstances. Upon encountering such a dangerous figure, regardless of their rank, he would have turned tail and fled without a second thought. But the current situation clearly offered no path of retreat. Kill them. The bishop roared viciously, his expression twisting with rage as he gave the order. The moment the command was given, 5 cultists immediately brandished their weapons and rushed forward, preparing to surround Jingming. But at that very moment, a streak of lightning flashed in Jingming's eyes. The next second, thunder prison condensed directly in midair, a net of blue-violet lightning, carrying an aura of utter destruction, instantly electrocuted the black-clad figures, leaving them paralyzed. Their bodies were scorched black as their vitality rapidly faded away. Before their consciousness completely dissipated, terror was still frozen in their eyes. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the 5 corpses fell, finally crashing heavily onto the green grass. The bishop's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. At this moment, his face was filled with utter fear. He knew those 5 were no match for Jingming, but he never expected that the moment they made contact, all of them would be completely wiped out. Still, the bishop clung to a sliver of hope. After all, he was a level 4 ability user. Against a level 2 opponent, there should still be a chance to win. Just as that thought flashed through his mind, Jingming appeared right in front of him. At an astonishing speed, a piercing, tearing sound cut through the air as Jingming's attack drove straight toward the bishop. The bishop barely had time to feel an overwhelming, irresistible force slam into his chest. His entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. Under the violent impact, he violently smashed through 4 or 5 thick trees in quick succession, before finally crashing heavily into the ground. Sprawled beneath a tree, the bishop tried to comprehend what had just happened. He hadn't even clearly seen how Jingming had attacked. Lightning flashed again, and Jingming vanished once more. When he reappeared, he was already standing before the gravely injured bishop, still sprawled on the ground. The bishop's entire body was drenched in blood, his condition utterly miserable. Jingming's eyes were completely devoid of emotion. "I ask, you answer. Was the blood in that pool?" The bishop seemed to have accepted his grim fate, and replied with immense difficulty. "Is divine blood, also known as the essence blood of a 9th-rank beast emperor?" Jingming asked again why. Would the essence blood of a beast emperor appear here? The bishop swiftly explained. In ancient times, the martial saints of humanity and the beast emperors erupted into a full-scale war. Across the world, the essence blood of various beast emperors was scattered everywhere in ancient times. Jingming's eyes flickered slightly. He paused for a moment, then continued. "Final question. Who are you, and why are you collecting the essence blood of beast emperors? Who are we?" The bishop seemed to have been waiting for this question. A strange, sinister smile suddenly appeared on his blood-covered face. "We are the Destiny sect. As for the reason, it cannot be disclosed." Jingming frowned slightly, about to continue interrogating him, when he noticed the middle-aged man seemed to be affected by something. His eyes suddenly turned blood-red, and his life force rapidly severed. Even in his final moment, that eerie smile remained frozen on his face. The Destiny sect, another cult. Jingming's brows furrowed deeply. After running into religious groups twice in a row, he hadn't exactly been impressed, especially this second bunch, who felt far more sinister. Jingming decided that, once he returned to the supply station, he questioned Director Ling Shuang about it. With that thought, Jingming waved his hand, and blue-violet lightning surged forth, instantly engulfing the corpses and incinerating them all. "Jingming, are you all right?" Seeing him return, Tang Shuyin, who was waiting by the water's edge, hurried over and asked anxiously. "I'm fine, they're all handled," Jingming said with a warm smile. Then, for reasons even he didn't understand, he reached out and gently rubbed Tang Shuyin's head. "You worked hard just now." Feeling his hand on her head, Tang Shuyin's body trembled slightly, but instead of dodging, she was like a small cat being petted, naturally enjoying the moment. When Jingming withdrew his hand, she even felt a hint of reluctance. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she pointed toward the lake. "That group earlier, it seems they came because of the blood pool." Jingming gave a brief explanation. "They claimed to be from the Destiny sect. They came to collect Beast Emperor essence blood." Tang Shuyin asked in shock. "That was actually 9th-rank Beast Emperor essence blood. Then how were you able to absorb it directly?" "Essence blood of a 9th rank. Beast Emperor is an SSS tier cultivation resource. Even human ability users will need to go through countless, complex processing steps before they could use it." Jingming shook his head and admitted he didn't know the reason either. "However, it seemed to cause no harm to my body. On the contrary, it had even raised my lightning, indestructible body skill by 1 level." Jingming felt the benefits extended far beyond mere expectation. He planned to ask his instructor all about it as soon as he returned to the academy, that is, right then and there. Jingming felt absolutely top-notch. In stark contrast, Tang Shuyin had been on watch all night. Her nerves were completely frayed. Fatigue was etched plainly across her face. Noticing her state, Jingming suggested Tang Shuyin catch some Z's while he took over guard duty. The grass beside the pool was incredibly soft. Su Yin settled gently onto the grass, basking in the warm, gentle sunlight, and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. Jingming, weapon in hand, stood quietly nearby, keeping watch, just as they planned. Originally, Jingming was meant to part ways with Tang Shuyin today and venture out by himself into the Demon Cavern's central region. However, given Tang Shuyin's current poor condition, there was no way he could simply leave her. At the very least, he'd wait until she'd fully recovered before making any further moves. Inside a remote villa a man reported anxiously. Archbishop, the divine blood tracking device on Bishop Chu, suddenly lost its signal. An unexpected incident may have occurred. Should we dispatch additional personnel to retrieve the divine blood? The Archbishop pondered for a moment before speaking. This time, the divine blood emerged. In the outer region of the demon cavern, Chu Chung was a level 4 ability user and was accompanied by 5 level 3 ability users. Whatever could deal with them would not be a ferocious beast. It could only be another human ability user. There's no need to send more people. He continued, by the time you arrive, the divine blood would most likely have already been swallowed by another ferocious beast. 1 month from now, the Destiny sect will carry out a major operation. It's not appropriate to cause too much disturbance. At this time slowly passed. It was now late autumn. The midday sun wasn't harsh at all. Instead, it radiated a warm, comforting embrace, accompanied by a soft, gentle murmur. Shuyan's long, curved eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her large eyes slowly began to open. Instinctively, she sat up and gave a lazy stretch, only then truly beginning to fully awaken. Her gaze quickly swept around, and that's when she spotted Jingming, sitting by a small, crackling campfire. Above it, several skewers laden with meat had clearly been roasting for quite a while. Their surfaces glistened a mouth-watering golden. Just then, Jingming noticed Shuyan had woken up too. He smiled and invited her to join him for a meal. Shuyan rose from the grassy ground, gracefully making her way to the campfire, gazing at the grilled meat sizzling on the rack, giving off an absolutely irresistible aroma. She couldn't help but praise him. "I never expected you to be such a gourmet." Jingming simply smiled. "You get used to it when you do it often enough. After this field training trip is over, you'll probably be a grilling master too." At this point, Tang Xuan no longer bothered to maintain her usual ladylike demeanor. After letting the meat cool slightly, she took a big, satisfying bite. The rich flavor instantly burst in her mouth, making her exclaim with pure satisfaction, "This is delicious. Jingming, you really should open a barbecue restaurant. If you're willing to let me invest, I'll open a chain all over the world." The two ate and chatted happily, quickly devouring all the grilled meat. Looking at the tranquil pool of water in front of them, Shuyan asked with a hint of anticipation, "Jingming, before we leave, can I take a quick bath?" Jingming smiled and nodded. "Of course. It won't take much time, anyway. After you're done, I'll take one too. Then I'll go first." Shuyan smiled brightly and walked toward the pool. Stepping into the refreshing water, Shuyan immediately used her water control ability, forming a perfect water sphere around herself, which then morphed into a protective barrier. Moments later, her slender figure vanished within its confines. Inside the barrier, after ensuring nothing could be seen from the outside, Tang Shuyan slowly shed her combat gear, revealing fair skin and perfectly sculpted curves, before immersing her entire body in the refreshing water. Half an hour later, the barrier flickered faintly, then shattered into countless points of light, and vanished into the open air. Not far away, Jingming instinctively glanced over, spotting Tang Shuyan's slender figure stepping out. Perhaps having just finished bathing, she wasn't wearing her usual combat outfit. Her long black hair cascaded naturally down her back. Below, she wore only a simple, loose pair of short shorts. Her long, fair legs were fully exposed to the air, and on top, a plain white t-shirt. But since the water hadn't completely dried, it clung tightly to her form, and was now slightly translucent. Under the sunlight, those full, proud curves were clearly outlined, and one could even vaguely make out a delicate, subtle protrusion. "I'll go take a bath too." Seeing the scene before him, Jingming felt a flush of embarrassment and hurriedly shifted his gaze away, then walked toward the pool himself. Watching Jingming's tall figure from behind, a trace of doubt flashed across Tang Shuyan's beautiful face as she mused to herself, "Why do I feel like Jingming's gaze just now was a little strange?" Instinctively lowering her head to look, Shuyan immediately realized what was wrong. Her pretty face flushed a bright, fiery red in an instant. Normally, in the dormitory after taking a shower, she was used to casually throwing on a loose outfit and walking out. Just now, she had done the same out of pure habit, never expecting that this simple white t-shirt would become so utterly transparent after getting wet. Not long after, Jingming also finished bathing, while Tang Shuyan had already changed into a new set of combat gear. Before they parted ways, Tang Shuyan tried to give Jingming her prized protective talisman. However, that item was her own life-saving treasure. So Jingming, naturally, wouldn't take it. He insisted he had plenty of experience surviving in the wild, and he'd be perfectly fine. Tom Shuiyin tried to convince him for a while, but faced with Jingming's unwavering resolve, she finally gave in. With that, the two bid each other farewell and promised to reunite in 1 month. Jingming gave a slight nod, offering her one last glance, then averted his gaze. Both then turned around and ventured deeper into the forest. As Jingming's powerful figure vanished completely from her view, the lingering expression in Tom Shuyin's eyes slowly hardened into firm determination. Now, I need to work hard too, even if I don't get first or second place. I absolutely must secure third. December 8th, 9 p.m. Deep within the forest, a hidden cave. A thick, dark, blue-black spear was firmly planted in the ground. Next to it, a tall young man, in black combat gear, sat cross-legged on the ground. His eyes were tightly shut, while faint, blue-violet lightning crackled around his body. With every pulse of electricity, the cave's interior flickered between bright and dark. Just then, a ferocious beast, completely pitch black and built like a leopard, quietly slunk into the cave. A savage glint sparked in its eyes as it swung its claws and pounced directly at the young man. A sharp, tearing sound ripped through the air. Immediately after, a dull thud echoed. The sharp spearhead pierced straight through its heart and burst out through its back, leaving a trail of fresh red blood. Excruciating pain surged through it, and only then did the leopard realize that its body had already been pierced by a spear. Meanwhile, Jingming remained incredibly calm. His eyes remained closed, utterly unfazed. Jingming swung his spear, and the leopard's body was instantly cleaved in two and flung aside. A notification chimed in his mind. Ding! You have slain a peak level 3 Dark Knight Leopard, gaining 43 ability points. At this moment, Jingming mused. Next, I'll try out the ability refinement method and see if I can officially break through. To level 3, Jingming's expression sharpened. His breathing, rhythm, and spiritual power began to circulate. According to the records of the extreme ability refinement method, time slowly passed. Jingming's aura surged higher, quickly reaching the peak of level 2. But at this point, his aura seemed to have hit its absolute limit and could no longer increase. Even so, Jingming relentlessly circulated the refinement method like a madman, constantly absorbing primal energy from the air. The blue-violet lightning surrounding his body danced violently, flashing without end. Break for me! Jingming let out a low roar. His face twisted fiercely. A deep, muffled sound rumbled from within his body. The color of the purple heavens. Divine thunder suddenly deepened. Lightning erupted violently, engulfing the entire cave. Amidst the raging thunder, Jingming was like a sovereign of lightning. The peak level 2 aura on his body stepped into a completely new realm. I've broken through, feeling the changes within himself. Jingming let out a long breath of relief, filled with emotion. Even most prodigies from Modi University needed half a year, or even a full year, to advance in level. It seemed his cultivation talent wasn't bad at all. At this moment, Jingming checked his status panel, advancing from peak level 2 to lower level 3. Both his physique and spirit had increased by nearly 400 points, and his vitality, they had already soared past the 2,000-point mark. Truly amazing. A whole month flew by in the blink of an eye. Today was the big day to tally up all the points that all the students had diligently accumulated. Right now, the arena buzzed with lively chatter as countless students eagerly discussed their results. I scored 1,201 points, ranked 998. Awesome. I actually made it into the top 1,000. Don't celebrate too early. You submitted your wristband yesterday, but when the Real geniuses come back today, your ranking will plummet even further. That's right, there are still 2 hours left. The top seeds haven't even shown up yet. Just then, everyone's attention was captivated by a female student. Quick, look, it's Tom Suyun, the second-ranked freshman of Magic Capital University. Her score definitely won't be low. Damn it, another rank drop for us. Under the focused gazes of the crowd, Tom Suyun walked straight toward the testing machine. After placing her wristband on it, the system announced in a clear, electronic voice. Magic Capital Ability University. Thom Soo-jun. Total score, 12,131 points. Ranking, first place. The freshman burst into shocked exclamations. Over 12,000 points. That's incredible. Truly worthy of being the second-ranked freshman of Magic Capital. Compared to her, Lee Chigi from Magic Capital University is still a bit lacking. Well done. Seeing this, Vice President Lane Shuang of Magic Capital University smiled and offered her encouragement. Thank you for the praise. Vice President Tang Sun nodded slightly, then quietly stepped aside. After Tom Soo-yun left, Vice President Xu Ping of Changing University asked, with some curiosity, Tom Soo-yun, she's the granddaughter of that senior with the surname Song from Sichuan province, isn't she? Hearing this, Lane Shuang nodded in confirmation. I didn't expect the Song family. Instead of training her in-house, they'll send her to our university. That girl is seriously talented. Just as Tong Shuin was about to leave, a voice suddenly called out from behind her, Shuin, not bad at all. Over 12,000 points. She turned around to find a speaker was her aunt, Su Ying, the chief administrator of a Shunin supply base. Su Ying had been waiting in the main hall all along, and she was clearly delighted to see Tong. Seeing her safe return, Su Ying walked up beside her. Su Ying asked softly, why didn't your little boyfriend come back with you? Tom's face instantly flushed red. What boyfriend? We're nothing like that. But in the very next second, her expression changed as she exclaimed in shock, wait, how did Annie know about that? Seeing her reaction, Su Ying laughed. Don't forget, I'm the chief administrator. There's nowhere in this base that I don't have eyes and ears on. However, just as the two were chatting, someone suddenly shouted loudly, look over there. It's the S-rank student from Qingjing University. He's back. First place is definitely his now, right? No idea how many points he got, but at least 50 or 60,000 exactly. He's already tier 3, and on top of that, an S-rank ability user. Amid the surrounding discussion, a satisfied smile spread across the dark-skinned, distinctly Indian-featured face of Kiran Rao. He was clearly enjoying the attention. He quickly walked to the machine at the center of the hall and placed his smart wristband on it. Not long after, the electronic voice sounded once more. Qingjing Ability University, Kiran Rao. Score confirmed. Total points, 113,264. Ranking, first place on the leaderboard. In the center of the arena, Kiran Rao's name instantly jumped to the number 1 position. His score exceeded Tom's by a full 100,000 points, leaving everyone in the hall utterly speechless. A mind-boggling 110,000 points. That's insane. Oh my god, my score isn't even a fraction of his. The gap is just way too massive. Tom Shuyin only has a little over 12,000 points. Meanwhile, in the faculty area, Vice President Zhang Quan of Jinchuang Ability University smiled as he congratulated Vice President Xu Peng. A colossal 1,100,000 points. Looks like I should congratulate you in advance. Qingjing University has secured first place. Oh, not at all. I just had a slight advantage. That's all. Though his words were modest, the smile on Xu Peng's face was unmistakably radiant. Vice President Lin Shuang merely narrowed her eyes slightly and said nothing. Whoever took first place would earn the priority right to this round of resource allocation, even if second and third place ended up going to Su Jingming and Tang Shuyan of Magic Capital University. It wouldn't matter. As long as they secured priority access to resources, that would be enough, although the hope was slim. Judging by the confidence Su Jingming had displayed at the previous meeting, perhaps that kid might actually bring about a surprise. However, not long after, the trump card of Jincheng Ability University also returned. Jincheng Ability University's Dong Shane. Total score, 13,526 points. Ranking second place. Seeing that she had been overtaken, Tom Shuiyin cursed inwardly. Damn it, looks like I won't even make the top 3. She then looked toward the entrance, thinking silently that there were only 8 minutes left. Why hadn't Jingming come back yet? At this point, most of the freshmen had already submitted their smart wristbands and received their rankings. Yet Su Jingming's figure still had not appeared. In the main hall, the freshmen began whispering among themselves. Jingming, from Magic Capital, still hasn't come back. Surely nothing happened to him, right? It's possible. But the demon caverns are extremely dangerous. No way. Jingming often ventured into the wilderness. Even back when he was still in school. He'd never be that careless. He's back. And just then, a cheer suddenly erupted from the hall's entrance, making everyone instinctively snap their heads around. And sure enough, a tall, young figure slowly stepped inside with steady, composed strides. It was Su Jingming, the long-awaited S-rank student of Magic Capital University. Upon seeing Jingming, the students of Magic Capital felt as if they had seen hope itself. They shouted and applauded enthusiastically. Go for it. You're the best. Jingming, no matter what your score is, you're still the pride of Magic Capital University. At first, the applause was faint, but it gradually grew louder and louder. A bunch of weaklings huddling together for warmth. What's the point of cheering? In the end, victory will still be mine. Kieran Ralph snorted coldly, muttering in his native language, his face filled with disdain. Hearing the thunderous applause and encouragement echoing all around him, Su Jingming's originally steady steps paused slightly. He lifted his head, and, upon seeing Kieran Rouse's name at the top of the leaderboard, he instantly understood. 110,000 points. Indeed, a number capable of plunging most freshmen into despair. Unfortunately, I'm not an ordinary freshman. Seeing Su Jingming appear, Vice President Lin Shuang in the faculty area finally let out a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, she noticed that Su Jingming's level had already reached Tier 3. Though she felt a trace of surprise, she quickly regained her composure and said softly, Jingming, we're basically just waiting for you now. Hurry and upload your results. Su Jingming gave a slight nod. He then walked toward the center of the hall. Under everyone's collective, focused gazes, he unclasped the smart wristband from his wrist and placed it into the machine. The device whirred to life, cross-referencing the combat footage of monster hunts recorded within the wristband. So what do you think Su Jingming's score will be? I'm guessing around 50,000. After all, he's a Tier 2 powerhouse, probably around that range. Too bad Kieran Rao is here. No chance of taking first place. The freshmen whispered among themselves, waiting for the final result to be announced. However, compared to previous evaluations, this analysis was taking an unusually long time. More than 30 seconds passed, just as the freshmen began to suspect that the machine might have malfunctioned. A sharp, booming electronic voice, far louder than before, finally echoed through the hall. Magic Capital Ability University. Su Jingming results confirmed. Total score, 405,637 points. Ranking first place on the leaderboard. At the center of the hall, the three words, Su Jingming, exploded with dazzling golden light, brutally crushing Kieran Rao's name beneath them, and directly soaring to the number 1 position. The number displayed behind that name made every single freshman's eyes snap wide in utter disbelief. The entire hall fell into absolute silence. 400,000 points? Did I just see that wrong? Damn it. 400,000 points. This is way too absurd. Is the S rank from Magic Capital really this powerful? His score was nearly 4 times higher than Kieran Rao's. This is insane. Even if I hunted Tier 1 monsters nonstop for an entire month without sleeping, there's no way I could earn that many points. For 100,000 points, in the faculty section, the vice president of Qingjin University froze solid the moment he saw that terrifying number. We all know that taking down a Tier 1 advanced monster only earns 20 points. For 100,000 points, that's the equivalent of 20,000 monsters, all within a single month. To do that, you need to slay an average of 666 monsters every single day. 666 in one day. Even if the monsters just stood there, waiting, and let you hack away, it would still be impossible to kill so many. Among everyone in the hall, perhaps, only Tang Xuan had already seen this coming. As Su Jingming was praised and admired, a sweet smile bloomed on her gorgeous face. 400,000 points? Truly mind-blowing. Even Xu Ying couldn't help but feel a rush, her ample chest gently rising and falling with her breathing. It took her a good while to compose herself. Then she turned to Tang Xuan, who was as composed as ever, and asked, full of curiosity, "You already knew Su Jingming's score?" didn't you? No. Tang Xuan shook her head, her gorgeous face etched with seriousness. But I know this much about him. No miracle is ever truly strange. While the other freshmen were still gasping in amazement, their stunned gazes constantly drifting towards Su Jingming. Kieran Rowe of Qingjing University had already turned deathly pale. In his mind, he was screaming like a madman. For 100,000 points, a score over 3 times higher than mine. How could this be possible? If that's true, won't the cultivation resources Qingjing University promised me be completely gone? Kieran Rowe's eyes reddened as he let out a low, beast-like growl. No, Su Jingming, your score can't possibly be that high. President Su, I demand an investigation into Su Jingming's smart wristband. I suspect he cheated. The freshman from Magic Capital University immediately erupted in anger. Cheating? That's an incredibly grave accusation. You're not just questioning Su Jingming's character. You're challenging the entire evaluation system. Damn it, I can't accept losing. So you cried foul and shouted cheating? The wristband has already undergone a machine check. Are you implying the machine itself is faulty now? Even though President Su also sensed that Su Jingming's score was unbelievably high, he didn't want to make the call himself. Instead, he turned to Lane Shuang and asked, President Lane, what do you think? Lane Shuang nodded calmly. Checking the records is, of course, not a problem. President Su finally let out a sigh of relief and was just about to order the inspection. But in the very next second, Lane Shuang's cold voice, carrying an invisible pressure, rang out beside him. But if after the inspection, it's confirmed that Su Jingming did not cheat, how do you plan to handle this matter? Vice President Lane Shuang of Magic Capital University made no effort to lower her voice. Anyone with sharp eyes could tell that she was openly expressing her dissatisfaction. The vice president of Jinshan University hurriedly spoke up. The smart wristbands and the scoring system have all undergone strict joint verification by the 3 top universities. If the equipment detects no issues in Su Jingming's evaluation, then his score naturally cannot be questioned. Insisting on doubting the result at this point is no different from accusing the machines themselves of malfunctioning. And wouldn't that be a direct slap in the face of the 3 top universities? In the faculty section, Vice President Su Ping felt extremely awkward upon hearing this. Vice President Lane Shuang was more than 10 years younger than him. Who would have thought she'd be this hard to deal with? After a moment of contemplation, Su Ping finally nodded and said, Student Su naturally cannot be wrong for no reason. If the footage review confirms there are no issues, Qingjing University is willing to compensate him, along with a share of S-tier cultivation resources. Lung Shuang's stern gaze softened a touch. In that case, let's review the records from his smart wristband. Jingming stepped forward. Standing at the hall's center, Su Jingming had witnessed the entire exchange and couldn't help but laugh to himself. Hey, this is fantastic. I haven't even done anything yet, and I'm getting S-tier cultivation resources for free. Where else could you find such a sweet deal? With a smile, he stepped forward and stood beside Vice President Lang Shuang. Noticing Su Jingming still looked so relaxed and cheerful, Vice President Su Ping couldn't help but frown. Did I truly misjudge him? Not long after, Su Jingming's smart wristband was detached from the testing device by the staff. The floating leaderboard trembled slightly, then vanished. In its place, combat footage from the demon caverns, recorded by the wristband, was projected into the air. I like to see for myself just how you racked up those 400,000 points. Kieran Rowe crossed his arms over his chest, his expression filled with brimming confidence. Naturally, he had already noticed that Su Jingming had reached Tier 3. But so what? I'm also an S rank. There's no way he could be this far ahead of me. Damn it, this spear technique is terrifying. I don't believe I could ever reach this level in my entire life. It wasn't just his spear technique. Su Jingming's control over his abilities was equally astounding. Even though the outer regions of the demon caverns were filled only with low-tier monsters, the footage showed Su Jingming's clean, decisive movements and his overwhelming mastery of lightning abilities, causing students to gasp in shock again and again. Your spear technique, has it reached master level? Lin Shuang asked with some surprise. Su Jingming didn't try to hide. I just got lucky and broke through. Lang Shuang made no further comment. A faint smile graced her elegant face. Master level indeed. You don't reach that level on luck alone. Clearly then, Su Jingming's performance had profoundly satisfied her. 10 minutes later, the footage advanced to the scene, where Su Jingming and Tang Shuyan arrived at the waterside and discovered the colossal crocodile. This primordial water crocodile. It's massive. That's definitely a Tier 4 monster. A Tier 4 monster appearing in the outer demon caverns? Good thing I didn't run into that. Why is he just standing there? Why isn't he running? Don't tell me he plans to kill a Tier 4 monster. Even if he's S rank, he was only Tier 2 at the time. Crossing 2 tiers to slay a Tier 4. That's impossible. Just as the crowd buzzed with discussion, a sharp explosion suddenly ripped through the air, accompanied by deafening thunder. A bolt of heavenly lightning tore through the sky in the footage and crashed straight down. In the next instant, the entire hall seemed to be bombarded by a light grenade, completely engulfed in dazzling blue-violet radiance. Yet no one closed their eyes. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the image of Su Jingming annihilating the crocodile. That lightning, was it released by Su Jingming? That's terrifying. What level of combat technique is that? A Tier 4 crocodile killed instantly. Seeing Su Jingming's expression, a look of utter panic appeared on the dark, yellow-tinged face of Kiran Rao. That's an S-rank combat technique. Isn't he supposed to use a spear? How can he possibly possess a spell-type combat skill? This is the heavenly thunder art. I'm not mistaken. In the instructor's area, Lane Shuang had already recognized the S-rank combat technique Su Jingming was using. She was visibly surprised. Throughout the entire Elemental Academy, there were only a handful of students capable of mastering this S-rank technique. Yet Su Jingming, a mere first-year freshman from the Weapons Academy, had already mastered it. Lane Shuang was momentarily stunned, but she quickly collected herself. A subtle, ambiguous smile appeared on her face as she turned to Vice Principal Su Ping. Beside her, Vice Principal Su, is there any need to keep watching? Su Ping shook his head and sighed, no. That's enough. No need to watch any further. He's just a first-year student, yet he's already mastered an S-rank combat technique. Su Jingming, you are truly outstanding. The S-rank cultivation resources will be delivered to you later. Thank you for the praise. Su Jingming deeply, he was in a fantastic mood, a wide smile spreading across his face. Inside, Su Ping sighed deeply. I never expected that, no matter how thoroughly I prepared. Qingjing University would still lose to Modu University. If I had known Su Jingming possessed such talent, I would never have hesitated to spend whatever it took to recruit him to Qingjing University. After a moment of reflection, Su Ping looked toward the assembled students and announced loudly, I hereby declare that this exchange competition has officially concluded. According to the final score rankings, first place goes to Modu Superpower University, receiving 41% of the resource quota, along with priority distribution rights. Second place goes to Qingjing Superpower University, receiving 31.5% of the resource quota. Third place goes to Jinchong Superpower University, receiving 27.5% of the resource quota. The moment Su Ping finished speaking, the entire hall erupted in cheers from Modu's freshmen. We won. Modu is number 1. Brother Jingming is amazing. 5 consecutive championships. We did it. This is the true power of an S rank from Modu. In addition, Su Ping continued, the resources allocated to our 3 universities this time consist of various rare and exotic spirit plants, cultivated in the outer regions of the demon caverns. Tomorrow, all freshmen will be led by instructors from their respective universities into the cultivation zones to harvest them. Once the collection is complete, each university will arrange its own teaching schedule. For the next half month after that, the classes will be dismissed. At this moment, Kiran Rao quietly approached Vice Principal Shui Ping and spoke in a low voice. Vice Principal Shui, I'm not convinced. Could you allow me to fight Su Jingming directly? If I lose, I'm willing to compensate the academy with my own resources, but if I win, the resources previously promised to me must still be granted. Shui Ping's eyes instantly lit up as he asked excitedly, are you confident? Kiran Rao nodded firmly. As an S-rank enhancement type superpower user, I have absolute confidence. In one-on-one close combat duels, I'm certain I will win very well. I'll go speak with Vice Principal Lang Shuang shortly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xu Ping ultimately chose to agree. How do you plan to arrange your schedule during the next half-month of instruction? In the instructor's area, Lane Shuang cast her beautiful gaze towards Su Jingming, asking curiously. Su Jingming did not hide his intentions at all. Enter the demon caverns and continue hunting ferocious beasts. You've been fighting non-stop for almost a month now. Aren't you tired as a vice principal? Lan Xian had encountered S rank, awakened geniuses before, however. An S rank who pushed himself this hard. Someone as relentless as Su Jingming was something she was seeing for the first time. Because of that, a trace of curiosity inevitably appeared on her fair, flawless face. Su Jingming nodded in confirmation. I'm indeed a bit tired, but this is the only way I can continue improving my strength. Let's make this quick. Lung Shuang paused, then finally spoke. Life and death situations. Danger truly is an excellent training ground. However, you need to balance intense training with adequate relaxation. That's vital for long-term success. Surely you understand this principle? Su Jingming replied, his voice serious. I understand, Vice Principal. Once this field training is complete, and I've returned to the academy, I'll make sure to rest then. Vice Principal Lang Shuang. I discovered a strange pool of water inside the demon caverns. Su Jingming then briefly recounted his encounter at the pool to Lang Shuang. Divine blood. It truly is the essence blood of a 9th rank beast emperor, an SSS rank cultivation resource. Of course, what you absorbed must have been diluted. If it were complete beast emperor essence blood, there's no way you could have absorbed it. After confirming the divine blood's origin, Lang Shuang continued, the fact that you could directly absorb beast emperor essence blood is likely related to the body. Refining combat technique you learned. You'll need to ask your instructor about this. As for this Heavenly Fates sect, I don't have much impression of them. It shouldn't be a major organization, so there's no need to pay it much attention. I understand. Su Jingming nodded slightly. Now go rest. You're tired as well. Seeing Vice Principal Lang Shuang and the instructors stand to leave, Tang Xuan, who had been waiting nearby, quickly stepped forward. Jingming, let me introduce you. This is my aunt, Su Yin, the chief administrator of the Shunan supply base. Su Jingming had already noticed the beautiful woman earlier, but hadn't expected her to be Xu Yin's aunt. Hello, mangacaps, Su Jingming vit politely. Xu Yin nodded with a gentle smile. You're a friend of Xiao Yan. There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Aunt Xu. Oh, right. Oh, this is for you. The ring on Xu Ying's finger flashed faintly, and a golden card materialized in her hand. As she passed it over, this is the Tong family's black gold card. From now on, whenever you purchase goods from any Tong family-owned businesses, you'll receive a 20% discount. The Tong family's black gold card. Su Jingming raised an eyebrow slightly, but didn't accept it right away. He remembered that an old, established family, like the Tong family of Sichuan province, was involved in nearly every industry, from combat equipment to all kinds of pills. One could easily imagine how valuable a black gold card with a 20% discount truly was. But he also understood the principle of not accepting rewards without merit. Seeing Jingming hesitate, Tong Sun said, just take it. This will be very useful to you. It'll help you upgrade your equipment quickly. Shou Jingming then accepted the black gold card. At that moment, several question marks practically appeared over Shou Jingming's head. Tang Xian's actions somehow made him feel like he was being sponsored by a rich benefactor. Just then, reporters also rushed over. Hello, may we interview you? Would you like to try our new protective gear? We are the largest weapons manufacturing company in the country. Would you be willing to become our brand ambassador? Jingming was surrounded by the crowd and only managed to break free with great difficulty. That afternoon, Su Jingming had originally planned to return to the dormitory. Unexpectedly on the way, he received a notice from Vice Principal Lang Shuang asking him to come to a temporary office inside the supply base. There, Lang Shuang said, Kiran Rao wants to challenge you. Changing University is willing to put up 20% of their allocated funds as the wager, while we'll put up half of our relic access passes. I want to ask for your opinion. Are you willing to accept this match? Xu Jingming wasn't surprised that Kiran Rao wanted to challenge him. What he really wanted to know was what a relic access pass actually was. Vice Principal Xue Ping smiled. To be honest, among the things the three universities are competing for this time, in addition to conventional resources, there's also what Principal Principal Lang just mentioned. The relic access passes. There are a total of 40 passes, accounting for 20 of the overall resource quota. Of course, since Moto University has secured first place, we have the priority, right, to distribute these 40 passes to enter an ancient civilization relic. Xu Jingming immediately understood, based on what he learned in Moto's history courses. Before the current civilization, Blue Star had once been home to other ancient civilizations. Those civilizations also had ferocious beasts and superpower users. Their level of development was so brilliant. It was astonishing. Not only was their science and technology extremely advanced, but their research into superpowers was also incredibly profound. However, for reasons unknown, when that ancient civilization reached its peak, it suddenly collapsed and was buried deep beneath the ground. It was only thousands of years later, when superpower users reappeared on Blue Star, that these relics were gradually unearthed. Many of the top-tier superpower cultivation methods, and even humanity's current SSS rank combat techniques, originated from these ancient civilizations. The relics of ancient civilizations are scattered across Blue Star. Some can be entered directly, while others require special proof to access. Those relics that can be entered freely. These places have long been completely stripped bare. Only the relics requiring special access passes still offer a chance for rare, fortunate finds. Because of this, relic access passes were always incredibly rare. These 40 passes grant access to ancient civilization. Relic number 9. Only individuals from Tier 4 to Tier 6 are permitted to enter Jinming. If you agree to fight Kirin in a match and win, I can personally give you one pass. Next year, when Relic number 9 opens again, if you reach Tier 4 by then, you'll have direct entry. Make your decision. It's fine if you don't want to. Xu Ping's attitude was incredibly mild. To be frank, in the confined space of the arena, compared to Kirin, who possesses an S-rank enhancement type ability, you are at a slight disadvantage, it's true. However, to the astonished gazes of the two vice principals, Su Jingming didn't even need to think, before directly nodding. Teachers, I agree. Good. Xu Ping's eyes lit up. Then it settled. The time will be 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the venue will be the arena area of the supply base. Vice Principal Lon, I'll go inform Kirin right away. I won't disturb you any further. As if afraid Su Jingming might change his mind, Su Ping hurriedly left. After clearly stating the time and location, Lan Xian said with some surprise, I didn't expect you to agree so quickly. Are you very confident? More or less. Su Jingming ziplit gan li. About a 90% chance. Hearing this, Lan Shuang said, then that's acceptable. Su Jingming's my 90%, and that's only acceptable? I was actually planning to say 100%, but after thinking it over, it's better to leave a little margin. After all, Kirin is still an S-rank superpower user. It's better to give him some face. Lan Shuang raised an eyebrow. If Vice Principal Su Ping were to hear you say that, he'd definitely think you were being far too arrogant. Inside a room at the supply base's main building, Kirin received the notification. It was from Vice Principal Su Ping. He actually dared to agree to this. Then don't you dare blame me for showing no mercy. Teacher Su, it won't be a problem if Su Jingming gets injured, right? Su Ping Zipli, all 3 vice principals, will be present for this afternoon's match. If you deliberately try to kill him, you'll absolutely be stopped. And even if you were lucky enough to succeed, there's no way you'd leave Grade Shaw alive. Kirin froze slightly, then quickly came to his senses and nodded. I understand, yet deep in his heart, he secretly vowed to kill Su Jingming. As for the battle between Su Jingming and Kirin, neither Vice Principal Lang Xuan nor Vice Principal Su Ping made any attempt to conceal it. They even deliberately spread the news. After all, a head-on duel between 2 S-ranked superpower users held tremendous educational value for the freshmen. As a result, the news that Su Jingming and Kirin would engage in a one-on-one battle at 2 o'clock that afternoon spread like a whirlwind among the freshmen from all 3 universities. At 1:52 p.m., the spectator stands around the arena area. In a Shannon Supply Base's main building, normally rather quiet, were now packed to the brim. Most of the audience consisted of freshmen from the 3 universities. Su Jingming has only just entered Tier 3, and the S-rank combat technique he possesses is a long-range spell. against Kieran, who specializes in close combat. He'll probably be at a disadvantage. A disadvantage is inevitable. But how do you know? Su Jingming doesn't have other trump cards? That's true. Then, it just depends on who has more aces up their sleeve. Based on the footage, recorded by the intelligent wristbands, that morning, if Su Jingming and Kieran ever crossed paths in the wilderness, there is no doubt who would emerge victorious. Su Jingming. After all, his S rank, Heavenly Thunder art was simply too terrifying. Out in the wild, you could easily be struck dead by lightning before even seeing your opponent. He would absolutely not give Su Jingming any chance to cast his Heavenly Thunder art. No one knew what secret technique Jingming would use to secure victory. Hearing these discussions, Kieran was furious. You really think Su Jingming still has other trump cards? The fact that he managed to learn an S rank combat skill in his first year is already a miracle. How could he possibly have learned a second S rank skill? Do you think S rank skills are that easy to master? Time passed quickly. At 1:56 p.m., Su Jingming finally entered everyone's field of vision. He's finally here. Su Jingming, get up here. Arena number 4. Seeing Su Jingming appear, Kieran hefted his great saber and directly leapt onto arena number 4, the one closest to the stands. He wanted all the freshmen present to witness, with their own eyes, how Su Jingming would be crushed beneath his feet. It seems you can't wait any longer, Su Jingming said calmly, casting him a casual glance, before also leaping onto the arena. Vice Principal Zhang Jun of Jincheng University stood up as well. This arena match will be officiated by me. During the fight, if either side loses consciousness or concedes, the match will be considered over, and no further pursuit is allowed. Of course, you don't need to deliberately hold back your strength. With several vice principals present, we can intervene at any time. There's no need to worry about your lives. Both sides, prepare yourselves. The match is about to begin. Zhang Jun was a Tier 6 Grandmaster, wielding a powerful water-type superpower. He raised his right hand, pointing it directly at arena number 4. With the sound of rushing water, the entire arena was enveloped in a thin, transparent layer of watery mist. This was a protective barrier, similar to an energy shield, designed to prevent any spillover from impending impact. Once preparations were complete, John began the countdown. Both sides ready. 3.2. 1. Begin. The instant the match began, Kieran immediately unleashed his superpower. His already burly body expanded dramatically. In an instant, his height surged from 1.9 meters straight to over 2 meters. His pupils suddenly dilated, occupying 3/4 of his eye sockets, turning a dark crimson. From his scalp, too, thick black, bull-like horns even burst forth through his hair. Su Jingming, Gome, on. Why don't you try your S rank? Long-range, spell-type combat skill first. Kieran gripped his great saber and stood firm, showing no hurry to attack at all. The long-anticipated battle between these two top freshmen had finally begun on the arena stage. Su Jingming, a lightning-type ability user, stood facing Gianzhao, an S-rank enhancement-type ability user. The audience buzzed with discussion, many believing that Su Jingming was at a severe disadvantage. The arena was only 30 meters wide, greatly restricting the long-range techniques that lightning-type users typically relied on. Ignoring the chatter, Su Jingming stood firm on the platform, a long spear held in his hand. A confident smile appeared on his face as streams of purple lightning began to flicker around his body. Now that I think about it, ever since breaking through to Tier 3, I haven't truly unleashed my ability yet. He thought, perfect, I'll use you as my test subject. In the very next instant, a massive surge of purple thunder energy erupted from Su Jingming. Its terrifying power engulfed the entire arena, creating an overwhelmingly shocking spectacle. Observing from above, Vice Principal Tan, a white-haired elder, could not hide his astonishment. He remarked that the water element, mist barrier he had deployed, was capable of blocking the full power attack of a peak Tier 3, A-rank ability user. Yet, the mere eruption of Su Jingming's ability was already pushing it to its absolute limits. Vice Principal Tan lightly waved his hand, manipulating the flow of water to further reinforce the protective barrier, ensuring that the battle's power would not affect the spectators. The other students in the stands were left utterly dumbfounded. They felt an overwhelming pressure, as if they could be wiped out at any moment. They simply could not believe that this was the power of a freshman with an S-rank ability, the Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder. The gap was simply far too great. Meanwhile, Kiran Rao, Su Jingming's opponent, also sensed the danger. He muttered to himself, "Ordinary lightning can't injure me, but Su Jingming's lightning can corrode my body. Looks like I'll have to finish this quickly." In the next moment, Kiran Rao let out a furious roar. The red tattoos covering his body flared with brilliant light as he charged forward at terrifying speed, choosing to attack head-on. Kiran Rao was like a feral beast, charging straight towards Su Jingming, who remained standing still, continuing to gather thunder energy for his attack. With a confident and arrogant expression, "You're not running away, but daring to resist me instead? Then let me show you the invincible power of an enhancement type ability user." Kiran Rao's blade flashed. He unleashed a deadly strike straight at Su Jingming. "Take this," he roared. But Kiran Rao froze, completely stunned. This isn't good. Su Jingming didn't dodge at all. Instead, he exploded with incredible speed, launching a powerful counterattack, all while Kiran Rao was still charging forward. The move completely blindsided Kiran Rao. He immediately raised his weapon, barely blocking Su Jingming's sharp spear tip right in front of his chest. He stopped the lightning-fast counterstrike. Boom! The two weapons fiercely collided, producing a deafening explosion. Their powers were perfectly matched, forcing both of them to retreat several steps. Kiran Rao stared in utter disbelief. How is this possible? After unleashing his ability, his strength is actually on par with mine. I'm an S-rank enhancement type ability user. Reflected on the blade of his weapon was Su Jingming's calm, fearless, and subtly provoking expression. Su Jingming fixed his opponent with sharp eyes and said coldly, "You look quite surprised, but since when was there a rule saying that a lightning type ability user must be weaker than an enhancement type one?" Kiran Ralph lightly touched his forehead, his expression growing more serious than ever. "I originally planned to play around with you a bit, but it seems that won't be possible anymore." Kiran Ralph fixed Su Jingming with a gaze brimming with killing intent and declared, "Su Jingming, you should consider yourself lucky, because I'll be using my full power to defeat you." With that, Kiran Rao let out a primal roar, and his body transformed once more. A ferocious demonic mask covered his face. As dark power surged forth, he shouted loudly, "Come, face your fear. Beast God descent." The audience was shaken once again. They realized that this was Kiran Rao's true strength. An S-rank Beast God ability user, combined with an S-rank combat technique. A truly terrifying power, in stark contrast to everyone else's anxiety. Vice principal tan sporty da knowing is might. Watching Kiran Rao, now at the absolute peak of his power, he simply uttered, "This is good." Meanwhile, Lane Shuang, a stunning woman with black hair and striking green eyes, was also observing intently. She mused, if I recall correctly, the director of the Weapons Academy also possesses a similar S-rank combat technique. Shou Jingming should have one as well. Down in the arena, Kiran Rao, in his formidable beast god form, faced Shou Jingming. His dark energy clashed violently with the purple lightning, dancing around Shou Jingming's body, proudly displaying his powerful beast god form. Raising a hand tipped with sharp claws and pointing at his opponent, he challenged, "Shou Jingming, in this form of mine, do you still dare to compete with me in raw strength?" Once again, in response to the bold provocation, Shou Jingming merely curled his lips into a faint smile. "Compete in strength with you again? Fine." The moment those words left his mouth, a shocking transformation began. His black hair gradually began turning silver white, and his eyes started glowing with a powerful blue light, heralding the release of an even more terrifying force. In the blink of an eye, Shou Jingming completed his transformation. His silver-white hair stood on end, his entire body wrapped in destructive purple lightning, as he hovered in midair like a god. Below him, Kiran Rao could only stand frozen, utterly shocked by the sudden, drastic change. A close-up of Shou Jingming's eyes revealed a complete transformation. They radiated brilliant blue light, and his pupils had narrowed into vertical slits, exuding cold authority and overwhelming might. In the stands, a student cried out in panic, "Damn it, what's going on?" I just glanced at my phone for a second. How did there suddenly end up being two boss monsters? On the stage, the friend beside him explained, "Hey, those aren't boss monsters. Shou Jingming and Kiran Rao have entered their second phase." The student, still reeling in shock, cried out, "And you're telling me these aren't even bosses? They're even calling it second phase now?" Meanwhile, his friend went completely silent, struggling to find the right words to explain. Back in the arena, seeing Shou Jingming in his terrifying new form, Kiran Rao felt an icy dread creep up his spine. His voice trembled as he uttered, This is an S-rank combat technique." Shou Jingming simply nodded, then continued, his tone both mocking and utterly ruthless. "Correct, but unfortunately for you, there's no prize." Shou Jingming began to concentrate his energy, and a terrifying sphere of crackling purple lightning materialized in the palm of his hand. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his devastating technique. Thunder Prison. Kiran Rao immediately sensed the profound danger. Panic surged through him as a horrifying thought flashed by. A control-type technique? This is really bad. He's about to unleash that S-rank. Even the Thunder technique. With no path of retreat left, Kiran Rao let out a desperate roar and chose to pour every ounce of his power into defense. He bellowed, "Then let's go all out." Chi in blood armor. All of his dark energy and chi blood exploded outward, forming a solid, impenetrable suit of armor around him. However, Shou Jingming's Thunder Prison was simply too overwhelming. A gigantic cage of pure lightning descended from above, trapping Kiran Rao tightly within its electric grasp. He struggled with every fiber of his being, desperately, trying to shatter the relentless bolts of lightning that coiled and tightened around him. After a fierce, grueling struggle, Kiran Rao finally managed to shatter the Thunder Prison. Gasping for breath, he muttered to himself, "I finally got out." But his relief was agonizingly short-lived. A deadly, horrifying sense of danger suddenly washed over him, filling him with pure terror. Another streak of searing purple lightning blazed down from the sky, striking Kiran Rao directly before he could even react. All he could do was scream out in raw agony. It turned out that Thunder Prison had only been a mere feint. Shou Jingming had already formed a massive pair of lightning wings, from which countless bolts of lightning were unleashed. Straight at Kiran Rao, he stared in horror at the lightning claws hurtling toward him. He knew that if this attack landed, he'd be lucky to survive with severe injuries. He was stunned by his opponent's blinding speed, far too fast, before he could even regain his composure. Shou Jingming had already materialized right before him, the sharp spear tip crackling with roaring thunder, thrust straight toward him, unleashing the move. Fourfold lightning swift slash. Clang. A piercing, metallic collision rang out. Kiran Rao barely managed to raise his blade, just in time to block Shou Jingming's lightning charge strike, but the sheer force of the attack sent Kiran Rao flying backward, skidding violently across the arena floor, not giving his opponent a single moment to recover. Shou Jingming pressed on relentlessly, charging forward, spear firmly in hand. He roared, swift spear combo. Countless lightning-infused spear thrusts struck Kiran Rao in rapid succession. His chi and blood armor shook violently, cracking apart under the relentless onslaught, despite being gravely injured. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Kiran Rao struggled to remain standing. There was only one thought blazing in his mind. As long as I can endure this attack, I still have a chance. With a desperate roar, Kiran Rao attempted a counterattack. Now it's my turn, but Shou Jingming merely coldly pointed his spear at him and uttered a single, chilling word, explode. Instantly, the bolts of lightning, embedded in Kiran Rao's body from the previous attacks, flared violently, and a horrifying explosion erupted from within Kiran Rao's very body. The lightning Shou Jingming had planted earlier detonated all at once, tearing apart his defenses and inflicting truly devastating damage. Blood sprayed everywhere amid his anguished screams, as Kiran Rao's body was blasted away like a puppet, with its strings cut, slamming heavily onto the arena floor. His entire body was covered in scorched wounds, and he lay nearly unconscious, completely stripped of his ability to fight. Su Jingming reverted to his original form, advanced, pressing a blade of lightning against Kiran Rao's throat. Under that palpable threat, Kiran Rao stirred awake. Grinding his teeth, he struggled to force out the words. I concede. No sooner had the words of surrender escaped his lips. Vice Principal Tan's hand shot up instantly, and he bellowed the final results aloud. The victor, Su Jingming. The stands exploded in thunderous cheers. No one could quite believe it, that the match had concluded so swiftly. In a mere 2 minutes, they lauded Su Jingming's overwhelming dominance, a lightning-type ability user who had utterly defeated an enhancement-type user. In a direct clash of raw power, his devastating combo chain was flawless, leaving Kiran Rao with zero chance to turn the tide. Director Lane Shuang beamed with satisfaction, analyzing the match with keen professional insight. She praised Su Jingming's impeccable tactics, using Thunder Prison for masterful crowd control, then Lightning Flash for a sudden, brutal assault, linking it with continuous, relentless attack techniques to shatter through his defenses, and finishing with a decisive, crushing, lightning spear detonation. Every single step was executed to perfection. It truly showcased his unparalleled excellence. Director Lane Shuang then turned to Principal Xu Ping, the somber head of the losing side, and inquired, Principal Xu, do you have anything to add? The principal could only bow his head, admitting utter defeat. Director Lane, we concede, meaning 20% of the resources will be transferred to your side. Furthermore, the S-rank resources promised to Su Jingming will be delivered tomorrow afternoon sharp. Principal Xu Ping stormed off, fuming, muttering in bitter regret. Not only had he failed to obtain the 20 relic access passes, but he had also forfeited 20% of his resources, a complete and devastating loss on all fronts. Afterward, Director Lane Shuang then approached Su Jingming. She praised him, well done, and extended a card. This is the Civilization Relic number 9 Access Pass. In addition, the Academy will reward you with 10,000 Academy points. Su Jingming happily accepted it and profusely expressed his gratitude, holding the card firmly in his hand. A confident, yet mysterious smile played on Su Jingming's lips. So, he mused himself, this is the coveted Relic Access Pass everyone longs for. A new journey, a thrilling new adventure, is about to begin. While Su Jingming was still basking in the glow of obtaining the passage permit, Ling Shuang spoke up to remind him, all S-rank resources and the right to select combat techniques from the combat technique libraries of the 3 universities will only be granted after you finish collecting the rare spiritual herbs in the Demon Cavern tomorrow. Su Jingming felt a deep surge of satisfaction as he pondered this research expedition. Not only had he snagged a relic access permit, academic credits, and S-rank resources, but he would also get the opportunity to harvest a huge quantity of rare spiritual herbs and monster materials. What a truly bountiful harvest. Just then, a striking man with long hair approached and praised Su Jingming. That was an outstanding match. It's an honor to meet a genius like you. Su Jingming modestly expressed his thanks. After the man left, Su Jingming noted Tang Suin ap Jing and curiously asked, who was that person? Tang Shuyun explained, that was Dong Xiang, the top-ranked student of Jin University. He's currently ranked 3rd, right behind you and Kiran Rao. And Su Jingming exclaimed in surprise. No wonder. He's already at mid-tier. Level 2. He really is a monster. Dang Suin Zip Lit In Dai Feng. You're already level 3. Saying that is basically praising yourself, isn't it? Su Jingming curled his lips into a grin and joked. I'm not like him. I gotta cheat. 1 button, and I level up instantly. Do you believe me, Tang? She unrolled her eyes. Only a ghost would believe you. The scene dramatically shifted to a massive, gloomy building where a secret ritual was underway. Inside, a group of people clad in black robes knelt in worship before a menacing figure floating in midair. Clutched in his hand, a potent crimson energy sphere glowed. In unison, their voices thundered as they chanted, we have received the divine heavenly mandate. May the angels endure forevermore. The grand leader of the church of heavenly mandate, then sharply questioned one of his subordinates. Has everything within the nursery been fully prepared? The subordinate respectfully affirmed, yes. Great hierarch, everything is entirely ready. The leader then coldly issued his next order. You are responsible for handling the teachers from the 3 major universities. Kill as many of them as you possibly can. The crowd below roared back in unison, yes. The leader then shifted his gaze toward black, robed figure lurking in the shadows. He declared, as for the 2 S-rank individuals, I'll leave them to you, Holy Son. It will be greatly beneficial for your growth. No problem, correct? The enigmatic masked man, known as the Holy Son, confidently responded, no problem. By tomorrow, the gap between us will be minuscule. The grand leader of the Church of Heavenly Mandate revealed a chillingly cruel expression as he issued his final, ominous command. If they are willing to submit to the Church of Heavenly Mandate, that would be ideal. Otherwise, kill them without a shred of mercy. Hoisting aloft the crimson energy sphere, he roared madly, his voice echoing. Tomorrow will be the most magnificent stage the Church of Heavenly Mandate has ever commanded. We will use their fresh blood to proclaim our very existence. I am eagerly awaiting all of your performances. Once again, the fanatical chant reverberated throughout the hall. We have received the divine heavenly mandate. May the angels endure forevermore. The next day, at the Demon Cavern Nursery, a vast greenhouse complex had been meticulously sealed off. It was surrounded by blaring warning signs, restricted area, no entry. The students stared in utter amazement at the breathtaking scenery. One of them cried out, "It's so beautiful. Is that a C-rank sun-faced flower? Why are there so many of them within this base? I can't wait to harvest them." A refined-looking man then stepped forward. He introduced himself with a warm smile. "My name is Ma Yong, and I manage this base. Welcome, esteemed teachers and students from the 3 major universities." He then looked around, a question forming on his lips. Why aren't the 3 vice principals present? Instructor who was leading the delegation from Modi University, quickly responded. She explained that the principals were busy with other matters and that harvesting these flowers wasn't particularly dangerous. Moreover, if anything unexpected happened, she added, Principal Ling Shuang could arrive within minutes, using her incredible spatial abilities. Ma Yong smiled, acknowledging her point. That makes sense. Please follow me. He then led the group forward, swiftly assigning tasks as they went. Chang University will handle Area C, harvesting 12 sun-faced flowers. Jincheng University will take Area B, gathering 16 scarlet flamegrass. And Modi University will be in charge of Area C, collecting 11 tranquility grass. Then, unexpectedly, Ma Yong requested the top 3 freshmen to accompany him. Instructor who immediately questioned this separation. How can you separate them? She demanded. Other spiritual plant nurseries don't have this rule. Ma Yong smoothly explained that this was a freshly cultivated batch of S-rank, rare spiritual plants, specifically intended to allow outstanding students to gain more hands-on experience. Hearing such a seemingly reasonable explanation, instructor who turned back and issued her orders. Su Jingming, Gi Dan Zhao, Zhong Shang, the 3 of you will follow manager Ma Yong. As soon as they were separated from the main group, Su Jingming immediately sensed something was off with this. Manager Ma Yong. However, he quickly tried to calm his own suspicions. After all, teachers were present, so nothing major could possibly happen, right? While Su Jingming was still deep in thought, Dong Shang took the initiative to greet them both. Greetings to you both, he chirped. Yesterday's match between you 2 was truly spectacular. I couldn't tear my eyes away. Dong Shang continued, his tone carrying a subtle undertone. I've heard some sex-possessed secret techniques. Techniques that can drastically boost one's strength, allowing a level 2 expert to leap straight to level 4. If that's true, perhaps I could fight both of you on equal footing. Hearing this, Su Jingming calmly replied, it's best not to get involved with those heretical practices. Kiran Rao, who had remained silent until now, clasped his hands together and spoke up. What's wrong with religious sex? No matter the faith, every religion has its positive aspects. I myself am able to fight invincibly because of the blessings of the gods. Su Jingming Sumai Fai Li, his tone tinged with mockery. Invincible, you say? Then why couldn't the supreme god you worship, help you defeat me? The remark instantly enraged Kiran Rao, his teeth grinding audibly. Dong Xian chuckled and interjected, "Actually, I think Kiran Rao has a point. Some sects truly do provide tremendous benefits. Jingming, once you personally experience the immense power granted by a sect, later on, you might just change your mind." A trace of vigilance flickered in Su Jingming's eyes. What does he mean by later? At that moment, the fake Ma Yong returned and announced, "Instructor Hu, students, we've arrived." Instructor Hu looked around and asked in confusion, "Arrived where?" "Where are the S-rank rare spiritual plants?" The imposter pointed in a certain direction and replied with a mysterious smile, "Instructor Hu, please take a look. The S-rank rare spiritual plants are right here." Instructor Hu looked bewildered, still unable to understand what was happening. Suddenly, the imposter's expression darkened. His eyes flashed with a deadly crimson glow, accompanied by a savage grin. Without any warning, he lunged forward. His right hand transformed into a horrifying crimson demon claw, slashing straight toward Instructor Hu. The sharp talons pierced through her chest. The instructor shrieked in horror as the sudden attack landed. Fortunately, her defensive gear was on, allowing her to barely cling to life. Blasted backward by the ambush, the instructor went flying. However, she quickly regained her balance and landed lightly on the ground. Despite suffering severe injuries, she looked up at her attacker and realized in horror he wielded Grandmaster-level strength. In this life-or-death moment, the instructor immediately activated her ability as an A- rank Esper with the Shadow Cat ability. She roared angrily, "You are not manager Ma. Who are you really? Do you have any idea what consequences your actions will bring?" With one eye covered, the imposter spoke coldly, as expected of the peak level 4 expert. "From Moto, you really are different from ordinary level 4 experts. Your vitality is remarkably tenacious." He curled his lips into a sinister smile, revealing blood-red eyes. "Since you're about to die anyway, there's no harm in telling you. We are the Church of Heavenly Mandate." He sneered. "As for the consequences, the more severe they are, the more we enjoy them." The imposter barked orders to his accomplices, who were already in position. "Kill them. Leave no one alive." The instructor, now in her spirit link's form, shouted angrily, "The Church of Heavenly Mandate, are you trying to sever the inheritance of this entire generation? I hope you won't regret what you're doing." As she spoke, she immediately activated a crystal distress device. The imposter sneered, holding the crimson energy sphere in his hand. "Trying to call that spatial grandmaster of yours? Sorry, you're too late." He activated the sphere. A surge of crimson-violet energy spread outward, enveloping the entire area and forming a spatial lockdown barrier, severing all escape routes and cutting off all lines of communication with the outside world. Elsewhere, Vice Principal Ling Shuang suddenly sensed something was amiss. Without hesitation, she issued an order. "Someone dares to ambush the 3 universities' joint team? They're courting death." Vice Principal Su, Vice Principal Zhang, head to the nursery immediately. In an instant, Vice Principal Ling Shuang and the other 2 shot into the sky. Terrifying energy erupted as they tore open space itself, forming a massive spatial gateway. Students across the campus felt the overwhelming pressure and looked up at the sky upon realizing that 3 Grandmaster-level vice principals were urgently ripping open space. Anxiety spread through the crowd. Something serious had clearly gone wrong. At the command center, a high-ranking female officer also received the report and immediately issued an order. "Base Squads 9 and 10, move out at once. Head to the Demon Cavern Nursery. Protect the young lady." She gazed outside with a worried expression, thinking silently to herself, "The young lady is carrying a protective talisman, and with 3 grandmasters rushing to reinforce her, everything should be fine." Back at the nursery, Instructor Hu sensed interference from outside the barrier and exclaimed in shock, "These are spatial ability fluctuations." The fake Ma Yong laughed triumphantly. "That's right, but your spatial grandmaster is useless now." He turned toward Instructor Hu, murderous intent filling his gaze. "And you die first." Facing an enemy with an overwhelming gap in strength and trapped within a sealed spatial barrier, Instructor Hu was plunged into despair. She realized that this time there was no escape. The imposter swung his arm, unleashing a devastating attack. Massive crimson energy spikes streaked directly at the helpless instructor instructor who, Xu Jingming and Kiran Rao, standing nearby, watched in pure horror. Xu Jingming was overcome with utter despair. He knew that, even if he unleashed every trump card he had, he still couldn't withstand an attack of Grandmaster level. But at that exact moment, the surrounding space began to violently tremor. The imposter froze, utterly shocked. I didn't expect those outsiders to be able to shake this spatial barrier. That spatial Grandmaster truly is formidable. Realizing he couldn't afford to stall any longer, the imposter turned toward the masked cultist, Dong Sheng. Holy Son, I'll leave this place to you. With those words, he vanished in a flash of crimson light. Dong Sheng stepped forward, spreading his arms wide as he declared, "At last it's time. The stage of the Church of Heavenly Mandate. Su Jingming, Jiedan Zhao. Come, let me show you my true form." As his voice fell, Dong Sheng's body began to mutate. Energy erupted violently. His power surged from high-tier level 2 to peak level 2, then to early level 3. Mid-tier level 3. At last, he transformed into a ferocious demon, horns sprouting from his head, multiple arms extending from his body. When the transformation ended, Dong Sheng had become a gigantic monster. His power had reached peak level 4, towering before Su Jingming and Kiran Rao. Like a living nightmare, both of them were struck with terror. Su Jingming cried out in disbelief. What the hell is this? What kind of combat technique can raise someone by 2 major realms at once? Meanwhile, Kiran Rao realized something even more horrifying. This is the aura of divine blood. Because he had once absorbed divine blood himself, Su Jingming immediately realized that Dong Sheng possessed multiple strands of rare SSS-grade divine blood within his body. He understood at once why Dong Sheng. He'd rocketed to the peak of Tier 4 in such a short time. Dong Sheng gazed at his own body, utterly captivated. From Tier 2 straight to the peak of Tier 4. This is the true power of the Church of Destiny. Then, he fixed his icy gaze on Jingming and spoke. I'll give you 2 choices. First, join the Church of Destiny and hunt down the other students alongside us. Second, be eliminated by us right here. When the instructors realized Jingming was in dire straits, they immediately surged forward to help. To them, Xu Jingming was everyone's last hope, and they couldn't let anything happen to him. However, a group of black-cloaked members of the Church of Destiny blocked their path. The silver-haired leader smirked, warning them to worry about themselves first. He declared they were all targets, and none would escape. Amidst the enemy's encirclement, Tom Shuiyin gripped her weapon tight, her gaze firm and unwavering. As she fought, she whispered softly, Jingmei, you absolutely cannot let anything happen to you. High in the sky, 3 vice principals materialized. Vice Principal Su Ping frowned, utterly confused, wondering why they couldn't teleport into the cultivation zone. Vice Principal Lin Shuang, dressed in a striking red gown, replied that the cultivation area's internal space had already been sealed off and couldn't be breached. Lin Shuang speculated the enemy possessed a bone fragment from a rank 9 demonic beast with spatial abilities. This artifact had locked down the entire garden. Below them, the leader of the Church of Destiny was holding a crimson bone sphere, which served as the barrier's very core. Upon hearing this, the 2 vice principals were filled with alarm. The fact that the intruders were using the remains of a rank 9 demonic beast. This meant their preparations were incredibly meticulous. If both S-rank students were endangered, the consequences would be dire. Noticing the situation developing to their advantage, the leader of the Church of Destiny cackled arrogantly, mocking, no matter how powerful you are, all you can do is stand there, watching helplessly as we slaughter these students. The bone sphere in his hand pulsed with an aura of sinister evil. With a mad glint in his eye, he proclaimed, today would mark the greatest awakening day for the Church of Destiny. The vice principals were utterly stunned when they finally realized that their enemy was none other than the Church of Destiny, a notorious heretical cult they thought completely eradicated. 60 years ago, its reemergence signaled a conspiracy far greater than anyone had anticipated. There was no time to hesitate. The 3 academy leaders decided to act as one. Ling Shuang stated with absolute confidence that 3 minutes would be enough to shatter this spatial barrier. All three began to gather their energy, preparing for a combined, all-out assault. Ling Shuang was the first to cast her spell. A gigantic azure magic circle materialized in midair, radiating an incomparably powerful surge of energy, poised to shatter any obstruction. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. The garden ground split apart, trembling violently under the overwhelming force. A massive fissure tore through the earth, obliterating the surrounding landscape. The entire cultivation zone, along with its forests and structures, was torn free from the ground and lifted into the air. Hovering high above, the greenhouse complex had now become a colossal, floating island suspended in the sky and completely severed from the forest below. After raising the entire island, Vice Principal Ling Shuang finally pinpointed the spatial barrier's weakness and announced, "The underground space has been completely sealed and is utterly inaccessible. The spatial lock's weakest point lies in the southeast." Instantly, the two remaining vice principals unleashed their full, devastating power. One was enveloped in a blazing, fiery radiance, while the other shimmered with pure azure energy. Vice Principal Xu Ping let out a furious roar as his body transformed into a gigantic, fearsome ape. Muscles bulged, and ferocity radiated from every inch of his form. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Tan transformed into a massive spirit entity, his entire body composed of shimmering blue energy. His fearsome visage was no less terrifying. The giant ape charged straight toward the floating island, its target precisely the weak point in the southeast that Ling Shuang had indicated. A thunderous explosion erupted from outside, sending violent shockwaves through the garden and leaving everyone inside trembling with fear. No one within knew what was happening, but they all shared one thing in common: overwhelming fear. The vice principal's combined assault shattered the spatial barrier. When the students below saw them, they erupted in joy. "It's the vice principals. We're saved." While fierce battles raged outside. Inside the garden, Su Jingming remained astonishingly calm. He glanced at his system panel and saw he had 49,000 ability points. He calculated silently, just a little more, and he'd break through to Tier 4, gaining enough strength to turn the situation around completely. After completing his transformation, Dongshang continued to exert pressure. "You have all seen the power that the Church of Destiny can bestow," he declared. "I will give you one final chance. Join us in eliminating those who oppose us, and I will allow you to enter the Church of Destiny and grant you power just like mine." Faced with the Church of Destiny's offer, the freshmen fell into panic and fear, surrounded by black-cloaked assassins, with no path of retreat. A few exchanged wary, hesitant glances. Uncertainty was etched onto every face. Right then, Vice Principal Lin Shuang's voice boomed from above. A powerful magic formation materialized beside her. Her warning: any freshman who dares strike another student will face immediate expulsion and execution on the spot. This stark warning from the vice principal instantly shattered the students' hesitation. Whispers erupted among some of them as they realized betrayal would only lead to ruin, and that following the academy leaders was their sole path to survival. Witnessing the students' swift decision, Dongshan felt nothing but searing contempt. To him, they were just pathetic fools, spineless cowards utterly devoid of courage. At that moment, Dongxiang shifted his gaze to Su Jingming and declared coldly, "Only 3 seconds remain. I hope you don't make the same foolish choice as those spineless people." As he spoke, Dongxiang began to count. 3, 2. Crushed by Dongsheng's overwhelming pressure, Kiran Rao could no longer endure. He instantly dropped to his knees, begging frantically, "Don't kill me. I'm willing to join the Church of Destiny." Even at the moment of Kiran Rao's blatant betrayal, Su Jingming's expression remained utterly unperturbed, as if he had already known this outcome was inevitable. Dong Sheng smiled in satisfaction at Kiran Rao's surrender, praising his wise decision. Then, he turned back to Jingming and asked, "And what about you?" Su Jingming did not reply. Instead, he silently unleashed his skill, a vibrant stream of purple lightning, the divine thunder of the purple heavens, slowly began to envelop his body. That very state was his resounding answer, an outright, defiant refusal to surrender. Witnessing this, Dong Xiang wasn't surprised in the slightest. He merely smirked and calmly declared that Jingming's wrong choice would lead only to certain death. Since you've joined the Church of Destiny, Dong Xiang said to Kiran Rao, then prove your loyalty. Kill him right now. Kiran Rao was utterly paralyzed with terror. Stammering, he confessed, I can't do it. Seeing his hesitation and refusal to carry out the order, the other members of the Church of Destiny immediately activated their abilities. Their bodies were instantly enveloped by surging energy, their forms twisting and transforming into half-human, half-wolf creatures. Together, they resolved to eliminate Su Jingming, surrounded by powerful enemies. Su Jingming remained incredibly calm. He slowly observed Dong Xiang and analyzed the situation. His opponents consisted of 1 Tier 3 and 4 Tier 4 fighters. Jingming was confident he could deal with them without even using his skill points, and he openly challenged them to come at him at once. A black-cloaked man wielding a massive axe lunged towards Su Jingming from behind. As he attacked, he shouted fiercely, "So what if you're S rank? Godi." Facing the incoming attack, Jingming chose to remain completely still, making no attempt to dodge. The axe blade collided with Su Jingming's body and instantly froze in mid-air, stopped dead by a layer of dense, liquid-like lightning that enveloped him. The violent rebound of force traveled back through the weapon, sending a sharp pain, shooting through the black-cloaked man's arm. Before he could even react in fear, Jingming had already thrust the tip of his spear straight through the man's body. The speed and power of that strike were far beyond anything the black-cloaked attacker could have imagined. Lying on the ground, the man still couldn't believe that he, a Tier 4 ability user, had been defeated so effortlessly. Su Jingming spoke only, charging in alone. You really are a fool, seeking your own death. Witnessing this scene, Dong Xiang decided to take action personally. He was eager to see just how powerful Jingming had become. Jingming observed Dong Xiang with cautious eyes. From the aura of power radiating from Dong Xiang's body, Jingming felt a deadly threat, something truly bone-chilling. He knew then and there he might actually have to use his ability points. After all, a pang of regret struck him. He desperately wondered if 50,000 ability points would truly be enough to evolve his ability to SS rank. At that very instant, the system's voice rang out. You have defeated a Tier 4 Divine Blood Apostle. Ability points plus 1,000. Jingming was shocked to discover that his ability points had just reached exactly 50,000 at that crucial moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly opened his status panel and chose to upgrade his ability right away. He decided to bet everything on this one evolution to completely turn the tide of battle. The system declared, the ability evolution process has begun. His S-rank Purple Heaven Divine Thunder began its evolution. Streams of golden lightning streaked down from the sky, rapidly spreading until they consumed the entire area. Jingming ascended into the air, completely enveloped by raw, powerful golden lightning. Everyone present, including Dong Xian, was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend what was unfolding. The evolution progress bar steadily climbed higher. Suspended in midair, Jingming was cocooned within a brilliant shell of golden lightning. As the evolution progressed, the protective energy field surrounding him grew ever more solid and impenetrable, causing Dong Xiang to feel an overwhelming sense of dread. He decided to launch an attack, determined to shatter the defense and stop Jingming's evolution at any cost. Dong Xiang's attack slammed into Jingming's protective energy field, unleashing a deafening explosion that rocked the entire area violently. Yet, the golden lightning remained utterly unyielding, firmly shielding Jingming. Despite the relentless barrage from outside, Jingming's evolution continued completely uninterrupted. The progress bar climbed to 99%, just a hair's breadth away from completion. From the moment it reached 100%, the system immediately boomed. Ability evolution, success, S-rank Purple Heaven. Divine Thunder has evolved into Sulfur Monosulfided. Rank, Heaven-Piercing Divine Thunder. Su Jingming had just obtained an entirely new level of power. He opened his eyes. They were now a brilliant golden color, crackling with terrifying arcs of lightning. Merely meeting that gaze was enough to fill anyone with fear. With nothing more than his gaze, Su Jingming commanded massive bolts of heavenly thunder to descend from the sky, shattering all spatial barriers, and crashing straight toward Dong Xiang's position. Dong Xiang couldn't even react. He was struck head-on by the golden thunder, screaming in agony, as his body was scorched by its divine power. The system's voice boomed again. You have defeated a Tier 4 Divine Blood Apostle. Ability points, plus 2,000. After eliminating Dong Xian, Su Jingming turned his gaze toward the remaining members of the Church of Destiny. He raised his hand and coldly pronounced their sentence. Now all of you die. Golden lightning crashed down once again, sweeping away every remaining enemy. Watching everything unfold from close range, Kiran Rao was utterly terrified. His entire body began to tremble as the realization of his betrayal overwhelmed him. As he saw Jingming flying toward him, he immediately dropped to his knees and begged for mercy, desperately explaining that he had been forced and had never actually attacked Jingming. At that very moment, the leader maintaining the spatial barrier finally recovered from the shock of what had just occurred. He had never expected Dong Sheng to be eliminated so easily. Rage ignited in his eyes as he roared and charged towards Su Jingming. Shui Jingming, you will pay for what you've done. He unleashed all of his remaining power, forming a gigantic blood-colored hand that streaked towards Su Jingming's location at an absolutely terrifying speed. The gigantic claw relentlessly bore down on Su Jingming's body under the terrifying pressure of a 7th rank Grandmaster. Su Jingming had absolutely no room to evade. If that strike truly landed, the outcome would be nothing short of certain death. Facing the overwhelming force of his enemy, Su Jingming felt his entire body freeze up, completely unable to move a muscle. Yet at that absolutely critical moment, he suddenly became aware that an invisible barrier was shielding him. Almost instantly, he understood it was a spatial ability. In the very next second, Lang Shuang stepped out from the void itself, revealing that she was the one who had intervened to save Su Jingming. The black-cloaked leader, gripping his crimson orb, was utterly struck with sheer terror. He simply could not believe that vice principal, Lang Shuang, had managed to break through space and enter the battlefield, especially since he had been maintaining a spatial lockdown barrier the entire time. Lang Shuang spoke coldly, her voice filled with disdain, relying on an external object to obtain spatial powers, yet daring to lose your focus in battle. If you don't die, then who will? As she raised her hand slightly, she showcased her skills, spatial severance. In an instant, the void itself became incomparably sharp, transforming into an invisible blade that slashed straight toward the black-cloaked leader. A violent surge of energy erupted, instantly destroying one of his arms. Fresh blood poured from the severed limb, like a raging waterfall, and the unbearable pain forced a shrill scream from his throat. Without pausing after the opening strike, Vice Principal Lang Shuang rapidly formed seals with her hands. A mysterious, azure spatial formation began to take shape before her, radiating an otherworldly glow. Sans signe imminent danger. The black-cloaked leader panicked and attempted to flee, but it was already too late. He struggled desperately, trying to resist the terrifying, devouring pull of the formation. The instant teleportation array activated. Without a moment's hesitation, Lang Shuang hurled the crimson orb into the spatial vortex, completely annihilating and neutralizing the enemy. After dealing with the foe, Vice Principal Lin Shuang turned back to Su Jingming, her expression etched with deep concern. Only after he confirmed he was fine did she finally relax, visibly relieved. Just then, Vice Principal Shui Ping also appeared behind Lang Shuang, witnessing the battle's aftermath. His expression darkened, contorted with rage. He angrily demanded to know how the remaining members of the Heavenly Fate sect should be dealt with. Lang Shuang issued her orders, cold and decisive. Capture all ability users above rank 6 alive. As for the rest of the Heavenly Fate sect, kill without mercy. Upon receiving the command, the two powerhouses immediately surged forward, their unleashed strength igniting deafening explosions, ruthlessly sweeping through the remaining members of the Heavenly Fate sect. Lang Shuang then turned her gaze toward Kiran Rao, who stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered and terrified. Kieran Rao awkwardly tried to greet her, but Lane Shuang had witnessed his treachery from beginning to end. She coldly cut him off before he could finish speaking. Your business will be dealt with later. Someone will come for you. She then shifted her attention back to Su Jingming, asking about the strange ability he had just used, Golden Lightning, that required no prior activation or preparation. Su Jingming explained that he himself didn't fully understand it. He only knew that, in that moment of life-and-death crisis, his ability seemed to have shattered its limits. A look of astonishment appeared on Lang Shuang's beautiful face. She doubted it was just a combat technique, and asked Su Jingming to demonstrate his purple lightning, divine thunder ability once more. At Lang Shuang's request, Su Jingming raised his hand. Instantly, strands of golden lightning began dancing within his palm, releasing a surge of pure, overwhelming energy. Vice Principal Lang Shuang couldn't help but wonder if this was still truly Violet Heaven, divine thunder. After a moment's consideration, she decided that once they returned to base, she would conduct a full ability assessment on Su Jingming. Jingming readily agreed, smiling as he nodded. The brief exchange was suddenly interrupted by Tang Shuin. She rushed over and threw her arms tightly around Su Jingming. Jingming, I was so worried about you. Seeing Su Jingming and Tang Shuin reunited, Vice Principal Lang Shuang merely smiled faintly to herself and thought quietly, youth truly is a beautiful thing. Su Jingming gently wiped away the tears from Tang Shuin's cheeks and comforted her softly. It's all right now. Everything is over. He looked straight into her eyes and smiled reassuringly. See, I'm fine, aren't I? His actions made Tang Shuin blush deeply, her expression filled with shy embarrassment. Su Jingming then took hold of her hand. The tenderness and intimacy of the moment only made her feel even more flustered, yet overwhelmingly happy. After the battle concluded, the protective barrier surrounding the massive botanical garden gradually dissipated, restoring peace and silence to the area. Vice Principal Lang Shuang gathered the surviving students and announced a piece of heartbreaking news. During this surprise assault by the Heavenly Fate sect, 342 freshmen from the 3 academies had lost their lives. She further declared that the academies would assume responsibility and provide compensation under strict battlefield regulations. With a booming, resolute voice, Lan Xian declared the Heavenly Fate sect an enemy to all of humanity. Starting today, the 3 universities would unleash a full-scale crusade, calling upon all students and faculty eligible for missions to utterly eradicate this evil organization. After taking down the Heavenly Fate sect's envoy, Su Jingming racked up a significant amount of ability points. He silently vowed that once he returned to school, he would accept missions, specifically targeting the Heavenly Fate sect. Lang Shuang then announced that, due to the sudden incident with the Heavenly Fate sect, the research expedition would conclude early. She ordered all freshmen to assemble at 9 a.m. tomorrow to return to campus. For now, they were to follow their instructors back to base and rest. Upon returning to the base, Vice Principal Lin Shuang produced a circular testing device and instructed Su Jingming to activate his ability. The machine would automatically analyze the results. Su Jingming placed his hand onto the device. In the very next instant, the familiar golden lightning flared to life once more, wrapping around both his hand and the testing apparatus. As she watched the golden lightning, Lane Shuang thought to herself, could it be that Su Jingming's S-rank ability has mutated into sulfur monosulfide rank? But she quickly dismissed the idea. Such a feat was nearly impossible. The fact that his ability had already mutated from E rank to S rank was itself extraordinarily rare. Then, the test results appeared, and they confirmed the unimaginable. Su Jingming's ability was identified as Heaven Subduing, Divine Thunder, a branch of the natural lightning system, classified as sulfur monosulfide rank. Vice Principal Lane Shuang was utterly stunned. After all, the nation hadn't seen a sulfur monosulfided rank awakener in over 10 years. The chasm between an S rank and a sulfur monosulfide rank was truly immense, and if properly nurtured, such power could decisively turn the tide of an entire battlefield. Overjoyed, Vice Principal Lin Shuang praised Su Jingming without restraint. Meanwhile, Su Jingming himself was riddled with questions. Why had his ability mutated into heaven, subduing divine thunder? And how had the device even managed to determine such a name in the first place? Vice Principal Lin Shuang explained that the reason heaven subduing divine thunder could exist was because it had once existed in the past, not in the modern era, but during the age of ancient high civilization. The testing device they used had been created based on a relic from that very era. She looked at Su Jingming with eyes full of expectation and stated firmly, "This means that your natural talent may very well rival that of the powerhouses." From the ancient era, Vice Principal Lin Shuang advised Su Jingming that there was no need to conceal the evolution of his ability, but he should also avoid being overly ostentatious. She handed him a talisman and said that as long as he crushed it within a 400-kilometer radius, she would arrive to provide support immediately. Su Jingming accepted the talisman with a smile, lowered his head respectfully, and replied, "I understand." Next, Vice Principal Lin Shuang presented him with the S-rank resource reward that Qing Jing had promised, a 7th rank breakthrough pill. She advised him to use it when he reached the peak of rank 5 in order to advance to rank 6. Holding the pill bottle in his hand, Su Jingming asked. He wondered if he could swap some of his S-rank cultivation resources for something else instead. He pondered in secret. After all, with his incredible system, he had absolutely no need for breakthrough pills. Vice Principal Lin Shuang replied that Qing Jing would definitely refuse such an exchange, but she added she'd make a special exception and let him swap part of the S-rank resources. Once they returned to Modu University, she also pointed out that he could select a combat technique, too. This was his reward for ranking first on the expedition. Afterward, Vice Principal Lin Shuang led Su Jingming to a spherical device. She then commanded the AI system, EVA, to display all lightning element abilities and combat techniques of A rank and above for both Qing Jing and Jin Chuan. In an instant, numerous holographic screens materialized around Su Jingming. Each displayed detailed information on countless lightning type, abilities, and combat techniques for him to choose. Among them, the most eye-catching were 2 SSS rank combat techniques. God Extinguishing Thundercloud, capable of conjuring a cloud of annihilating lightning, and Thunder God Descends, Divine Judgment, which could condense a thunder god to pass judgment upon his enemies. However, both techniques demanded an extremely high cultivation rank. Su Jingming couldn't help but sigh at the overwhelming allure of SS and SSS rank techniques. Yet he also clearly realized that their requirements were far beyond his current level. He couldn't possibly learn them right now. Deciding to be practical, he resolved to choose a technique he could master immediately. Vice Principal Lin Shuang silently observed as Su Jingming scrolled through the holographic screens, carefully evaluating each option. After a period of deliberation, Su Jingming made his decision. He turned to Vice Principal Lang Shuang. Vice Principal, he stated, "I've made my choice. I'll take this S-rank combat technique, Thunder God Finger." Details about Thunder God Finger immediately appeared on the screen, an S-rank combat technique that harnesses lightning elemental abilities to condense a powerful finger of the Thunder God, striking enemies and delivering devastating lightning damage. Learning requirements, rank 3 or above, and possession of a lightning elemental ability of A rank or higher. Vice Principal Lang Shuang warned him that this technique belonged to Qing Jing, and they wouldn't be able to provide much instructional support for it. As a consequence, the learning process could take a very long time. However, Su Jingming replied confidently, "It's all right." His confidence stemmed from one simple fact. He currently possessed 6,000 ability points. Hearing this, Vice Principal Lang Shuang smiled in satisfaction. "Suit yourself," she conceded. "You already control several S-rank combat techniques, and you've gained enough experience by now. There's no need for me to remind you further." Privately, Lang Shuang reflected on Su Jingming's overwhelming advantages, his astonishingly rapid advancement, his terrifying comprehension ability, and his constantly mutating powers. With all these strengths concentrated in a single individual, if he were allowed to fully mature, the human faction would undoubtedly gain a peerless powerhouse. After everything was settled, Su Jingming headed to a private training room to review his recent gains. He ordered the system to open his personal status panel. A holographic screen appeared, clearly displaying his greatly enhanced attributes. Ability: Heaven Subduing Divine Thunder. Essence physique 20.38. Spirit 15.22. Remaining ability points 6,359. Shu Jingming mulled it over silently. 50,000 ability points. That was the steep price to transform his S rank. Violet Heaven, Divine Thunder into the Sulfur Monosulfide rank. Heaven Subduing Divine Thunder. He soon realized that, compared to Violet Heaven, Divine Thunder, Heaven, Subduing Divine Thunder, was proving far more difficult to control. He instantly resolved that his immediate priority was mastering and refining his control over this new power, clenching his fist tight and feeling the violent might of the golden lightning surging within him. Shu Jingming's eyes gleamed with fierce determination and a deep longing for an SSS rank lightning ability. I'll be waiting for that day. The scene shifts to 6 o'clock in the evening. On a road within the base. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into commotion. Someone pointed up at the sky and exclaimed in shock, asking what kind of flying craft that was. Another marveled at the fact that it had no propellers or jet thrusters, speculating that it must be an anti-gravity spacecraft from a lost civilization. A more knowledgeable onlooker recognized it as a strategic level asset, quietly wondering whether some major figure had arrived at the base. A colossal spacecraft with a futuristic design descended slowly from the sky, generating powerful gusts of wind and drawing the gaze of everyone below. The vessel landed gently, the hatch opened bit by bit, heralding the arrival of an uninvited guest. A pair of polished leather dress shoes stepped out from the shadows within the cabin, touching the ground as an aura of danger and mystery spread outward. Descending from the spacecraft was a mysterious man with long white hair, dressed in a black suit, and wearing a fedora that concealed half his face. He curled his lips into a sinister smile and declared coldly, "Shu Jingming, I've come for you." A middle-aged man, dressed in black, stepped off the aircraft. His appearance was ordinary, though his figure was slight and unassuming. His eyes held a profound and boundless depth, like a star-filled night sky. The moment he stepped off the plane, he instantly drew considerable attention. An inexplicable sense of unease rippled through many, with some even suggesting they report the incident to the logistics. Base's security personnel, realizing his presence was drawing too much attention, the man felt a slight wave of embarrassment. He preferred as few people as possible to know he was here. With that thought, he raised his hand and activated his supernatural ability. In an instant, time itself seemed to freeze, and the entire plaza fell into a profound silence. Moments later, the noise returned. People who had been discussing the aircraft continued their conversations, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Yet, none of them paid any attention to the plane or to the middle-aged man. The man in black then walked toward the supply depot. Anyone about to collide with him instinctively stepped aside, their movements smooth and fluid, without the slightest hesitation. The waiting hall, on the 4th floor of the logistics base, had been converted into a temporary detention area. Members of the Church of Destiny, including their archbishop, were being held there. "Release me. The gods will not let you escape punishment so easily. The great Lord, God will surely deliver his faithful believers. You will never obtain any information from us." The archbishop struggled and shouted in desperation. However, under Ling Shuang's spatial abilities, such efforts were utterly futile. They couldn't even commit suicide. All they could do was stand there, seething with helpless rage. Inside the 4th floor hall, aside from the 3 vice principals, Ling Shuang, Xu Ping, and Zhang Mo, there were also personnel from the Public Security Bureau, tasked with conducting the interrogation. The man leading the charge was the head of the Bureau's intelligence division, a level 5 psychic ability user in his 40s. Sweat drenched his body as he explained to Ling Shuang and the others, "These followers of the Church of Destiny are far too stubborn. We couldn't extract any useful information from them." "All right, everyone's been busy for quite some time. Go and get some rest," Ling Shuang said, frowning slightly. as she waved for the intelligence officers from the security bureau to leave. She had anticipated that interrogating members of the Church of Destiny will be difficult, but she had not expected that even professionals would be completely unable to handle them. You're all a bunch of idiots. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my effort on this. The Archbishop sneered from inside the holding area, mockery plastered across his effeminate face. Ling Shuang and the others were all Grandmaster-level experts, so naturally, they did not lose their tempers over such provocation. Vice Principal John M.O. said irritably, even the intelligence officers couldn't do anything. It seems we can only wait for someone from higher up to intervene. Don't worry, the people they're sending should arrive soon. Ling Shuang replied calmly. More than 4 hours earlier, she had already reported the incident to the highest levels of the government. At that moment, the sound of firm footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, growing louder as they approached. At the same time, a faint but oppressive pressure enveloped the area. The expressions of Ling Shuang and the other two suddenly changed as all three turned their gazes toward the entrance of the hall. Sorry to have kept everyone waiting, along with a voice tinged with mild amusement. A middle-aged man dressed in black stepped into the hall. Upon seeing him, Ling Shuang and the others immediately lowered their heads respectfully. Director Liu, what an unexpected surprise. To see you here in person. Liu Yushan was gifted with an A- rank mental ability. Liu Yushan smiled, dismissing their surprise with a wave. The Church of Destiny has made its grand reappearance after over 60 long years, so I really had no choice but to come myself. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang and the others finally let out a collective sigh of relief. He was one of only a few dozen 9th-rank martial saints across the entire Great Sha Kingdom, wielding immense authority and an exalted position. With such an incredibly powerful figure on the scene, they wouldn't have to worry about the Church of Destiny secretly lurking in the shadows any longer. And Liu Yushan marched directly up to the Archbishop and calmly asked, "Are you the true leader of the Church of Destiny?" Even as he spoke, he subtly activated his supernatural ability. The Archbishop, silent just moments before, immediately appeared manipulated, answering, "No, I am merely an archbishop." What was the true purpose of this operation? To eliminate all first-year students from the 3 academies and announce the Church of Destiny's existence. Did you plant undercover agents in other universities too? How many? None. Only at Jincheng University. And so, the interrogation continued, with a rapid-fire series of questions and answers. However, whenever Liu Yushan posed crucial questions, such as the whereabouts of the Church of Destiny's strongholds, or who truly pulled the organization's strings, the Archbishop grew extremely confused, becoming utterly unable to respond. It turned out his memories had been tampered with by other abilities, rendering him incapable of revealing much, if any, critical information. After over 10 minutes had passed, Liu Yushan, realizing no further information could be extracted from the Archbishop, Liu Yushan finally halted the interrogation. Nevertheless, based on the little they had learned, this sudden appearance of the Church of Destiny was certainly not the full extent of the sect's power. There was undoubtedly a far greater, darker conspiracy hidden behind it, and the true masterminds would soon make their next move. After pondering the situation for a moment, Liu Yushan declared, "I'll report this information to the National Supreme Council for deliberation. I believe that countermeasures against the Church of Destiny will be announced very soon." Lin Xian and the other two nodded in unison. "With the intelligence we've gathered, things will be much easier from here on out." That concludes matters regarding the Church of Destiny. Next, let's discuss the evolution of Su Jingming's supernatural abilities. Liu Yushan then looked at Ling Shuang. "Principal Ling, where is Su Jingming? I need to meet him at 7 o'clock this evening." Su Jingming received a call from Vice Principal Lin Shuang, instructing him to come to the temporary office. "Principal, I've arrived." The door to the temporary office swung open as Su Jingming walked straight in. Inside the office, Lin Shuang wasn't seated behind her desk, but instead sat on the sofa, an unusual sight. Seeing Su Jingming enter, Lin Shuang gave a slight nod and spoke softly. "Please have a seat." Hearing this, Su Jingming had no choice but to sit down on the sofa. beside Vice Principal Lin Shuang. Allow me to introduce him. This is Mr. Liu Yushan, a member of the National Assembly of the Great Sha Kingdom. Hello, Su Jingming. Upon hearing that calm, steady voice, Su Jingming, Su Denli Zilit, there was another person in the room, someone whose presence he hadn't sensed at all. When he entered, this was a middle-aged man, appearing to be around 40 years old, dressed in black, his expression composed and tranquil. When the man's gaze shifted toward him, it felt vast and profound, like a star-filled sky. Su Jingming felt as though everything around him vanished. This man in black seemed like the ruler of all gods, causing Su Jingming's consciousness to blur and sink toward oblivion. Something was wrong. Su Jingming's expression changed abruptly. Crack, crackle, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A violent surge of brilliant golden lightning erupted. A wild aura spiraled around his very being. Su Jingming's dazed consciousness jolted back into sharp clarity. He gasped for breath, silently filled with awe. Only 9th-rank martial saints were qualified to hold esteemed seats in the Great Sha Kingdom's National Assembly. Before this, he'd only known of martial saints solely through the internet. Yet, in his very first true encounter, a mere glance from this individual had been enough to utterly overwhelm him. Observing Su Jingming's reaction, Liu Yushan gave a slight nod. He pondered a moment, then spoke. Impressive. Very few level 3 ability users can withstand my gaze, Su Jingming. Your willpower is exceptionally firm. Vice Principal Ling Shuang has already informed me of your situation. While S-rank abilities are extremely rare, 3 or 4 such individuals are still born on Earth every year. But sulfur monosulfide rank is truly different. Since the rise of elemental energy, more than 200 years ago, fewer than 50 people in all of humanity have been recorded as having awakened a sulfur monosulfide rank supernatural ability. Most of them perished before reaching their peak, and those who survived became the true elite of human forces. Liu Yushan looked at Su Jingming and spoke slowly. I hope that in the future, you will become one of them. We will also provide you with full support. Of course, no matter how beautiful flowers raised in a greenhouse may be, they cannot withstand the erosion of storms outside. Aside from providing the necessary resources, we will not dispatch powerful figures to protect or assist you throughout your growth. At this point, a sharp glint flashed through Liu Yushan's eyes as the aura of a 9th-rank ability user surged forth. I will grant you a soul imprint. As he spoke, he condensed a pale blue formation, about the size of a ping-pong ball, in the palm of his right hand. Su Jingming, come here. Seeing that Vice Principal Ling Shuang did not stop him, Su Jingming stepped forward. Buzz! A pale blue streak shot from Liu Yushan's hand, vanishing straight into Su Jingming's forehead. Clearly, Liu Yushan looked far more exhausted. After creating that imprint, he even struggled to remain standing. This soul imprint, he explained, is a one-of-a-kind, top-tier mental combat technique I personally developed, and I've applied it to you myself. From this day forward, no one will be able to forcefully probe or read your thoughts or memories. Even someone like me would need to expend great effort to break through it. Thank you, sir. Su Jingming didn't fully realize just how enormous an advantage he'd received, but seeing how fatigued Liu Yushan was, he understood that what he'd obtained was extremely valuable and immediately expressed his gratitude. With deep respect, Liu Yushan waved his hand. There's no need to thank me. This was a collective decision made by the National Assembly. When you rise to positions of power in the future, help Great Sha eliminate more of its enemies. At this moment, Ling Shuang slowly explained to Su Jingming, aside from protecting your memories with an impenetrable layer of defense, this soul imprint is something that even 8th-ranked powerhouses will be willing to kill for. Yet you obtained it for free. Su Jingming smiled and replied, that's because I'm the top student of Mado University. The top student of Mado University? Huh? You're quite arrogant, Ling Shuang said. Although her words suggested otherwise, she didn't actually deny it. By the way, the National University Student Tournament will be held in April next year. With your abilities, you can participate as a representative of our Mado University. Su Jingming blinked, then couldn't help but remind her, Vice Principal, are you forgetting something? I'm still only a freshman. So what if you're a freshman? Ling Shuang subtly arched an eyebrow. At your current power level, it'd be incredibly tough for anyone to defeat you, even by our seniors. Plus, it's only December right now, and April next year is still months away. With all that time, won't your strength just keep skyrocketing? We're reserving a spot just for you in next year's university tournament. Hearing those words, Su Jingming's anxiety was instantly replaced by a surge of pure fighting spirit. He was eagerly anticipating facing off against the most powerful students from universities across the entire nation. 3 days later, Su Jingming returned to Mado University, along with the other students. The freshmen, some dragging suitcases, others clutching weapons, filed out one after another. At the edge of the field, Zhang Xuaxuai happily called out to Su Jingming and Tang Shuyan, "Thank goodness you're all safe." Seeing neither of them had suffered any injuries, Zhang Xuaxuai finally let out a sigh of relief. Tang Shuyan smiled and said, "It's all thanks to your medicine. Otherwise, we would have run into a lot of trouble in the ghost cave." Zhang Xuaxuai puffed out her chest proudly. "Of course, no one but me could have made that stuff. I've already reserved a table at Qing Yiju restaurant. Come on, let's go together." Su Jingming asked mischievously, "So, Sister John is treating us, huh?" "I'll treat you. But by the way, did you bring back those rare flowers and herbs I asked for?" "Of course I did, and I brought back quite a lot. I'm just not sure whether you can handle it." Vice Principal Lin Shuang hovered in midair, noticing Su Jingming leaving, together with the two girls below. She raised an eyebrow slightly. This kid, Su Jingming, really is quite the heartthrob. According to genetic theory, the higher a person's supernatural ability, the greater their chance their offspring would inherit rare and powerful abilities. Consequently, whether in Great Shaw or any other nation, regardless of their gender, anyone with A-rank abilities or higher was permitted to have multiple spouses. This policy actively encouraged powerful individuals possessing high-level abilities to form strategic alliances and produce offspring with even more formidable supernatural talents. Recalling this, Lin Shuang let out a quiet sigh. As an S-rank spatial ability user herself, throughout all her university years, no one her age, male or female, had ever been able to compare to her skills. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be single in her 30s. After lunch, Su Jingming then pulled out all the strange flowers and exotic plants he had painstakingly collected and handed them to Zhang Xuaxuai inside the room. Seeing the enormous pile of bizarre flora stacked across the floor like a small mountain, Zhang Xuaxuai exclaimed in utter shock, "Did you seriously strip the ghost cave of all its strange flowers and precious herbs?" "That's nothing," Su Jingming replied casually. "Not many ability users, you see, can even reach the ghost cave's central region. If I'd stayed there longer, I could have collected even more easily." "Sister Zhang, I'll be heading out now. I need to go to the resource room next to collect the S-rank cultivation resources that Jinchuan University gifted to me." Su Jingming stood up, bid farewell to the two girls, and left. Su Jingming entered the resource room. He was then respectfully escorted to the second floor to room 204. There, Su Jingming issued a command to the AI, Eva. "What S-rank resources can I exchange a level 7 breakthrough pill for?" Eva's holographic body trembled slightly, and then a long list was projected onto the screen. The densely packed list of S-rank resources made Su Jingming feel dizzy. With so many S-rank resources available, how long would it even take to examine them all? So he asked Eva, among these S-rank training resources, which one is best for enhancing control over lightning-related abilities? Suddenly, a virtual display materialized before Su Jingming. A Thunder Secret Realm Access Card, S-Rank. With this card, you can enter the Thunder Secret Realm, located in Hedong City, in Jiangnan Province, for your cultivation. The Thunder Secret Realm was formed 87 years ago and was taken over by the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. It was then placed under closed management and used exclusively to train the Academy's elite geniuses. External ability users must possess special authorization to enter. This S-Rank Thunder Realm Access Card grants 1 month of cultivation within the Thunder Secret Realm. "I understand," Su Jingming said. "Eva, are there still monsters living inside the Thunder Secret Realm?" Eva immediately replied, "Yes, and most of them possess lightning-based abilities." "Good." Su Jingming nodded slightly, clearly pleased. "Therefore, the Thunder Secret Realm would be the perfect destination for him during the month-long winter break. Without any further hesitation, Su Jingming immediately summoned the staff and exchanged his level 7 breakthrough pill for the Thunder Secret Realm access card. A clear, blue sky stretched over the martial arts academy, where geniuses trained tirelessly. A new day began, with an important notification from a media club sent to Su Jingming, informing him of a club exchange gathering scheduled for that afternoon. Su Jingming was strolling through campus when he lifted his communicator to answer the call. As he did, he thought about how he had followed Lu Ming's suggestion to join the Thunder Media Club and become its vice president. He hadn't expected work to come so soon, yet Jingming gladly accepted the requests. A confident smile spread across his face as he silently judged that this exchange would be quite interesting. It was an excellent opportunity for ability users, as different elements shared their experiences, a truly indispensable stepping stone on his journey of supernatural growth. But before heading to the club, Su Jingming paid a visit to his mentor, Dean Young Genshin. The moment he saw his disciple, the bearded dean couldn't help but exclaim, in astonishment, "Jingming, have you already broken through to the 3rd tier?" Jingming nodded calmly in confirmation, revealing he'd achieved the breakthrough during the recent field training mission. The gentle smile on his face carried a confidence that commanded respect. Young Genshin patted his student on the shoulder, his voice filled with disbelief. He marveled at the sheer speed. It hadn't even been a full semester yet. At this rate, Jingming might very well graduate as a 7th rank Grandmaster. To examine things more closely, the dean excitedly led Jingming to the training room. He wanted to witness with his own eyes what astonishing changes had occurred in his student's body after absorbing the divine blood. The moment they entered the training hall, Su Jingming immediately activated his ability. Brilliant purple-gold lightning erupted around his body, carrying an overwhelming pressure that seemed to freeze the very air in the room. Young Genshin's gaze locked onto those arcs of lightning. Sensing something amiss, his expression turned puzzled. Ordinary violet. Heaven's divine lightning should be bluish-purple. Why has yours changed color? Jingming explained calmly, stating that his ability had evolved to sulfur monosulfide rank and was now called heaven-overthrowing divine thunder. The news exploded in the old dean's ears. Like a thunderclap, ability, evolution from S rank, straight to sulfur monosulfide rank. Young Genshin muttered in shock. Only then did he understand why Vice Principal Lang had said Jingming would bring him a huge surprise. This wasn't just a surprise. It was a true shock. After a moment of stunned silence, Young Genshin's tone grew solemn as he cautioned Jingming that his S-rank sulfur monosulfide abilities were incredibly difficult to control and that he'd need to train even harder. Jingming nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired about the preparations needed for his upcoming journey to the Thunder Secret Realm. Young Genshin agreed it was an ideal training ground for lightning-type abilities. However, before going into detail, he asked Jingming to activate his Thunder Extreme state so he could assess his current physical prowess. Shu Jingming smiled, a brilliant gleam flashing in his eyes. He was ready to display the full results of his training for his teacher's evaluation. A powerful wave of pressure began to spread outward. In an instant, Jingming entered the Thunder Extreme state. His hair stood on end, his entire body shrouded in blazing golden lightning, majestic and imposing, like a thunder god descending to the mortal world. The explosive aura he released made even a master like Young Jensen regard him with newfound respect. Young Jensen nodded repeatedly, lavishing him with praise. He commented that Jingming's indestructible physical foundation had reached the upper echelons of the 8th tier, even faintly carrying the bloodline aura of a beast. Emperor Jingming himself was secretly astonished by this newfound power. Now, he finally understood why, relying on physical strength alone, he had been able to stand toe-to-toe with an S-rank powerhouse. Like Karen, this level of strength truly surpassed his imagination. Dean Yong ordered him to take a short rest. He planned to summon an opponent so that Jingming could engage in real combat, only through actual fighting. could his current physical condition be accurately assessed? Watching his disciple's retreating figure, Yang Jianxin plunged into deep thought. He suddenly realized that his other students, whether it was Tang Yu or Xu Wei, could no longer serve as proper opponents for Jingming. This junior disciple had already far surpassed them. Just 10 minutes later, Old Fu, the dean's close steward, ushered someone inside. "He's here," Old Fu announced curtly, as the heavy footsteps of a powerful figure echoed across the stone floor. The newcomer? None other than Zhang Dan, a fourth-year student, with a massive build and bulging muscles. He looked somewhat uneasy, secretly wondering what grave mistake he might have made to be summoned by Yang Jianxin at such a moment. The dean's presence alone exerted immense pressure. Yang Jianxin chucklet and reassured Zhang Dan not to be nervous. He explained he merely wanted him to conduct a real deal combat spar with his disciple, Su Jingming, using pure physical strength. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dan scratched his head in confusion. He glanced at Jingming, then nervously asked the dean if it might be a bit much for a powerful fourth-year senior like himself to engage in a physical fight with a freshman. Yang Jianxin simply told him to go all out. Those words immediately put Zhang Dan at ease. He cracked his knuckles with excitement, a confident smile spreading across his face. For him, this was the perfect chance to prove that the experience and rank of a fourth-year senior were not so easily erased by a mere freshman. Watching from a distance, Yang Jianxin asked Old Fu who he thought would win. Old Fu judged that, although Jingming was a genius, when it came to physique and peak third-tier strength, Zhang Dan still held the clear advantage. However, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in the dean's eyes, because he knew that, when it came to someone with a sulfur, monosulfide rank ability, all conventional logic could be completely overturned. Yang Jianxin continued observing the match intently. In his heart, he assessed that, although Zhang Dan was an A- rank enhancement type ability user, at the peak of the third tier, 2 minor realms above Su Jingming. However, the opportunities Su Jingming had encountered were far beyond ordinary imagination. An SS rank ability wasn't something that could be measured by common sense. Without keeping anyone waiting, Zhang Dan let out a roar and activated his A-rank beast-type ability, Asura Dealwolf. His body underwent a violent transformation. Gray fur spread across his frame, muscles bulged, and his eyes flared with feral green light. A heavy pressure radiated from his half-man, half-beast form. Seeing Su Jingming still standing motionless, Zhang Dan thought to himself that he should hold back a bit. With his peak third-tier strength and the amplification from what he believed to be an S-rank ability, he worried that being careless might seriously injure this junior brother. His overconfidence prevented him from noticing the danger that awaited him. "Junior brother, be careful," Zhang Dan shouted as he launched a powerful punch, tearing through the air as it hurtled toward Su Jingming. A tendre explosion érupted. The instant the attack connected, dust billowing upward and engulfing both figures. Yet, Su Jingming remained standing there, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Dan's pupils shrank in shock. It felt as though he had just punched an immovable slab of steel. His initial confidence began to crumble when his opponent emerged completely unscathed. From the head-on blow, Zhang Dan was sent stumbling backward, his steps unsteady. He could hardly believe what was happening. He was at the peak of the third tier, and had even activated a rank enhancement. He should have crushed his opponent outright. So why was he the one being forced back? Su Jingming's my. His expression remained utterly serene, as if he were just out for a leisurely stroll. Meanwhile, back in the arena, beads of sweat began to prickle on Zhang Dan's forehead. He realized, with a jolt, that he had gravely underestimated his opponent. He was forced to concede that this junior brother was anything but simple, unwilling to accept such a bitter defeat. Zhang Dan threw his head back and let out a guttural howl, before charging in again with a flurry of frenzied attacks. Razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, carving vicious, dangerous arcs through the space. He was utterly resolved to reclaim the honor befitting a fourth-year senior. Facing this relentless rain of attacks, Su Jingming still wore a confident smile on his lips. His eyes remained piercingly calm and focused, carefully observing every minute opening in his opponent's footwork. It was as if Zhong Dan's every movement was already precisely within his calculations. Jingming deftly slipped aside, narrowly evading the sky-falling pounce of the coiled wolf. His reaction speed was incredibly swift, so much so that Zhong Dan's powerful attacks became utterly meaningless, striking nothing but empty air. A dizzying exchange of blows ensued, with fists and claws colliding in rapid succession. Sparks flew and sharp, grating sounds echoed ominously through the room. It felt as though the two were locked in a deadly game of pure speed, where the slightest delay would demand a brutal price. Young Genshin observed intently, meticulously analyzing the ongoing fight. He soon realized that Jingming's blood circulation speed was an astounding 1.3 times faster than Zhong Dan's, an unimaginable figure for a freshman. He deduced that this had to be the effect of the mysterious beast, Emperor's Essence, elevating Jingming's physical condition to nearly that of a peak third-tier expert. Seeing that the warm-up was sufficient, young Jianjin spoke up, telling Jingming that he could finally activate his Thunder Extreme state. The moment Zhong Dan heard this, he cried out in utter alarm. Thunder Extreme state? Principal, you're not seriously letting him power that up, are you? He knew all too well that if Jingming truly got serious, he wouldn't stand a ghost of chance. As searing lightning arcs began to crackle around Jingming's body, Zhong Dan felt a crushing, suffocating suppression descend upon him. Even in normal exchange, he was already getting completely overwhelmed. If Jingming strengthened himself further, the outcome would undoubtedly be disastrous. The fourth-year senior instantly broke into a cold sweat. His voice trembled as he desperately pleaded. Jingming, later on, could you possibly go a little easy on me? The majestic presence of the azure-eyed koi wolf from moments earlier had vanished entirely, leaving only raw, primal fear, faced with the monstrous power about to erupt. From this junior, Jingming merely smiled in response. No problem, however. The brilliant, blazing lightning within his eyes made it crystal clear that he had no intention of holding back. In this intense sparring session, the peak state of the heaven-piercing, divine thunder began to spread, unleashing a terrifying, palpable pressure that filled the entire room. A few minutes later, the match came to an end. Zhong Dan reverted to his true form, collapsed flat on the floor. His tongue lolled out as he gasped for air, his entire body drenched in sweat. He was utterly, completely exhausted, having been thoroughly tortured by Jingming. On the arena floor, Jingming kindly handed Zhong Dan a bottle of recovery potion and thanked him for his help. Zhong Dan chugged it down in one go, then swore loudly, "Thanks. Damn it, if anyone dares to say your reputation is fake on the forums again, I'll be the first one to curse them to death." His complete admiration and utter conviction were clearly written all over his face. After the battle, young Genshin withdrew inside to study ways to further refine his combat techniques. Jingming stayed behind and asked Old Fu when his master might be finished. Old Fu wasn't sure either. Breaking through an inspiration could easily take a few hours, or it might even last for days. Just then, a sudden ring ripped through the air. It was Su Jingming's phone. The urgent ringtone abruptly cut short his conversation with Old Fu. He frowned slightly, wondering who in the world would be calling him at such an hour. On the other end of the line was Vice Principal Lan Shuang, who swiftly informed him that representatives from Jing University had just arrived, bringing with them the original manuscript of the S rank, Top-tier combat technique, the legendary Thunder God Finger. She then instructed Jingming to head to the skill library immediately to receive this priceless, ancient treasure. Vice Principal Lan smiled gently through the phone and then playfully asked if he was busy. Upon hearing Jingming's slight hesitation, she decided to personally come pick him up to save precious time, a privilege certainly not granted to just any student. Before Jingming could even fully react, a brilliant, swirling spatial vortex suddenly erupted right in front of him. Vice Principal Lan Shuang stepped effortlessly out of the void, her posture elegant, clad in a striking red outfit. This was the undeniable power of a grandmaster of the space attribute, leaving Jingming momentarily stunned. Vice Principal Lan then smiled gently as she placed a hand on the talented student's shoulder. Streams of ethereal spatial energy began to envelop them both, mysterious yet incredibly stable and controlled, signaling that a lightning-fast teleportation journey was about to begin. Under the astonished gazes of Chung Dan and Old Fu, the two figures dissolved instantly into the void. Amid surging spirals of brilliant light, the spatial teleportation whisked them effortlessly out of the training hall, in the blink of an eye, carrying them straight toward a fateful meeting with a distinguished guest from Jean University. Moments later, a spatial vortex opened inside a luxuriously furnished room. Su Jingming and Vice Principal Lon stepped out of the void. Seated on the sofa, waiting calmly, was a middle-aged man with an easy, composed demeanor, Chun Lin. Their sudden appearance via spatial teleportation did not seem to surprise him in the slightest. Vice Principal Lon Shuang quickly introduced Jingming to the honored guest. Hailed as an S-rank genius from Modi University, he was among the finest students the institution currently boasted. Her eyes welled up with immense pride as she gazed upon her student. Su Jingming Baoet Zetpet Fun. Greetings, Teacher Chun. Chun Lin returned the gesture with a gentle smile and an approving nod. Jingming's calmness and humility made an excellent first impression on him. Vice Principal Lang Shuang explained that Chun Lin was a 7th-tier, lower-stage grandmaster from Jing University, a true master of the supreme technique, the Thunder God Finger. He would remain here for the next half-month to personally guide Jingming and impart his invaluable experience with his powerful combat art. Jingming secretly marveled at Jing University's generosity, sending both the original manual and a master of his caliber all the way here. He clasped his hands toward Chun Lin and declared that over the next 2 weeks, he would surely trouble him often in order to drastically improve his strength. Chun Lin waved his hand with a smile, telling Jingming not to stand on ceremony. He explained that he and Principal Yang Genshin were old acquaintances. He also told Jingming that whenever he had questions regarding his abilities, he could come find him directly at Principal Yang's residence. As time passed and dusk descended, bathing the entire city in a brilliant golden hue, at the headquarters of the media club, the atmosphere grew incredibly tense. As an important meeting was about to begin, Shou Jingming hurriedly pushed open the doors to the conference room, a trace of fatigue still lingering on his face. Scratching his head with an apologetic smile, he explained that he was late because too many unexpected matters had come up today. The moment he entered, Jingming was met with a warm welcome from everyone present. A chorus of greetings, Vice President, rang out in unison, leaving him utterly surprised for a moment. He casually scanned the expansive room, secretly marveling at the sheer volume of members present, housed within this renowned club. He moved towards the reserved leadership seats, where another young man was already patiently waiting, ready to dive into the meeting's agenda. This was Du Liangping, a formidable core pillar of the Meteor Club. Du Liangping, frankly, couldn't quite hide his envy at Jingming's meteoric rise, joking that, at this rate, Meteor Club might soon let Jingming even take the reins as the next club president. Jingming just smiled and playfully waved it off. His true concern, however, was the real reason for today's emergency meeting. Du Liangping's playful expression turned solemn as he gravely mentioned the Heaven's Mandate sect. He explained this critical mission involved hunting down the lingering remnants of the sect after their audacious attack against the combined freshman forces from the 3 major universities. This was an unforgivable provocation, and Du Liangping urgently wanted to know if Jingming, personally, was willing to take on such a dangerous challenge. Shou Jingming's eyes instantly hardened with resolve. His fighting spirit surged powerfully to life. "Of course I'll take it," he replied decisively. Anyone who dared lay a hand on his friends, and fellow students for that matter, would never be allowed to rest in peace. A fierce purge against the Heaven's Mandate sect was about to officially begin. The moment the Heaven's Mandate sect was mentioned, the atmosphere in the hall instantly grew heavy with tension. Standing commandingly atop the high podium, Wu Yuan officially announced a comprehensive extermination order against the Heaven's Mandate sect, issued directly by the Great Shah government. At the same time, the academy launched a flood of missions to participate in the complete eradication of this dangerous heretical organization. With this declaration, Wu Yuhan then turned his gaze towards Su Jingming. He then suggested that if Jingming wished to form a team for these missions, he could contact him at any time. Wu Yuhan firmly believed that, with the participation of a true genius, the mission success rate would increase significantly. However, Su Jingming merely smiled and gently declined, rather than cooperating with others. He chose to maintain his familiar solo fighting style. This confidence drew admiration and curiosity from those around him. Despite appearing calm on the surface, Su Jingming was fully aware of the danger that lay ahead. He knew that he had to completely master the S rank, Secret Technique, Thunder Godfinger, and use it as his trump card. Everything had to proceed flawlessly. Immediately after the meeting concluded, Su Jingming sought out Chen Lin's tranquil tea room. In order to save time, in the air faintly scented with tea, he hoped to receive invaluable guidance from this seasoned senior. Su Jingming politely expressed that he had studied the Thunder God Finger manual throughout the previous night, yet there were still several points he could not fully comprehend. Chen Lin was slightly surprised by the young man's dedication and silently praised the learning spirit of this champion. He then invited Jingming to explain which aspects of last night's study remained unclear. Su Jingming promptly elaborated. His main confusion lay in how to establish a connection between the lightning of heaven and earth, and how to perfectly merge it with the lightning energy within his own body. This, he believed, was the key to unleashing the technique's true power. Chen Lin explained calmly, noting that although the Thunder God Finger shared similarities with heavenly thunder arts, it required far greater condensation and far more complex transformations. Each of his explanations seemed to open an entirely new horizon for Su Jingming. The two plunged into an intense discussion, all within the solemn tea room, under the guidance of a true master. Su Jingming's doubts gradually melted away, laying a solid foundation for his imminent breakthrough. In just 3 short hours, Chen Lin couldn't help but exclaim, in pure astonishment at the terrifying comprehension ability of this young man. Back in his own time, it had taken him more than 10 days just to reach this threshold, yet Su Jingming seemed to grasp the essence almost instantly. But the real secret lay within the system. While Chen Lin was deep in thought, Su Jingming had already silently issued a command to the Deep Blue system. Add points to the skill. In an instant, the Thunder God Finger was forcibly elevated to the primary level, bypassing all conventional cultivation time barriers. Eager to verify the result, Chen Lin requested Jingming to demonstrate the technique so he could check for any flaws that required adjustment. To him, this was the perfect opportunity to properly refine a once-in-a-generation genius. Su Jingming hesitated slightly, worried that the technique's power might disturb his teacher or damage the tea room. He intended to ask for permission to practice elsewhere, but Chen Lin firmly stated that it wouldn't take much time. With no other choice, Su Jingming complied. He rose to his feet, focused his mind, and began circulating his lightning-based abilities. He prepared to showcase the results of his 3 hours of training before the Grandmaster. The moment Su Jingming activated the skill, a violent surge of lightning erupted from his body. His eyes blazed with cold blue light as thunderous arcs of electricity wrapped around him, announcing a power that could not be underestimated. Chen Lin observed with extreme focus. He silently evaluated that. The opening movement was flawless, without a single wasted action. But in the very next second, he froze, utterly shocked by the second step. The connection of heavenly and earthly lightning was executed with flawless precision. As the technique advanced, its power became increasingly uncontrollable. Chen Lin immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. Even Capital University's most elite students needed at least 4 months to reach this stage. Yet Su Jingming, this mere youth, was truly a monster. Su Jingming gathered all the lightning's radiance into a single finger, then pointed it straight toward the sky. In that moment, he stood like a thunder god, descending upon the mortal world. His overwhelming pressure made everything around him tremble. A massive pillar of thunder tore through the night, shooting straight into the heavens. With an earth-shattering force, the entire training area was instantly engulfed, with blinding arcs of electricity. The resulting energy explosion unleashed a soul-shaking shockwave, nearly leveling the entire building complex. The power of the Thunder God Finger in Su Jingming's hands had far surpassed all conventional standards. Chun-Lin was utterly overwhelmed by the reality unfolding before him. Success! How is this even possible? He could not believe his own eyes as he watched a freshman wield such terrifying power. At that moment, Su Jingming suddenly cried out in panic. The released energy was far too violent for him to control. The rampaging lightning seemed ready to devour everything around him. He shouted, "Master Chun, I can't retract it." A storm of thunder erupted above the rooftop, expanding into dazzling, yet deadly, rings of energy. If it wasn't stopped in time, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic. Faced with the imminent danger, Chun-Lin had no choice but to cast aside his shock and intervene. He activated his high-level lightning ability, condensing immense power at his fingertip to suppress the crazed energy surging from Su Jingming. A single dominant finger strike shot forth, colliding head-on with the raging thunderstorm. The instant it clashed with the lightning, charged hand in the sky, a violent explosion erupted due to the vast disparity in power levels. Su Jingming's technique was forcibly shattered, preventing it from triggering a disaster that would have flattened the surrounding area. Inside the tea room, Chun-Lin was still in a daze. He concluded that the energy fluctuations just now were clear proof that Su Jingming had fully unleashed Thunder God Finger in its most perfect state. He never imagined that Jingming would truly master an S-grade secret technique in the blink of an eye. Su Jingming held the blue, glowing secret manual in his hands and smiled as he thanked his teacher. He admitted that he had already finished learning it and wished to return the treasured artifact to Chun-Lin, as all of its essence was now firmly etched into his mind. Unwilling to waste any more time, Su Jingming zet pet fun bai fa wei and left to continue his training, preparing for the upcoming mission. Chun-Lin stood motionless, holding the secret manual, his eyes still filled with lingering shock at the unimaginable cultivation speed of a young man. The pressure brought by Su Jingming's growth made even Chun-Lin break out in a cold sweat. He sighed inwardly. Old Yang had truly picked up a genuine monster. If Su Jingming were not an S-rank Amato, he would have done everything possible to recruit him to Capital University. After leaving the Villa District, Su Jingming wan ke. While reflecting on his newfound power, Thunder Godfinger was monstrous, enough to take down even a Stage 5 Esper. But the price was equally severe. Just a single use consumed more than half of the heavenly angel thunder within his body. This was a fatal weakness that had to be addressed. Sensing the severe depletion of his lightning energy, Su Jingming immediately took out his phone and contacted his virtual assistant, Eva. He requested access to the Academy's marketplace, intent on finding elixirs that could quickly restore Esper energy for the upcoming expedition. But as he concentrated on his search, a clear, lively voice suddenly called out from behind him, making Su Jingming turn around in surprise. It was Tong Shuyan, his energetic classmate with her hair tied high, rushing toward him slightly out of breath. Tong Shuyan beamed brightly and excitedly declared that the moment she saw the massive pillar of lightning erupt over the Villa District, she knew it had to be Su Jingming's handiwork. Curiosity sparkled in her pretty face as she eagerly asked what kind of earth-shattering skill he had mastered. This time, Su Jingming didn't hide it. He revealed it was the S-rank Thunder Godfinger he had just mastered for the mission to eliminate the Heavens Mandate sect. His answer left Tong Shuyan unable to hide her admiration for the meticulous preparation he had made. However, Tong Shuyan's expression suddenly turned serious. She leaned in closer and asked Su Jingming what level of mission he had chosen that required him to prepare such a devastating killing move. When she heard it was an S-rank mission, targeting a branch of the Heavens Mandate sect, a trace of sadness and worry flashed across her face. She realized the gap in their current strength meant she couldn't fight alongside him. in such a dangerous battle. All she could do was stand back and wish him safety and success. From afar, Su Jingming, concerned, asked about Tong Shuyin's mission status. She sighed and admitted that she very much wanted to join the operation, but so far had been unable to find a suitable team to coordinate with. He suggested she try contacting senior sister, Zhang Sueo Shuai, someone with extensive experience. Tong Shuyin immediately agreed with excitement and pulled Su Jingming along with her. As luck would have it, Jingming himself had been planning to discuss purchasing elixirs with Zhang Suao Shuai. Time flew by in the blink of an eye as the scene shifted to the bustling city of Jinling. Inside the Meisher Cafe, a warm, wood-toned space, an important rendezvous was about to unfold among the core members of the local forces. There, inside the cafe, a group of 3 espers waited patiently. They were members of the Jinling Public Security Bureau, currently grappling with a severe manpower shortage and eagerly anticipating reinforcements from the major academies. A purple-haired girl curiously asked their team leader about the identity of the person who was about to arrive. Yi, the team leader with elegant blonde hair, revealed that it was Xu Jingming, a freshman who had just turned 19. This information immediately sparked fierce opposition within the group. They felt that Madu University was recklessly gambling with a child's life by sending him to such a brutal battlefield. To reassure his teammates, Egio emphasized that, although Xu Jingming was only a freshman, he possessed an S-rank ability, and his actual combat strength had already reached the peak of Stage 3. The seriousness in his eyes showed the respect he held for this young prodigy. The entire team was stunned. A first-year student already this strong, the concept of genius seemed to have been completely redefined in their minds. Egio reminded everyone to maintain a serious and professional attitude. When meeting him, the cafe's doorbell rang softly. The figure of a young man with black hair and a calm, composed aura appeared in the doorway. Xu Jingming had officially arrived at the rendezvous point, ready for the mission ahead. He walked toward the table, dressed impeccably in a long, stylish coat. Su Jingming greeted everyone politely and apologized for the wait. His demeanor was remarkably humble. Saiju stood, shaking his hand warmly, assuring him he wasn't late at all. He introduced himself as the team leader, an enhancement-type B-rank Esper, with peak stage 3 strength, the group's foundational powerhouse. Next, a free-spirited young man with long gray hair introduced himself as Shan. He was a support-type B-rank Esper, mid-stage 3, an indispensable link for maintaining the team's endurance. Following him was Zhang Tong, a girl with striking purple hair and sharp eyes. She introduced herself as a fire-type B-rank Esper at upper stage 3, with her ability to unleash massive area of effect damage. She was the team's primary source of firepower for the brutal battles ahead. The last member was Sun Yen, a bespectacled young man with a scholarly air. He possessed a mental-type B-rank ability, upper stage 3, serving as the team's scout and mental disruptor against foes. With the core members of the Jinling tactical unit fully assembled, the atmosphere inside the cafe gradually shifted from introductions to mission readiness. Saiju broke the ice and suggested getting straight to the main topic. He began briefing Su Jingming on the crucial intelligence the Jinling tactical unit had painstakingly gathered regarding the Heaven's Mandate sect, to which Jingming nodded with a smile. A modern 3D holographic projector was activated at the center of the table. Saiyu explained that there were currently 2 most promising leads, or more precisely, 2 key individuals, Zhao Weihao, president of the Fierce Tiger Association, and Ling Chong, CEO of Blue Sea Technology Group. According to their intelligence, both individuals had close ties to the Heavens Mandate sect's branch in Jinling City. The team's mission was clear: capture them alive, then hand them over to a mental-type Esper for interrogation to uncover the exact location of their main hideout. Judging Lien Chong to be an exceptionally difficult opponent, Saiyu proposed the team focus on capturing Zhao Weihao first. The following day, he told Su Jingming to just follow the team for now and familiarize himself with the rhythm of real-world combat operations. Hearing this, Su Jingming smiled faintly and posed a question that caught the entire group off guard. Since we already have 2 targets, why don't we split up and act separately to speed things up? In his view, Having the whole team move together would ensure the highest level of stability and safety, especially for a rookie. Su Jingming couldn't help but realize that he was probably being underestimated because of the freshman label. With a calm tone, he proposed, "Just leave Lin Chong to me. You can focus on dealing with the fears." Tiger association, suspicion, and a hint of displeasure flickered across Kai Ju's eyes. He couldn't help but wonder whether this S-rank prodigy from Mado University was being overly arrogant. After all, confronting someone like Lin Chong, who was protected by a mid-stage 4 bodyguard, was a task bordering on impossible. For a first-year student, Zhang Tong could no longer remain calm and spoke up in strong opposition. She warned that Lin Chong's personal bodyguard was a stage 4 powerhouse, someone Su Jingming could absolutely not handle alone. Yet, Su Jingming only responded with an unwavering assurance, "Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Su Jingming's indifferent, almost reckless attitude made Zhang Tong visibly irritated. She fumed inwardly, wondering if he truly grasped the danger and brutality of the enemy he'd soon face. Seeing the ironclad determination in Su Jingming's eyes, Saiju finally decided to take a gamble. He handed Su Jingming a storage device containing a 3D map and all the classified intel on Langchang's corporation, agreeing to let him carry out this solo hunt. Su Jingming took the device, a cold, sharp confidence gleaming in his eyes. He knew that to earn genuine recognition and respect from these seasoned teammates, he would have to display his true strength in the battle ahead. Su Jingming sat alone in a darkened room, his full attention fixed on the 3D holographic map of the Lang High-Tech Park. Through the AI system, EVA, he could clearly see that the area was protected by more than 5,000 sensors and dozens of ability users patrolling under strict security. He couldn't help but marvel at how CEO Lang Chong had turned a technology park into a fortress, even more formidable than a military base. Infiltrating the place without being detected seemed almost impossible. Suddenly, the vibration of his phone shattered the silence. A new notification appeared on Jingming's device. It was a message from his superiors, informing him that the Bureau had made a special arrangement, forming an elite action team of 20 people, and placing them entirely under Su Jingming's command. For this mission, despite the additional manpower, Jingming still felt uneasy. With such a dense defensive system, he feared that even a special task force would struggle to intervene effectively if anything went wrong. The next day, Su Jingming arrived at the outskirts of the technology park, where a bustling exhibition was in full swing. At an open-air cafe, he secretly met with his teammates to assess the real situation before making a move. Special Forces Captain Wang Gang, decked out in camouflage and pretending to read a newspaper, reported that his team had conducted multiple rounds of reconnaissance, but still hadn't found a single weakness in the Lam Hai Group's security network. Su Jingming sank into deep thought. If things kept going this way, he'd be forced to brute force his entry. As he was deep in contemplation, a familiar voice suddenly called his name. Su Jingming snapped his head up, startled to see a young woman standing right before him, Lin Qingwan, his former high school class monitor, sporting short purple hair and an energetic demeanor. She was clearly ecstatic to bump into an old friend in such an unexpected spot. Qingwan, curious, asked what he was doing there. Jingming skillfully dodged, replying that he was hoping to visit the Lam High Technology Park, but found himself regrettably blocked by its tight security, which absolutely didn't allow outsiders in. Hearing this, Qingwan had an unexpected proposal. Her uncle, she revealed, was by chance a distinguished guest at the tech exhibition currently happening inside, and she could easily ask him to bring Jingming along. Jingming was utterly stunned by her proposal. He paused, asking if what she said was truly possible. She confidently assured him it was incredibly simple. Just a single word from her uncle, and everything would be handled smoothly. Jingming, beaming, thanked Qingwan. Her unexpected enthusiasm had opened a path he never foresaw, letting him avoid an entirely unnecessary confrontation, at least for the time being. Jingming decided to keep the special task force on standby and await further orders. As he accompanied Qingwan into the restricted area, going in himself, he couldn't help but marvel at how things sometimes truly took a turn for the better in the most unexpected of ways. They soon entered a beautifully designed, open-air garden nestled deep within the technology park, an area reserved exclusively for VIPs attending the exclusive event. It was there that Jingming was introduced to Lin Haima, Qing Wan's uncle. The man warmly welcomed him, mentioning that CEO Lang Chong would arrive a bit later, encouraging them to relax and enjoy the exhibition. In the meantime, Shui Jingming politely expressed his thanks, secretly thrilled that his target was about to walk right up to him without having to search through this massive fortress. During their conversation, Jing Wan curiously asked if Jing Ming had already become an ability user, as she could sense a significant change in him. When he confirmed it, she couldn't hide her admiration. In just half a year, her old friend had stepped into the world of ability users, while she herself was still stuck in the awakening stage. Just then, Jing Ming's phone rang again. He apologized to Qing Wan and stepped aside to take the call. On the other end came urgent news. The fierce tiger group had escaped. Lang Chong was the only remaining lead. They ordered him to make absolutely sure Lang Chong would not be given any chance to flee. Shui Jingming's gaze instantly hardened. The news that the target might escape made him fully aware of the urgency of the situation. His sharp eyes rapidly swept across the surrounding space, locking onto Lang Chong's position. Quickly regaining his calm, Jing Ming responded curtly into the phone. "No problem. I've already found Lang Chong." His firm declaration was immediately transmitted to the command center, signaling the official start of the hunt. Inside the command room, members of the Special Task Force were closely monitoring the situation through the surveillance screens. John Tong hurriedly asked the captain, "What's the situation on Jing Ming's side?" Sai Ju reported that Jing Ming had located the target, Lang Chong, and requested the entire team to move out at once to offer backup. Over in the garden, Su Jingming turned to Lin Qingwan and ordered her to lead everyone away for now, saying he had crucial matters to handle. Immediately, Qingwan stood there bewildered, completely baffled by what was happening, and could only stammer in panic, "Leave? Leave where?" Su Jingming's eyes suddenly grew cold and resolute. "Actually, my true purpose here is something else entirely." At that very moment, the CEO of the Lam Hai Group, Lang Chong, serenely made his entrance among the crowd, exuding the dignified air of a successful businessman. He smiled, greeting the distinguished guests, chatting with them as if they were old friends, reunited after a long absence. Before he could continue his act, Su Jingming suddenly spoke, exposing his true colors. "Lang Chong of the Destiny Sect, surrender now." His words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Lang Chong and the surrounding bodyguards frozen in shock. Jingming loudly announced to the public that the Jining City Public Security Bureau had uncovered the dark connection between Lang Chong and the Destiny Sect. He ordered all uninvolved individuals to leave the scene immediately to ensure their safety and warned that anyone who attempted to protect Lang Chong would be treated as an accomplice. The crowd erupted into fearful murmurs. The revelation that a figure of Lang Chong's stature, a powerful CEO, was involved with a cult was far too shocking for the city's residents. Panic spread like wildfire through the cafe area as the authorities openly revealed themselves. Amidst the rising tension, a burly man stepped forward, blocking their path. It was Wu Hang, Lang Chong's trusted bodyguard. With a look of disdain, he sneered mockingly that the Public Security Bureau must have run out of people if they've sent a kid like Jing Ming, a mere lower tier, rank 3, to make a fool of himself from a distance. Lin Qingwan watched, her worry absolutely overwhelming. She was absolutely stunned to realize her old friend had truly reached the lower tier, rank 3, a level that even top geniuses would need years of brutal training to achieve. Ignoring the ridicule, Su Jingming remained incredibly calm. "It seems you're also a follower of the Destiny Sect. In that case, I'll deal with you first." Jingming issued an order to the AI system to initiate mission logging, fully preparing for a merciless confrontation. Wu Hong roared in pure rage, his muscles bulging menacingly as he swung his massive blade, overflowing with raw, killing intent, and blazing with a ferocious aura. "Deal with me? Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that?" The ferocious bodyguard lunged forward like a sudden gust of wind, swinging his blade straight at Su Jingming. With the full force of his mid-tier, rank 4 power, intent on killing him in a single strike. Die. His roar echoed throughout the garden. The technique Blood Tiger Slash was unleashed. A crimson, blood-like wave of energy swept violently across the ground. Yet, with lightning-fast reflexes, Su Jingming lightly shifted his body, narrowly evading the devastating attack. The sheer power of the slash caused the solid stone floor to explode into fragments. Lin Qingluan and the surrounding onlookers shuddered in fear, terrified for Su Jingming's life. In the face of such a brutal and overwhelming opponent, Wu Heng grew excited, convinced that his opponent could do nothing but dodge. He even praised Jingming's speed, yet firmly believed that Jingming wouldn't be able to evade a second strike. Su Jingming ziplit gan li, .go. That's no longer necessary, because I've already grasped your true level. In the next instant, Su Jingming activated his god form. Brilliant golden lightning erupted from his body, transforming him into a majestic god of thunder, whose overwhelming presence completely dominated the surrounding space. Witnessing this shocking transformation, Wu Heng trembled, utterly stunned. He shrieked in horror, "God transformation? How could an outsider possibly possess such a high level secret art like this?" At that moment, he began to feel the icy breath of death closing in. Shui Jingming stared coldly at his enemy, his hands wreathed in crackling lightning, poised to deliver the final, crushing blow. "Since you remain stubborn and unrepentant, then vanish along with your sins." Shui Jingming swung his arm, and a bolt of lightning shot forth at terrifying speed. The ground beneath shattered under the immense pressure of the electric field. Everything happened far faster than the naked eye could follow. The lightning spear technique was unleashed. A blazing golden current pierced straight through Wu Heng's chest. The ferocious bodyguard had no chance to mount any resistance against that fatal strike. Wu Heng collapsed instantly, his charred wound emitting wisps of white smoke. Amid a growing pool of dark red blood, the once arrogant bodyguard was now nothing more than a lifeless corpse. At the feet of the young god of thunder, Lin Haima and Lin Qingluan stood frozen in shock at the horrific sight. They could hardly believe that the once gentle young man now possessed such destructive power, defeating a rank 4 expert in the blink of an eye. Seeing his strongest guard die such a miserable death, Lang Chong completely lost his nerve in sheer panic. He turned and fled, cursing inwardly, and wondering how he had ever ended up provoking such a terrifying monster. Trying to run? It's too late. Su Jingming's cold voice rang out. With a swift sweep of his hand, Jingming activated the Thunder Prison skill. Brilliant bolts of lightning erupted from the sky, crashing down violently and cutting off every possible escape route. In an instant, a blazing cage of lightning formed, sealing all directions around the desperate criminal. Lang Chong fell into utter despair, collapsing to his knees under Su Jingming's overwhelming pressure as lightning began to envelop his body, signaling an irreversible end. With eyes blazing, as if containing an entire storm-filled sky, Su Jingming stared straight at Lin Chong and issued a chilling warning. "Wu Heng is dead. You'd better not act recklessly." He coldly emphasized that if Lin Chong continued to resist, he couldn't guarantee that the man would be handed over to his superiors in one intact piece for interrogation. Lin Chong roared in boundless fury. He couldn't believe the situation had reversed so quickly, nor could he understand why the Public Security Bureau had acted in such a bizarre manner, leaving him with no chance to escape at all. His eyes burned with hatred as he stared fixedly at Su Jingming. Yet, in the face of that raging wrath, Su Jingming's expression remained as cold as ice. He slowly raised his hand, and a brilliant sphere of lightning condensed in the center of his palm, crackling violently. This was clearly a killing blow in the making. The moment Lin Chong saw this, terror flooded his face. He staggered backward and screamed, "What are you trying to do?" Jingming didn't answer. He swung his arm. The lightning sphere shot forward, and slammed directly into Lin Chong's chest. The attack was so fast that even a level 4 Esper had no time to scream. His body convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground, utterly overwhelmed by the crushing force. The battle ended in an instant. Su Jingming did not immediately withdraw his ability. While everyone around him stood frozen in shock, he activated Lightning Prison, enclosing everyone present within a barrier of crackling electricity. Chaos erupted at the scene. Civilians began shouting and demanding to be allowed to leave. They were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Why the Destiny Church followers had already been taken into custody, yet they themselves were still held captive. They vehemently protested, insisting they were no part of the Destiny Church. Just then, as if on cue, agents from the Security Enforcement Division swarmed in from every direction. They quickly cordoned off the entire zone, ensuring no one could escape their grasp. To aid in their investigation, with grim resolve, the Special Operations Team declared a full lockdown. No one is permitted to leave this scene until every individual's identity has been thoroughly verified. This is to ensure no Destiny Church members slip through our net. Anyone who attempts to leave without authorization will be treated as a Destiny Church cultist. The police will not harm law-abiding citizens, but we will also not allow a single criminal to escape. This resolute declaration instantly hushed the crowd. Rapid footsteps then echoed sharply against the stone pavement, creating an atmosphere thick with palpable tension and immense pressure. This was Saiju's team who had rushed to the scene to support Su Jingming in capturing Lang Chong. When Saiju saw the entire area was already under complete control with no signs of ongoing combat, a strange unease crept into his heart. Everything seemed to have been resolved far too quickly. He silently blamed himself for arriving too late, fearing the mission had already failed. John Tong cursed angrily. Damn it, we spent so much effort on this. We thought we'd capture him alive and follow his trail to the Destiny Church's base. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? Saiju quickly accosted an agent, demanding an immediate update on the situation. He asked if Lang Chong had been captured, or if he had managed to escape. The agent reported the scene was fully secured, and that the most critical target had already been apprehended. The answer caught Saiju completely off guard, yet a nagging feeling told him something was still off. He scanned his surroundings intently, and noticed that none of his team members showed absolutely no sign of a struggle. This question clearly flustered the agent. He reported that Su Jingming had already handled everything before they could even lift a finger. Saiju's group was left utterly speechless. A level 4 expert taken down so easily. Saiju rushed to inspect the scene himself. The bodyguard's death was truly gruesome. The corpse utterly incinerated by lightning, a grim testament to the devastating power Su Jingming had just unleashed. Saiju gazed intently at the body, a mix of awe and respect surging in his heart. He realized then that he had severely underestimated the young man with an S-rank ability. He had only believed Jingming could stall for time, or at best, defeat his opponent. But killing and defeating were two entirely different concepts. Yet, Su Jingming had killed a level 4 powerhouse with a single devastating strike. That was something even Saiju himself would struggle to accomplish. At that moment, Su Jingming also stepped forward. He gave Saiju a formal salute, and Saiju responded in a completely different tone than before. Jingming, thank you for your outstanding support. If it weren't for you, our team's mission would have utterly failed. After this operation is over, I'll definitely treat you to a proper feast. Su Jingming merely nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on the captive. Bound in chains, we can talk about drinks later. Right now, it's time to interrogate him and find the location of their nest. Under the intense pressure of interrogation, in Jingming's overwhelming presence, the prisoner trembled and confessed everything. He revealed information about a Destiny Church branch hidden on the outskirts of Jinning City, including their manpower. Approximately 200 cultists. Among them were level 3 espers, one level 4, known as a Divine Blood Envoy, while the rest were level 1 and level 2. When he heard the title, Divine Blood Envoy, the corner of Su Jingming's mouth curled into a faint, meaningful smile to him. Each of those envoys was equivalent to a massive amount of experience points for advancing his strength. Although Saiju was somewhat concerned about the sheer number of enemies and suggested calling for reinforcements. Jingming decisively rejected the idea. He was confident that he could handle everything cleanly on his own. The entire team set off immediately, pushing deep into the dense forest. The crunch of dry leaves beneath their feet sounded like an omen, a thunderstorm about to crash down upon the cult's lair. As they neared the suspicious area, Sun Yin began activating his psychic ability. He shared his vision with the entire team, allowing them to see things that ordinary eyes could not, piercing through layers of deceptive illusions. Xu Jingming found the abilities of mental-type users extremely useful. He decided that once he returned to school, he would visit the library, hoping that the system might help him obtain a similar skill. Jingming focused intently through the shared vision. He saw strange streams of energy circulating, gradually revealing a secret entrance, hidden with exquisite precision. Behind the illusion lay a massive alloy gate, embedded tightly into the rock face, covered in bizarre, arcane patterns. This was the gateway to the dark lair of the Destiny Church. Saiju asked Zhongtong with concern whether she had the power to destroy the gate. Yongtong admitted that it was far beyond her capabilities. At that moment, Jingming silently stepped forward. His demeanor radiated absolute confidence. "I'll try to break it," as he spoke. Jingming took out a level 3 pill, a precious elixir, capable of restoring energy in an instant. Saiju looked at Jingming with a mixture of hope and unease. He hadn't expected that the team he had always taken pride in would seem completely outmatched when standing beside an S-rank Esper. The moment the pill took effect, brilliant, golden lightning began to envelop Jingming's body, generating an overwhelming pressure that made the surrounding air feel as if it had solidified. Without making his teammates wait, Su Jingming channeled all of his power into his arm and unleashed Thunder God Finger. The lightning erupted more violently than ever, transforming him into a true god of thunder. In the depths of the forest, boom! A heaven-shaking explosion thundered through the area. A colossal surge of lightning slammed head-on into the alloy gate, triggering a blinding explosion of light that swallowed everything in its vicinity. The sheer power far exceeded the imagination of everyone present. The once indestructible gate, one that had resisted countless fire-type abilities, shattered into hundreds of fragments. Pieces of metal flew in all directions, melted and twisted by the intense heat and pressure of Su Jingming's attack. Behind the ancient trees, Saiju and Zhongtong could only take cover, shielding themselves as they stared in shock at the scene before them. The entire forest trembled, as if it had just endured a violent earthquake. "My God, I'm not dreaming," Zhongtong exclaimed in disbelief. She could not accept that. This was the power of a level 3 Esper. Watching the alloy gate get blown apart like paper completely shattered her understanding of power. Gaps between ranks. Shui Jingming let out a deeply satisfied breath. This was the first time he had unleashed Annihilation Finger at this level without anyone interfering. The sensation of power surging freely through his body filled him with exhilaration. Without the slightest hesitation, Jingming slung his spear over his shoulder and charged straight inside. He ordered his virtual assistant, Eva, to activate combat tracking mode, ready to eliminate any enemy foolish enough to stand in his way. And Xu Jingming's figure shot forward, like a black bolt of lightning, through the billowing smoke and dust. Floating close behind him was Eva's orb, recording every moment of a lightning-fast assault on the cult's lair. Seizing the opportunity, the members of the Special Operations Team moved at one side. Ju, already in his beast transformation state, let out a thunderous roar and ordered 10 men to remain behind to secure the exit, while the rest followed him inside to support Jingming. Inside the cavern, chaos erupted the moment the gate was destroyed. A Destiny Church bishop struggled to calm the panicked cultists, roaring about the immortality of the celestial angel and urging them to take up arms and fight back. Snarling with fanaticism, he claimed that the Security Enforcement Division was nothing more than a pack of weak hounds, none above LEVEL3, while they themselves were protected by noble, level 4 divine blood envoys. His heretical rhetoric gradually reignited the cultists' ferocity. The cultists shouted their fanatical slogans in unison, filling the grand hall with a dark, suffocating atmosphere reeking of death. They were ready to sacrifice everything. For the Destiny Church, however, their delusions were swiftly crushed by the arrival of the one they would soon call their nightmare. A streak of brilliant, golden lightning descended from above, instantly striking down several cultists nearby, leaving the entire hall frozen in shock. Screams rang out as the intruder revealed himself. Most of the cultists stared in horror as their companions were wiped out by a single attack. Shui Jingming descended like a god. Crackling arcs of electricity still danced along, the spear in his hand calmly. He apologized for interrupting their pre-battle preparations, then coldly asked where the divine blood envoys were. "You're just a hound of the Security Bureau. A pathetic level 3. How dare you be so arrogant?" The cultists roared furious at the insult they felt. "Don't be afraid if we attack together. We can definitely kill him." With that, the cultists charged forward at once, weapons raised as fire-type abilities erupted, in a coordinated attempt to annihilate Jingming. Facing the encirclement, he merely smiled faintly and uttered a contemptuous sentence. "You really don't know your own limits." A single word escaped Su Jingming's lips. In an instant, arcs of lightning burst outward in a fan-shaped wave, sweeping away every cultist rushing toward him. The stone floor of the Grand Hall shattered beneath the crushing power of thunder. The cultists collapsed like puppets, their bodies twitching as residual lightning coursed through them. The disparity in strength was far too great. What was meant to be a siege had become a one-sided massacre. One survivor nearby trembled violently, his legs giving way as he slowly backed away in terror. When he saw Su Jingming's gaze fall upon him, the man dropped to his knees and slammed his head against the ground. Begging for his life, "I surrender. Please don't kill me," he wailed in despair. All traces of fanatic devotion completely erased by the proximity of death. Su Jingming looked down at the kneeling cultist, his eyes cold and utterly devoid of mercy. "Good, then tell me, where are your divine blood envoys?" The cultist hastily confessed that the envoys were in the blood pool, located at the deepest part of the cliff interior. He hoped his honesty would buy him his life, but he was wrong. The blood pool. I see the moment Jingming finished speaking. Lightning flared in his palm. Brutal bolts pierced straight through the cultist's head, killing him instantly to Jingming. There was no mercy for those who betrayed humanity, witnessing a companion executed without hesitation. The remaining cultists were shaken to their very core. Why did you kill him? Even after he surrendered, one of them screamed in a mix of rage and terror, unable to comprehend the cruelty of the man before them. And the only response was Su Jingming's faint, "I see" smile. Lightning continued to crackle at his fingertips, like a death sentence waiting to be delivered. Did I ever say that surrendering would spare your life? After hearing what Su Jingming had just said, the followers of the Destiny sect immediately fell into panic. They cried out desperately, kneeling and begging Jingming to spare their lives. They swore that they were innocent, claiming they were nothing more than pitiful people who had been deceived into joining the cult. However, in the face of such hypocritical pleas, Su Jingming's decision did not waver in the slightest. With a cold voice, he ordered the artificial intelligence, Eva, to scan and retrieve all information on these people. "Innocent, let's see just how clean you really are." His gaze was as sharp as a blade, ready to strip away their false disguises. What Eva revealed was utterly horrifying. Every single person present was a wanted criminal. Chu Pain, who had murdered an innocent mother and her child. Lu Yong, a trafficker who dealt in addictive mutant fruits. Every one of them had blood on their hands. Shui Jingming's eyes flared, with crackling arcs of lightning, his fury reaching its peak. "This is the innocence you're talking about, Dai." Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed torrents of lightning. Blinding bolts of thunder crashed down, instantly reducing the criminals to ashes. At that moment, Kai Jio and Zhang Tong rushed in, when they witnessed the horrific scene before them. Both were left, utterly shaken by Su Jingming's decisiveness. Saiju stared at the pile of ashes with trembling eyes. He couldn't believe that an S-rank ability could be so terrifying, powerful enough to completely annihilate enemies. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Tong silently compared herself to him. To achieve the same result, she would need to reach at least level 5. Ignoring his teammates' shock, Su Jingming quickly informed them that the Bishop and the Divine Blood Apostles were currently gathered in one place. Known as the Blood Pool, he asked Saiju whether he knew what that place was used for. Saiju replied that according to Lane Chang's confession, the Blood Pool was a site used to create Divine Blood Apostles, beings who possessed so-called divine power. After exchanging some information, the three continued deeper into the base. The scene grew increasingly grotesque, with enormous test tubes lining the area, each containing hybrid creatures, part human, part beast, barely clinging to life bastards. They actually dare to use humans. As experimental subjects, Su Jingming clenched his teeth, murderous intent spreading like frost, as it enveloped the entire laboratory. At that moment, a group of people suddenly appeared. Kai Jiu recognized a familiar face among them. It was Zhao Weihao, once a member of the Fierce Tiger Association, now a traitor who had betrayed his comrades and joined the Destiny sect. Zhao Weihao and his group of cultists emerged and immediately surrounded the three of them. With an arrogant sneer, he declared that he would take the lives of anyone who dared to trespass upon the territory of the gods. Shou Jingming curled his lips into a disdainful smile when he sensed that the strongest among them had only just reached peak level 3. To him, these people posed no threat whatsoever. He coldly questioned them about the whereabouts of the Divine Blood Apostles. Zhao Weihao roared in rage and charged forward, swinging his muscular fist. He believed Su Jingming was far too arrogant. He was convinced that his physical strength alone was enough to crush the kid in front of him. There is no need to rely on the noble Divine Blood Apostles. But in the next instant, Su Jingming casually sidestepped the attack and delivered a lightning fast counterstrike, leaving his opponent no time to react. With a single blow, Su Jingming knocked Zhao Weihao to the ground. "You were so confident, I thought you were strong. Su Jingming moket gon li. So this is all you've got." His words were like a bucket of icy water, poured straight over the remaining Destiny sect cultists. Seeing Zhao Wuho defeated so effortlessly, the rest of the cultists were terrified, to the point that their legs trembled uncontrollably. They fell to their knees, begging Su Jingming to join them, promising to grant him the exalted position of Cardinal. "High Priest, sorry, but I don't have the slightest interest in your trash cult," Su Jingming replied coldly, openly mocking how painfully slow their intelligence gathering had been. He then revealed a piece of shocking information. That was he who had personally killed their holy son. The moment those words left his mouth, the cultists were struck with absolute terror. They scrambled to flee in every direction, finally realizing who was standing before them. Su Jingming, an S-rank student of Mado University. They understood all too clearly that they had just run into a true monster. But how could they possibly escape from Su Jingming? A massive surge of lightning erupted, sealing off every possible escape route for the remaining remnants of the Destiny sect. Just as Su Jingming was about to wipe them out, completely wait, Saiju hurriedly stopped him, suggesting that a few should be left alive for interrogation. Judging by the way Jingming fought, Saiju almost felt as if he were accompanying a professional assassin rather than a university student. Su Jingming retracted his killing intent and agreed to leave several survivors for the special operations team to handle. His next objective was to push deeper into the blood pool sector. He bent down and picked up the identification card from the corpse of the leader. A mechanical scanning sound echoed through the corridor. The heavy steel door of subsector B slowly rumbled open, revealing a long, pitch-dark passage, leading straight into a place where darkness and the stench of blood lay in wait. Su Jingming stepped deeper into the heart of subsector B, where shadows and cold air dominated everything. The silence was terrifying, broken only by the steady hum of machinery operating in the depths of the night. The smell of blood is way too strong. Zhong Tong frowned in discomfort. Captain sighed. Zhu scanned the surroundings cautiously, wondering whether the Destiny sects, divine blood apostles, had already managed to escape. Then the blood pool came into view. A colossal basin filled with a dark crimson liquid, boiling and churning violently, radiating an oppressive, killing intent. This was the very source of those brutal hybrid experiments. Sensing an abnormal presence hidden within, Su Jingming immediately circulated his power. Something's not right in there. I'll test it first. As he spoke, he raised his hand, golden arcs of lightning dancing across his fingertips. With a sharp motion, Su Jingming swung his arm. In an instant, a bolt of lightning shot forth, carrying overwhelming force. As it slammed straight into the center of the blood pool, the devastating strike tore through the darkness. Boom. A tendre explosion érupted as the crimson liquid exploded outward, like a brutal rain of blood. When Su Jingming's attack landed, the surface of the blood pool surged violently, lightning continuing to crackle across it. The illusion of calm was completely shattered. By this probing strike, Su Jingming did not stop. He unleashed a rapid barrage of follow-up attacks. Explosions detonated one after another, forcing whatever was hiding in the shadows to reveal itself. The unleashed power of an S-rank ability made the entire chamber tremble. Brilliant golden lightning ripped apart the darkness, turning the underground facility into a battlefield of pure destruction. Captain sighed. Zhu and Zhong Tong could only stare in stunned silence. They never expected Jingming to be this cautious, nor did they realize combat techniques could be unleashed in such a manner. Enough of furious roar echoed through the chamber. From within the blood pool, grotesque figures finally emerged. Divine blood apostles with beast heads and human bodies, their rage fully exposed for level 4. Divine blood apostles surrounded Su Jingming. Sensing the danger, Su Jingming gestured for Captain Sai Zhu to retreat, choosing to face these vicious hybrid creatures alone. One of the apostles with the head of a bear snarled, "With contempt, pathetic humans. How dare you toy with us?" Su Jingming smiled faintly. "Judging by your tone, it seems you no longer consider yourselves human. We are messengers chosen by the gods." "Of course we are not. Something as lowly as you could ever compare to," the monkey-headed apostle declared arrogantly, his eyes burning with fanaticism. "Then let me see for myself just what makes you so-called divine blood apostles any different." Su Jingming tightened his grip on the long spear and shot forward like a raging whirlwind, charging straight at his enemies. The spear collided with the apostles' weapons, sparks of lightning bursting in all directions. A battle that was heavily outnumbered began, but Su Jingming remained astonishingly calm. After blocking the opening assault, the bear-headed apostle snarled, "S-ranked genius of Mado University. Don't forget there are 4 of us." His eyes gleamed with savage confidence, firmly believing that their numerical advantage would secure their victory. All 4 divine blood apostles attacked at once. From every direction, Su Jingming obediently accept your death. The credit for killing an S rank will be mine. One of them shouted triumphantly. In an instant, Su Jingming was engulfed by a storm of brutal attacks. But then something strange happened. A deep azure suit of lightning armor suddenly enveloped his entire body, radiating overwhelming power. Every single attack was stopped cold by the crackling armor. "How is that possible?" the apostles cried out in horror. Su Jingming counterattacked. A massive lightning explosion erupted at the center, blasting all the apostles away at once. The terrifying force shook the entire chamber, as if it were on the verge of collapsing. Shui Jingming smiled arrogantly, golden lightning flashing in his eyes. "Such weak attacks are you massaging me?" He spun the long spear in his hand, preparing to unleash his true killing move. Lightning tempest break. A furious storm of lightning erupted around Su Jingming, ready to crush everything in its path. Blinding attacks tore through the air. The system notifications rang out continuously. Level 4 Apostle eliminated. Plus 1500 points. Level 4 Apostle eliminated plus 1,000 points. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of those who had dared to be arrogant. Xu Jingming retrieved his spear and stood tall amid the ruins. After wiping out all 4 apostles, this lightning-fast victory alone earned him a total of 4,500 ability points. Beyond the points, Xu Jingming also obtained storage rings filled with pills, rare herbs, and a massive amount of cash. Witnessing Xu Jingming's overwhelming display of power, Kaiju and Zhang Tong were left with nothing but praise. Jingming, you're incredible. Is everyone from Meadow Ability University this? Terrifying Shou Jingming smiled modestly and replied, "It's nothing special, I'm just slightly exceptional." Saiju clearly didn't believe that for a second. With excitement, he said, "The mission to wipe out the Destiny Sect branch is officially complete. Tonight, we're throwing a celebration banquet. No refusing allowed." Faced with the enthusiasm of his new teammates, Xu Jingming nodded happily in agreement. The intense battle had finally come to an end, leaving behind a glorious achievement for their team. The next day, the sky above Mado University was unusually clear. Xu Jingming returned to the Ability Academy, where students bustled about as usual, immersed in new cultivation missions. Inside the mission submission hall, a group of students were gathered, complaining loudly, "Damn it, that D-rank mission was way too hard. I almost died," another student bragged. "That's just because you're weak. I just finished a D-rank mission myself. Earned a full 74 credit points." At that moment, Xu Jingming quietly entered the hall. His appearance instantly drew countless gazes. Whispers spread rapidly. "Look, it's Xu Jingming. What rank do you think his mission was?" "Probably C rank at most, right?" Another student retorted. "A C rank is only worth 120 points. You wouldn't waste time on that. Could it be a rank like the one John? You just turned in still." Most people remained skeptical. Zhang already broke through to level 4. No matter how talented Xu Jingming is, he can't compare to that. Ignoring the discussion around him, Xu Jingming calmly walked up to the mission terminal. He took out his student card and swiped it smoothly through the reader beep. The system successfully authenticated his identity. Immediately, a dazzling message flashed across the massive screen above the hall. "Congratulations. You have completed your first S-rank mission. You have directly ascended to rank number 1 on the Glory leaderboard." The entire hall fell into suffocating silence, then exploded in shock. S rank. Is this actually real? While the students were still in shock over Xu Jingming's achievement, the Academy's Glory ranking board was updated. Rank 1 unsurprisingly belonged to Xu Jingming. Record S rank mission time, 67 hours. 23 minutes, the entire campus erupted. No one could believe their eyes. The ranking board had only been launched 2 days ago, and someone had already completed an S-rank mission. And not just anyone, a freshman. The new batch of students this year was simply outstanding beyond imagination. Amid the crowd, a voice called out towards Xu Jingming. It was Yao Feng, one of the top students at Mado University. Even he had not expected someone to complete an S-rank mission faster than himself. He openly acknowledged that Xu Jingming's strength truly lived up to his reputation. Yao Feng stepped forward and introduced himself. He said he had always enjoyed befriending the strong and was very pleased to make Jingming's acquaintance. The situation grew even more heated when people recognized Yao Feng and began whispering among themselves. He was known by the title Ice Mountain, one of the 5 strongest individuals in the entire school. From his tone, it seemed he had also completed an S-rank mission. No one had expected Jingming to finish one, even before Yao Feng. The fact that someone like Yao Feng would take the initiative to befriend Xu Jingming clearly showed that Jingming's strength had been acknowledged by the elite circle of the academy. Xu Jingming recalled the information about him. Yao Fan, a rank ice type, ability level 4 lower tier, ranked top 5 in the entire school. His nickname, Ice Mountain, came from his feat of freezing an entire mountain solid. Xu Jingming politely shook his hand and returned the greeting. Yao Feng laughed heartily and frankly admitted that he and a few friends had made a bet about who would complete an S-rank mission first, and in the end they had all lost to Jingming. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yao Feng left to handle his assignment, not forgetting to promise that next time he would introduce Jingming to his group of friends. Xu Jingming thought to himself that it seemed he had officially gained recognition from the strongest fighters in the academy. He then remembered a message from yesterday. His mentor had finished closed-door cultivation. Before starting his next mission, Jingming decided to visit his teacher first. Not long after he arrived at young Genshin's residence, it was still the same ancient, quiet structure completely, separated from the noisy atmosphere of the academy. As soon as he entered, Su Jingming greeted Yang Jinshin and Lu Meng, asking about his teacher's recent cultivation progress. Yang Jinshin sat calmly and replied that improving the indestructible thunder body was far from simple even after 5 days of seclusion. He had only managed to grasp a small clue. Lu Meng, standing at the side, immediately began praising Su Jingming's talent. He not only knew about Jingming completing the S-rank mission, but also about his interaction with Ice Mountain. Yao Fei. Jingming thanked him for the compliment, surprised at how quickly the news had spread. Lu Meng smiled and explained that all he had to do was browse the academy's forum to learn everything. He added that with such an achievement, Jingming would likely secure a spot in the National Alliance tournament this coming March. However, Yang Genshin corrected him. It wasn't likely. The principal had already informed him that Jingming had been directly designated a slot. Lu Meng was stunned. Jingming would be the first freshman in the school's history to accomplish such a feat. To test Su Jingming's strength, Yang Jinshuan proposed that Lu Meng spar with him. Lu Meng was equally excited. He wanted to see with his own eyes just how powerful Jingming had become. Inside the training room, the two took their positions. Lu Meng grasped his weapon and declared that he would go all out. Su Jingming held his long spear ready to face him. At their teacher's signal, the match began instantly. Lu Meng unleashed his full power. Streams of green lightning exploded outward. Enveloping his body, his long hair turned white. In a wild battle, lust flashed across his face. Shui Jingming was no less imposing. Brilliant golden lightning surged from his body. Ready for a peak clash between two thunder element powerhouses. Lu Meng immediately realized that Jingming's sulfur sulfide level ability was overwhelmingly powerful. If he wanted to win, there was only one way: attack as fast as possible. He charged forward, his momentum like a raging storm. Xu Jingming stood firm, his sharp gaze unwavering, the spear in his hand poised for a counterattack. Luo Ming leapt into the air and launched a downward strike, while Xu Jingming calmly held his ground, the tip of his spear pointing straight toward the sky, ready for a world-shaking collision boom. The two forces slammed into each other. Blue and golden lightning intertwined, erupting into a terrifying explosion of energy. The arena floor trembled violently under the impact. 3 minutes later, the sounds of battle faded. Lu Meng was gasping for breath, forced to use the shaft of his spear to support his exhausted body. He had completely run out of strength. Dropping to one knee, he looked up and admitted bitterly, yet with admiration, "That's enough. I lost, I can't beat you." Xu Jingming withdrew his aura and returned the gesture with humility. But Lu Meng only shook his head. Calling him a monster, he made up his mind after this year's National Alliance tournament. He would personally attend to watch Jingming compete. After the match, young Genshin was extremely satisfied. He asked about Jingming's next plans and even granted him special permission to take leave from classes whenever he wished without hesitation. Su Jingming decided to devote all his time to focusing on missions. He had his own calculations. Compared to hunting ferocious beasts, eliminating members of the Divine Blood Envoys from the Heavenly Fates sect would allow him to accumulate ability points faster and in greater quantities. This was the true shortcut to becoming stronger. Time passed quickly. 1 month later, a familiar scene unfolded in front of the Glory ranking board. Once again, the entire academy was shaken by a familiar name. Su Jingming still stood firmly at number 1. But this time, his achievements were even more terrifying. 3S rank missions, 6A rank missions, and 4B rank missions. A record that completely crushed everyone behind him. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Who could have imagined that the number 1 spot on the rankings will be claimed by a first-year freshman? They simply couldn't comprehend how Su Jingming had cultivated himself to such an unimaginable level of strength. Amid the crowd, Su Jingming stood quietly, At last the day to receive rewards had arrived, though he had no idea what the prize would be this time. At that moment, everyone also noticed Su Jingming's presence, and they were shocked to discover that he had advanced to mid-tier, level 3 in just one short month. Such a rate of advancement was utterly unreasonable. No wonder. People had begun calling him by a new nickname, Thunder Emperor. Yao Fong walked over, patted Jingming on the shoulder, and teased him about the new title. Only 1 month, and you already have your own nickname. Thunder Emperor sounds pretty impressive. Jingming merely smiled, saying, it was just a random name people had come up with. Then Yao Fong glanced toward someone approaching and gestured as he introduced her. Oh, right. Let me introduce someone I mentioned before. A woman with a powerful presence stepped forward. It was Shen Dongling, known by her nickname Bloodhand. She looked at Jingming and praised his physique, saying it was strong enough to live up to the title of Thunder Emperor. She then curiously asked why the two girls, who usually accompanied him, were not present. Shou Jingming explained that they were busy preparing for their final exams. Hearing that, Yao Fong suddenly remembered. Because of Jingming's astonishing achievements, he often forgot that Jingming was still just a first-year student. At that moment, an official stepped forward and began the awards ceremony. In a solemn voice, he announced the top of this term's glory ranking, Su Jingming, with an accumulated record of eliminating 978 members of the Heavenly Fate sect. He would receive 1 S-level resource reward and 3,000 academic credit points. The number 978 immediately sent an even greater wave of shock through the crowd. Nearly 1,000 people killed in a single month. That meant more than 30 per day on average. The students gasped in horror, some exclaiming that this Thunder Emperor was even more ruthless than Bloodhand. Shen Dongling. Even Shen Dongling herself was stunned. She questioned him in disbelief, unable to accept that he had killed so many members of the Heavenly Fate sect, while she had eliminated fewer than 500. Jingming modestly replied that he had simply been lucky enough to encounter 2 of their branch divisions. The official then handed Jingming his S-level reward, a level 6 potion bottle containing a total of 10 pills. He expressed hope that Jingming would continue working hard and compete for first place again in the next ranking cycle. Yao Fong looked at the potion and repeatedly praised it, saying that a level 6 potion was an excellent item for accelerating cultivation, an outstanding reward for first place. Shou Jingming held the bottle with visible excitement. Then Yao Fong leaned in close to Jingming's ear and whispered a tempting suggestion. Instead of risking his life on missions, why not try dating Song Choi Yun of the Song family, a clan whose patriarch was an 8th level grandmaster? But Su Jingming immediately refused. He had no interest in being supported by a woman. After receiving his reward, Su Jingming began planning his next steps. He recalled Yang Jinshin's advice that he needed to cultivate an additional fist technique. In his extreme thunder state, his body itself was already a formidable weapon. Learning a close combat technique would further enhance his offensive power. He opened his system interface, scrolled through the list of skills, and quickly made his selection. Skill information appeared: Thunder Dragon Fist. A ranked skill is simple, yet practical martial art that condenses lightning-type ability into the fist and unleashes attacks at lightning speed. Jingming decided that for now, he would learn it and upgrade it to beginner level, then seek a teacher to verify and refine his mastery. Just then his phone suddenly rang. From the other end came a powerful yet alluring voice. It was Vice Principal Lang Xuan. She summoned him to her office. Shu Jingming did not dare to delay and immediately agreed. The moment he stepped into the vice principal's office, he sensed an unusual aura. Startled, he instantly realized that something was different. Seeing Vice Principal Lane sitting on the sofa, her presence completely unlike before, Su Jingming could clearly feel that she had made a breakthrough in her cultivation realm. Carefully, he asked Vice Principal, "Have you advanced?" Vice Principal Lang smiled, a sharp gleam flashing in her eyes. She praised his keen perception, saying it was nothing like that of an ordinary level 3 ability user. Shou Jingming immediately bowed his head in congratulations, but in his mind he began comparing the other two. vice principals had only reached level 8 after turning 40, yet she had broken through much earlier. He couldn't help but wonder how old she actually was, with her skin and figure looking so youthful. At that very moment, Vice Principal Lang's voice rang out, right beside his ear, cutting off his train of thought. Casually, guessing a woman's age is not a polite thing to do. Xu Jingming jolted in shock, cold sweat pouring down his back. Vice Principal, can you read minds? The instant the words left his mouth, he was overwhelmed with terror. I'm done for. I practically confessed without being accused. Vice Principal Lang was famous for being strict. After letting his thoughts wander recklessly like that, was he about to face the wrath of an 8th level? Grandmaster Vice Principal Lang Shuang smiled and explained that she could not read minds. It was simply that as an 8th level Grandmaster, her spiritual power was so strong that no emotion could escape her notice. She advised Su Jingming to remember one thing: never revealed too much emotion in front of a high-level ability user. The young student nodded obediently, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. It seemed she wasn't angry after all. Unexpectedly, she added, telling him to stop guessing. I'm only 34 years old, not some old lady like you imagined. After saying it, even she felt slightly embarrassed, wondering why she had bothered explaining herself so much to a student. The revelation left Jing Ming stunned. 34 years old, and already an 8th level Grandmaster, when the average age was 46. He couldn't hide his admiration, and blurted out that he truly respected her. At that point, Vice Principal Lang quickly changed the subject and asked about Jingming's plans for the upcoming winter break. Jingming said he intended to return to John and train for a month in the Thunder Secret Realm. Hearing this, Lane Shuang turned to her AI assistant, Eva, and asked for the distance from here to that location. Eva reported that the distance was 563 kilometers. Vice Principal Lang calculated silently. After breaking through to mid-tier level 8, her teleportation range had reached 600 kilometers. She would be fully capable of supporting Jingming. From afar, she then handed Jingming a talisman badge and warned him that the Heavenly Fate sect had been retaliating fiercely recently. If he encountered life-threatening danger, he was to crush it. She would appear immediately. Looking at the gift from the vice principal, Jingming felt absolute trust, although she did not personally guide his training. Every day, she was like a solid pillar of support, always watching over him and protecting him. He silently vowed to train diligently and never disappoint her expectations. The scene shifted to young Genshin's residence. A loud explosion rang out, and the gate trembled violently. Inside, Su Jingming was practicing his new skill. His lightning ability erupted, condensing into a powerful thunder dragon that roared fiercely. He threw a punch. The thunder dragon surged forward and exploded, unleashing terrifying destructive power. Standing nearby, Yang Genshin was extremely satisfied with Su Jingming's performance. He explained that the key to Thunder Dragon Fist was speed. The faster one condensed lightning energy, and the faster the punch was unleashed, the greater the damage. To prepare for Jingming's journey, Teacher Yang gifted him a level 6 protective talisman. It could block attacks below level 3. For 3 minutes, Jingming understood clearly that this was an invaluable treasure, something money alone could hardly buy. Not only that, young Genshin also gave him the contact information of a senior named Zhang Luo, who was currently working as a manager in the Thunder Secret Realm and could offer assistance. Teacher Yang was worried that a distance of over 500 kilometers was too far for the vice principal to teleport, but Jingming revealed that she had just broken through and could now teleport up to 600 kilometers. The news left Teacher Yang stunned. Mid-tier level 8. The vice principal's advancement speed was truly terrifying, worthy of being Midu's number 1S rank powerhouse. Teacher Yang smiled, feeling much more at ease. He realized that Jingming's relationship with the vice principal was better than he had thought. With her backing him up, he no longer needed to worry too much. 2 days later in Zhong City, Su Jingming had just returned home when he heard the joyful voices of his family calling out to him. He smiled and politely greeted his aunt, uncle, and his cousin Zhang Qi. The atmosphere at home was warm and lively. His aunt hurried over and pulled him close, delighted to see that, after just one semester away at school, her nephew had grown taller and much more mature. Jingming asked everyone to sit down, saying he had gifts for them. The whole family grew curious. In the living room, he solemnly placed a box on the table and announced that he had presents. When a box was opened, Zhang-Chi screamed in shock. Inside were 3 spatial rings, an item she had only been fortunate enough to see once before, at her master's place. Shu Jingming calmly explained that each ring contained 1 cubic meter of storage space, enough for everyone to store items more conveniently. Hearing this, Zhang-Chi was even more stunned. The space was larger than her master's. His uncle quickly tried to stop him, saying the gift was far too expensive and that the family could not accept it. His aunt looked confused and asked, "Is it really that expensive?" His uncle explained seriously that a ring like this would cost at least 50 million, equivalent to the entire fortune their family had accumulated over decades. Everyone was left speechless upon hearing that. His aunt firmly refused to accept them. To persuade his family, Jingming pointed to the ring on his own finger and said that it had a capacity of 10 cubic meters. He had already reached mid-tier level 3, and the smaller rings were no longer useful to him. That revelation was even more shocking than the rings themselves. Mid-tier level 3. Even his cousin's master at school was only level 4. His aunt couldn't hide her pride and exclaimed, "Jingming has become the most accomplished person in our family." His uncle immediately decided to keep 1 ring for Zhang-Chi, since it would make things much more convenient for her when entering the wilderness. As for the other 2 rings, he insisted on returning them after saying that he headed off to cook dinner and suggested having a few drinks with Su Jingming during the meal. That night in his room, Jingming took out an S-level cultivation resource, the level 6 potion he had received for ranking first. He decided to test its effects immediately. The purple pill shimmered brilliantly, radiating a stream of pure energy. Jingming swallowed the pill and began sitting in meditation. A powerful aura instantly enveloped his body. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes and checked his status panel, sighing in admiration. As expected of an S-level resource, both his physique and spiritual power had increased by more than 10 points, equivalent to the effect of dozens of ordinary training sessions. Unfortunately, due to side effects, he could only take 1 pill per day. Jingming thought to himself, his system was truly overpowered. As long as he had enough ability points, even breaking through to level 9 would be possible. The next day, in Dong City, Jingming arrived at the entrance to the Thunder's secret realm. A super sports car was already parked there. Waiting for him, the person he assumed to be Zhong Luo, the senior recommended by teacher Yang Jinshuan, was sitting inside the car. After getting in, Jingming curiously asked whether the sky inside the Thunder's secret realm was always gloomy and filled with lightning. Zhong Luo merely smiled mysteriously and said he would find out soon enough. The car sped forward, driving into a dense forest toward a heavily fortified structure. Upon reaching the gate, an automated system scanned and verified their identities. Zhong Luo, manager of the Thunder Secret Realm, Shu Jingming, holder of an S-level access pass from Magic Capital, Ability University. After confirmation, the gates opened. The car quickly drove into a pitch-black tunnel. When they emerged from the tunnel, an unbelievable sight unfolded before them. Inside was a modern city, completely hidden from the outside world. Zhong Luo turned and asked Jimin if he felt shocked. Jimin admitted that it was truly unimaginable. From the outside, no one would ever guess what was hidden within. As the car drove deeper inside, a colossal city wall came into view, separating the city from the violent thunder-filled sky. Outside, Jingming couldn't help but feel astonished. He had originally thought this place would be wild and desolate. Who would have expected an entire city to exist here? He wondered how they had managed to conceal such a large-scale anomaly. Zhong Luo smiled and explained that it was the masterpiece of high-level, space-type ability users. The wall they had just passed through was in fact a spatial gateway. He pointed toward the city and said that this area was where ability users rested, completely soundproofed in the distance. The storm zone was the true Thunder secret realm. Along the way, Zhong Luo began introducing one of the realm's specialties, Thunder Core crystals, a type of core that could be obtained from Thunder Beasts. He explained that level 1, 2, and 3 Thunder Beasts were relatively rare, but from level 4 onward, a core would definitely drop. Thunder Core crystals had many uses. The simplest method was to crush them, to temper the body, as he spoke. Zhong Luo took out a top-grade level 4 core and handed it to Jingming as a welcome gift. After thanking him, Jingming immediately asked a key question. Why not directly use the lightning in the storm zone? To cultivate, Zhong Luo explained that the lightning within the storm zone was extremely violent and unpredictable, exceptionally dangerous in contrast. Thunder Core crystals were very stable. Moreover, the closer one went to the center of the secret realm, the more terrifying the Thunder Beast became. As the car neared the residential area, Zhang Luo suggested that Jingmin rest for the night, but Jingmin immediately refused, saying he couldn't wait and wanted to enter the realm right away. His enthusiasm left Zhong Luo no choice but to agree. Looking at the junior beside him, Zhong Luo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. An S-rank genius who still worked this hard. No wonder their master valued him so highly. The scene shifted to a luxurious, yet gloomy villa. It was a secret base of the Heavenly Fates sect. Inside, a sect member knelt as he delivered his report. He stated that Su Jingming had killed thousands of their followers and destroyed 2 branch divisions in just 1 month. He was currently inside the Thunder Secret Realm. Upon hearing the news, the great sect leader gritted his teeth in fury. He growled that Su Jingming possessed an S-rank ability and was an enormous threat. If they were to take action, they had to ensure he would not escape. He declared that he would report the matter to the chief sect leader. Anyone who opposed the Heavenly Fates sect would die. Thunderbolt's secret realm was a heavily guarded military zone in front of its entrance. Heavy-duty trucks lined up in long rows, ready for a new round of training exercises. Zhang La and Xu Jingming stepped down from their vehicle. Spotting a familiar-faced Zhang La called out greeting. Instructor Wu, he hadn't expected to run into him here. Instructor Wu smiled, explaining that he was present because of his duty to oversee this year's rookie assessment. At the same time, Su Jingming also drew his attention. Zhang La introduced Su Jingming as his junior from the Magic Capital, who had come to train here during winter break. He also introduced Instructor Wu's full name, Wu Guang, a professor from Thunderbolt Martial Arts University. Jingming politely bowed to Wu Guang. Instructor Wu curled his lips into a faint smile. He had already sensed Jingming's extraordinary aura, as expected of a genius from a prestigious university. In the distance, the other trainees began whispering among themselves. They could tell Jingming was also at the mid-tier 3 level. Like them, and a silent debate broke out. Was a genius from a top university, stronger than those trained in an elite boot camp like theirs. Shou Jingming said goodbye to Zhongla and turned to head into the training zone. Zhongla simply reminded him to be careful. Instructor Wu Guang turned toward the trainees and announced that the assessment would last 6 days. The requirement was simple. Each person had to kill a peak tier 3 Thunder Beast. Otherwise, don't bother coming back. Zhong Luo was surprised by the harsh requirement, since the strongest trainees here had only just reached peak tier 3. But Instructor Wu Guang believed this was nothing. For those who came from an elite training camp, he proudly pointed at this year's top trainee, Lei Yaoyong, who was leading the group into the secret realm. Lei Yaoyong possessed an A- rank, lightning type ability, and could easily defeat even tier 4 Thunder Beasts. At this point, Wu Guang brought up Su Jingming again. He speculated that although Jingming was currently displaying mid-tier 3 strength, his true combat power should at least rival peak tier 3. Zhang Li smiled and nodded in agreement, though deep down, he knew Jingming already possessed tier 4 strength. Instructor Wu Guang appeared extremely interested. He acknowledged Jingming's talent and proposed organizing a sparring match between Su Jingming and his trainees. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Su Jingming felt the dense lightning-charged air. Thunder rumbled constantly. He decided to hunt a few low-level, ferocious beasts first, then find a place thick with lightning to cultivate. But before he had gone far, a group of trainees from the Thunderbolt training camp caught up to him. One of them waved and called out, "Hey, student from Magic Capital University. curiosity. Wait a moment, Jing-Ming asked coldly. What is it? The purple-haired young man said. They were curious about the strength of geniuses. From top universities, he proposed a competition to see who could hunt more thunder beasts. Over the next few days, Shu Jingming quickly refused. He had no interest in such a pointless contest. Jingming could tell that not a single person among them had reached Tier 4. What right did they have to challenge him? After declining, Jingming turned and left on his own. One of the others advised the purple-haired youth to let go and stop pressuring people. The purple-haired youth glared at Jingming's departing figure and sneered, mocking that students from top universities were nothing but cowards, too afraid to even participate in a small competition. Ignoring the tons, Shu Jingming accelerated and shot deep into the dense forest. Suddenly a massive, ferocious beast with a pair of sharp horns burst out from the woods, blocking his path. Shui Jingming narrowed his eyes and quickly identified it. It was a black armored thunderbolt, likely only at upper tier 1. John Law's warning echoed in his mind that the ferocious beasts here were stronger than usual. Jingming thought to himself that this was the perfect opportunity to test that claim. The black armored thunderbolt took the initiative to attack. It roared and began condensing a dazzling ball of lightning between its horns. A massive bolt of lightning shot straight towards Su Jingming. Yet Jingming remained standing in place, using his own body to receive the attack head-on. The lightning struck him, but not a single scratch appeared on his body. Calmly, he commented, "Not bad. That bolt would be enough to kill most Tier 1 ferocious beasts in ordinary wilderness zones." After testing the lightning's power, Jingming curled his lips into a sharp smile. "Now, let's see how durable you are." He dashed forward, moving as fast as a lightning bolt, closing the distance in an instant. Leaping into the air, Jingming threw a hammer-like punch straight at the beast's head. A single blow was enough to end it. The beast collapsed. A notification appeared. "You have gained 15 ability points." Jimin realized that this beast's defense was far stronger than that of ordinary Tier 1 ferocious beasts, likely because it was tempered daily by lightning, standing amid the fading sparks of electricity. Su Jingming Sudenli Zilit. It had been nearly a month since he last slaughtered ferocious beasts. He decided to begin his hunt in earnest now, with the goal of advancing to upper tier 3 as soon as possible. 4 hours later, Su Jingming pulled his spear from the corpse of a gigantic white wolf. A notification panel appeared. Killed a mid-tier 2 Swift Thunder Iron Wolf. Ability points plus 2-5. He looked at the monster's body with slight dissatisfaction. He realized the density of ferocious beasts here seemed lower than in ordinary wilderness zones. In 4 hours, he had only killed 9. In other areas, that number would have been at least 40. While eating an energy bar, Jingming checked the area map again inside. "It seems I can only focus on improving my ability proficiency here, rather than collecting large amounts of ability points." The map was divided into 3 regions: outer perimeter, central zone, and core. Noticing that he was currently in the central zone, Jingming decided to head into the core region. Perhaps all the ferocious beasts were concentrated there. 5 hours later, in the core region, a terrifying lightning explosion illuminated the entire forest. The moment he stepped in, Jingming felt the difference. The natural lightning in the air was strong enough to affect even his body. He realized he had to constantly circulate his ability to protect himself. It was said that any ferocious beast capable of surviving in the core region had to be at least tier 4 or above. The problem was, Jingming looked around and didn't see a single monster. At that moment, a massive bird's shadow swept across the sky. Its body was wrapped in green lightning, radiating immense power. Jingming recognized it as a green feathered thunder eagle, a flying ferocious beast native to the core region. It was flying toward an area with stronger lightning to cultivate. Not just one, an entire flock of green feathered thunder eagles circled overhead. All of them were chasing the strongest lightning strikes, like devout followers seeking their sacred ground. Seeing this scene, Su Jingming suddenly had an epiphany. He realized it wasn't just this species of bird. All thunder beasts shared this habit. To them, lightning was the very tool that allowed them to grow stronger. A bold idea flashed through his mind. What if I use the heavenly, divine lightning to lure them after? Making his decision, Su Jingming immediately leaped onto a tall tree branch, choosing a favorable position, to prepare for his crazy plan. However, Su Jingming was in no hurry. He sat down on a tree branch and decided that before carrying out his plan, he needed to improve his mastery of the heavenly. Divine lightning he would stay here and cultivate by observing natural lightning. He carefully studied every type of lightning. Lightning spreading through clouds, spherical lightning, tree-shaped lightning, needle-like lightning. He realized that within thunder and lightning lay countless details he had never noticed before. Their ferocity, their stillness, their sharpness. The natural lightning seemed to dance within his palm. Jingming became even more certain that observing and sensing natural thunder could help him improve his control over his own ability. 3 hours later, a brilliant golden lightning sphere, far more condensed and stable than before, was spinning steadily in Su Jingming's palm. He commented with satisfaction that, with his current level of mastery, this skill was no different from the former S rank, purple heaven divine lightning. But to go further, to reach the realm of liquefying lightning, would likely require much more time. Jimin understood the path of energy cultivation clearly. Liquefaction, solidification, then condensation, each step bringing exponentially greater power. He decided that today's training would end here. It was time to return to the central zone and test his new idea. Back in the central area, Su Jingming did not hesitate to release a massive amount of heavenly, divine lightning. His entire body was enveloped in a radiant, golden lightning aura. Whether he could harvest a large amount of ability points depended entirely on this attempt. From deep within the forest, roars and heavy footsteps began to echo. Su Jingming curled his lips into a smile. His plan had truly worked. He shot forward like an arrow, golden lightning trailing behind him, like an open invitation. Jingming shouted provocatively at the monsters. Thunder beasts, come at me. 2 hours passed. A massive horde of monsters of all kinds was now frantically chasing Su Jingming. Seeing that their numbers were large enough, he knew it was time to begin the grand harvest. A confident smile appeared on Jingming's face. He murmured almost enough time to reap. Suddenly Jingming stopped. The lightning beneath his feet seemed to root itself into the earth as he prepared to face the raging onslaught. Surrounded by a swarm of ferocious beasts, Su Jingming remained completely calm. In a proud voice, he declared, "Since you all wish to bathe in my lightning so badly, I shall grant your wish, lightning prison." The first monsters that rushed forward were instantly swallowed by a sea of golden lightning. They let out miserable howls before turning into ashes. Jingming raised his hand, controlling the lightning storm at will. The entire area transformed into a true prison of thunder. A terrifying explosion of energy erupted from Jingming's position, forming a blazing red lightning prison that incinerated everything within its range. The shock waves from the lightning prison spread outward, blasting massive monsters into the air before tearing them apart. At the center of the lightning prison, Jingming laughed wildly and shouted, "Come, I'll release even more energy." A violent storm of thunderous energy blasted away and annihilated every monster charging toward him. System notifications flooded in. With a single move, he had wiped out waves of ferocious beasts from Tier 1 to Tier 3, gaining an enormous amount of ability points. His hair whipped in the wind, lightning still crackling across his body. Jingming could not hide his delight. Haha. This plan really works. The efficiency is 10 times faster than before. Amid a battlefield littered with monster corpses, though slightly fatigued, Su Jingming calmly checked his gains. He had harvested 1813 ability points, and at this rate, breaking through to level 3 upper rank was only a matter of time. He muttered to himself as he calculated. This was only the first day of his 6 days and 6 nights without rest. 2 hours learning monsters, 8 hours recovering, and 2 harvests of 3,600 skill points each day. Not even counting the time spent observing, Jingming felt that his future looked incredibly promising. For now, he needed to collect the spoils of war, then find a place to rest before continuing the hunt. From a first level 3 Thunder Beast, he had been lucky enough to obtain a thunder core holding the purple crystal in his hand. Su Jingming could not hide his satisfaction. This stroke of luck was a great start. 5 days later, in the central area of the Thunder region, a group of 3 people was slowly making their way through the gloomy forests. The blonde girl yawned and complained about having to wake up at 3 in the morning. She asked Lei Yaoyong whether this was really necessary. Lei Yaoyong replied calmly that in the Thunder region, 3 in the morning and 12 at noon were no different, because it was always bright. The girl then asked when they would return. Since today was the final day of the assessment, Lei Yaoyong informed her that they would leave after 6 in the evening. He explained that, although they had already completed their objective, staying longer would leave a better impression and avoid embarrassing the elite training camp. Lei Yaoyang's 2 teammates began chatting, mocking the coward from Modi University, claiming that he could not endure hardship and had left early the purple-haired man. Even smugly said that choosing to join Thunderbolt Martial Hall instead of applying to a university had been the right decision. He boasted that the 3 of them had to take turns resting in order to complete the mission and hunt monsters. Suddenly the ground trembled violently. The group was startled, confused about what was happening. Was it an earthquake? The girl cried out in alarm, realizing it was a beast tide. Lei Yaoyong quickly reassured them, saying it was not a large-scale beast tide, and telling everyone not to panic. But the truth was far more terrifying. The one leading the beast horde was none other than Su Jingming. He was charging forward like a storm, dragging hundreds of ferocious thunder beasts behind him. The blonde girl immediately recognized Su Jingming. Lei Yaoyong assumed that Jingming had accidentally provoked the beasts and decided he would step in to help, to display his own strength. But the blonde girl suddenly screamed and pointed at Jingming. She realized that he was deliberately luring the beasts toward them, intending to use them as shields while he escaped. However, Su Jingming swept past the group like a bolt of lightning, completely ignoring their existence, leaving the 3 of them frozen in shock as the beast horde surged toward them from high above. The scene was overwhelming. Su Jingming was just a tiny black dot, being chased by a vast ocean of thunder beasts. The blonde girl laughed gleefully, saying that the selfish man deserved it. But Lei Yaoyan quickly noticed something unusual. The thunder beasts were not attacking them at all. He deduced that Jingming was using golden lightning bolts to attract the monsters. Lei Yaoyong couldn't understand it. Jingming was only at level 3, mid-rank. How could he dare to attract such a massive beast horde, including several at the peak of level 3? Look, he stopped. The girl cried out. Lei Yaoyong narrowed his eyes, wondering what Jingming was about to do. Facing a thunder beast swarm like this, even he would struggle to handle it without using his trump card skill. At that moment, Su Jingming came to a halt. A surge of golden, lightning energy erupted from his body, forming a thunderstorm that swept across an enormous area, obliterating everything within its range. Every monster caught in the attack radius was torn into countless fragments. Lei Yaoyong was stunned. The power and range of that move were unbelievable. Even he, someone at the peak of level 3, could only expand his maximum range to 30 meters. Lei Yaoyong began to suspect something. This lightning ability was definitely not a rank. Could it possibly be S rank? But that was impossible. The only S rank student at Modi University was just a freshman, while this person was already level 3, mid-rank, standing behind him. Lei Yaoyang's 2 teammates could only gape in shock. Someone from Modi University could actually be this strong, killing level 3 thunder beasts as easily as slaughtering chickens. Standing amid countless monster corpses, Su Jingming reviewed his gains. 23,000 ability points. Finally, it was enough to level up. After 5 days and 5 nights without sleep, his condition had declined. It was time to find a place to allocate his points. In return, the arrogance on the purple-haired man's face had vanished. He turned to Lei Yaoyong and asked whether he could have dealt with that beast horde. Just now, Lei Yaoyong admitted that he could, but certainly not that quickly and cleanly. The purple-haired man wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered that this guy truly had real skill, even stronger than Lei Yaoyong. He felt fortunate that Su Jiaming had refused to participate in the bet. Otherwise, they would all have been thoroughly humiliated. Thinking of this, he curiously asked Brother Yaoyong, "Do you think Su Jingming could defeat a level 4 ferocious beast above his rank like you can?" Lei Yaoyong replied that, based on the strength Jingming had just displayed. It would be impossible, the girl quickly chimed in, flatteringly, insisting that Lei Yaoyong was still stronger. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming found a quiet place. He sat down, opened the system interface before him, and ordered it to allocate his points. A powerful surge of golden, lightning energy enveloped Su Jingming. Thunder spread outward, shaking the surrounding area. His realm broke through. He had reached level 3. Upper rank, his physique and spirit both increased by 500 points, and the range of his ability expanded to 40 meters. His strength was now comparable to a B tier, level 4, a rank ability user. He had originally planned to return, but now that his spirit had recovered, Su Jingming changed his mind. He decided to venture deeper into the core area, to observe natural lightning, and seek an opportunity for enlightenment. Meanwhile, outside the region, Zhong Luo was extremely worried. He anxiously wondered. Su Jingming had been gone for 5 days and 5 nights. Without returning, had something dangerous happened? Even he himself could only remain inside for 8 days, at most. At that moment, Wu Guang suddenly walked over and asked why Zhong Luo was still here. Zhong Luo replied that he was waiting for his junior brother to return. Wu Guang asked in surprise, "Is it the college student I met 5 days ago? He still hasn't come out yet." Zhongl confirmed it. Today was already the 6th day. He should have returned long ago. Wu Guang immediately reassured him, saying that he was also planning to enter the Thunder region to hunt ferocious beasts and would help look for him along the way. Zhang La hurriedly thanked him. Wu Guang waved his hand dismissively and said that, since they were all from Thunderbolt Martial Hall, helping each other was only natural. With that, he stepped into the forests. 6 hours later, in the core area of the Thunder region, Su Jingming was sitting on a tall tree branch, quietly observing his surroundings. After a while, he stood up, feeling that it was about time to head back. He jumped down from above. The powerful impact of his landing cracked the ground, displaying the strength of his enhanced physique. He silently reassessed his body, the physique of a level 3. Upper rank was indeed powerful, but there was still a long road ahead before reaching the peak. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the forest. A gigantic bear appeared, its entire body wrapped in green lightning. Su Jingming recognized it as a storm thunder bear, a 4th-order upper-rank beast. He knew he could end it instantly with his lightning, but he wanted to test the power of his fists. After breaking through, without hesitation, Su Jingming charged straight at the massive bear, golden lightning blazing around him. Coincidentally, Wu Guang, who was hiding behind a tree, witnessed the scene. He was stunned to recognize the person he had been searching for all this time, never expecting to encounter him here. He observed carefully and realized that Su Jingming had already broken through to level 3 upper rank. However, the range of his lightning seemed suspiciously large. Moreover, he was actually intending to confront a level 4 beast head-on. Wu Guang let out a soft chuckle. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. He thought that John Law's junior brother had commendable courage, but for geniuses like this, they needed to taste failure before recognizing their own shortcomings. The bear let out a furious roar, and the lightning surrounding it grew even more violent. It swung its massive claw, reinforced by thunder, delivering an extremely powerful strike towards Su Jingming in response. Su Jingming threw a straight punch. His fist, wrapped in golden lightning, collided head-on with the bear's claw, producing an earth-shaking explosion. Wu Guang was dumbfounded. Not only had he blocked the attack, but that golden lightning clearly overpowered the bears. This was a 4th-order upper-rank ferocious beast, an entire major rank stronger than Su Jingming. This isn't right. Something is very wrong. Wu Guang broke out in a cold sweat. This ability was absolutely not a rank. It had to be S rank, perhaps even sulfur monosulfide rank. In the name Su Jingming, it sounded familiar. Or had he heard it before? In an instant, Wu Guang realized. I remember now, Su Jingming is the S rank, lightning freshman from Modi University. But that realization only made him even more horrified. Who could have imagined that a freshman could reach level 3, upper rank, so quickly facing the ferocious beast? Su Jingming merely curled his lips into a smile, his eyes blazing with lightning. He confidently declared, "Looks like my lightning is still 1 tier stronger. Come at me." Thank you all for supporting my video. I wish you endless happiness and joy in life. If you enjoyed the video, please give me a like and leave a comment to show your support. I sincerely appreciate it.